What do you want him to do?
Good question. I would like to see the mayor elect.
Yeah, that is a good question. I would like for him to no longer be Muslim. I would like for him to no longer scare me. And why does he scare me? Because he's Muslim and he's anti-Israel. So one or the other has got to go, if not both. If both, then that's the best option.
Live up to what he said last night in terms of being there for every Jewish New Yorker. So what does that mean? Confirm there will be no extremists in his administration. Confirm that he will not bring politics into the education system for K through 12 kids. I want to make sure that the people.
I really hope there's extremists in his administration. Yeah. Because from his perspective, he means like, remember, he doesn't mean Nick Fuentes, okay? He means people like myself. He means Linda Sarsour. When he says like, oh, no extremists, that's what he means. He means anti-Israel people. And it's like, you don't get to determine that, bitch. Key Sudan City falls to paramilitary group. What does this mean for the war? The Rapid Support Forces are a funded paramilitary group by the United Arab Emirates. They're the ones who've been wreaking havoc all over Sudan, and partially because it's a conflict in Africa, and partially because it's not completely directly involved by any Western nations. I mean, there's always Western involvement, but like nothing as direct as like America with Israel, for example. It doesn't get a lot of coverage.
Let's talk about
this is the Al Jazeera report on the Sudanese civil war as a starter.
what's happening in Sudan, because people are talking about the risk of genocide here in Darfur, in the city of El Fasher.
It's also being masqueraded as like ethnic tensions, even though there is ethnic violence. The major reason for the genocidal ethnic cleansing campaign is specifically for territorial acquisition and, of course, extraction of national resources. And I mean, they even mentioned it with like gold and other things like that.
It's a very dire situation. There is fighting in all directions. Most of the attacks are happening on civilians' facilities, particularly civilians' homes.
We're past warning. For the people on the ground in El Fasher, they don't need press releases. They need protection.
A civil war broke out in Sudan just over a year ago, and there's fighting across large parts of the country. The capital, Khartoum, is barely functioning.
What we're looking at only a year on is near total state collapse.
Sudan is the world's largest humanitarian crisis.
The world has abandoned Sudan.
So what's actually happening in Darfur, and what's being done to stop the fighting? First, a quick reminder of the backstory. Sudan was ruled by one man, Omar al-Bashir, for 30 years. He was brought down in 2019 in part because of pressure from huge protests. Then there was a short period when Sudan looked like it was on a path to democracy. And among a lot of people, there was a sense of hope. But that democratic transition got derailed pretty quickly. In 2021, there was a military coup, and then, last year, war broke out. It started out as a personal rivalry between these two generals, General Burhan, who leads Sudan's national army, that's the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF, and General Hemeti, who leads a paramilitary group called the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. And basically, you've ended up with SAF and the RSF in a bitter fight to control Sudan. There are many other armed groups in the mix, but SAF basically controls parts of the east and north, and the RSF has most of the west, and most of the capital, Khartoum.
Khartoum is obviously a symbolic territory, and so we will continue to see both SAF and the RSF fight over that territory, even as they win and lose other territories around the country.
Sudan, as we know it, has died. And it is now a series of regional conflicts with regional forces defending regional interests.
And that brings us to what's happening in Darfur, which is a huge region, roughly the size of Spain. It's divided into 5 states, and the RSF already has control of 4 of them. Now the battle is on for the last one, North Darfur, and its capital, El Fasher, where SAF have a military base and are trying to hold on to the city. For most of last year, there were various truces in El Fasher, where local armed groups agreed not to take sides and acted like a buffer between RSF and SAF. But the latest truce appeared to collapse in April, and several groups aligned themselves with SAF to fight against the RSF.
And that puts Al Fashir
This
very
video-
much back in the crosshairs of RSF. What RSF is doing in Al Fashir right now is that they are essentially trying to strangulate the city. They've even tried cutting off water to the city. That's how brutal this is getting.
Later, the Janjaweed evolved and rebranded as the Rapid Support Forces. And in 2017, Bashir's government made the RSF an official paramilitary unit, a kind of second army. But the RSF kept their strong links with Darfur and the Arab militias there.
The RSF is a monster that the Sudanese army and the Sudanese regime created, and now it's turned on the Sudanese state.
They have become regularized, they have uniforms, but effectively these are the same types of people, same groups of people with the same political objectives.
The RSF has been so emboldened and so empowered to commit such atrocities for over 20 years. It happened before and they got away with it.
So what's happening in Darfur now is basically an old conflict that's being reignited. There's mounting evidence that the RSF and its allies are using similar tactics as before. These pictures show RSF forces rounding up people from the Masalit ethnic group in a place called Ardamata in West Darfur late last year. It's a suburb of the city of Al Janaina. And a recent UN report described how the RSF have been targeting the Masalit community, and that between 10 and 15,000 people were killed in Al Janaina. An independent investigation says it's found clear evidence that massacres against the Masalit amount to genocide. In the last couple of months, the fighting has moved to Al Fashir. A team of researchers at Yale University have been monitoring the area using satellite imagery.
We believe that they burned, just in the past 2 months, well over 40 villages in and around Al Fashir, primarily Zagawa communities. And so the tempo of destruction, of intentional targeting of communities by RSF in Darfur has sped up.
And that's why people are increasingly worried about what could happen if the RSF take over the whole of Al Fashir. It's a city where hundreds of thousands of people fled to escape recent RSF attacks in other parts of Darfur and the conflict back in the 2000s.
Al Fashir has become a sanctuary city, and this is what really has inflated its population in recent months.
If Al Fashir falls, then there will be nothing that prevents Rapid Support Forces from then identifying every single community left standing that they missed.
And it's not just fear of more killings.
And yeah, Al Fashir has now been captured by the RSF. RSF seized Al Fashir after a 500-day siege, trapping over 260,000 civilians. Hospitals were looted as reports emerged of executions of ethnic cleansing. The UAE-backed RSF has begun mass killings amid total security collapse. Seizing the 6th Infantry Division headquarters, the Sudan Doctors Network reports RSF militias have begun executing civilians and committing ethnic cleansing. 115 killed, 102 injured, casualties, several hospitals looted and disabled. Ongoing since May 2024, the siege. RSF begins the siege on the city in May 2024. Supply lines are cut off, and the SAF control shrinks to a 13-kilometer square radius by August 2025. October 10th, 2025, RSF seizes headquarters. SDN reports executions and hospital looting. October 26, 2025, drone strike crippled power generation. October 27, 2025, RSF declares full control. Humanitarian access collapses. Operational picture, how it happened. Encirclement and air/artillery strikes, aid blockade, extrajudicial executions. The aid blockade and the encirclement was something that I've covered as well, something that people were talking about. The IDP camps, ethnic neighborhoods, and medical facilities. Systematic looting and house demolition, mass executions and terror tactics, some of which you can see exactly in the same way that like Israel has operated. Al Fashir is now occupied, and the risk of large-scale ethnic cleansing is sharply increased. This militia, the Rapid Support Forces militia, is backed by the United Arab Emirates, and they announced that they would kill civilians attempting to flee the siege, while field reports confirmed the hospitals were looted amid the security collapse. They get logistical training, or they get logistical aid, and they do joint training, and they get arms. They've even actually, according to reports, they've even actually utilized Israeli artillery as well. The possession of advanced weaponry heightens concerns about its potential for future acts of violence. Video footage has emerged of Israeli-made LAR-160 light artillery rockets being used by the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan against the Sudanese army. The RSF is a paramilitary force that is at war with the Sudanese government. 160 millimeter caliber multiple rocket launcher that can fire up to 26 rockets at a time. It has a range of up to 45 kilometers, can be used to attack a variety of targets, including infantry, armor, and artillery. The launcher seen in the RSF footage was mounted in a light truck. Sudan is not known to operate the type, hence it's likely that the RSF acquired the artillery from a different source. What does the UAE gain from this? What do you mean? Massive foothold for mineral extraction, gold mines, things of that nature. Why did Africa get colonized throughout time? Why did it get colonized? In the words of Parenti, you don't steal from a poor person. You steal from someone who has something to steal. Africa has plenty of resources to steal. A tremendous amount of resources, as a matter of fact. That's why they do it. That's why it has been purposely kept behind, purposely destabilized, so that people can extract these natural resources for pennies on the dollar with a cheap labor force and with tremendous instability. People can't demand more in the process of extraction. The RSF, Good Vibe Politics says, the RSF would not be able to support itself without the support it gets from the UAE, which is functionally a U.S. client state. It is no surprise that the same actors supporting Israeli genocide in Palestine are supporting the same violence in Sudan. It is deeply connected. Siham Hasan, a former member of Sudan's parliament who ran community kitchens feed the hungry and starving in her home city of El Fasher, was executed by the RSF militiamen earlier today.
People in El Fasher are already starving. Right now, Sudan is facing one of the world's biggest hunger crises. Almost half the population don't have enough to eat. Around 5 million people are teetering on the brink of starvation. In one refugee camp south of El Fasher, a child is dying every 2 hours because of malnutrition, according to Doctors Without Borders.
أبي في ستة لانهم كلهم ظروفهم كعب ما عندهم قرش قال ياكم هل ناكل ونشرب.
والله هي صعب بصراحه يعني انا ناس لها الدوله حتى الان دوله ديتي شايفه لحتى الان ما قدرت عشان يجيبوا لنا حاجه نسوي للعيال ده نعشين بوزات.
My team are telling me in Darfur what they see is that people are eating leaves, they're eating soil, they're eating one meal a day if they're lucky.
And aid is just not getting to people who need it, especially in Darfur. International aid agencies are struggling to get.
Yeah, also the UAE doesn't have enough competency in its ranks either. So in order to train the RSF militias, they also rely on Colombian mercenaries as well. Remember what I told you guys about like these Gulf states and how the Gulf states, like the actual nationals, they have too much money. And that's the reason why they're like, why the f would I go and die in Sudan? So they hire Colombian mercenaries that have in the past been trained by the United States government, and they get those guys to go and train the Rapid Support Forces at the behest of the UAE.
To these conflict areas, and both the RSF and SAF have been accused of blocking or stealing aid as a war tactic.
The reason why people are surviving is because we have local volunteers, Sudanese, who are on the ground, on the front line, risking their lives to save their peers.
There's also a funding problem. The UN says it needs $2.7 billion for its aid operations in Sudan this year, and that it's only received 17% of that. Now, something else to keep in mind is that this war is also being fueled because the RSF and SAF are getting support from other countries. The UAE is accused of supplying weapons to the RSF, allegations that a panel of UN experts described as credible based on their own investigations. The UAE denies supplying weapons, calling the accusations propaganda, and says it's transporting aid to Sudan. And then you've got Russia, which appears to be backing both sides. A mercenary group linked to the Russian government is said to be supplying the RSF with weapons, while Russia is also supporting SAF as a way, it seems, to secure access to Sudan's Red Sea coast, where SAF is in control. SAF also has Egypt on its side. General Burhan has made visits to Cairo. There are also reports that SAF has been using Iranian drones.
If supplies to these two sides slow down, I think we would see this war start to die down quite a bit as well. So outside powers and backers of these two sides are clearly helping prolong the war.
At the same time, there have been some diplomatic efforts to try to stop the fighting. For example, Egypt and the UAE reportedly brought the two sides together for talks in Bahrain earlier this year. And the UN Security Council has adopted a resolution calling for the RSF to stop its attack on Al Fasher. for both sides to agree to a ceasefire and to allow aid in.
Yeah, the UAE lost almost an entire unit of all UAE nationals when they invaded Yemen, and there was massive public backlash. It was like 35 people in one day. After that, they only used mercenaries. Yeah, and they're like annual household income is far higher than like the average American, even oil-rich nation. So like one person in the UAE dying from their own analysis is like, it's like 35 millionaires dying in one day. Do you understand? Maybe not that much, but close to it. Hence why they utilize mercenaries instead.
We've actually seen more of a aligning of interests among the outside actors to actually want to get some end to this war. Basically, no one really seems to benefit from Sudan collapsing, but the problem is that the two warring sides want to keep fighting.
And remember, it's not really just two sides because of all the other groups involved, especially in Darfur. And that makes finding any kind of resolution even harder. Whether there's enough global political will to even push for that is a whole other question.
The spillover from the Sudan war is tremendous. It affects the whole region. It could easily affect the whole continent of Africa, and nothing is being done.
We are consistently raising the issue of Sudan to top diplomats around the world, and many times they make clear to us it's just not high on their agenda. Now that we might see 1 million Sudanese starve to death, I expect we'll see some uptick in efforts to try to save the Sudanese people. I hope it's not all too little too late, but obviously most of it is too little too late, and everyone was warned.
It's crazy because like the less the annual income is of the average person, the less important they are in the eyes of the world. Like you could kill 1 million Sudanese people, but as long as like the UAE gets to secure gold mines in the territory, most of the world doesn't even turn around and recognize it. It's entirely fucked up. And yet, once again, as I've said, it's not that these nations are poor. They're not. They're very resource rich. It's just the people have been purposely kept poor. How gold is smuggled out of Africa and processed in Dubai at the 7-minute mark.
You want to avoid having gold from the DRC linked to conflict, or I don't know, in Sudan or for Mali or for Zimbabwe. The majority of this illegal gold is exported to the UAE, and from the UAE, a large part of it is also exported to Switzerland, and then from Switzerland, we know that a huge part of gold is also exported to the US. But when it's imported in the US, the majority of the importer will just say, oh, it gold from Switzerland, refined in Switzerland. The origin of this gold would just be Switzerland. But this gold, which is sometimes presented as recycled gold, can be gold which was 2 weeks before in a mine controlled by a jihadist group, by a Wagner group, or by other criminals.
Here's a graph that tells the story. It shows the price of gold over the last 50 years. What do you notice? Put simply, there's so much anxiety right now around the world and around the future of the global economy. The power of the petrodollar is waning, with the Middle East increasingly unstable, and more countries are looking to abandon the US currency altogether. In particular, I'm talking about China, India, and Russia. And so central banks around the world are reacting, and they've started looking for an independent currency that can secure their monetary reserves. Hence, we want the gold, sucker! But there's one problem. Gold is not like the US dollar or even Bitcoin. It's real. And it's heavy. That means it has to be physically moved from one place to another. If you want to buy gold, you have to go to where it's being sold. That's where Dubai comes in. It's had a gold souk since the early...
By the way, the easiest way to cut this out in its entirety is if, instead of directly sanctioning the RSF, as they have done so already, they just directly sanction the UAE. Obviously, it's never going to happen, but this gold for weapons scheme that they've designed could be cut short if America stopped, one, giving weapons to the UAE, or at the very least abided by the pre-existing contracts that they have, like the Leahy Law, that declares weapons that find themselves in the hands of like known terrorist organizations or organizations that are engaging in war crimes are at odds with U.S. law, existing U.S. law, and therefore they shouldn't be able to do that. There's also Chinese weapons as well. There's Israeli weapons as well. But once again, like, it's not all coming from China, and America has a lot of power here. The problem, of course, is that America doesn't give a shit. America doesn't give a shit about Sudan, and America doesn't give a shit that the UAE is doing it. I don't know if they're directly getting a cut out of it, but I'm sure it plays a role in it as well.
This is how much gold African countries are saying they're exporting to the UAE. But this is how much gold the UAE says it imported from African countries in 2022. There's more than 400 tons of gold missing there. According to Schultz, this is a clear sign that gold was smuggled. But why? Despite the large gold reserves in Africa, many countries were caught off guard by the sudden spike in demand for gold over the last 2 decades. They didn't have the infrastructure, the equipment, or the laws in place to regulate gold mining on an industrial scale. That left a huge vacuum that was filled by artisanal and small-scale gold miners, or ASM. If you owned a piece of land that had gold on it, you could pay a private company to explore, mine, and transport that gold on your behalf. And of course, given what you're exporting is pretty valuable, that company probably needs to have its own form of security. And that's a polite way of saying a militia.
And when you have a very volatile situation or even an armed conflict like in Sudan, then of course you have these armed groups that seek to take control of the mines and enrich themselves by trading the yellow metal.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a stable government, then you would be able to extract your natural resources and be able to redistribute the capital that comes from the extraction process, be able to pay better for your workers that are engaging in the process of extraction. But of course, that would mean that this gold would be far more costly, and the profits for those who are basically fencing this gold would be far slimmer. Yeah, that doesn't even happen in stable African countries. I know, but I'm just saying.
And that's typically what we're observing at the moment in Sudan.
Sudan has been in a state of near constant war for decades, and its former leader, Omar al-Bashir, fueled the conflict by empowering both the military as well as regional mercenary groups to help him quash anti-government rebellions in places like Darfur, where the worst of the fighting was taking place. In 2011, the international community stepped in, splitting the country along ethnic and religious lines and forming South Sudan. The problem was 75% of Sudan's large oil reserves were in the south, and overnight the government lost its single biggest source of income. Now, Sudan always knew it had gold, but it had never really...
Also, they're hella tall. South Sudan, the youngest country on the planet. Also happens to be the tallest country, I think, on the planet too.
They explored it before. It also had a big problem. After the war in Darfur, crippling US sanctions meant that Sudan couldn't just hire international mining companies to help it set up its industry. So instead, al-Bashir handed out subsidized contracts to anyone who had the means to mine that gold. And most of those contracts went to generals and rebel leaders who'd helped him fight in Darfur. With so many actors and little to no official regulation, what should have become Sudan's burgeoning gold industry instead became ripe with corruption. In 2017, reports started reaching the country's trade ministry that Khartoum airport and the port of Sudan were being used to smuggle out gold, mostly heading to the UAE. In one example, a 2-ton barrel of sand samples being loaded onto an Emirates airline flight was found to be largely made up of raw gold. In another instance, a sick woman was driven to the door of her flight in an ambulance. But the paramedic who was helping her get onto her flight was caught trying to sneak gold bars he'd hidden inside of an oxygen cylinder into her bag. In 2018, Sudan's trade minister Musa Karama sounded the alarm.
Never eating Dubai chocolate again? Yeah. Fun fact, that's also, I believe, people are going to yell at me for saying this, but a Turkish invention. They just sell it as Dubai chocolate because nobody would buy it if you sold it as Turkish chocolate. Also, for the record, that's not even a new phenomenon. Look at Greek yogurt, brother. Like, it's not new for Turkey to literally sell something that they invented under a different regional actor's name.
من مطار الخرطوم ومطار دبي في الوقت اللي بتقول حكومة السودان انه انتاجها كله في هذا العام كان 70 طن فقط. لو ال 100 طن دي كلها جات لبنك السودان يعني الطن بحوالي 46 مليون دولار. يعني نتكلم عن 4 مليار ونص. ده أكثر من 50% من إجمالي وارداتنا يعني. دي براهن.
One of the biggest untapped mines in the country was Jebel Amr in North Darfur. It quickly fell into the hands of Hameti, or Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, the leader of the Rapid Support Forces. The RSF was a paramilitary group that grew out of the Janjaweed militia, whose leaders had been charged by the International Criminal Court with committing dozens of war crimes in Darfur. Hamitti set up a private firm to oversee the gold production, Al Junaid Company, and left his brother in charge of it. The revenue from the gold would allow the RSF to expand, buy weapons, and make Hamitti one of the richest and most powerful men in Sudan.
The RSF is rich. They have business interests and business holdings that will, Hamitti bailed out the National Bank. It is one rich family and they have their fingers in everything. And all their businesses are based in the UAE.
During his rise to power, Hamitti began fostering
I apologize. It was invented in Dubai. It's just produced in Turkey. And in January 2025, a German court in Cologne decided that Aldi has to stop selling his product name Ali in Dubai handmade chocolate on the ground that it might mislead consumers that the chocolate has been produced in Dubai. Well, it's actually produced in Turkey. But no, it's invented by it was invented by Sarah Hamouda, a British Egyptian engineer living in Dubai at the time. Hamouda was pregnant, and through her food craving, she came in to imagine a combination of chocolate, pistachio, tahini, and kunefe, a Middle Eastern dessert made of kadif syrup and soft cheese. It's actually fucking delicious. I'm not gonna lie. I have had it. Only the Turkish one though. Don't worry. And then it exploded in popularity over TikTok.
close ties to the UAE, where most of his financial operations were based, as well as Russia, which had long been Sudan's main military supplier. Russia was gearing up for an invasion of Ukraine and had begun stockpiling gold to finance its war effort. Its Wagner mercenary group had been active in Sudan since 2014, helping secure mining operations and facilitating the smuggling of gold out of the country. When Omar al-Bashir was toppled by a popular uprising in 2019, that relationship continued to flourish. Just days after the start of the Ukraine invasion, a Russian cargo plane carrying boxes of cookies was inspected by Khartoum airport officials. Turns out they weren't cookies. It was actually a ton of pure gold. The flight was one of 16 that year, likely facilitated by Sudan's army and likely heading to a Russian military base in Syria. Sudan's transitional government, now headed by the army chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and Hamitti as his deputy, attempted to consolidate the gold sector. In 2020, it nationalized the lucrative Jebel Amr mine and bought it from Hamitti's brother for $200 million, offering him an additional 33% of shares in Sudamin, the company set up to oversee gold mining. Not just that, but the RSF was assigned to secure the mine's operations, and this was a sign of what was to come. Despite promising to withdraw and allow the democratic process to take place, the Sudanese armed forces overthrew the transitional government and seized control in 2021. But quickly, with protests outraged by the coup taking over the country, the army struggled to control it. So they turned to Hamitti for help.
The army couldn't hold on to security, so they invited the RSF into the capital to secure it for them, because they never thought the RSF would turn on them. Because of those miscalculations, we were at that point where Hamitti actually believed that he could wage war and he could win this war.
Remember Wagner? Now, they had helped train RSF forces and actually recruited them to fight in another civil war in Libya a year earlier. Russia and the UAE, who were both deeply involved in Libya, were impressed by the RSF's fighting ability and began to see Hamitti as the man they believed could rule Sudan, and the man who could secure the gold. 5 months earlier, the UAE had inked a deal to build Sudan a $6 billion port that would act as a special economic zone between the two countries, so it was very invested. The same year, the UAE imported 39 tons of gold directly from Sudan, valued at around $2 billion. But UN data suggests that another 20 tons of gold was smuggled from Sudan through Chad, Egypt, Ethiopia, and South Sudan. By the time war broke out again in April the following year, reports suggest that nearly all the gold that left Sudan's borders was flowing straight to Dubai. This picture was taken in March 2023. It shows Hamitti shaking hands with Emirati ruler Mohammed bin Zayed during a long trip that he took to Abu Dhabi. During that trip, he also met with the other man in the photo.
Could be for any reason.
Deputy Prime Minister Sheikh Mansour, to discuss efforts to resolve the Sudanese crisis. But as soon as Hamitti returned from that trip, he put his plan into action. On April 15, RSF forces entered Khartoum and attempted to take control. An all-out war was declared against the Sudanese armed forces, and Hamidti made crystal clear his ambitions to take over. The war devastated Sudan, killing over 15,000 civilians and leaving more than 10 million displaced. The United Nations has called the situation a humanitarian nightmare. With 26 million people, that's half of all Sudanese at risk of acute hunger. This in a country that's still exporting billions of dollars worth of gold every year.
We were dragged into this war. We had warned about it as activists, as members of civic society. We had warned about this. That's why we were always chanting, to the RSF needs to be dissolved, the army needs to be, pushed back from politics and so on. But we weren't listened to. We were cast aside, and we're the ones who are now paying the price. It's not the politicians, it's not the army generals, it's not the militia, it's us, For many of us, we've lost everything. And we can't even start from scratch because we're not being allowed to start from scratch. So it's just a sense of, where do we go from here? What do we do now? And it was also that sense that no one actually cares. It's very disconcerting in a bit, as in, because I see people, for example, talking about Gaza the whole time. I'm all for it. But when you talk about Congo or Sudan or something else, they're like, oh, but it's between, it's between your own people. But they don't seem to understand that it's not between our two people. It's a proxy. We're being used as a proxy for other countries, and these other countries wield way too much power.
As the fighting in Sudan went on month after month, people started asking, where's Hamidti getting all these weapons? All of these tanks and drones? Well, officials in Libya told us that the RSF allegedly have been armed on the Emiratis' behalf through Libyan proxies. The military shipments would be flown from Libyan airports to the Central African Republic, then driven overland into Darfur. Wagner Group, which has been working with the CAR's embattled government, had transported advanced weapons across the border into Sudan, including missiles and anti-aircraft systems. The same thing was happening in Chad, where cargo flights from the UAE have been landing on a daily basis in a remote border town, supplying powerful weapons and drones, treating injured RSF fighters, and airlifting some of them to military hospitals in Abu Dhabi. In Uganda, the leadership holds strong ties with Hamidti's family and the UAE. In August 2023, this video...
I don't know how recent this video is, but isn't Wagner kind of neutered now? Wagner restructured under a different name. They don't have the same level of power that they used to, but they still operate as a PMC, a private military contractor. It's, I think it's called Africa Corps or something. It's still the same shit though.
Was captured of a private plane belonging to a Ugandan company landing in Sudan's North Kordofan state. According to local sources, the plane had arrived from the UAE and was carrying Russian-made artillery rockets. Last November, Sudan's army generals called out the Emirates directly.
أما دولة الإمارات أنا ما قادر أنا أعرف منظمة إرهابية أعرف منظمة مافيا منظمة إجرامية لكن دولة مافيا أول مرة نسمع بها.
The UAE has denied these allegations, saying it was only providing humanitarian support and that it has consistently called for de-escalation, a ceasefire, and the initiation of diplomatic dialogue. The RSF has also denied it's getting weapons from the UAE. They say that they have their own means of accessing and transporting arms. And while ceasefire talks start and stop without any progress, Hamidti has continued his diplomatic visits to African neighbors, painting himself as the man trying to save Sudan.
أخاطبكم اليوم وبلادنا تشهد المزيد من نزيف الدماء بسبب حرب 15 أبريل اللعينة. هذه الحرب التي أشعلها فلول النظام السابق وأجبرنا على خوضها مكرهين. ويشهد الله أننا سعينا بصدق لتلافيها وتجنب بلادنا وويلاتها حتى وقع الهجوم الغادر علينا الذي لم يترك لنا خيارا سوى القتال دفاعا عن أنفسنا. ومن هنا ندعو إلى تشكيل لجنة تحقيق دولية لمعرفة من أشعل هذه الحرب ومحاسبته على جميع إفرازاتها.
Meanwhile, people in Khartoum are sharing stories of RSF soldiers breaking into their houses with metal detectors, specifically designed to find gold. Last year, the US, UK, and several EU countries put sanctions on private companies belonging to the RSF and the Sudanese armed forces. They included the UAE-based gold mining company Al Junaid, run by Hamiti's brother, who was also placed under sanctions. Then in January 2025, the Biden administration extended those sanctions to Hamiti himself, accusing the RSF of committing genocide in Sudan. But despite efforts by Sudan's government to hold the UAE responsible, the International Court of Justice threw out their case in May because the UAE had opted out of a key article in the Genocide Convention, preventing them from being sued in the UN court.
It's a new form of land grab, of colonialism, call it what you want, but this is what's happening. And if you look at throughout the whole scale of Africa, from the Sahel to the Red Sea, that's what's been happening. You know, you don't wage wars because you can't afford to wage a war, but you will pay someone to wage that war for you. In return, you will have access to things that in your own country you do not have. I mean,
when will Israel use what's going on in Sudan to deflect from their crimes, try to further demonize Muslims? Seems like a hostile talking point. What do you mean? They already do it. They literally do it all the time. They will always say, what about Sudan? You don't care about Sudan. What about Sudan? They say it all the time. And Israel defenders do it all the time as well. All the way down to Cory Booker. Pro-Israel crowd also lavishes praise on the UAE because they normalize relations with Israel and the Abraham Accords, all while UAE's primary funder of the RSF paramilitary. Yeah. The one who care about Africa as much as Gaza line is a cynical ADL talking point meant to heavily imply anti-Semitism through the messy work of having to show it. Booker is soullessly reciting a script. None of it makes sense or speaks to any of the underlying universalism. The highbrow version of this is Anne Applebaum suddenly deciding in 2025 to care about Sudan after never writing about it before, and front-loading her very serious report on it in The Atlantic with finger-wagging about how Gaza protesters don't ever talk about it, which many Gaza protesters do talk about it, by the way. They talk about Congo, they talk about Sudan, they do. It just doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter that they do. Just like it doesn't matter that I did as well. The extent of my coverage on Sudan, of course, due to my limited knowledge over it beyond, UAE involvement, is not because it's a less important issue, as I've said before, but more so because it's not directly involved with the United States of America. It's an indirect involvement that America has, as it has its fingers in every pie, obviously, and this is no different.
There, and that's what's happening right now.
And you might be thinking, how can so much illegal gold flow into Dubai without anyone noticing? Well, that's because of a peculiar loophole in the way the gold market is regulated.
Once gold is imported into Dubai, it will be melted and refined, and through this process, gold will officially acquire a new origin. Its new origin will then be Dubai, even though it has been extracted from a mine in Sudan or perhaps in Mali or in Burkina Faso.
And while the UAE has introduced new rules on gold sourcing in 2023, experts say these are only cosmetic.
We already know from interviews that we've done with actors in the United Arab Emirates that the regulation has not been taken seriously.
Without a serious way to figure out where it's coming from, how it's obtained, and who's really selling it, the City of Gold has indeed become a global hub for gold laundering. And as the demand for gold and other precious metals continues to rise, the most powerful actors in the world are now engaged in a new scramble for Africa. A scramble that continues in peace and war, whatever the cost. Thank you for watching this episode of
The UAE is supplying the RSF from multiple bases around Africa and the region. In the west, there's Libya and Chad, and in the east, they have bases in Somalia's Puntland and Yemen's Socotra archipelago. They've been developing these networks for years. The UAE and RSF first became allies in 2018 during Yemen's civil war. The only real form of civil government left after the seizing of power and then after the war starting is resistance committees, which are just local councils trying to meet people's needs.
As voters cast early ballots ahead of Election Day this coming Tuesday, we end today's show with the mayoral race in Minneapolis. Omar Fatah, the son of Somali immigrants, a Democratic socialist, is a leader.
Yes, Omar Fateh is the Mamdani of the Midwest, and he hasn't gotten a lot of coverage. I've obviously covered his campaign throughout the times. I unfortunately got into a bit of heat myself in the process, especially with the Charlie Kirk assassination, so I couldn't actually fly to Minneapolis and do a Omar has no motion. It's sad to see. Actually, you're wrong about that. As far as the latest polls show, some polls show Jacob Frey, who is an incredibly unpopular candidate, the incumbent, barely beating Omar Fateh within the margin of error by like 1 point on the first choice on the ranked choice voting, and Omar Fateh and defeating Jacob Frey on the third and fourth rounds of ranked choice voting, and therefore Omar Fateh still has a shot. In the upcoming days until Tuesday, I'm going to try to do a little bit of a fundraiser for the Omar Fateh team here, because I from what I understand, he gets no coverage whatsoever, but they have a pretty good ground game overall. Energy on the ground isn't looking good, to be honest. Yes, part of that is because the Minneapolis Hasan Abihez, we have to do better, okay? We have to do better. We have to go and we have to fucking canvas. If you are in Minneapolis, but by and large, the amount of coverage that Omar Fateh has gotten is coming from the right. The only people that talk about him are right-wingers that just keep constantly saying, like, America's being taken over. America's being taken over by the Muslims. If you're not in Minneapolis, you should phone bank. If you're in Minneapolis, you should door knock. And hopefully we'll be able to fundraise as well a little bit here, because he's great. He's great.
Leading candidate seeking to unseat incumbent Mayor Jacob Frey, who's running for a third term. In 2020, Fateh made history as the first Muslim, first Somali American to be elected to Minnesota's state Senate. Fateh's surging campaign has drawn comparisons to Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic socialist, who polls indicate may be the first Muslim mayor of New York. Minneapolis Congressmember Ilhan Omar has endorsed Fateh, along with Jewish Voice for Peace Action and labor unions like SEIU. Minneapolis implemented ranked choice voting in 2009, which allows voters to choose up to 3 candidates in order of preference on their ballot. The winning candidate must receive at least half.
The problem is, we all know the electorate, okay? Let's be real. I think that in Minneapolis, you already have a built-in, very diverse group of people that are going to ride for you, that will overlook this sort of thing. But the broader base of support in Minneapolis is probably even more racist, I would say, than the New York electorate is. And on top of that, Omar is both Muslim and black. So he's getting getting hit from both ends in that regard. And unfortunately, racism is a major component in every election. The reality of the matter is it just makes it much harder, right? But as you know, my opinion on the matter, it's a hurdle that you can overcome with good policies, and Omar has done that. I would say that the biggest weaknesses beyond the obvious ones for the electorate being relatively racist is that a lot of people are not even aware that there's a Minneapolis mayoral race happening that's coming up. Unfortunately, it doesn't get the same national looks, but there is an opportunity there. The opportunity there is that, like, some of these races that don't get the same national looks can actually be unique opportunities for underdog candidates to win. The DFL is working to ruin his shot as well. Like the establishment Democrats, the institutional Democrats are attacking him. The wealthier interests are attacking him. He has the same exact dynamic as Zoran Mamdani, and he has very similar policies to Zoran Mamdani as well.
Half the vote. There are a total of 15 mayoral candidates on the ballot, with 4 Democrats, including the 2 frontrunners, Mayor Jacob Frey and Omar Fateh. Fateh is the only top candidate who's asked voters not to rank Frey, a centrist who's faced widespread criticism over his crackdown on Black Lives Matter protesters following the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. Frey has received the endorsement of Minnesota Governor, failed vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. Minnesota State Senator and Minneapolis mayoral candidate Omar Fateh joins us
Open
now.
presence, thank you for the 25
welcome
gifted.
You to Democracy Now! If you can start off by talking about what the slate is that you are a part of, for people to understand around the country this issue of ranked choice voting and what you're moving forward on now, your major issues.
Yeah, first, thank you for having me. So we came up with the slate for change, myself, candidate Janice Hampton, and candidate Dwayne Davis, because we believe it's the best. We are the best three candidates to move our city forward. We came together around our collective vision, and yet, despite our differences, showing that Minneapolis can have a different kind of politics where if you think differently, if you have slight differences in opinion around different issues, that we shouldn't have an adversarial relationship, and that we can still be partners in doing the work for our people, for the people of Minneapolis. And so our vision includes one, or my vision includes one, in which we make Minneapolis a more affordable city, increasing the minimum wage to $20 an hour, passing rent stabilization to protect our renters so they don't get priced out. It includes having a public safety system that reflects the needs of everyone. 5 years after the murder of George Floyd,
Also, Omar Fateh is a U.S.-born American citizen, too. He's not even naturalized, even though, of course, that hasn't stopped the Republicans from both presenting Zoran and Omar Fateh as like Muslim infiltrators from afar. I just don't see this working, sadly. Man, why? Why wouldn't you just push for it? Who gives a shit? Like, there is no reason. You can't just back candidacies that you think are always going to win regardless. First of all, there is a shot. You're wrong. If you look at the actual polls, Omar Fateh is doing very well. He won technically the endorsement of the DFL, even though they rat him afterwards. And even on the first choice ballots, he's within 1 to 2 points between him and Jacob Frey. Jacob Frey is the incredibly unpopular incumbent mayor. There is no reason to engage in this sort of pessimism, especially at this point.
Mayor doesn't have a plan or doesn't intend to have a plan. And finally, we have a hostile federal government with Trump back in office, who has the trifecta. He has both the House and the Senate and the presidency. And on top of that, he has a Supreme Court that's going to do and has been doing whatever he wants. And so as a city, we need to build a strong line of defense to protect all of our vulnerable residents.
Why would him being naturalized be a problem? No, I'm just saying that like Zoran is a naturalized U.S. citizen, right? And they were talking about denaturalizing him and my point is Zoran is an American. Okay, Zoran is an American citizen. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen. Omar Fateh is a natural-born U.S. citizen. And yet, for some weird reason, right-wingers attack them both as outsiders who are actually infiltrating America. I wonder what the reason for that is. Why is that a line of attack? That's the question I'm asking you, and I think we all know what the answer to that question is. It's just racism. That's it.
Feel, Omar Fateh, about being called the Mamdani of the Midwest. And one of the issues that Zoran Mamdani raises in this New York mayoral race is the issue of big money. If you can all...
So the irony, of course, is that while Fry is... You're not wrong, okay? I just don't see if a Zoran method is working in a city that's one of the most affordable in the country. That's like 50% of Zoran's appeal is still good, but I don't think it'll be as salient as it was in New York. Well, there are other issues there as well. So Cloud District Enjoyer is not wrong. Minneapolis still has unaffordability problems, though. That's the only problem. That's the only issue I take with what Cloud District Enjoyer is saying, because affordability is a problem everywhere. Because you are looking at it from a broader perspective. People who live in Minneapolis still have affordability problems. Obviously, if you adjust the affordability of Minneapolis to the affordability of New York, as someone who probably lives in a major city that is far less affordable than Minneapolis, you go, what do you mean? People aren't as mad about affordability. Of course they are. Poverty, affordability, these are relative constructs. So yes, while you look at Minneapolis from a national perspective, it is one of the few cities, one of the few major cities in the country that where affordability is not as salient of an issue as opposed to like New York, because it's much more affordable than a place like New York. For the people in Minneapolis, there are still significant problems.
Also talk about the role of big money in your mayoral race, PACs protecting the interests of developers and funneling millions of dollars into campaigns, and your chief rival, Mayor Fry.
Yeah, what we're seeing with Zoran's campaign and campaigns across the nation is that we're seeing progressive candidates running on a sincere and authentic message around affordability and making the lives of working families better. For far too long, the Democratic Party has lost the message around how to improve the lives, around the costs of living, around renters that are struggling with paycheck to paycheck.
There is no place on the country, there's no place in the United States of America, there is not a single place in the United States of America where the affordability message is not salient. Make no mistake. And even if we were living in an economic boom where everybody was like, oh, all my needs are met, you could still tailor your message around making things even more affordable, okay? Improving quality of life for every single person.
Struggling to make the next month's rent, struggling to pay for basic food and healthcare costs. And so this is kind of the reason why we saw a hard swing in 2024 with Trump winning the presidency, and now candidates on the left or in the Democratic Party winning with a similar message around affordability. Now, was Trump lying when he was running? 100%, of course he was. But he knew that that was the message that would resonate the most with the population. And so right now what we're seeing here in Minneapolis is that Mayor Fry has 5 PACs right now. Not 1, not 2, but 5 PACs that have been well-funded, that have been sending out glossy mailers, nonstop ads on social media and on YouTube and things like that. And the reality is that if an incumbent has been doing the on-the-ground work, connecting with residents, connecting with stakeholders, working well with city council and cross-jurisdictionally across different levels of government, there wouldn't be the need to spend that much money and having 5 different PACs to defend you. It's very telling that right now that the mayor doesn't have a single county endorsement, county commissioner endorsement, or state legislator endorsement. And it's because he hasn't been able to work well with others and has handed the city off in his last 2 terms to the wealthy and the well-connected and not the working families. And so that has been evident throughout this campaign.
State Senator, your headquarters, your campaign headquarters for mayor in the predominantly East African neighborhood of Cedar Riverside, Minneapolis, was vandalized with graffiti that read, "Somali Muslim, this warning is no joke," in black marker. You're certainly not the only Muslim politician to receive these threats in Minnesota and nationwide. I think about Ilhan Omar, who has also endorsed you, the Congress member from Minneapolis. But can you talk about the rise of anti-Muslim hate, racism in the country? And do you think the Democratic Party and other Democratic candidates and politicians are pushing back hard enough?
Well, what we are seeing here in Minnesota, I believe, is a direct result of our welcoming, the way we welcome everyone and the way we uplift everyone. And what I mean by that is that we were the first state to have a Muslim congressman in Keith Ellison. We were the first state to have a Muslim congresswoman in Ilhan Omar, who's been serving honorably and serving CD5 and has been a rock star for all of us and a voice that we truly needed.
Is it a coincidence that Muslims have been the method lately? We got Zoran, Fateh, El Sayed, big election cycle for progressive Muslims. I don't think it's that confusing, because I think for like living in the United States of America, if you are from a Muslim background, you're, with the exception of Zoran, I would say, Zoran is the exception in this regard. You're usually coming from a lower income area regardless. You're coming from a minority group in the country that has seen the economic devastation firsthand, and therefore your policy vision reflects that reality. So it's the same reason why, like, American Muslims, by and large, post 9/11, are one of the more reliable progressive voting blocks in the country. And it's so funny that people still do this, where this guy just said progressive Muslim is an oxymoron. Right now, in the United States of America, the most progressive politicians in office are by and large Muslim, especially on the Democratic Party front. Every single Democrat, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Zohran Mamdani, Abdul El Sayed is running for office, as we saw. These are the most progressive candidates in the country. Pro-trans, pro-labor rights, anti-militarism. They are the most leftist candidates you have. And people cope and seethe and say they're cultural Muslims at best which is crazy to say about Ilhan Omar, who wears a hijab. It's crazy to say even about Zoran. Like, no, these guys are actually straight up. They are much more Muslim than I am. They are following the faith much better than I am. Okay, I can't speak on Omar. I don't know. I don't know the extent of his. I don't know how much he practices or whatnot. But yeah, Ruhr Roman is another one. It's so funny to me that people still run with this like unimaginable cope where they're like, oh, they must be faking it. It's just so silly. And I think a part of that is because of the. A part of that is certainly born out of the fact that Muslims are actively attacked. Islamophobia makes it much easier to monolithize the entire religion and certainly the entire followers of this faith in the United States of America, even when all evidence points to the contrary. There are polls that show that this is not the reality. They are far more open-minded and far more progressive, Muslim Americans are, than evangelical Protestants are, for example. White evangelical Protestants are a much more consequential force in American politics. They're much larger in number. Obviously, it's a more fundamentalist segment of the broader Christian religion, but, you know, they are a far more consequential group that has far larger numbers than Muslims do overall. And Muslims are much more progressive than evangelical Christians are in this country.
What we're seeing in the last few years is that I think since 2024, there has been over a dozen instances of attacks on mosques, for example. Minnesota has had, I believe, the first and only mosque being bombed in the entire nation. Over $3 million in damages, 3 mosques fully burned to the ground. Myself and other Muslim elected officials have been receiving threats on email and social media.
We have 20 seconds.
Yes, and through social media. And so the rise in hate we've been seeing has been a direct result of also Trump being elected. But in terms of campaigns, we've seen also Democratic campaigns latch onto this and use it in their own messaging. And
we have 20 seconds is classic. Amy Goodman. You guys don't watch enough Democracy Now! You're not ball knowers. That's not even disrespectful. That's just how it goes. That is just how it goes, baby.
Through their PACs to try to win their elections. And so rather than going on the defense for one another, they've been using it to sow more hate.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
Erica Kirk, J.D. Vance conspiracies have hit the timeline, ladies and gentlemen. I seen some crazy Here's the clip.
But I do see some similarities of my husband in J.D. and Vice President J.D. Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight, because he understands the fight that we're up against, and he can articulate that in a way that transcends race.
Bro, why are you smiling like that? Why are you smiling like that while talking about J.D. Vance doing debate? Hey, yo, that's crazy.
Demographic backgrounds.
Maybe she just loves debate, bro. Have you guys ever thought about that? Actually, like, debate does do it for her, right? And the more you debate, the more it does it for her. This isn't even the craziest photo. The craziest photo is when she grabs him by the back of his head. I never seen nothing like that on camera. Bro, she straight up caressed this man. She straight up caressed this man's hair, bro. It was crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like that. I didn't even see it until it was popping on Twitter. It turns out it's on TikTok too. Let's take a look.
J.D. Vance's first wife, Usha, has got to be looking for an exit plan after the last few days. As if it wasn't bad enough for the woman who was raised in a traditional Hindu home by Indian immigrant parents to have her husband go on national television and say that it's completely reasonable and acceptable for Americans to want to live next to people who are like them and speak their language. She then got to watch her husband put his hands all over the recently widowed Erica Kirk, who's clearly looking for another famous man in her life. And then he goes on stage and religiously shames his wife for not being Christian and hopes and tells the whole world that he hopes that she'll convert to Christianity and find the right path. And then at the same event, he ties immigration to assimilation. If you don't understand how that relates to the former statement about Usha Vance's traditional Indian and Hindu upbringing, I'm just curious. I don't know many women who would be okay with their husband going on stage and talking about them like that and then hugging another recently widowed woman the way that he did.
It gets even crazier. He doubles down on hating Usha. What a disgusting comment. And it's hardly been the only one along these lines. First off, the question was from a person seemingly to my left about my interfaith marriage. I'm a public figure and people are curious, and I wasn't going to avoid the question. Second, my Christian faith tells me the gospel is true and is good for human beings. My wife, as I said at the Turning Point USA event, is the most amazing blessing I have in my life. She herself encouraged me to re-engage with my faith many years ago. She is not a Christian and has no plans to convert, but like many people in an interfaith marriage or any interfaith relationship, I hope she may one day see things as I do. Regardless, I'll continue to love and support her, even though she's a lesser being, because not only is she Indian, but also she's Hindu. Oh my God. Like, literally, that's read between the lines. When a Christian person says that, that's what they mean. Okay. When a Christian person is like, oh, she's going to hell, that's what he's saying. And I don't think JD Vance believes that, for the record, but that is the value that he is reinforcing here. Okay. If you are a real one, if you're a real Christian, like that's what you believe. She's, yeah, bless your heart, bless her heart, you know, bless her heart. But the mother of my children is going to hell. This is the vice he is signaling. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's crazy. I hope she may one day see things as I do, regardless, or else she's going to hell. Okay. With the rest of the demons who do not convert to Christianity. Regardless, I'll continue to love and support her and talk to her about her faith and life and everything else because she's my wife. I'm going to keep debating her. I'm going to debate her into converting into Christianity. The fingers in his hair, Jesus. Yes. Yes. Brother, that don't look right. Am I reading too much into it? Am I crazy? Also, hand on the waist. Are we for real right now? Hand on the waist? Hello, this is bad, brother. Yeah, and then she also said, no one will replace my husband except for JD Vance. Hey, yo, dude. Nah, my girl would have words for me if I let another girl do that. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, third, posts like this reek of anti-Christian bigotry. Yes, Christians have beliefs. And yes, those beliefs have many consequences. One of which is that we want to share them with other people. That is a completely normal thing. And anyone who's telling you otherwise has an agenda. Zaid Shalani, I sympathize with your sentiments, but isn't it true Usha comes from a religious family? I don't think they're agnostic, as you said. Thanks for responding. I'm glad you're on guard against Christian bigotry for me, one of the most active Canadian advocates for Christians here and abroad. Have you been able to detect any anti-Christian bigotry from Tucker Carlson? Like him calling Christian Zionists a virus? At TPUSA, you were asked about Judaism openly persecuting our religion. Oh, Ezra Levant is big mad. Okay, remember, Ezra Levant, I believe, is Jewish. He is also a Nazi. Now, what's really interesting about Ezra Levant is that not only is he Jewish, but also a Nazi, he also has highlighted a lot of straight up Nazi sentiment in Canada. Many such cases, okay? What's really interesting about this is that right now, David Horowitz, rest in piss, he's dead already. But if he was alive, and Ben Shapiro and Ezra Levant and the entire contingency of ultra conservative, Nazi aligned Jews are freaking the out because for some weird reason they thought that they could lean into the great replacement theories about how white people are being replaced by black and brown people, all this stuff, without the very same people that believe that inevitably tying it back to the Jews as they did so historically. Okay, because that's what it is at the end of the day. So all of these guys who have created robust networks of propaganda, thinking that there was an unlimited alliance with the fascists that would never turn on them on the basis of Judaism, are currently facing the repercussions. They're currently experiencing something that they thought never would happen. That if you touch a hot stove, your hand is going to burn. And these guys didn't just touch the hot stove. They lit it on fire. They turned the heat up. They danced around it. Because remember, one of the most prominent anti-Semitic, anti-Israel voices right now in the United States of America is a woman by the name of Candace Owens. Candace Owens is anti-black, anti-brown, and also anti-Semitic. All of these things are things that Candace Owens was saying. Candace Owens is the invention of David Horowitz, another Islamophobic, ultra-conservative Jewish person, and also Ben Shapiro, and Charlie Kirk too, but definitely Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens when he knew that she was anti-Semitic. Ben Shapiro had to fire Candace Owens because not only was she anti-Semitic, but she was also anti-Israel. And these guys thought that they could just, have people say a ton of anti-Semitic as long as they were pro-Israel. And now the true metric of being a real based right-wing groyper is to both be anti-Semitic and also anti-Israel. So they're cooked. This is where we're at now. Something that I have said for years, by the way.
You are married to a woman who is not Christian. In her Wikipedia, I just looked that up. I wanted to know what her faith was. I didn't know this before. But she still calls herself Hindu. You are raising three kids in interracial, cultural, racial, religious household. How are you maintaining or how are you teaching your kids not to keep your religion ahead of their mother's religion? Or how are you teaching them that your kind, they're that kind who got here just few years or few decades ago is different or is better than your mom's kind who got here just a generation before? How are you balancing that? And when you talk about too many immigrants here, when did you guys decide that number? Why did you sell us a dream? You made us spend our youth.
What do you mean? What the is this question? She's popping off, dude. My queen. Chatters give no grace to someone whose second language is English. Calm down and listen to her words. She's saying you got an Indian wife who's not Christian and you're out here kicking big game about Christian nationalism and how immigrants are bad. Like, how do you educate your children on that? It doesn't make any sense.
So here's the thing. I can believe that the United States should lower its levels of immigration in the future while also respecting that there are people who have come here through lawful immigration pathways that have contributed to the country. But just because one person or 10 people or 100 people came in legally and contributed to the United States of America, does that mean that we're thereby committed to let in 1 million or 10 million or 100 million people a year in the future? No, that's not right. We cannot have, I'll go and finish. We cannot have an immigration policy where what was good for the country 50 or 60 years ago binds the country inevitably for the future. There's too many people who want to come to the United States of America, and my job as vice president is not to look out for the interests of the whole world. It's to look out for the people of the United States. Now,
dog, your wife is Indian, owned. That's it. Do you feel like your wife is here taking advantage of American prosperity, or do you feel like your wife has contributed to American prosperity? That's the question. For white people who are coping about their position in society, that's the problem. Racist people think Indians, Muslims, whatever, brown people, black people, they come into this country and they take advantage of it. That's not the case. That's not the case at all. I would say it's a deep shame that he won't even factor that into his conversation here and use his own personal experience with a loved one to say, like, immigrants make this country gay, because he can't say it. But that is the reality. He's so shameless.
You asked a personal question about our interfaith household. And yes, my wife did not grow up Christian. I think it's fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. You know, everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we decided to raise our kids Christian. Our two oldest kids who go to school, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion about a year ago. That's the way that we have come to our arrangement. But, thank you. My 8-year-old was also very proud of his first communion. Thank you, guys. I'll tell him that Ole Miss wishes him the best. But I think everybody has to have...
It's so fake. When Hundo P, his kids are going to be atheists, dude. What a silly, stupid game we play still in this day and age. Everything that this man does is calculated. He is the biggest brown noser of all time. He will literally farm out his children to advance a talking point. A cynical little weasel.
This own conversation when you're in a marriage. I mean, it's true for friends of mine who are in Protestant and Catholic marriages, friends of mine who are in, atheist and Christian marriages. You just got to talk to the only advice I can give is you just got to talk to the person that God has put you with, and you've got to make those decisions as a family unit. For us, it works out. Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her, and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way. But if she doesn't, then God says everybody has free will, and so that doesn't cause a problem for me. That's something you work out with your friends, with your family, with the person that you love. Again, one of the most important Christian principles is that you respect free will. Usha's closer to the priests who baptized me than maybe I am. They talk about this stuff. My attitude is you figure this stuff out as a family, and you trust in God to have a plan, and you try to follow it as best as you can. And that's what I try to do. I want to make a...
It's so fake. Remember, he's a Yale graduate, pussy-ass libtard. I guess there is some kind of divine punishment at play here, because, you're trying to farm respect from an audience that literally thinks you married someone less than human. So good luck on that front, who think your children are lesser than they are because they're half Indian. You have to really eat a lot of self-respect in that regard. It's probably even harder than doing this whole routine about Christianity and how you found God.
If you ask the question, what is the exact right number of immigrants for the United States to let in? It is just very specific on the context. If you go back to the 1920s, the United States passed an Immigration Reform Act that effectively cut down immigration to close to zero for 40 years in this country. And what happened over those 40 years? The many, many people who had come from many different foreign countries and different foreign cultures, they assimilated into American culture. And there was an expectation that they would assimilate into American culture. I think we have two problems in our immigration system today. And my guess is you're probably a slightly more leftist political persuasion, liberal political persuasion, maybe not. But here's the thing. I remember back in my establishment GOP days, when I was still very early getting involved in Republican politics,
That's literally 2 years ago? You mean 2 years ago when Peter Thiel paid for you to run for Ohio Senate? He makes it seem like he'd been doing this for 20 years. I believe it was 2020, right? Was it the 2020 race where he won his seat? The only Peter Thiel candidate that actually won. Oh, no, it's not even 2022. Not even 2020. Oh, my God. 2022, baby. So yeah, it is literally 3 years ago. I was right. How incredible. His wife married, Usha, my queen, married a guy who wrote a famous book that liberals love to consume about how the white working class are stupid hicks with so much hatred in their hearts that they voted for Donald Trump because they're a bunch of racist, irredeemable, monstrous hicks. And then she had to sit there and watch him go on every neo-Nazi podcast for the next 4 years, only to become the vice president of Donald Trump. Because remember, these are people that are Yale graduated. J.D. Vance called Donald Trump Hitler. They know better. Imagine getting married to a man and having children with a man only to have him turn into a groiper on camera. That's gotta be pathetic. That's awesome. You're like, hey, remember when we were at Yale and we were both woke? What the happened? And he'll obviously present that as serious character development. Dude, here is another instance where it doesn't take much to grift to the right. Here's a guy who literally called Donald Trump Adolf Hitler, alongside RFK Jr., by the way. Here's a guy who spent his entire career getting liberals to give him money, only to turn around and be like, I love Donald Trump, that's it. And everybody is like, oh, that's perfect. He loves Donald Trump. He said it. That's it. There is no version of this on the opposing side. There's no world where you have, I guess you have the rhinos or the never Trump Republicans and stuff, but broadly speaking, I don't think liberals are so easy to trust, and leftists certainly are not easy to trust the person who then turns around and says oh yeah, I know I spent my entire life's work is being a conservative, conservative and working for the Trump administration and all this stuff, only to now turn around and be like, yeah, I'm actually good. And before you say, they brought back motherfucking Cheney, man, and it failed. I mean, with George W. Bush, maybe, but I don't think liberals are as open-minded to this kind of stuff as the Republicans are, is what I'm saying. And the left certainly is not. Oh, let's look at the mindset of the median voter now that we covered some of the patterns in New York. We compiled profiles of American voters and asked people who they think each voted for in the 2024 election. What do you think James voted for? Yeah, the American Survey Center from the American Enterprise Institute. How did Americans vote for in 2024? A lot of you say, I don't game, and you're wrong. Show personal views. Favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Opposes government offering parents vouchers to send their children to private or religious schools or to a public charter school of their choice. Thinks abortion should be illegal in most cases. Who do you think he voted for? Who do you think James voted for? I'm going to say Donald Trump. He's not my favorite person, and I don't believe he's even a great choice for a presidential candidate, but he was significantly better than Kamala Harris. I could never vote for someone who believes in killing unborn babies. Samantha, black female, age 30. Favors the government offering parents vouchers to send their children. I mean, this is Kamala Harris. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days because of the language others use. I voted for Kamala Harris because of her economic policies and plans to support working voters. Yeah. Sarah, AAPI, female. Favors making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Oop. Favors tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or costs and jobs. Thinks abortion, Kamala Harris. Oh, did not vote. Wrong. Joe, Hispanic male, 33. Opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors making use of marijuana legal. Opposes deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. I think I would have said Joe, Hispanic male. Wait, what? Opposes allowing gay and... Wait, what? Opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors making the use of marijuana legal. Opposes deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. That's not Kamala Harris. That's a did not vote, right? I mean, demographic-wise, this is a lock for Donald Trump. But then this is Donald Trump's signature policy. So I'm going to go with Donald Trump. Yep, he's not a politician, but a good businessman. Come on. Come on. Chatters, have you forgotten? Did we forget? Lest you forget. Anyway, let's keep going. Monica, black female, 43, opposes tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or costs jobs. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases, Kamala Harris. Thinks the government today cannot afford to do much to help the needy. Yeah. She was working for the middle class America. She's not rich, and she set out to protect people like me to help build a better future for families. When people are bigots, their bigotry wins over any other social or economic beliefs they have. Wrong. Here's why that's wrong. Are you ready for this? Bigotry is a very important tool in the tool belt of the reactionary, but it's only an important tool in the tool belt of the reactionary if the opposition, in this case, the Democratic Party, is not actually pushing for a comprehensive and, dare I say, radical agenda for economic prosperity. That's it. Because even a racist person is like, well, I need housing, you know? Even a racist person thinks, well, I need healthcare. If one side was just saying, we're going to give everybody housing, we're going to give everybody healthcare. It doesn't matter if you're a racist, doesn't matter if you're a black person, doesn't matter if you're a trans person. That's how you could captivate the largest group of voters. That's it. People in many circumstances turned around and voted for Trump because, you know, they had racist predispositions, but Donald Trump used the economic situation to his advantage to farm the malleable racist masses to think that it was the undocumented Guatemalan that was responsible for the economic hardships that they were experiencing. That is the major responsibility of the Democratic Party, the major failure of the Democratic Party. Demi Charm says, no, voters don't want black people to get anything, so they vote against free programs. This is not wrong. You are not wrong at all. You are absolutely correct. Lee Atwater agrees with you. The difference is, however, the solution, rather, to this argument is universality. Means-tested policies that the Democrats present oftentimes end up disproportionately targeting black people, and that's how you get the dumb hicks who hate black people to say, oh, well, if they cut welfare, they're hurting black people, so I'll vote for that. But if this wasn't means tested, if this was a universal program, then they would go, you know, I hate black people, but also I kind of want a house, you know? So that's it. Means tested programs create enmity for no reason. That's it. That's why you got to say, no, everybody gets health care, even racist people, okay? There's a saying in the South that I'm fond of, a white man will shit his pants if he thinks a black man will have to smell it. Fair, but you can overcome that, is my point. Continue to perpetuate hate and include your racist the downturn, you suck. Wait, what? I think a lot of people fail to consider this is not like a one-stop perfect solution. Like, racism is still going to exist. You can clearly point to like rich people whose material problems have been solved and yet they still want to be racist, right? But the goal here is to make it so that the underlying material harms that create volatility, they create instability, that create enmity are solved. So it's much harder for people to become the well-read and financially successful racists. That is the goal, because ultimately white supremacy is a tool of the capitalists, and the weapon that they wield towards victims of white supremacy is still class warfare. Is there such a thing as well-read racists? Yes, of course. Like wealthy, well-read people can be objectively racist. I mean, look at J.D. Vance. He went to like some of the top institutions in the country. Look at Ben Shapiro. Look at Tucker Carlson. There are a lot of people like that. Anyway, Michael is 24-year-old black male, opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry, opposes tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or cost jobs, thinks too many people are easily offended. Oh, this is Donald Trump voter. I'm black and it don't matter anyway. They do what they want. When it comes to my race in America, we have no choice. God damn, I thought this would be, I was wrong. Anna, white female 26, Trump. Actually, I don't know. We'll see. Favors making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Favors tougher laws and regulation to protect the environment, even if it raises prices or costs jobs. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days over the language that others use. Donald Trump. I voted for him because I didn't think Kamala should have been included in the race. She wasn't in it from the beginning. She was thrown in the last minute when Biden decided to step down. She wasn't the people's choice from the start. Sam, white male 34, favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days. Kamala Harris. I did not like either candidate, but Trump was a huge concern for me and my beliefs so far during his second term. The worries I had about him have been correct. Andrew, white male 38, favors making the use of marijuana legal. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Thinks too many people are easily offended these days over the language that others use. Donald Trump. Now you might be thinking to yourself, why did these two people come up side by side? There's a little bit metagaming here, okay? But I knew I knew just off vibes alone that Sam was a ultra lib and Andrew, on the other hand, was right wing. Now this is randomized, but how did I clock it? The order is random. I know. I just luckily had these two people with the same exact opinions. One voting for Kamala Harris, one voting for Donald Trump. The thing is, this not only speaks to the mindset of the median voter, but this also speaks to the lack of issue-specific messaging on both sides of the aisle, especially on the Democratic Party side. Do you understand? That is the reason why someone can be like, I want legal marijuana and I think Trump will do it. Or I want abortion should be legal in most cases and I don't think Trump is anti-abortion. Daniel, black male 31, favors making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Favors deporting all immigrants who are living in... By the way, this one sucks because this doesn't mean anything. As a matter of fact, many of these don't mean anything, especially because the reflection or the weight that people place on these opinions is wrong. And also the assessment that they're making on which candidate favors these policy provisions over the next is also wrong. That's why it's meaningless. Do you understand? And Daniel is lying about porn. Favors deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Donald Trump. The economy and immigration were my reasons for voting for Donald Trump. Easy. John, white male 30, opposes making it more difficult to access pornography on the internet. Favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. Thinks abortion should be illegal in most cases. That's the Donald Trump voter. This is a crazy one because he's a gooner. He's a gooner who wants gay and lesbians to marry, but wants mass deportation and wants abortion to be illegal. Yeah. He's not a career politician. He's a successful businessman. The country should be run like a business. Easy lock. Dumbest guy out there. I hate that argument. Jessica, white female 32, opposes deporting all immigrants who are living in the U.S. illegally back to their home country. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Thinks the government should do more to help needy. Oh, Kamala Harris. I didn't have increasingly strong feelings about her as a candidate, but for me, the very real and dangerous cons of Donald Trump being president outweighed any other factor. Isabella, Hispanic female 33, opposes allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry. So anti-gay and lesbian marriage. Favors mass deportation. Isabella, who is Hispanic herself, thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. This is a tricky one. Demographically speaking, this could go either way, but weighs in Trump's favor to a certain degree. The abortion one is not a goner for Trump, though. That's the point. Like, clearly, if I'm gonna go crazy with it, I'm gonna say did not vote. It was Trump. Most important reason is because immigrants coming to America getting all the help and others that have been here never got nothing. Antonio, Hispanic male, 45, opposes the government offering parents vouchers to send their children to private religious schools, opposes deporting all immigrants living in the U.S. illegally, thinks the government should do more to help. Oh, Kamala Harris. What? I voted Trump out of support for Israel in the Second Amendment? Antonio, what the heliante? Are you what? I'm done. I'm done. It's over. I'm done. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Is this Antonio Brown? Pump fake so hard. I'm literally in orbit. Okay. I'm on a spaceship. I'm on a motherfucking spaceship, dude. I'm actually out of orbit. You fell for the Wemby pump fake, brother. This is, I mean, he pumped it so hard. Can you even call this a pump fake? This is like, you need to study this man's mind. You need to capture Antonio and just relinquish control to the medical community, because I don't understand how you have these opinions and then go, well, guess what? Donald Trump is strong for Israel. I got CTE from his CTE induced conditions. Sadie, white female, 25. Favors allowing gay and lesbian couples to marry legally. Favors tougher laws and regulations to protect the environment, even if it raises the price of cost of jobs. Thinks abortion should be legal in most cases. Kamala Harris, or did not vote. What? America needs a change for the better of our economy. I cannot afford to live. I'm tired of financially struggling no matter what we do. What the hell? Oh my God. Sophia, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. That's 3 L's in a row. I'm done. How is this possible? Sophia opposes allowing anti-gay marriage, opposes anti-mass deportation, thinks people need to be more careful about the language they use to avoid offending people. Okay, dude. I mean, this is ridiculous. It also has to be Kamala Harris, but it's a pump fake, and it's actually going to be Donald Trump again, right? Or didn't vote. Yeah, there it is. I didn't believe either candidate was right for the job, and I didn't feel putting my name behind either one of them. God damn, dude. I got 5 wrong. You correctly guessed 11 out of 16. Yeah, no, this is real. This is real. This is real. Yeah, we taught this chimpanzee to understand the median voters' politics, and he hanged himself.
Through 6 days of early voting, turnout is running more than 4 times what we saw 4 years ago. So turnout really has been the story so far. Early voting will...
Controversial, crazy lock with very little evidence-based, beyond vibes. Are you ready? I think the older voter turnout is also going to favor Zohran Mamdani. Not like by massive margins or anything, but I think there are a lot more older people that are turning out for Mamdani than we think. I think that there are aunties and unks that have never been successfully polled or correctly polled in previous elections due to their lack of performance, especially on the Asian demographics. I have a suspicion that not only do I think Zohran's going to win, but I think it's going to be, inshallah, over 50% of the vote.
Last weekend of the political battle over who will be the next mayor of New York. The 3 candidates verbally jousting with their opponents and trying to convince those who haven't yet used early voting to vote for them. Especially tight group of voters, those over the age of 45. A dead heat right now in that category between Mamdani and Cuomo. Should be an interesting weekend to be sure. Here's NJ Burkett.
Zohran Mamdani tried his hand at Tai Chi with seniors on the Lower East Side, continuing his attempt to reach out to older voters.
Now is the time to deliver an affordability agenda for seniors who are being pushed out of the city they call home.
When it comes to seniors and middle-aged New Yorkers, Mamdani is essentially tied with Andrew Cuomo among voters the former governor desperately needs. A major finding in the Marist poll that shows Mamdani with a big lead overall. Cuomo campaigned with conservative Russian immigrants in Brighton Beach. Among them, Inna Vernikov, a Republican city councilwoman who's no longer endorsing Curtis Sliwa.
You see what I'm saying? That they're in a deadlock in and of itself. And the one demographic that Andrew Cuomo has to do LeBron numbers on makes me feel like it's actually better for Zohran than we even think. It makes me feel somewhat vibes based, but it makes me feel like the plus 55, maybe even probably not plus 65, but the plus 55 is going to surprise people. Because right now, when you look at some of the past poll performance, the plus 55 is like Andrew Cuomo margin within the margin of error over Zoran, right? That's what it shows. But I think it's actually better for Zoran than we think. I think Zoran's going to win plus 55. And I think a part of that is going to be from the unks and aunties. The Muslim unks and aunties are going to come out in ways that they normally don't.
Goal right now is to beat Mamdani. And in this election, the only one who could beat Mamdani is Governor Andrew Cuomo.
What I'm trying to do is put together a coalition of Democrats, Republicans, independents, to really come together and let's say we are New Yorkers first. And this is an existential threat to New York City.
A super PAC supporting Cuomo is running this bleak ad.
But right now, New York is being torn apart. Zohran Mamdani's socialist agenda would make it worse.
And Cuomo himself is posting this cartoon in social media. Sliwa today ridiculed both men. Mamdani, he said, will bleed the city's taxpayers.
He is clearly Dracula, the vampire, and we see Andrew Cuomo is clearly the political zombie who's come back from the dead.
I love when you describe the meme. That's awesome.
Given the state of the race, do you think Kung Fu would have been better?
I continue to be confident, but will never get complacent.
The fact is, Mamdani may be more worried now about complacency than Cuomo, especially when it comes to his youngest voters. At City Hall, NJ Burkett, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
This Sunday, I'm running. We're all running to do something that's never been done before. To set a new record, to enter the history books. Just not at the marathon, because my 12-minute, 54-second mile is... We're gonna do it at the doors. The current record for the most doors knocked in a single day in New York history was 200,000. That wasn't by one campaign. It was by every campaign up and down the ballot across the entirety of the state. We want to shatter that record this Sunday, right here across the 5 boroughs. With all 3,500 volunteers have already signed up for shifts. With 3,000 more, we could do what's never been done. So
the gamifying the campaign stuff, like the get out the vote initiatives and gamifying of like canvassing operations is so brilliant. You know, I'm not a nerd that cares about stuff like this that much, but god damn, it's smart. These are brilliant get out the vote initiatives, man. I feel like that aspect of the team doesn't get as much recognition because like everyone focuses on the media side. And the media side is great. This is a real stars are aligning moment, honestly. Great fucking canvas operation, great social media, charismatic candidate, and all of it is centered around a phenomenal policy platform. I think people are going to try to redo this route, regardless of their ideological convictions, for campaigns all across the country. And you will see many hilarious failures from establishment Democrats that are like 854 years old that try to do similar things and fail spectacularly. But I think this is a dramatic, game-changing campaign. Wait, what is this? Cuomo has stopped naming you. Yesterday on ABC, he referred to you as a colleague. He doesn't want people to Google you anymore. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Bro, he was giving me a new audience every day. What happened? Is it because people were Googling Hasan Piker and then the shit that was coming up was like a New York Times profile? Is that why? Leading people to perhaps not consider me to be this ever-present danger to New York?
You have to be very careful as a leader not to inflame divisions. So he calls the NYPD, for example, racist and wicked and corrupt. President Barack Obama, evil and a liar. He won't denounce globalized intifada, which is kill Jewish people. We have the largest Jewish population in New York outside of Israel. And these are very inflammatory remarks. He has a colleague who he associates with that says, America deserved 9/11.
It seems more like he's modulating his message for the ABC Normie audience by not naming you. No, it's partially because it's easier for him to say, as a colleague who said America deserved 9/11, than it is to say Hasan Piker, an unknown entity, that if people actually search, they will find out is not this like dangerous radical by mainstream outlets. You know what I mean? Because like, remember, old people old people are going to look this up and they're going to look at like the New York Times or some shit. And when they look at the New York Times, they're going to see me like be talked about as in positive terms. Yeah. Or on GQ or on any number of different like mainstream media outlet.
America deserved 9/11. Two New Yorkers who we lost 3,000 people on 9/11, 150,000 people suffering from 9/11 related illness. That is a terrible thing to say, you know. That's what I'm referring to when I say he doesn't get the New York value system.
On a recent radio show, you brought up 9/11. What if another 9/11, God forbid, were to happen on Mamdani?
Look, Andrew Cuomo constantly hitting that line was so unimaginably dumb that he had to drop it. And I guess it's like better for him to just be like, oh, he's a colleague that said this. But even then, he cooked himself because he went on the conservative Sid Rosenberg's radio show like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, where he said Zoran is going to, or 2 weeks ago, where he says Zoran, like he agreed with the statement that his conservative show host said that Zoran would actually cheer on another 9/11. It's over. After that point, you can't bring up 9/11. It's over at that point. Like, you're cooked. Everyone in the media is going to be like, okay, you're bringing up 9/11, but like you're saying Zoran would cheer on 9/11. So then his argument is, oh, well, don't hold me responsible for what my host says. Okay, then why are you holding Zoran responsible for a media hit that he did when he was polling at 5% with a progressive Twitch streamer that didn't bring up 9/11 at all? Cuomo created his own dumbass 9/11 scandal, so it's just like cooked him even harder.
Watch. The radio host then said he would cheer. You responded and chuckled and later said you didn't take it so seriously at that time. But how do you respond to the Muslim New Yorkers who were offended by that and described that your reaction as Islamophobic?
Well, the Muslim community didn't say that. I was just endorsed by major leaders of the Muslim community.
We're now 5 days from Election Day and the biggest mayoral.
Didn't you say 2 days ago that you're not going to New York before China? I was planning on not going to New York before China because I have so many different... I have so many days where I'm away from home and I hate that, but I reconsidered it because I feel like it's an important moment in history to be a part of. But bro said I want to be in the photo law. No, dude, I don't give a about that. You're so stupid. How is this hard to comprehend? It's like a historically important moment where you're electing only the second socialist mayor of New York, and this community, myself included, played a pretty formative role in that. I am such an on-camera monkey for all of you. I swear to God, where it's like I can't have any sort of real human feelings about any sense of accomplishment without motherfuckers immediately being like, ah, yeah, dude. It's just so lame. Yesterday, Chaz said that lately you're being brought up on daily federal record. This is not to insist on the Joe Rogan or the left stuff or anything, but it is clear you're becoming some kind of critical point. Even when you repeatedly say you are not, what now? Or do you disagree? It's becoming harder and harder for me to disagree with that sentiment. The problem is the more attention there is on me as like a fixture of left politics in this country, the more annoying the left gets, the more annoying the right wing gets, the far right gets. The only people that actually look at that and listen positively are unironically liberals, as a matter of fact. Not the liberal content creators who have their own sense of anger and resentment towards whatever kind of success, whatever kind of modest success I've been able to cultivate here. But I'm talking like the actual Barbers and the Debras. Like, they see stuff like that and they go, oh, a handsome young man. Let's tune in. Let's see what his opinions are. Having said that, however, it has increased. The attacks have increased fairly aggressively, and it sucks, especially because there is no left support system. There is some. There are those, you know them. You know, Michael from Pennsylvania is in the chat right now. But the unfortunate reality is that there is no robust support network for things like this. When you get singled out like this, you just kind of are on your own. You have some friends, they will defend you, but there is no like major, there is never going to be any major sea of support. And anyone and everyone that comes out, even in defense of someone like myself, against ridiculous attacks, smears, slander, whatsoever, they will also be punished ruthlessly. Like, they will be smeared as well. Like, there is a very threatening environment for those who dare to speak out against the wave of right-wing sentiment on the internet. Or at least that's what it feels like. But that's also precisely the reason why I love being outside. I love being around normal people. I love being around others who are not as extremely online, because I am reminded over and over again that in the real world, none of these considerations take place. Like, it's not a real consideration at all. And that's precisely the reason why, or at least that's partially the reason why I chose to go to the Election Day event.
Well, earlier today, I spoke with the Democratic nominee, New York Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani. Recently, you heard President Trump suggest he's going to withhold federal funding, possibly send in National Guard troops if you're elected. Andrew Cuomo has kind of amplified that. What do you say to New Yorkers who say, is this worth the hassle of losing perhaps?
That's a crazy way to start this interview. That is okay, bro. I thought he didn't take such a Vanderbilt-ass position from the start. I thought he would have been somewhat woke. Nope. He just straight up said, hey, I know the president is doing something unprecedented by trying to change the outcome of a local election in the state of New York. But don't you think there's some validity? Let me advance a cynical pattern. It's understandable that you bring that up, right? But that's not how you're supposed to bring that up. You would probably bring that up by being like, how much has this very obvious electioneering impacted your own personal confidence in the race? Something along those lines. You know what I mean? Not don't you think New Yorkers should be concerned that if you become president of socialism, then the president of capitalism will come and kill New Yorkers? That's crazy.
A lot of money in federal funding if you become the mayor.
We're already seeing this as a reality with Eric Adams as the mayor, right? The federal administration took $80 million out of city coffers. They suspended $50 million for our city schools. And then they threatened to withhold $18 billion in infrastructure grants. And the most effective way to push back on his threats is to actually name them for what they are and then use every tool at your disposal to take them on.
So what do you do if he decides? I mean, we already saw there was an ICE action on Canal Street. They said they were targeting undocumented immigrants who were, selling counterfeit bags, which on Canal Street is kind of, there's a long history of that, obviously. What do you do?
Yeah, I think this is an example of what is unacceptable in this country. I think the first thing that you do is you close the door that Eric Adams opened to the NYPD doing civil immigration enforcement. He said that on national television. The second thing you do...
So you would not allow the New York Police Department to engage or to cooperate with ICE or DHS?
Not in civil immigration enforcement.
Yep. That's in the law, by the way, Anderson. That's the law. That's not just the state law. That's the city law, too. Just because Eric Adams had his literal freedom dangled in front of him to allow this to happen doesn't mean that anyone else who doesn't have those same circumstances is going to continue it. It's bullshit. This is so against the grain and so new and unique that Donald Trump and his Department of Justice had to use the existing criminal investigation into Eric Adams and his potential freedom to literally get this done. And Eric Adams has actually been in violation of the law to actually allow the NYPD to work alongside ICE.
We have sanctuary city laws where we've made very, very clear that for a set of serious crimes, there is coordination with the federal administration. But anything beyond that, I think 172 crimes that are listed, that is something for the NYPD to focus on purely right here in New York City.
Leading Republicans are trying to make you, in some ways, the new face of the Democratic Party. I'm sure you heard what Speaker Mike Johnson said. He essentially blamed you, at least indirectly, for the ongoing government shutdown. I just want to play what he said.
They're worried about the radical left base that is rising in the Democrat Party, and some of the leading politicians here, including the two New Yorkers who run both chambers, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, are afraid they're going to get a challenge from
By the way, I don't think these guys understand what kind of promotion this does for Zohran Mamdani, because the liberal wine moms that are watching CNN are thinking, oh my God, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are actually doing something, and I like it, right? And then now you have the leader of the opposition saying they are motivated to do something that you like, if you're a liberal wine mom, a Barbara and a Deborah, because of this brown boy. That is massive national recognition for the Democratic base. And there is some truth to it. I mean, obviously, that's not the entire reason. Liberals have been very pissed off. Liberals have been very pissed off about this situation for a while now, the inaction from the institutional Dems. So Zoran is just another example of what could happen. You know, if there is some ambition, what could happen if you have a little bit of dynamism, right? So like that definitely helps. But the resistance, liberals wanted the resistance way before this. So when you, leader of the opposition, put the blame on Zoran, that looks really good. Oh, I saw this on Unholy Podcast. Friedland asked Hillary Clinton if she'd vote for Zoran Mamdani. Oh, hell yeah. They want Zoran to win. This is what you do. Let's finish this video, but after that, we'll look at Hillary Clinton doing an anti-endorsement, which, by the way, is better than a Hillary Clinton endorsement because we all know Hillary Clinton endorsement is a death sentence for a campaign. No matter how popular you might be, your campaign will fall apart if you get that not so coveted Hillary Clinton endorsement. Let me tell you something, okay? That is exciting stuff. That is exciting stuff. Love to see it, folks. Bill Kristol endorsing Zoran Mamdani. Oh, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Bill Kristol has become unimaginably woke. I don't think you guys have been paying attention to Bill Kristol. It's been very strange, and I hate to admit it, but if you look at Bill Kristol's takes, no, not Billy Kristol, no, the war criminal, Bill Kristol, has outflanked the Democratic Party on like 11 different visible points. I think he said stuff like abolish ICE. Like he is out of control. I don't talk about it too much because he's like obviously a war criminal, but he's gotten so incredibly woke. It blows my mind, dude. I will keep it $1.50. If you were to tell me in like 2013 that Matt Taibbi would be against a socialist anti-corruption mayor and Bill Kristol would be for him, I'd be like, you're the dumbest person on the planet. Like, shut the fuck up. I'd be like, what are you talking about? Matt Taibbi? Matt Taibbi. You're telling me Matt Taibbi, who is Mr. Goldman Sachs tentacles, like that Matt Taibbi would be against a socialist mayor in New York. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, all right, let's finish this. Thank God.
A Mamdani-like candidate. And so they have to show a fight, and that's what this is about. The only reason they did it right now is because they're afraid of the rise of the far-left Marxists in their party, and they have to show them that they're going to fight. And real people are hurting during this political game, this showmanship.
Do you believe National Democrats are afraid of you and Schumer has not endorsed you?
I believe the National Democrats are holding the line right now to actually call the question on the Trump administration, which ran a presidential campaign on the premise of cheaper groceries and is now using the power that they won to make it even harder to afford those groceries. And to hear someone try and pin this on me when what we've actually seen is that Americans just want their health care. They just want to be able to afford their groceries, their day-to-day lives. It shows how out of touch the Republican Party is.
There's a clip.
Bro. Even daggers Anderson's throwing his way turned into fucking lobs for an alley-oop. God damn, he's good.
You that's gone viral from 2023, just 2 years ago. You were speaking to the Democratic Socialists of America. You talked about the importance of international solidarity, and this is what you said.
Oh God, oh God.
And I think that for anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyperlocal. We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck.
Yeah. Only interviewed him for less than 4 minutes and still managed to shoehorn a question related to Israel. Lol. That interview was edited like Jeffrey Epstein's prison video, blaming the government shutdown on a New York City mayoral candidate. Lol. This interview is so short, it feels like CNN felt obligated to do it. Looks like Anderson Cooper is less interested in Mamdani's answers, more interested in labeling him in a certain way. CNN is promoting the billionaires on Andrew Cuomo's agenda. Mamdani's great. Horrible interview by Cooper. Anderson Cooper AIPAC is fascinating. Any form of leadership in the U.S. appears to require loyalty to Israel. Nice try, CNN. So you had him on for 30 seconds to try and humiliate him. It's over. And no one cares about this last-minute hit job. Props to Mamdani for standing his ground. Absolute trash journalism. God damn. Oh, this is the end of the interview that was uploaded as a short? Okay.
It's been laced by the IDF. Right? We have to make, not specifically that example all the time, but just to say that for working class people who have very little time, who have so many stresses, who are under so many pressures, there isn't that much time for symbolism We have to make it materially connected to their life.
Because it's true. Because it's literally true, by the way. And everyone I've seen, I mean, this is always, as it pertains to Israel, this is the meta, this is the method. But everyone just goes, oh, this is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitic, sweetie. And it's like, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that it's anti-Semitic? It's an objectively true thing that he is talking about. It's just so funny that, like, everyone, when you want to defend Israel and you know Israel's done a lot of shit, you just only have one option: anti-Semitism. That's it.
What does that mean? That was just 2 years ago. What does that mean that the boots of the NYPD have been laced by the IDF?
It was a reference to training exercises that have taken place between the NYPD and the IDF, and I've spoken.
Yeah, and not only that, but also all local police departments, the ADL, an Israeli Knesset grant funded. Well, the Canary Mission is Israeli Knesset grant funded. I don't know if the ADL gets what kind of funding from Israel, but we do know it serves Israel. Make no mistake, it is the Apartheid Defense League, has openly promoted that they have brought in a police chief from every single precinct in the United States of America to Israel to get counterterrorism and anti-Semitism, countering anti-Semitism training. Every single major precinct in this country has had a cop that has gone to Israel to get training. This is in the ADL's own documents. They promote it. They talk about it. They say, look how awesome this is. ADL's 2016, promotional material openly says that. I'll take it one step further. Yes, Superman knows a lot about this stuff. Have you not seen the latest Superman movie? Superman is very, very invested in what's going on in Jarampur and Baravia, okay? The Baravian genocide is top of mind. Dude, and just like in the movie, I got a bunch of people typing super shit in the chat. Superman is woke. He's lame. He beats crypto's ass, bro. Superman abuses crypto. Why is nobody talking about super shit beating crypto's ass all the time? Where's crypto? Where's crypto, super shit? Super woke, get the fuck out of here. More than 1,000 senior U.S. police officers have visited Israel. Here's what they learned from Israel's police force and why it's controversial.
So do you still believe that the NYPD is basically working in hand in glove with the IDF?
No, what I've made very clear is those are training exercises that were a concern to me, and what my focus is on working with the NYPD to actually deliver public safety for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And I've made the decision to retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch because of her record in being able to deliver that safety, reducing crime across the 5 boroughs.
That's new. Previously you wouldn't say that you wanted to retain her.
Dude, Anderson Cooper, bro, what the f is this? Dude, this is so contentious, brother. This is crazy, brother. Zoil knows ball. What is this? Oh, that's fire. That's fire. Bish, be quiet. This sleigh is too loud. Oh my God. What a perfect, and I mean perfect cosplay for him. God damn.
You were saying point blank. I mean, she's helpful. She's done a remarkable job, it seems, lowering crime rates.
What I've said throughout the course of the campaign, I think since April, was that I would consider it because I think these decisions are very important. They're ones that you have to actually take your time with.
I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Real pleasure.
Do you have a positive or negative stance with Jessica Tisch? Very negative. Very, very negative. She is the daughter of incredibly wealthy New York financiers and also super fucking pro-Israel, like unimaginably pro-Israel, and also just bad. She's bad at her job. I don't like her. I don't like her at all. I think that is probably, like, her family has given millions of dollars to the Andrew Cuomo super PAC Fix the City. Her family. Yeah, the NYU's Tisch, the Tisch name is such an important name in New York. The NYU School of Arts is named after them. But also, listen, her family has given Andrew Cuomo millions of dollars to pump anti-Zoran ads, which include your boy and Zoran dabbing each other up with the title Google Hasan Piker 9/11. That's the super PAC that her family funded. Welcome to Mamdanistan. Welcome to New Yorkistan. The wokeness and the Sharia is in the air. It's palpable. You can feel it. You can experience it. It is electric. And I felt it last night. As you guys know, we traveled over to the Brooklyn Paramount. And on our travels there, I was legitimately anxious. As you guys know, not very good at hiding that sort of stuff. Not very good at hiding it at all. The reason why I was nervous is because I've been burned before. I have been burned before. We've all been there. If you've been socialist or a leftist for a long enough time, you've been there at the moment of seizing on glory, having it get ripped away from you. So I was not ready to celebrate until the ball dropped. We walked in and we locked in. We had like 90K. That was pretty cool in the chat. A lot of people going crazy. This is cool. Hasan, I'd be swarmed by journalists at the New York City Zohran Mamdani watch party. Things that I said? Yeah, like any of the I regret things that I say, and I regret things that I will say in the future as well. I'm a human being, and I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm not a serious political operative by any metric. If Andrew Cuomo decides to present me as some sort of kingmaker, well, he's wrong. I'm just a regular ass dude. But that's probably the reason why I have 70,000 people watching right now, because people want to hear from regular ass dudes as opposed to more buttoned up commentary folk that don't actually represent the interests of everyday citizens. How many cameras do you think you said Andrew Cuomo to? I don't know, but it's never enough. Hey, you, Andrew Cuomo, suck my dick. Suck my dick, Andrew Cuomo. You bitch. You bitch, you suck. Oh my God. I will keep saying that. Oh my God. Why was Olivia Reingold hovering over you? So that was like a very funny moment as well. The Free Press's very own, the lady who did the terrible John Oliver bit, most notoriously wrote that article about how the Gaza famine is not real, or how, like, you know, actually, Israel isn't just starving able-bodied children. Israel is starving disabled children. Like, remember that banger article that Benjamin Netanyahu posted? The lady that wrote that article for the Free Press was the one who was just like straight up following me around, trying to basically catch me slipping. I don't know. I mean, look at this. Look, and it's so funny that like a lot of people don't think that I'm like aware of this. Of course I'm aware of it, man. I'm not gonna like make a big deal out of it in the moment, but like, of course, she was literally just like behind me, hovering around the whole time. Yeah, of course I knew who she was from the jump. You kidding me? But you have to be courteous to the best of your ability, right? But of course, like there was a point where I think she brought up like another article that she had written about the millionaires leaving New York. And I was like, oh yeah, you wrote that article? I was like, I'm familiar with your other article. Here's the moment. Yeah, I know who you are. Oh, okay. I've seen your work on denying the Gaza famine. Oh, how you doing? Hi. Yeah, but you guys... You did do that, though. Okay, well, anyway, I would love to profile you. You know who I am? For the Free Press? You already have profiled me. You called me the handsome face of terror apologia. Not you, but your outlet did. Which, by the way, I did not have an issue with at all, because they used a handsome photo, so it was cool. Well, anyway, I literally, I put that article on as one of my favorite articles anytime someone asks. I love how familiar you are with the Free Press. I'm a media demon. Of course I'm familiar with the Free Press. I do media. No, I'm not a free presser. I do media criticism as a part of my job. So of course I'm familiar with the Free Press. What? Totally snubbed Amani, who was hella judging the white girl law. That's Amani from Muslim Girl, I believe. Yes, I've known Amani for years, and it was just unfortunate timing for her to be there while that encounter was taking place. But it's so funny because, like, as I was saying hi to her, she immediately recognizes what's going on and she just like peels away. It's pretty funny. Amani's the one in the background. AOC, a possible future president stream snipe you. That's motion. Oh yeah, that was dope. What is this new ticket for 2028? They're everything to me. Yeah, this was a great moment. Always. These are, people don't understand. They keep telling me like, oh, have you seen these ladies? And I'm like, have I seen these ladies? I ride for them. I'm a day one. Oh yeah, New York Post cover today is a banger, and I think they can't even find it in circulation because people have been purchasing it like crazy. On your marks, get set, Zoe, Socialist Mamdani wins race for mayor. And yeah, apparently a banger cover. I need one. I need one. Hasan Abi vindicated. What is this? Oh yeah. Exit polling on young men 18 to 29. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, bitch. Let's go. Oh, plus 40? Plus 40? Oh, we're outside. We are outside, mother. Let's go. Oh, the utter vindication to all of my haters, brother. Oh my lord, the dudes are so back. Oh, the dudes are so back. Ay, ay, ay. There were some very cool moments last night. RIP to all the haters. I know seems like nobody at the event had watched the Context Nuke and wasn't familiar with like, Dogtober 7, Shocktober 7, I guess. Because if you look at like Reddit, if you get your notes from Reddit, you think like, or all the base boosted Twitter accounts, you would assume like, the whole world despises this guy, but it turns out it's not the case. We will mobilize. We will make sure that his agenda, his working class first agenda works. All right, here we go. Yeah.
What's up? How are you?
Good, how are you? Excuse me. Oh my God.
This is insane.
The amount of anxiety that has been lifted off my shoulders.
Yeah, 100%.
I was so worried. I was so worried. It felt like February in Nevada, where you're like, oh my God, is this happening? And then you're like, oh no.
Yeah, is it gonna happen?
Yeah, so I'm so glad. I'm so glad it happened. But listen, you know this better than anybody else. The job is only beginning.
Oh yeah, this is step one.
And look, people keep asking me like, what do you think? Oh, will he be able to get his agenda across? And I'm saying like, look, there are people like myself. We are ready to mobilize to make sure that we apply pressure where pressure is necessary, in terms of showing up, in terms of being loud, in terms of making sure that people understand that there's a generational cope happening in a subreddit right now. What, LSF? Last night's events is unironically the proof that this shit don't matter. Who gives a what a bunch of sweaty Redditors who never leave their goddamn basements think, okay? Years and years of desperate attempts of manufacturing outrage, desperate attempts at smearing me and what I've been trying to do have amounted to obviously nothing. Like, it makes my life worse. It makes things harder. It makes things here. That's true. But ultimately, how can you look at yesterday being surrounded by you guys, a ton of Hasan Abi heads who went out and door knocked and canvassed and was able to play a formative role in successfully bring about change? Like, literally, you have to understand something. People in this community that are already a part of the DSA New York, they went in and they were a part of 100,000 other New Yorkers that phone banked, that canvassed, that door knocked for a Muslim socialist mayor, a Muslim socialist mayoral candidate that was, at the time of our first interaction, polling at 5% in a crowded primary field with no name recognition. You all played a part in history, and there's a reason why there was so much international attention on this as well. Like, there was an incredible amount of attention from other global leaders. And like, this is huge. This is a huge deal. And you guys played a role in it. Every single person that went out and door knocked, every single person that canvassed, like, you did this. Okay. I need you to understand. This is why I always say, like, I am just one dude. I'm nothing, right? I am nothing without this community. I'm nothing without you guys. And I'm nothing without you guys actually going out and doing the work. Okay. I'm just one dude. Don't let anybody take that away from you. We are always ready to mobilize. And we did it. We played a role in this, in history in the making. So we can have a brief moment of respite, and we can actually, breathe for a little bit and celebrate it. Bask in the glory for a brief moment. Obviously, the work is not done, and there are still many mountains to climb, many hurdles to overcome. How concerned were you that the 9/11 comments would negatively affect Zoran's campaign? Honest estimation, I didn't think it was going to work at all, as I told you guys. But you always still have to worry a little bit, because I don't know how racist people are. And like, look, it's not a secret, guys. Like, yes, now that the election is over, we can be open about it. Okay. Yes, of course, I am fairly well connected with not only Zoran, but also the campaign, okay? And yes, of course, I was very deliberately, after the 9/11 stuff blew up, very deliberately standing on the sidelines, okay? Like, it's not, I was doing that on purpose because I was a little worried, no matter what. Unfortunately, there are a lot of very wealthy individuals who clearly consider me to be a significant enough figure to try and disparage as aggressively as they did. I mean, think about it. Michael Bloomberg literally dumped $3.5 million into running that ad, okay? In that very last moment, I didn't want to ever be a burden, right? It's crazy to me how much they spent. The Fix the City stuff, the 22 billionaires that spent 26 million. It was actually crazy. I mean, Sean is right. It's impossible to quantify how badly associating Zoran with Hasan backfired. Literally all he did was make Hasan more popular, and Zoran was completely unaffected. I don't understand. Why are these guys celebrating? They should be worried. They should be worried in my presence, right? They should be frustrated that I'm there. It's so strange. Dave Jesus, I'm no great fan of Trump's, but if you're going to posture that saying someone is disgusting, ugly, nasty is the equivalent of calling for young children to die slow deaths in their mother's arms, then I've misjudged you. Yeah, he's talking about the Jay Jones story. And David says they're not equivalent. You see why Dem got cynical. If Jones had texted that stuff about Mike Pence and protests on January 6th, he'd be walking around with a full pardon. The bar is low now for everybody. Same story in New York. Cuomo endlessly attacking Mamdani for appearing with Hasan Piker as if most people aren't desensitized to a politician going on a podcast who says offensive stuff. And I'd be willing to wager 98% of everyday New Yorkers who saw those attacks regarding Piker had never heard of him, rendering it pointless. People can relate to expensive housing and groceries and transit, not old comments made by a media personality. Only hardcore leftist New Yorkers know. It's just like, it was not going to work. I am not a Nick Fuentes style figure. My national relevance, albeit limited, is not negative. And these guys can try, as they did for the past 2 years, with vicious smears, calling me a dangerous anti-Semite, a terrorist, all this stuff, right? Most people arrived at my position that I was at on Israel. The landscape has changed. The media environment has changed. People's attitude towards like past statements and how relevant they are has changed. Funniest thing I saw was people claiming that you were centering yourself as though Andrew Cuomo did not spend millions on attack ads against you. I know. It would have been much better if I got no mention whatsoever from the super PACs that were on Andrew Cuomo's side or Andrew Cuomo himself. It would have been awesome. I hated that. I don't like that kind of attention. I don't even want to have people feel like there could have been a negative impact. I don't want to feel like I could have had a negative impact. I didn't think that that was going to be the case, but having said that, it obviously didn't work. It's so funny. Anytime something like marginally good happens, it's always so funny that like the dudes whose primary investment into this world is just like attacking me on Reddit and we'll try to find a way to turn it into something silly and stupid. This ain't about you, dog. No, it's not. It's not about me at all. It should have never been about me. That's my point. This is what I said to NBC News.
On next to imagery of the Twin Towers falling.
I mean, he's a racist. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he was. Not only is he incredibly racist for trying to associate his historically significant Muslim mayoral competition as somehow being affiliated with 9/11 in the most like sinister way, which he basically gave the game away on the Sid Rosenberg show when he straight up agreed with Sid Rosenberg that Zoran would cheer on another 9/11. Like this is an unacceptable form of bigotry. It's the type of I even expanded on that. I said it's the type of bigotry that even Donald Trump, regardless of how much bigotry he traffics in, has not entertained. Oh, this was a funny thing too.
You've been a famous fixture in this election campaign.
I know.
How many new followers have you gotten because of Andrew Cuomo?
I don't know, but all the grandparents that are furiously Googling Hasan Piker 9/11, I hope you saw all my meat pics. I posted it for you, Grandma. All the grandmas out there. Meat pics for Grandma. Hasan is holding a press conference at the Zoran victory rally. Jeff is my goat, okay? You know, he's a Politico. Maybe he's not, you know, I thought he would have been more hostile to someone like myself, but he just straight up defended me, if you guys remember. When the Cuomo campaign or the PAC was like, I can't believe he was invited to the Zoran rally as a special guest. And he was like, yeah, he did, as a member of the media. And you know, he should be invited to other events as well as a member of the media. Like, what are you talking about? 70,000 likes on this. Oh, we're so back. Woke is back. Woke Sharia law is back, boys. Woke Sharia law is back, even on Twitter. God damn.
Yo, what happened? Hey, what happened? I thought that 9/11, Hasan loves 9/11. What happened? What happened? I thought that was a successful campaign strategy. What happened? Bitch. Andrew Cuomo, f you. Suck my dick, Andrew Cuomo. Bill smokes crackman, f you. I feel electric. I feel amazing. I feel like being uncompromising in your values, whether it be about touching that third rail of speaking out against Israel, or primarily focusing on affordability in your campaign strategy, turns out very effective. It's something that I know you know. It's something that I have spoken to every fucking Democrat about. Can I curse on some things? I'm sorry. It's something that I've fucking talked about. Every Democrat that's like, oh, why do we keep losing? I'm like, this is why. And now I can just point to Zoran and say, hey, he did it, and he won.
A certain subset of Reddit realizing in real time last night that being chronically online is not the same as real life. This is a reminder to all of you. The noise that comes from Reddit or reactionary spaces online, but even the noise that comes from the campaigns, right? Like, I mean, this became a fixture of Andrew Cuomo's line of attack against Zoran Mamdani, and even then, it was nothing. It was nothing.
I have a text from Jamal where he says, I told you so. That was primary, yeah. Listen, hopefully this is...
Bro, I'm packing this moment up in my mind palace and going back here anytime I feel bad. Anytime I feel bad, I'm going back to this moment. It is very important. It is very important to take the victories that you get. It is very, very important. That is a important part of maintaining that revolutionary optimism that I talk about all the time, right? That is a big part of it.
How do you feel tonight? I don't know how anyone feels today. Like this campaign proves what politics actually is. Rooted in justice. And we got the public advocate. Oh, congratulations. Giovanni Williams is here. We shook up the world. We shook up the world. You were one of the earliest people to endorse.
What a night, man. What a goddamn night.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
As we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered.
A mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum.
Awesome. How can you not feel excited, man?
He's refused to denounce a fellow named Hasan Piker, who was a friend of his, who said, America deserved 9/11. America deserved 9/11. In New York, every New Yorker was traumatized by 9/11. So these are highly inflammatory and divisive comments.
Do you believe, as the council member said, that Mamdani is an anti-Semite and communist?
I don't think the council member said that.
Why is it that you can just say and do whatever you want as long as you are the right flank candidate in any election in the United States of America? Like, what is happening in this planet? You could just be like, I'm right wing. I am more to the right of whoever I'm running against. So you could just do whatever you want in that situation. Because remember, this person lost the Democratic primary and basically stayed in the race because of billionaires begging him to stay in the race because they saw that he would be the only person who could potentially be Zohran Mamdani. They dumped hundreds of millions of dollars at this point into the race to attack Zohran Mamdani. Now, on the one hand, he's running around saying, like, I'm the only real Democrat here, even though the guy who won the Democratic primary is running on the Democratic ticket. I'm the real Democrat. Also, here are all the Republicans who are supporting me. And also, he just keeps smearing every day. Like, that's ridiculous. There are media reporters in the room. They heard the council member say that.
Aside from the fact that he's a communist, an anti-Semite, he has no idea what he's doing.
And then they ask him and he goes, I don't think the council member said that. It's like, brother, you're right next to her. Are your ears covered in wax? What the do you mean?
Governor, now that you were able to hear clearly that she did in fact say that, do you agree with her that Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic and a communist?
Yeah, I didn't hear her referring to him as an anti-Semite. I thought she was referring to him as fostering anti-Semitic sentiment. Mm-hmm. He has said some highly inflammatory things on the campaign trail. And he is a
brother. Give it up. Just say he's anti-Semitic. Why are you still playing this song and dance? I don't even understand it. Like, what? That's a bridge too far. You said he would cheer on 9/11. Like, at this point, just say yes. Yes, you think Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic. Like, even his smearing campaign when he's in front of a CNN anchor is still means tested. Like, he has to take this wishy-washy, mealy-mouthed centrist line. We know how you feel, dog. What do you mean? I'm not saying he's anti-Semitic. I'm simply saying he's done a lot that you could say maybe is fostering anti-Semitic value. Just say he's an anti-Semite, bro. You've been smearing him as a terrorist every dang day. Might as well also say he's an anti-Semite. It's so funny. I just don't get it. I mean, I know I've experienced this nonstop for the past 2 years with people being like, Hasan is a dangerous terrorist. And then when asked, they'll be like, oh, well, I wouldn't say, I think maybe he's just like overlooking the anti-Semitism that's brewing or anything or some like that. And it's like, bro, you just said I was a anti-Semitic terrorist yesterday. What do you mean? I'm just simply fostering an environment where anti-Semitism can manifest. Like, you already took the maximalist line. It's so dumb.
Offended the Jewish community. There is no doubt about that. He refuses to denounce globalize the Intifada, which basically means kill Jewish people. He's refused to denounce a fellow named Hasan, who was a friend of his, who said, America deserved 9/11. America deserved 9/11. In New York, every New Yorker was traumatized by 9/11. So these are highly inflammatory and divisive comments. And he had...
Come on, a little bit of pushback. Like, he has quite literally said he does not agree with both of these statements, okay? The 9/11 one.
I find the comments that Hasan made on 9/11 to be objectionable and reprehensible. And I also think that part of the reason why Democrats are in the situation that we are in, of being a permanent minority in this country, is we are looking only to speak to journalists.
And the Intifada one.
Do you condemn that phrase, globalize the Intifada?
That's not language that I use. The language that I use and the language that I will continue to use to lead this city is that which speaks clearly to my intent, which is an intent grounded in a belief in universal human rights. And ultimately, that's what is the foundation of so much of my politics, the belief that freedom and justice and safety are things that, to have meaning, have to be applied to all people, and that includes Israelis and Palestinians alike.
To be fair, he shouldn't have even done the globalize the Intifada, I condemn it, or anything like that. He shouldn't have done that. Regardless, where is the anchor? Just be like, well, that's not true. He actually did that to your face.
He's made them and he's stuck by them. He refuses to recognize the right of Israel to exist as a Jewish state. So he has been very outspoken.
Let's see what the comments are saying. This man sent over 10,000 seniors to the desk while their family members could not even visit them. I don't know how he can show his face in public. I thought this election was about New York, not about Israel. I'm just confused. So Zoran is running for mayor of New York City and Andrew is running for mayor of Tel Aviv. This dude literally has no policy. His whole agenda is Mamdani is this and that. He has nothing. Cuomo's embarrassing himself. He's failing, but hopefully come in dead last in the race. Nobody wants Andrew Cuomo in New York City. Andrew feels he's entitled to be mayor. Go away and never come back. Jews voted for Zoran over Cuomo in the Democratic primary, by the way. I can't help but notice the dynamic that exists in this race is not dissimilar to one that I'm very used to, which is like, on the one hand, you got motherfuckers who are just like spending every waking moment disparaging you. And then on the other hand, you're just trying to continue pushing on and talk about the things that you care about and try to hopefully get as many people on board that the situation is untenable, unmanageable, unstable, and we have to wake up, we have to lock in, and we have to organize to try and fix some of these problems. It's very interesting. One side has realized that they have no shot at winning, so they will try to disparage the side that is going to win to the best of their ability all the way until the very last moment. I don't think Andrew Cuomo thinks he's going to win this race. I think Andrew Cuomo is doing everything he can to soothe the interests of the billionaires that have given him $100 million by basically being a parasitic force all the way until the very last moment of this race. That's it. Because if he wanted to win, he would probably, at some point, start talking about what he's going to do for New Yorkers. If you were to take his word, the only thing he wants to do for New Yorkers is basically execute Zoran Mamdani at Times Square. That's it. He's a one policy guy. He's like, New Yorkers, you need me to jail Zoran Mamdani. Make me mayor so I can do capital punishment on Zoran Mamdani. That's the only thing I'm standing for. The only thing I care about is Zoran Mamdani going to prison.
So then just to put a point in the question, though, do you believe that he is, as the Congresswoman said, her exact words, an anti-Semite? Do you agree with her?
Yeah, she was a councilwoman. And look, I don't have the power to look into somebody's soul. I don't know if somebody's...
Why is he so afraid of just saying Zoran Mamdani's anti-Semitic when that's his entire campaign? What is going on? This just doesn't make any logical sense. Because on the one hand, he just keeps saying that over and over again. On the other hand, he's like, well, I don't know. What does this take? Is he a terrorist who would cheer on another 9/11 and a real ever-present danger to New Yorkers who are of Jewish descent, Jewish background? Or is he not? Are establishment Democrat picks, like the center-right Democrats, incapable of standing on any position, no matter how much they champion it? Are they only capable of running against candidacies? Just a purely reactionary movement at this point, it seems. Like, this is no different than Kamala Harris being like, like, you have to vote for me because Donald Trump is bad. Like, just talk about what you're going to do for the people. And don't just talk about what you're going to do for the people that are small business owners. Okay. Don't do this whole like $50,000 in tax cuts for small business owners. Like, talk about what you're going to do for the broadest population, for the largest number of Americans. Okay. Not even remotely invested in this at all. Fundamentally misunderstanding the purpose of democracy, the purpose of the democratic process. It's just so ridiculous.
Racist, somebody's a bigot, somebody's anti-Semitic. I know what he has said is highly inflammatory and offensive to the Jewish community. There is no doubt about that. When you say you won't denounce kill all the Jews, that's inflammatory.
Wait, if you think Zohran Mamdani is running around saying kill all the Jews, then he is anti-Semitic, right? You can't be in this world where you think Zohran Mamdani is running around saying that, which he never said, by the way. Like, if you're going to slander the man, go all the way. I don't understand it. What is this? You guys don't understand. I'm going for a reasonable centrism in my Islamophobic campaign attacks. Where on the one hand, I'm claiming falsely that Zohran Mamdani is saying kill all the Jews. But on the other hand, I won't commit to saying he's anti-Semitic. This doesn't even make sense. Like, ironically enough, all people think, their entire takeaway from this campaign, this media hit, is going to be, you make no sense and you're pro-Israel at a time when, you know, the majority is not. The majority is very openly anti-Israel. And also, why the do you keep talking about Israel? Why the do you keep attacking Zohran Mamdani over Israel? Like, Zohran Mamdani is a 34-year-old Muslim socialist. He's an anti-Zionist as well. But you could have hit him on the policies. Even then, it would have probably been a lost cause because none of the things that he is advocating for are impossible to do. They're objectively popular. So you would still be running around talking about how, oh, we can't do these policies that have been done before in New York history. That would still be a bad campaign. But it probably would do better than this.
You were campaigning in Harlem yesterday, and you painted a very bleak picture of what you believe New York City would be with Mamdani as mayor. Here's some of that.
This is about the future of the city of New York. I do not believe the city of New York has a future if Zohran Mamdani is elected mayor.
New York, as you well know, is a very resilient city. It certainly had a future after the horrific 9/11 terror attacks. It had a future after COVID. More than 47,000 people died during the pandemic. Why do you believe specifically that the city itself won't have a future if Mamdani is in fact mayor?
Two reasons.
It's interesting because, like, this is contentious. This is a somewhat contentious interview. This is a target-rich environment for adversarial journalism. Like, it's virtually impossible for any competent CNN anchor to conduct an interview with Andrew Cuomo at this point that doesn't actually try to address some of these inconsistencies, okay? Whereas with Zohran Mamdani, he's run a fairly stainless campaign, right? Not a lot of blemishes there. All of the manufactured outrage points are just mostly ineffective. He's neutralized some of the arguments, and others you don't even need to talk about, right? And even then, adjust this to the Anderson Cooper interview. Anderson Cooper was trying to dagger him on everything. He was like, oh, well, in 2013, you said the NYPD was being trained by the IDF. What did you mean by that? Don't you think it's like anti-Semitic to say such a thing? Like, no, it's not. It's just the truth. It's the truth. The IDF does train at the NYPD and also every other local police department. It's just the truth. Meanwhile, this guy's like, Zohran is an anti-Semite terrorist. He's going to cheer on 9/11. He's devastating. He's so divisive. He's so divisive by being Islam, by being Mohammedan. And they're barely scratching the surface of his inconsistencies and his ridiculous lines of attack. 35 days is the longest running government shutdown, and we are gonna hit it, I think. And that was also under Trump. Pretty cool stuff. And obviously the only reason why it's happening is because the administration refuses to fund ACA subsidies. Open enrollment started today. Can't wait. Yeah. Congress is in recess, I think. So I don't even think that they can actually end this shutdown, even if they wanted to, until next week, until Monday. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think it's gonna pass 35. Donald Trump is going to hit that record, baby. He is the GOAT. You know how it is. Record after record for my GOAT. Winning. I'm on ACA plan in Alabama, single 33-year-old male. My premium is increasing from $100 to $713. Millions of us are about to be uninsured. Yeah. And there's also so many additional consequences of this. If a guy like you, a 33-year-old single male who is less likely to be sick and less likely to actually tap in to the overall insurance pool, then you're just gonna not take the chance. You're gonna be like, all right, I'm just not going to have health insurance. Like, I'm relatively healthy. So when you're taken out of the insurance pool, insurance providers lose their leverage, right? Because that's how insurance works. For those of you who don't understand how insurance works, insurance providers will take a large pool of funds and will basically leverage the healthier population that has bought in to the insurance that never ends up using said insurance against those who are less healthy who have a higher likelihood of using the insurance. This is how you create an insurance pool, right? But when the healthier people are like, well, I'm young, I'm healthy, there is a lower likelihood that I will get sick, so I'm just not going to pay these insane premiums, they pull out. They pull themselves out of the insurance pool, making it even more costly, because then you remain with only people who are the most sick, who desperately need insurance. Therefore, it creates this weird death spiral, right? And that is the major problem with the ACA subsidies. It is obviously a horrible public-private partnership structure that we have designed, not dissimilar to college campuses, not dissimilar to universities and how much their costs have also ballooned over the years. So when Republicans actually look at this structure and say, this system is broken, this system is broken, they're not wrong. It's just that they want to break it further in the wrong direction, in the direction of deregulating the marketplace further, allowing insurance companies to basically offer you junk insurance programs, which kind of already happen, and also maybe even deny coverage to people with pre-existing conditions, because those are the ways that insurance companies can basically eradicate the more costly elements, the more costly patients. That's the system that we have, and that's the issue that we have. They want to continue privatizing insurance even further and make it even worse and more costly, whereas those of us on the left want to make this one singular pool, single-payer healthcare, socialized healthcare, universal healthcare. This is what we want to do, because we understand that it is far cheaper overall to have one major pool that is comprehensive and covers every single American. That way, there is no additional market competition amongst insurance providers. There is no bloated, unimaginably costly middleman that doesn't need to exist. It's the best solution. It's cheaper. It's good policy. It's good politics. People want it. There is consensus, at least in Washington, amongst all the politicians, regardless of their party, regardless of their ideological background, with like some very few exceptions, that insurance as a sector must exist. There has to be a private insurance industry. Very, very dumb, and also incredibly consequential, incredibly bad, and yet this cruel system still remains. As it stands, despite my advocacy for Medicare for all, I still recognize that the Democrats are doing the right thing to, at the very least, offer an immediate Band-Aid solution by pushing the government to continue funding ACA subsidies so that people just don't have a lapse in their coverage, or people don't see a massive increase in their premiums. Because like open enrollment starts, and if you actually just auto sign off on your pre-existing healthcare, you might be paying like 3x without even realizing it on your premiums. In a country where 64% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, okay, and can't pay for $400 in emergency funds, that's the first premium payment that you have to pay that will directly put you into potentially bankruptcy. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It is unimaginably cruel. It is ridiculous. And the Republicans don't even want that. They don't even want the Band-Aid. It's crazy. Democrats and Republicans have put a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, and the Republicans rip the Band-Aid off. And they're like, nah, let the wound get worse.
Democrats demanding Republicans work with them to extend Obamacare subsidies. But Trump and Republicans say they won't negotiate until the government is reopened. The impact snowballing. Air traffic controllers.
My family is truly and genuinely We simply cannot afford new monthly premiums for health insurance. It went up like 45%, like no jokes. It's going to be $1,300 a month starting in January. I have less than 2 weeks to decide if we go without insurance or without food or other necessities. I just don't think this can continue. There is no way that this can continue, okay? Maybe I'm wrong, but this level of instability, this level of inequality, this level of unreasonable pain that the working class are subjected to, it can't continue happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, you see the ways in which the Republicans on the timeline are moving against welfare, right? They're moving against SNAP. They are hitting the racialized like SNAP line super hard. If you notice, they just keep talking about how like black women are irresponsible or have children on purpose with numerous baby daddies just so they can like steal the taxpayer funded EBT and SNAP benefits. This is the most insane. People can't absorb a $400 emergency and they're cutting SNAP for 40 plus million and boosting premiums by far more every single month. This will break the country. Yeah, I don't know where this goes is what I mean. And meanwhile, while all this is happening, Donald Trump is throwing like a roaring 20s Gilded Age ass party. It's crazy. It's crazy.
The FAA blames a shortage of air traffic controllers on the government shutdown. Now, 32 days.
Bro, one of the craziest parts about this is that, like, we've talked about this already so many times, but there has already been a shortage in virtually every single air traffic control tower in the country, okay? And that was before the shutdown. A big part of that problem is because they're just not hiring enough people. And obviously, because they don't have the labor union power, shouts out to Ronald Reagan for that, they can't even fight for it.
With more controllers calling out sick, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warned this week holiday travel could be even worse.
Our traffic will be snarled, right? It'll be
There's already a hiring crisis on the ATC side. And obviously during the shutdown, as I reported, they don't train the new people. So they're basically pushing back. For as long as the shutdown remains, there will be no new trained ATC air traffic controllers. So it's cooked. It diminishes the number of existing air traffic controllers. They're in a lawsuit on denying applicants on race. And this is the other side of the story. There are dummies out here who unironically think that like the air traffic control is actually doing wokeness. Okay. Like they literally believe it. Brother, you need to understand this current administration is launching erroneous lawsuits all the time. Okay. They're launching ridiculous lawsuits to advance their propaganda so that people like you think, well, there's a legitimate case here. At a certain point, you got to realize like it doesn't matter. This is not a real issue of consequence. Okay. There is no world where like people are just like, nah, we're not training whites for air traffic control. Like, don't be ridiculous. Oh, this occurred during the previous administration. Yes, you are right, chatter. Planes are now crashing because of previous administration's woke initiatives. This is the same principle behind the military. People are so dumb. People think that the military has a recruitment crisis, and amidst that recruitment crisis, they've actually lowered standards for woke. No, they've lowered standards for the recruitment crisis so they can recruit more people. Okay? This is the problem. People want super easy to understand narratives, and Republicans have landed on a gold mine. Republicans have landed on a gold mine with this woke. You can just literally look at all of the corrosive elements under capitalism and say, oh, it's just woke and gay. People are just doing it for woke and gay reasons. And then you go, oh yeah, I agree with that. That does seem right to me. Oh, you see this? Ted Cruz is reposting Drew Pavlov, who's like taking clips of me talking to Rhina. Hasan Piker just went full mask off at the Zoran election victory rally, declares it a tragedy the USA defeated the Soviet Union in the Cold War. AOC embraced him on camera just 2 minutes before he said this. Why are these guys still doing this? Like, who is this for, brother? Who's like, wow, we really got to purge these dangerous radicals from our ranks in the party?
Done. What do you think it means that this guy made us a socialist?
Doing it like now, after like every norm in American politics is just shown to be like, no one gives a shit.
The Attorney General, my favorite politician in the country, is the Attorney General
Jonestown
in Virginia, J. Jonah Jameson, baby. Okay,
who? Jay Jones.
Yeah, I love that because that was my biggest lock when we were looking at the text message when they first got released, and I was like, I think liberals are gonna look at this and go, I don't give a. I'm voting for him.
No, you cannot subject them to all this and then be like, why won't you rebuke Jay Jones?
Yeah,
I found out so much great stuff about him these last couple days.
Yeah, 2 bullets in the back of the dome, Jones.
Did you know that he got dinged for doing like 116 in a 70?
Oh yeah.
And he got community service, and his community service that he did was volunteering for his own PAC.
Yeah, respect.
I love him.
Yeah.
I love the guy.
I like that he's also going for attorney general, which is like that's got to be a ding on your stainless reputation as like the top cop. And he's like, nope. Liberals are like, nope. This administration cut our salaries if you're a federal worker, or fired half of the workforce that live in Virginia. And then they've been starving the Virginians for the past month, and also doing, decadent displays of like the Roaring 20s in Mar-a-Lago. And every liberal's like, no, I want Jay Jones.
Yeah.
This is the energy you want to bring to the table.
I can't even. I mean, I can believe that this is a surprise to the right, because I do think that everyone who has won a presidential election for the last 3 years, winning at all is always vindication of doing things the way we want 100% of the time. Whether it's Brandon, whether it's Trump, but especially Trump too. And it started in 2016, but this idea that just like polls are always unconditionally wrong for whatever reason, that comes from either people who like don't read very many polls, or like can't differentiate between like high quality ones and ones. The results 2024 were like pretty in line with most high quality polls, but they have repeated that so much. They probably, going into this, were probably like, it's gonna be like last time. They're all gonna eat shit. We're gonna win again.
Yeah.
Everyone loves this shit.
Yeah, but it's like, you know what this is? This is the same shit that the Republicans are pulling off, even though it's like a little bit different. But it reminds me of like when the Republicans were like, well, we're canceling you because you did it to us, libtard, right?
Yeah.
And they would like try to justify it that way. And now liberals are like, okay, well, you set the table, now dine on this shit. Like, what do you mean? That you can't turn around and like you said earlier, like promote AI slop videos about like random immigrants getting kidnapped and being thrown into a concentration camp, and then turn around and be like, I can't believe this is what they're saying about us. Like, you can't do that. You set the standard, and liberals are responding in the same way. But it is pretty funny because the best part about it, the person who leaked it lost her race.
I love that.
The person who leaked the text messages lost her race to a Democrat, which is awesome. But yeah, they say nice things about everyone, Law. If those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves. Send them out awash in something. Jay Jones. 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Jay, please stop.
I love that. I love these. My favorite thing about these has always been how like the friend is like just trying to give him like an offering.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, I know you're like emotional now or whatever. And he's like, we should kill their friends too. Like he is pot committed.
Yeah, no, he's going crazy mode.
Yeah, and you know that like the day these came out, his chief of staff and everything, they were like, what the Jay? And he was like, what?
No, I do think there's something wrong with him.
He is legitimately a lunatic.
Just like, because you probably shouldn't text something like this to a Republican ever. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, no one has any weak moments or very angry moments, right? And they just like say some that they don't believe or whatever. But like it does kind of, he's the liberal driller.
Yeah, no.
He is.
We could probably place him in Florida.
Yeah.
In that Prius.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, this does show, like, to say this is someone who you know, like, almost has like a political obligation to leak this.
Yeah.
That is the sign of like an insane person.
Yeah. You weren't simply asking questions and you know it. I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy.
That's like a Stalin quote. That's awesome.
Yeah, there isn't. I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in that you meant it. I honestly am questioning a lot today. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes.
He's like... The best thing is like Jennifer. I asked like Spencer, he's a producer on her show, and he grew up in Virginia, and we were like, who the f is Jennifer Gilbert? And he was like, an extremely unimportant like house. You know,
like what was it?
member.
What triggered this? Like, was it? I thought that it was because like there was like a gun violence incident or something, and she was like in opposition to gun control or something. Like that was the story that liberals were trying to put together. This still goes above and beyond.
No, I don't even think it's that.
Like,
it was.
Jay Jones would send Republicans to concentration camps, I think, or like to re-education camps.
Yeah,
he would be on board with that.
I think Jay Jones, American Perone, Mavis Baugh, his lovely wife, the American Evita. I think.
He's John Brown.
He's like he has like the body language of an insane guy.
Yeah, the blood of the tyrant shall water our fields. Like that is like, I'm telling you, every leftist or hammersicle account on Twitter is like, oh, these guys are betraying the revolutionary vanguard because they want fast and free buses or whatever the they're sheepdogging everybody into the Democratic Party. Our movement is over. But then liberals are just like, yeah, we should just start arming every liberal so they can start shooting Republicans. I don't know what the is going on.
I think it would be easy, maybe not easy, but doable to like bring Jay Jones along on some issue, like, you know, hey, you know who have grandkids? all the electric companies. Let's nationalize them. That's like killing them.
Yeah.
You know, let's same thing with all private healthcare in America. I think that is, you could probably get him to go along with like a lot of good things. Yeah, this is a crazy.
Yeah, that is
the look of a nut.
But also, he is black too, which is like extra crazy because like you don't get the same like breathing room in a white electorate if you're also a black guy who said this. You know what I mean? Like white guys, as we've seen from Grant Plattner, can be quirky.
Yeah.
And can sometimes do a little shore leave in Split in Croatia and get a totem cough on their chest, and liberals seemingly don't mind that. But like when you're a black dude on top of that, it's like, that's crazy that they were just like, nah, it's fine.
I'm just like, people of all races like freak out, you know, everyone has their own way of freaking out, but the way he did it, it's like, it reminds me of the way that like an extremely like bullied white nerd does it. You know, where you're like, oh, holy
he does give off a little bit of a school shooter vibe.
But there's a confidence that, I mean, if he didn't win, like, this would still be funny. But the fact that he won makes it hilarious.
So much funnier.
It makes it hilarious, and it makes it like a lot cooler, honestly. Because if you do this and you like each, like, okay, whatever. If you win by 6 points, or however much he won, boy.
Yeah. He had a decisive victory.
Cool. Yeah.
There was a point where he was actually outrunning Abigail Spanberger. Where I was like, that's insane.
I would have given anything for him to beat.
Yeah. What now, Matt Iglesias, with your moderation? It's Jay Jonestown, bitch.
There's another thing we talked about on the episode. There are Jones Trump counties. So there's enough voters. There's like 3 or 4% of voters who are like, kill me. Like, you should kill me and my kids.
No, there was a text. No, I saw someone that was talking about their Mitt Romney parents, like their grandparents, right?
Yeah.
This Republican was crying on the timeline and leaked the text message they had with his Mitt Romney voting family members who were like, they want to kill you. Like, Jay Jones, you voted for him? Like, he said he wants to kill you. And they go, oh, well. It's awesome.
Oh, my God.
They're just like, yeah, if it's not Trump, I'm on board. I don't give a what they're saying.
This blows out Ruben Gallego. Like, I think in a national...
Oh, here it is. My Mitt Romney loving former Republican aunt and uncle already early voted for Jay Jones. Weeks of my gentle and not so gentle persuasion. He said he wants to kill Republicans and their children so he can piss on their graves because that is the only way to enact policy change. And you were like, ooh, that sounds great. Sign me up for that. Oh no, I had no idea.
That's just her trying to get him off the phone.
Yeah.
Like, fuck off. This is, yeah, we're in Jonestown, bitch.
Also, I do love that there's a generational reversal here because normally it's your grandparents that are supposed to try to stay on the phone, and it's supposed to be the younger relatives are like, oh, come on, enough. But the MAGA one is the one who's like, come on, how could you do this? This is awesome. Yeah. Wine moms would rather vote for Pol Pot than a Republican? Yes. No, it's crazy. But I don't think the Democratic Party in general is even remotely interested in doing this. Like the DCCC said that they're going to actually put their finger on the scale of primaries, as though they weren't already, but like they're actively saying they're going to do it. Here's the Axios reporting on it. The DCCC isn't ruling out playing in the Democratic primaries because they're still too worried, I guess, about like their left flank unseating some of the most important Democrats in Congress, like the 88-year-olds.
Yeah, it's too, the circumstances are too good.
Yeah.
Why accept the margins possible in a cost of living election when you can just wheel out a bunch of 87-year-olds?
Yeah, in a vegetative state, propped up by a bunch of upstart staffers who just want to make a political career for themselves.
I mean, hey, we'll see though. I mean, like we've said about Graham Plattner, this is out of our hands.
Oh yeah,
this is totally out of our hands.
Yeah,
this will be a real test of Stupid's theory.
Yeah,
if the DCCC, if they get crushed by like the wave of stupid,
they're gonna have like illiterate, like homeschooled people who are just like, I just want healthcare, man.
Yeah,
and every Democrat's gonna be like, that's my guy. That's the coolest candidate I've ever seen.
I think I am very interested in seeing what happens. Not just with Plattner's election, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But like him in the Senate is fascinating.
Yeah.
That is fascinating.
No, he's gonna, I don't know. I think the more time passes, like I think he had a decent take on like Dick Cheney and stuff. Like he clearly, regardless of his world experience, and there's a lot there.
His employment choices.
Yeah, his employment choices. Like his current political instincts are better than Kamala Harris. So what does that tell you about where the establishment Democrats are? Because Kamala Harris came out and ate on the timeline. I don't even think Barack Obama came out and talked about Dick Cheney. And Barack Obama loves doing that, right?
Yeah.
And even he had the wherewithal to be like, I'm going to sit this one out with Dick Cheney. Kamala Harris was like, oh, Dick Cheney was a wonderful ally, blah, 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 all this and Graham Plattner was like, yeah, he sucks.
I get, like...
What did he say? Let's see what he said.
Graham Plattner here.
Also, this outfit choice is a fire.
He has a great voice.
Yeah, he does.
That's one thing you have to give to the guy.
Yeah.
When Vice President passes, we all take some time to mourn. As a veteran of the Iraq War, I'm going to say, no, not this time. Over the next couple of days, I'm sure there are going to be thousands of think pieces written about his legacy. But the only legacy that we have to remember is that he wasted thousands of young American lives, hundreds of thousands of Iraqi lives, and trillions of dollars for absolutely nothing. If we take anything away from this, it should be that we need to build a politics that keeps the politicians like Susan Collins, who support illegal foreign wars like the one in Iraq, accountable and get them out of office.
Yeah, not bad.
That is, like, please, anybody, like, anybody that says that is gonna run away with it. And it's not new. Barack Obama defeated Hillary Clinton with that. Like, that was it.
Yeah.
It's so fucking annoying that, like, Democrats keep trying to find a way to retriangulate where they're like, well, you know, we should be pro-Iraq war, kind of, at this stage, you know?
The thing that I think is really insane, I mean, you've seen like a billion, like Cory Booker and all these people, they've just like not mentioned Zoran. But of the Democrats that have mentioned him, weirdly enough, Hillary being one of them, it's always like, it's so great to see like new energy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
The thing I think like the biggest takeaway with Zoran, besides Israel, besides the fact that like he had a lot going for him, it was a brilliantly run campaign, and he's as good a communicator as someone can really be.
Yeah.
Israel, the fact that like these people who wanted to vote for Democrat had someone who was not tainted by AIPAC, by Israel, who you know, had the same human reaction they did, but also he never condescended. There were like memes and bullshit around his campaign, but he was never doing them. He was never doing them, and the Democratic style of communication since 2024 has been so weird because it's always like, okay, I'm gonna try to appeal to all the stupid people. Hey, stupid people, do you want to like buy a truck? Vote Democrat, like Ruben Gallego did. And it's like you realize they can hear the thing you're saying before. Like they can see how cynical this is. Maybe not everyone in the world, maybe not every voter in America fully gets the contours of every policy point or everything with Zoran, but they like that he didn't get on his hands and knees and go, I'm gonna put all the money in a cookie jar.
Yeah, or even like, I mean, Zoran's new, so he has that benefit to him. But like when Democrats go back on previous positions that have been established as like the Democratic Party line on immigration, to be like, to turn around and be like I think your assessment on this is really good, where you say like, you look like you got caught doing something bad for no reason, when you go, oopsie, maybe we want to build the wall ourselves actually, and Donald Trump is actually hypocritical. He's not being serious about being the real immigration, the immigrant destroyer. We're the immigrant destroyer party. It's like, no one thinks that. Everyone thinks you lied for the last like 2 decades or 3 decades about how this is a nation of immigrants. And it's also a stupid position, because what do you think is going to happen when the Trump train starts rolling and those train tracks are directly going to concentration camps?
Yeah.
You don't ever want to be caught with your pants down like Chris Murphy did when he was trying to do, even in the beginning of the admin, when he was trying to do that weird triangulation where he was like, Joe Biden actually deported far more migrants than Trump has so far. It's like, oh my God, dude.
And how do you get off that ramp too?
Yeah.
Because if polls shift and it's back to like a 2017 environment, which, you know, that's kind of how some things are trending.
Yeah.
With immigration. How do you then go, okay, we're done with that. That was a fun 2 years.
Yeah.
Where we were so serious about immigration. Don't worry though, we're back to what we were saying the 5 years before that.
Yeah.
It makes you look guilty. It also makes you look kind of insane.
Yeah. And you won't do like, you won't actually do about it either. Just like Joe Biden, who won on an affirmative campaign about migrants in the country and said he was going to have his first 100-day agenda about like amnesty and trying all that stuff, only to quickly cast that aside immediately, almost as fast as he dropped talking about public option. Remember that?
And card check.
Yeah, that was so awesome.
Or I take that back. He would do one video like a year about card check.
He did 0 on public option. He just completely dropped it.
That was so. I remember in 2020 arguing with people about that, and they would go, "Well, a public option isn't good enough," and it's like, you're gonna look me in the face and tell me that Joe Biden's gonna do that? Like, okay.
Yeah. How long do you think this shutdown will last? I am hearing whispers that there are some who are there are some on the Dem side that might cave. I got insider info. I think Cuck's had enough. He doesn't want to fight it anymore, I think. And we shall see. So should we all die? I think it is a terrifying precedent to set that you literally did this whole thing and you got no assurances and then you cave without any assurances. So then what was the point? What was the point then? You're basically training the entire country to know that you got nothing. You got no motion. You got no business. You got no smoke. Your smoke's not loud. Your business are not bad. You have been found devoid of motion. Like, I'm telling you, it's just, I mean, all jokes aside, it's just like, what was the reason for this back and forth, I think is one of the dumbest moments to actually capitulate to the Republicans. Like, I can't think of a mathematically worse moment to do it. Like, one, people do actually find the Republicans accountable for the shutdown for once. So that's number one. Number two, what was this all for if the Republicans could just learn the lesson that, oh, we can just like kill the poor and the Democrats can't do anything about it. And lastly, you're doing this right after the voters actually rewarded you for taking action against the Republicans. They blame the Republicans for the shutdown. If you just stop it without any concessions, then they're gonna blame you for it. They're gonna be like, oh, you idiot, so you did actually shut down the government. Wait, what? Schumer's on the floor now making this offer to end the shutdown. Clean CR. Bipartisan minibus of appropriation bills, 1 year ACA funding extension, bipartisan committee to negotiate on healthcare. There's a reasonable offer that reopens the government, deals with healthcare affordability. I didn't want to say I told you, but it's coming. But I mean, if they do concede on this, if the Republicans at least concede on this stuff, it's like fair. No. It's I mean, I'll look through the details of this, but it's not. This is better than what I suspected would happen. So we shall see.
After so many failed votes, it's clear we need to try something different. What the Senate is doing isn't working for either party and isn't working for the American people. Democrats have said we must address the health care crisis, but Republicans have repeatedly said they won't negotiate to lower the health care costs until the government reopens. So let's find a path to honor both positions. Democrats would like to see an end to this shutdown, and we want to respect Leader Thune's desire not to negotiate on ACA until after the government reopens. Therefore, we'd like to offer a simple proposal that would reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits simultaneously.
Yeah, Republicans have already rejected Democrats' offer to end the shutdown. I think they need to do more. Democrats need to do more as far as like messaging. They need to be everywhere all the time, constantly talking about how the Republicans are dangling the starvation of 40 million Americans as a point of leverage against offering healthcare to tens of millions of Americans. Like, it's crazy. Schumer says this is a reasonable offer. Republicans are almost certain to reject it. 1R just noted that all this does is force Congress to address it around the midterms next year. Dream scenario for Dems to be able to talk about healthcare right before the elections. Yeah. No, it was smart. It's smart because yes, the year long extension literally brings the conversation back to the forefront right before the midterms, and it's like that's not something that Republicans are gonna be on board with, you know. But the answer to that is okay. Then we do an extension, 2 years into the future? Like, their only counter could be, okay, we'll do a longer extension of ACA subsidies. You know? I might be lived up, but conceding is the worst move. Let Republicans kill the filibuster. Dems never will. ACA lapses, and then people hate Trump more. And yeah, but the problem with the ACA lapsing in that situation is, like, you are losing tens of millions of people that previously had healthcare, you know? So there is, like, the cynical operative attitude that people have, but then they also do have to care about making sure that people don't, you know, lapse in their coverage because it's too expensive. You know what I mean? It's this, like, as much as I hate these people, as much as I hate politicians, let's be real. This is a real calculation that they have to make. They're not like sitting around thinking, who cares if people starve? They'll get angry and they'll hate Trump. Like, they do care when people starve. Even from a cynical, shrewd operative perspective, they care, because when people starve, they also start getting mad at them, right? So if there's one group that doesn't care when people starve, is the Republicans. They've made that clear. It's obvious, especially because they're like literally dangling that as a threat, which is crazy. But I do think that like the Democrats are more responsive to that than the Republicans are. What's happening? Since when is Hasan pro politicians? Have I missed something, or he joined the Democratic plan? Yes, I am a ride or die defender of the Democratic Party, and only because I'm in DC, even though I've been backing Chuck Schumer doing this in spite of my overwhelming criticisms against him since the moment that he did it, right? Like, think. I've been on Team Chuck and Team Jeffries day one because this is a demand that I had. This was a demand that I had, and they actually followed through on it, and they have kept up the response so far. Do I think that they're doing the best job messaging around it? No. But clearly, in spite of their bad messaging around it, people do still legitimately blame the Republicans here. Adam Mockler had a good talking point here. Let's see.
Can I just ask, to either of the Republicans on this panel, would you rather see this government shutdown end in Trump's preferred way, which is terminating the filibuster, or Democrats' preferred way, which is extending health care? What do you say?
First of all, I'm not a Republican.
Okay, to be fair, both options seem good to me. If the Republicans concede and they don't pass they don't nuke the filibuster and they concede to the Democrats, then healthcare is funded. If they do actually hit the filibuster, if they do actually destroy the filibuster, then like the entire dynamic of senatorial runs changes. The entire dynamic of the Senate changes.
Sorry. Then what do you
Right.
Then what do you say? I want to see what do you say?
I ran for city council as a Democrat in the city of New York. Lost by 100
Then
votes.
I want to ask you, what do you say about
but
that?
I'm a New Yorker.
Okay, answer my question. Answer my question then. Answer my question.
Please explain the filibuster. No one seems to be doing that. It's just a process method of stopping a bill from passage that needs the supermajority vote. So people just threaten, or the threat of the filibuster is always there, which is why bills don't pass with simple majority, but supermajorities in the Senate.
I'm asking you a question, but this is why we are where we are, because we've become so partisan. We've forgotten about the people who don't put gas in their car. We've forgotten about the people who can't feed their kids. We're more worried about here's why the Democrats are not motivated to settle this, because history will say under Donald Trump, it was the longest government shutdown. So it'll be it'll be now.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
So for them, for the Democrats, it's going to be down on his scorecard. I wish Congress would go home, go to their home districts, and see the people suffering.
You want to know who
and
it is?
then come back to Washington and then make their decisions.
Somebody is, and it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's taking the sides of the Democrats actively. She has talked to her constituents, and she said their health care premiums are about to skyrocket. So, again, one party clearly has the moral high ground. Let me ask the same question. How should the shutdown end? The way that Trump wants it to
It should
end?
end that it always... There's one way it typically has always ended.
Negotiation.
Under Biden.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Biden,
Negotiation.
It always ends with a clean
With
CR.
negotiation.
No. I reject your premise.
Wait, what do you mean you reject the premise? Like, that's not, yes, that's how it ends. Until one side concedes. You're just basically saying Donald Trump has presented two options. One, erodes the filibuster, which a lot of congresspersons, especially on the Republican side, are fearful of, and maybe even many Democrats are, because it makes the Senate unable to pass bills. It basically makes it so that the Senate cannot pass bills. Can you explain why destroying the filibuster, especially in this context, is warranted given the current atmosphere and who's in control? Because there's no other world where this happens. Because the Democrats would never do it. I know Bernie is anti-filibuster repeal. I know. The filibuster is an important part of what the Senate is. Right now, we should maintain the filibuster. Bernie has used the filibuster in the past. And Bernie has defended the filibuster and not eradicating. Yes, the filibuster bill means a bill needs 60 votes instead of 51. Yes. Where do you stand on it? Oh, I'm in favor. Like, if they, as Adam Mockler presents here, if they pass an extension of the ACA and concede on the demands that the Democrats are making, fantastic. That galvanizes the base. That shows that when the Democrats fight, they win. And it's also good for people's health care to be covered. If they abolish the filibuster, that's also good in the long term as well.
Hold on. Donald Trump wants to terminate the filibuster. Democrats want to extend health care credits. Which of these sides would you choose?
I reject that premise.
Okay,
I think the way that...
Yeah, cruelty for cruelty's sake is right. The Trump administration asked a federal appeals court for an emergency pause on federal judges' order to fully fund SNAP benefits this month. It is one of the most insane things I've ever seen, dude. They are actively saying, no, we want to starve people. We want to starve people. And it blows my mind.
Political reasons and ordering the administration to fully distribute SNAP benefits by today. Judge John McConnell saying, quote, people have gone without for too long. Not making payments to them for even another day is simply unacceptable. Vice President J.D. Vance arguing it's not up to the courts to decide.
In the midst of a shutdown, we can't have a federal court telling the president how he has to triage the situation.
Just days ago, the administration had agreed to tap into more than $4.5 billion in emergency funding to partially fund SNAP, which 42 million Americans rely on. The White House insisted those payments would still go out. Even after the president posted on social media, SNAP benefits will...
Bro, this is also such an insane moment because the thing is, like, Trump could have looked like a hero to be like, I saved SNAP, and just lied and was like, I have the contingency funds. I found it. I saved it. The Democrats want to keep going with the shutdown because they want to starve you. Meanwhile, he's just like, nope, I want to purposely look like a villain. I cannot believe it. Every day that goes by, I'm closer to he doesn't want to have elections again because he wants riots that he violently deals with to call a martial law. This doesn't make any sense. I don't know why he's stress testing the system like this.
Even only when the radical left Democrats open up government. The judge pointing to the president's own words, accusing the administration of defying the court's order and causing irreparable harm, saying, quote, the evidence shows that people will go hungry, food pantries will be overburdened, and needless suffering will occur. So the administration does plan to appeal this ruling. Back here on Capitol Hill, the Senate is expected to vote for the 15th time to reopen the government. And even as so many Americans out there are worried about whether or not they're going to receive their benefits, federal workers are going without pay. Right now, lawmakers are still getting their paycheck, even though the House of Representatives has been out of town and out of session for 49 days, Michael.
Yeah, it's embarrassing at this point, Rachel. It really is. Thank you.
Like, I know they want to get rid of SNAP. I know. Not as stress does when he's trying to get the system to fail. It's just like, he's also really annoyed with the whole, like, affordability stuff. Ironically, he campaigned on that and won on that. You know, fixing the prices, making groceries cheaper. And he is actively making it more expensive, both with the tariffs, both with the instability, both with the cuts to subsidies, and also with the cuts to SNAP in general. And it's like, I don't know where he's going with this. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you're seeing hella people experience buyer's remorse right now. Do you think he thinks everyone is rich, Law? Yes. He is surrounded by people who are so far removed from the realities of poverty that he can't even comprehend it, I think.
Airports across the country are bracing for even more flight cancellations and delays.
Oh,
After the FAA announced
I had this experience this morning, by the way. I had the FAA experience, chatters. I flew in from LaGuardia, which is, of course, a smaller airport than JFK. And while we were sitting on the fucking tarmac, I got cooked. We got a 40-minute delay. The problem is, I don't even know how the fuck I'm gonna get back to LA. And then I don't even know how the fuck I'm gonna get to China too. So we shall see.
and will cut 10% of flights at dozens of major airports.
Our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible.
Experts say airlines would be forced to cancel thousands of flights nationwide in the coming days.
What will this mean practically for air travel? Is this going to lead to more flight delays, more cancellations?
Well, I think it's going to lead to more cancellations. We're going to work with the airlines to do this in a systematic way.
ABC News obtaining the list of the 40 airports that will be impacted. From the nation's busiest airport, Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson, to LAX, Dallas, JFK, Miami, Detroit, and DCA here in Washington. Air traffic controllers have been forced to work without pay during the government shutdown, leading to staffing shortages, delays, and ground stops. More than 60,000 TSA workers also missing their paychecks, creating long lines and wait times at security checkpoints.
We're petrified. We are concerned.
At Dulles International Airport, FAA radar technician and union rep Cleverson Schmidt says the strain has reached a breaking point.
So you were already short-staffed.
Correct.
And how much worse has the shutdown made it?
It's exponentially made it worse because we're exhausted now.
And how much does that compromise air safety?
Every day it goes up. That compromise goes up every single day.
Sources say the FAA will start cutting 4% of flights starting tomorrow and ramp up throughout the weekend. The CEO of Frontier Airlines now encouraging passengers to buy backup tickets on separate airlines if they're flying in the next 10 days. Experts warning of massive headaches for travelers.
I'm sorry, what do you mean? Just cancel the flight? Like what? Oh, you want to get back home? Just buy multiple tickets? That's crazy. No, dude, it's up to you to limit the number of flights that you are making available. Like what? What do you mean? Buy backup tickets? What the I hate this country, bro. I swear to God. He said, hey, you want to fly back home? Sorry, gotta buy 2 tickets now instead of 1. What the fuck is wrong with your country? How can the government just choose to shut down? What the fuck is not a real country? What do I say to that? I mean, you're right. It's a clown show, dude. I don't know. Every day that I watch this administration move the way that it does is another day where I'm coming closer and closer to this thing that I otherwise would have considered a conspiracy theory before. But now I think it is the truth. They want riots. I think they want riots. They want riots so they can violently put the riots down so they can do martial law. That's what I think. I genuinely think we're trying to do a riot. Like the admin is trying to push and push and push and push until something takes place, you know, until people say enough is enough and there's mass instability, and then they violently put down said mass instability, and then they use that as a justification for martial law, all of that good stuff. Yeah, they're all moving to fucking military bases, bro. All the Trump administration officials are moving to military bases. I genuinely think they want riots. But what's really interesting is like they've also been so disrespectful to the military as well. So I don't even know how they're going to be actually safe. Because like the American military is very diverse. Sure, they have to follow orders. That's the whole point. But the military is still comprised of the regular demographics of the country. So they're diverse. They got undocumented migrant family members. I don't know why the administration just assumes that they're going to follow along no matter what. Trump refuses to rule out third term. Says, I have the best poll numbers. Nice.
To be able to run and potentially win a third term in 2028. Is that something you'd be willing to challenge the court to be?
Well, I haven't really thought about it. We have some very good people, as you know. But I have the best poll numbers I've ever had. I mean, I just solved 8 wars and a 9th is coming. I believe Russia-Ukraine will happen.
You said that for 2028, they're very good people.
Well, we have great people. Well, I don't have to get into that, but we have one of them standing right here. We have JD, obviously. The vice president is great. I think Marco's great. I think, I'm not sure if anybody would run against us. I think if they ever formed a group, it would be unstoppable. I really do. I believe that. I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, am I not ruling it out? I mean, you'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't.
I don't think they're sweet, man. I don't like when he jokes like that. I don't like it at all. I've seen what this joke leads to. Okay, that's crazy. It's just, I got great numbers. I don't know. You tell me. Maybe I'll run again. Oopsie. I don't think he's joking when he says that. And I think that a lot of liberals are afraid, like a lot of liberals in positions of power, politicians in general, are afraid of saying that this is not a joke because they don't want to come across as like silly if it doesn't happen. But they should be working towards Trump doing this. Okay, they should be trying to set up ways in which they cripple the administration moving in this direction, even if they're not outwardly stating that Donald Trump absolutely is trying to secure a third term or just permanently remain in power.
One theory on how you might try to serve a third term is that you could run as the vice president.
Yeah, I'd be allowed to do that.
Is it the White House or the White House counsel to your legal position?
No, you'd be allowed to do that, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it. I think it's too cute. Yeah, I would rule that out because it's too cute. I think the people wouldn't like that. It's too cute. It's not. It wouldn't be right.
Oh my God. I covered this already, but it bears repeating. Like in terms of Donald Trump's ambitions for continuing for a third term, Steve Bannon basically gave the game away here in this conversation on The Economist.
Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28.
There's a plan.
Yeah. Sammy Gold says, and he's right, the only thing stopping Trump from running for a third term is whether he wants to or not, or whether he's even alive. Nothing else matters. Yes. People who are professionally wrong, Dylan Esper, who is like mind broken by Israel so hard that they're also saying that this is neurotic. I'm starting to admire the Republicans' operation here. They know Trump isn't getting a third term, but they also know they can induce panic among neurotic liberals who refuse to use their brains. Defining leak down, this was a paper handed out to reporters at CPAC this year, urging them to cover an unofficial event on the sidelines. Exclusive, a leaked CPAC press memo shows the third term project hosting a February 20th event titled The Case for Presidential Tenure Reform. They're openly arguing for a constitutional amendment to let Trump serve up to 3 terms, citing unfinished business and continuity. This isn't subtle anymore. It's a blueprint for permanent power. this is from before. Pay close attention to their verbiage surrounding this. This should clue you into the broader picture. First of all, I'm saying that the ambition they have there is real, okay, as opposed to what people are saying could potentially happen. And I also personally think that, like, what Steve Bannon is mentioning here, what they are going to do is, instead of like a constitutional amendment, I think that they are going to say, just like Steve Bannon did, that the Constitution is supposed to vaguely protect the interests of the masses, and they're going to try and turn this into a referendum on whether or not he should serve a third term. And they're going to do it like they did before. In the past, if you recall, they were able to block Supreme Court appointments. They were like, well, you know, let the people decide on who gets to pick the next Supreme Court justice. This is the end of the 8-year term here. This is ridiculous. It's a similar thing that they're going to try and do, which is, once again, oh, well, let the people decide. And of course, I don't believe that the voting at that point will reflect what you understand voting to look like, whether it be with the vote watchers that he wants to place in the state of California and in other blue states, which will obviously actively depress turnout and try to strike fear. I think it's a multiple front agenda where I think that martial law also factors into this to a certain degree, whether by way of a hot war with Venezuela or the entire Latin American continent, the entire South American continent, or whether it be internal strife that escalates to some kind of martial law initiative. There's a definite chance he tries to run for re-election, but I don't think Bannon knows anything at all. He likes to exaggerate what he knows. No, I agree. Bannon likes to self-aggrandize and really beef up his importance. He'll talk to any media figure that presents him as a significant factor in the administration. He greatly overemphasizes his role here, for sure. Having said that, I do believe that there is ambition in the Trump administration to do this. Whether it'll be Steve Bannon and his strategies that play this role, or whether it be the Heritage Foundation and other institutionally important think tanks on the Republican side that play this role, it doesn't matter. But I'm sure there's a legion of lawyers that are actively trying to present this argument, this alternative right now, whichever way they can. The main indication that he might run for a third term is because Steve Bannon keeps talking about it? No, that's not where this comes from. I mean, even this like leaked CPAC memo is a good example of this, that it's not just Steve Bannon. Like, even if this is the Republicans doing it on their own, fake leaking to the media to stir up trouble and chaos and controversy. No, I meant the opposite. Trump said it himself. Oh, yes, exactly. Trump himself is saying it. Yes, that is a major point. Even down to like the 2028 merchandise. Like, they're doing it and they're testing the waters. Your mind is not this liberal brain broken. They're not going to use procedural tomfoolery that uses 12D chess moves. They're going to do something big, stupid, and blunt, then challenge anyone to stop them via courts or Congress. I'm saying that there is nothing more big and blunt than martial law due to internal strife caused by deployment of the military to blue cities, or martial law of some sort due to war, hot war with Venezuela. That's the biggest thing you can do. Yeah, claiming the Venezuelan cartels are here already? No, it goes beyond that. So the way this works is, let's say in a hypothetical situation, you go to war with Venezuela, you go to hot war with Venezuela, then every single Venezuelan that's living on U.S. soil will be driven to internment camps, similar to the Japanese during World War II. But it goes beyond that, because then you can make an argument for every single Latino living on U.S. soil, American citizen and non-citizen alike. Because then it's like, oh, well, we have disloyal enemies living amongst ourselves. And it's not just the Latino population. It would be all political dissidents as well. Oh, well, this is a war. This is serious. And you guys are not taking this seriously. You're actually behaving as spoilers. You're actually engaging in treason. Because remember, conscientious objectors were thrown into prison. People who dissented against involving the United States in World War I, for example, like Eugene Debs, literally was thrown in jail for their participation in the anti-war protests. In times of war, and not the proxy wars that we see, but like in times of all-out warfare, state versus state warfare, and not like the recent history's counterinsurgency battles and proxy wars that are happening overseas, but like direct war with an entire nation state, the government goes completely overboard with what they can get away with at the behest of vague gestures towards national security. Let's take a look at the accountability from the right. Here's what Steve Bannon had to say about Donald Trump running over and over again.
He's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28. And people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But there's a plan. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will, and you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through Zanny and define all those terms.
But you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it.
If the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up?
Well,
would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all. Trump
That's what it sounds like.
He already laid out the roadmap. They're going to find a fake justification for it, and then they're going to say, let the voters decide through principled democracy on whether or not this is constitutionally appropriate or inappropriate. After all, this is the democratic process. And then, due to all of the machinations in play right now, that will not be a real vote. It won't be. There will be overwhelming pressure. They will either fake the numbers or there won't be a real electoral process at all. And then they'll turn around and use that as a justification to say, see, the people decided.
Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's no. I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of tension there.
The only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people, okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started.
He can go by the Turkish route, martial law, referendum, but unlike the Turkish route, he could do a fake referendum.
Through 6 days of early voting, turnout is running more than 4 times what we saw 4 years ago. So turnout really has been the story so far. Early voting will...
Controversial, crazy lock with very little evidence-based beyond vibes. Are you ready? I think the older voter turnout is also going to favor Zohran Mamdani. Not like by massive margins or anything, but I think there are a lot more older people that are turning out for Mamdani than we think. I think that there are aunties and unks that have never been successfully polled or correctly polled in previous elections due to their lack of performance, especially on the Asian demographics. I have a suspicion that not only do I think Zohran's going to win, but I think it's going to be, inshallah, over 50% of the vote.
Last weekend of the political battle over who will be the next mayor of New York. The 3 candidates verbally jousting with their opponents and trying to convince those who haven't yet used early voting to vote for them. An especially tight group of voters, those over the age of 45. A dead heat right now in that category between Mamdani and Cuomo. Should be an interesting weekend to be sure. Here's NJ Burkett.
Zohran Mamdani tried his hand at Tai Chi with seniors on the Lower East Side, continuing his attempt to reach out to older voters.
Now is the time to deliver an affordability agenda for seniors who are being pushed out of the city they call home.
When it comes to seniors and middle-aged New Yorkers, Mamdani is essentially tied with Andrew Cuomo among voters the former governor desperately needs. A major finding in the Marist poll that shows Mamdani with a big lead overall. Cuomo campaigned with conservative Russian immigrants in Brighton Beach. Among them, Inna Vernikov, a Republican city councilwoman who's no longer endorsing Curtis Sliwa.
You see what I'm saying? That they're in a deadlock in and of itself. And the one demographic that Andrew Cuomo has to do LeBron numbers on makes me feel like it's actually better for Zoran than we even think. It makes me feel somewhat vibes based, but it makes me feel like the plus 55, maybe even probably not plus 65, but the plus 55 is going to surprise people. Because right now, when you look at some of the past poll performance, the plus 55 is like Andrew Cuomo margin, within the margin of error over Zoran, right? That's what it shows. But I think it's actually better for Zoran than we think. I think Zoran's going to win plus 55. And I think a part of that is going to be from the unks and aunties. The Muslim unks and aunties are going to come out in ways that they normally don't.
Goal right now is to beat Mamdani. And in this election, the only one who could beat Mamdani is Governor Andrew Cuomo.
What I'm trying to do is put together a coalition of Democrats, Republicans, independents, to really come together and let's say we are New Yorkers first. And this is an existential threat to New York City.
A super PAC supporting Cuomo is running this bleak ad.
But right now, New York is being torn apart. Zohran Mamdani's socialist agenda would make it worse.
And Cuomo himself is posting this cartoon in social media. Sliwa today ridiculed both men. Mamdani, he said, will bleed the city's taxpayers.
He is clearly Dracula, the vampire, and we see Andrew Cuomo is clearly the political zombie who's come back from the dead.
I love when you describe the meme. That's awesome.
Given the state of the race, do you think Kung Fu would have been better?
I continue to be confident, but will never get complacent.
The fact is, Mamdani may be more worried now about complacency than Cuomo, especially when it comes to his youngest voters. At City Hall, NJ Burkett, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
This Sunday, I'm running. We're all running to do something that's never been done before. To set a new record, to enter the history books. Just not at the marathon, because my 12-minute, 54-second mile is... We're gonna do it at the doors. The current record for the most doors knocked in a single day in New York history was 200,000. That wasn't by one campaign. It was by every campaign up and down the ballot across the entirety of the state. We want to shatter that record this Sunday, right here across the 5 boroughs. With all 3,500 volunteers have already signed up for shifts. With 3,000 more, we could do what's never been done. So
the gamifying the campaign stuff, like the get out the vote initiatives and gamifying of like canvassing operations is so brilliant. You know, I'm not a nerd that cares about stuff like this that much, but god damn, it's smart. These are brilliant get out the vote initiatives, man. I feel like that aspect of the team doesn't get as much recognition because like everyone focuses on the media side. And the media side is great. This is a real stars are aligning moment, honestly. Great fucking canvas operation, great social media, charismatic candidate, and all of it is centered around a phenomenal policy platform. I think people are going to try to redo this route, regardless of their ideological convictions, for campaigns all across the country. And you will see many hilarious failures from establishment Democrats that are like 854 years old that try to do similar things and fail spectacularly. But I think this is a dramatic, game-changing campaign. Wait, what is this? Cuomo has stopped naming you. Yesterday on ABC, he referred to you as a colleague. He doesn't want people to Google you anymore. Wait, what happened? Wait, what happened? Bro, he was giving me a new audience every day. What happened? Is it because people were Googling Hasan Piker and then the shit that was coming up was like a New York Times profile? Is that why? Leading people to perhaps not consider me to be this ever-present danger to New York?
You have to be very careful as a leader not to inflame divisions. So he calls the NYPD, for example, racist. and wicked and corrupt. President Barack Obama, evil and a liar. He won't denounce globalized intifada, which is kill Jewish people. We have the largest Jewish population in New York outside of Israel. And these are very inflammatory remarks. He has a colleague who he associates with that says, America deserved 9/11.
It seems more like he's modulating his message for the ABC Normie audience by not naming you. No, it's partially because it's easier for him to say, as a colleague who said America deserved 9/11, than it is to say Hasan Pica, an unknown entity, that if people actually search, they will find out is not this like dangerous and radical by mainstream outlets. You know what I mean? Because like, remember, old people are going to look this up and they're going to look at like the New York Times or some shit. And when they look at the New York Times, they're going to see me like be talked about as in positive terms. Yeah. Or on GQ or on any number of different like mainstream media outlet.
America deserved 9/11. Two New Yorkers who we lost 3,000 people on 9/11, 150,000 people suffering from 9/11 related illness. That is a terrible thing to say, you know. That's what I'm referring to when I say he doesn't get the New York value system.
On a recent radio show, you brought up 9/11. What if another 9/11, God forbid, were to happen on Mamdani?
Look, Andrew Cuomo constantly hitting that line was so unimaginably dumb that he had to drop it. And I guess it's like better for him to just be like, oh, he's a colleague that said this. But even then, he cooked himself because he went on the conservative Sid Rosenberg's radio show like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, where he said Zoran is going to, or 2 weeks ago, where he says Zoran, like he agreed with the statement that his conservative show host said that Zoran would actually cheer on another 9/11. It's over. After that point, you can't bring up 9/11. It's over at that point. Like, you're cooked. Everyone in the media is going to be like, okay, you're bringing up 9/11, but like you're saying Zoran would cheer on 9/11. So then his argument is, oh, well, don't hold me responsible for what my host says. Okay, then why are you holding Zoran responsible for a media hit that he did when he was polling at 5% with a progressive Twitch streamer that didn't bring up 9/11 at all? Cuomo created his own dumbass 9/11 scandal, so it's just like cooked him even harder.
Watch. The radio host then said he would cheer. You responded and chuckled and later said you didn't take it so seriously at that time. But how do you respond to the Muslim New Yorkers who were offended by that and described that your reaction as Islamophobic?
Well, the Muslim community didn't say that. I was just endorsed by major leaders of the Muslim community.
We're now 5 days from Election Day and the biggest mayoral.
Didn't you say 2 days ago that you're not going to New York before China? I was planning on not going to New York before China because I have so many different... I have so many days where I'm away from home and I hate that, but I reconsidered it because I feel like it's an important moment in history to be a part of. But bro said, I want to be in the photo law. No, dude, I don't give a about that. You're so stupid. How is this hard to comprehend? It's like a historically important moment where you're electing only the second socialist mayor of New York. And this community, myself included, played a pretty formative role in that. I am such an on-camera monkey for all of you. I swear to God, where it's like I can't have any sort of real human feelings about any sense of accomplishment without motherfuckers immediately being like, ah, oh, yeah, dude. It's just so lame. Yesterday, Chaz said that lately you're being brought up on daily federal record. This is not to insist on the Joe Rogan or the left stuff or anything, but it is clear you're becoming some kind of critical point. Even when you repeatedly say you are not, what now? Or do you disagree? It's becoming harder and harder for me to disagree with that sentiment. The problem is the more attention there is on me as like a fixture of left politics in this country, the more annoying the left gets, the more annoying the right wing gets, the far right gets. The only people that actually look at that and listen positively are unironically liberals, as a matter of fact. Not the liberal content creators who have their own sense of anger and resentment towards whatever kind of success, whatever kind of modest success I've been able to cultivate here. But I'm talking like the actual Barbers and the Debras. Like, they see stuff like that and they go, oh, a handsome young man. Let's tune in. Let's see what his opinions are. Having said that, however, it has increased. The attacks have increased fairly aggressively, and it sucks, especially because there is no left support system. There is some. There are those, you know them. You know, Michael from Pennsylvania is in the chat right now. But the unfortunate reality is that there is no robust support network for things like this. When you get singled out like this, you just kind of are on your own. You have some friends, they will defend you, but there is no like major, there is never going to be any major sea of support. And anyone and everyone that comes out, even in defense of someone like myself against ridiculous attacks, smears, slander, whatsoever, they will also be punished ruthlessly. Like they will be smeared as well. Like there is a very threatening environment for those who dare to speak out against the wave of right-wing sentiment on the internet, or at least that's what it feels like. But that's also precisely the reason why I love being outside. I love being around normal people. I love being around others who are not as extremely online, because I am reminded over and over again that in the real world, none of these considerations take place. Like it's not a real consideration at all. And that's precisely the reason why, or at least that's partially the reason why I chose to go to the Election Day event.
Well, earlier today, I spoke with the Democratic nominee, New York Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani. Recently, you know, we heard President Trump suggest he's going to withhold federal funding, possibly send in National Guard troops if you're elected. Andrew Cuomo has kind of amplified that. What do you say to New Yorkers who say, is this worth the hassle of losing perhaps?
That's a crazy way to start this interview. That is okay, bro. I thought he didn't like take such a Vanderbilt-ass position from the start. I thought he would have been somewhat woke. Nope. He just straight up said, hey, I know the president is doing something unprecedented by trying to change the outcome of a local election in the state of New York. But don't you think there's some validity? Let me advance a cynical pattern. Like, it's understandable that you bring that up, right? But that's not how you're supposed to bring that up. You would probably bring that up by being like, how much has this like very obvious electioneering impacted your own personal confidence in the race? Something along those lines. You know what I mean? Not like, don't you think New Yorkers should be concerned that if you become president of socialism, then the president of capitalism will come and kill New Yorkers? That's crazy.
A lot of money in federal funding if you become the mayor.
You know, we're already seeing this as a reality with Eric Adams as the mayor, right? The federal administration took $80 million out of city coffers. They suspended $50 million for our city schools. And then they threatened to withhold $18 billion in infrastructure grants. And the most effective way to push back on his threats is to actually name them for what they are and then use every tool at your disposal to take them on.
So what do you do if he decides? I mean, we already saw there was an ICE action on Canal Street. They said they were targeting undocumented immigrants who were, selling counterfeit bags, which on Canal Street is kind of, there's a long history of that, obviously. What do you do?
Yeah, I think this is an example of what is unacceptable in this country. I think the first thing that you do is you close the door that Eric Adams opened to the NYPD doing civil immigration enforcement. He said that on national television. The second thing you do...
So you would not allow the New York Police Department to engage or to cooperate with ICE or DHS?
Not in civil immigration enforcement.
Yep. That's in the law, by the way, Anderson. That's the law. That's not just the state law. That's the city law, too. Just because Eric Adams had his literal freedom dangled in front of him to allow this to happen doesn't mean that anyone else who doesn't have those same circumstances is going to continue it. It's bullshit. This is so against the grain and so new and unique that Donald Trump and his Department of Justice had to use the existing criminal investigation into Eric Adams and his potential freedom to literally get this done. And Eric Adams has actually been in violation of the law to actually allow the NYPD to work alongside ICE.
We have sanctuary city laws where we've been very, very clear that for a set of serious crimes, there is coordination with the federal administration. But anything beyond that, I think 172 crimes that are listed, that is something for the NYPD to focus on purely right here in New York City.
Leading Republicans are trying to make you, in some ways, the new face of the Democratic Party. I'm sure you heard what Speaker Mike Johnson said. He essentially blamed you, at least indirectly, for the ongoing government shutdown. I just want to play what he said.
They're worried about the radical left base that is rising in the Democrat Party, and some of the leading politicians here, including the two New Yorkers who run both chambers, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, are afraid they're going to get a challenge from
By the way, I don't think these guys understand what kind of promotion this does for Zohran Mamdani, because the liberal wine moms that are watching CNN are thinking, oh my God, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are actually doing something, and I like it, right? And then now you have the leader of the opposition saying they are motivated to do something that you like, if you're a liberal wine mom, a Barbara and a Deborah, because of this brown boy. That is massive national recognition for the Democratic base. And there is some truth to it. I mean, obviously, that's not the entire reason. Liberals have been very pissed off. Liberals have been very pissed off about this situation for a while now, the inaction from the institutional Dems. So Zohran is just another example of what could happen. You know, if there is some ambition, what could happen if you have a little bit of dynamism, right? So that definitely helps. But the resistance, liberals wanted the resistance way before this. So when you, leader of the opposition, put the blame on Zohran, that looks really good. Oh, I saw this on Unholy Podcast. Friedland asked Hillary Clinton if she'd vote for Zohran Mamdani. Oh, hell yeah. They want Zohran to win. This is what you do. Let's finish this video, but after that, we'll look at Hillary Clinton doing an anti-endorsement, which, by the way, is better than a Hillary Clinton endorsement, because we all know Hillary Clinton endorsement is a death sentence for a campaign. No matter how popular you might be, your campaign will fall apart if you get that not so coveted Hillary Clinton endorsement. Let me tell you something, okay? That is exciting stuff. That is exciting stuff. Love to see it, folks. Bill Kristol endorsing Zohran Mamdani. Oh, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Bill Kristol has become unimaginably woke. I don't think you guys have been paying attention to Bill Kristol. It's been very strange, and I hate to admit it, but if you look at Bill Kristol's takes, no, not Billy Crystal, no, the war criminal, Bill Kristol, has outflanked the Democratic Party on 11 different visible points. I think he said stuff like abolish ICE. He is out of control. I don't talk about it too much because he's obviously a war criminal, but he's gotten so incredibly woke, it blows my mind, dude. I will keep it $1.50. If you were to tell me in 2013 that Matt Taibbi would be against a socialist anti-corruption mayor and Bill Kristol would be for him, I'd be like, you're the dumbest person on the planet. Shut the fuck up. I'd be like, what are you talking about? Matt Taibbi? Matt Taibbi. You're telling me Matt Taibbi, who is Mr. Goldman Sachs tentacles, like that Matt Taibbi would be against a socialist mayor in New York. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, all right, let's finish this. A
Mamdani-like candidate. And so they have to show a fight, and that's what this is about. The only reason they did it right now is because they're afraid of the rise of the far-left Marxists in their party, and they have to show them that they're going to fight. And real people are hurting during this political game, this showmanship.
Do you believe National Democrats are afraid of you, and Schumer has not endorsed you?
I believe the National Democrats are holding the line right now to actually call the question on the Trump administration, which ran a presidential campaign on the premise of cheaper groceries and is now using the power that they won to make it even harder to afford those groceries. And to hear someone try and pin this on me when what we've actually seen is that Americans just want their health care, they just want to be able to afford their groceries, their day-to-day lives, it shows how out of touch the Republican Party is.
There's a clip.
Bro. Even daggers Anderson's throwing his way turned into fucking lobs for an alley-oop. God damn, he's good.
You that's gone viral from 2023, just 2 years ago. You were speaking at the Democratic Socialists of America. You talked about the importance of international solidarity, and this is what you said.
Oh God, oh God.
I think that for anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyper-local. We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck.
Yeah. Only interviewed him for less than 4 minutes and still managed to shoehorn a question related to Israel. Lol. The interview was edited like Jeffrey Epstein's prison video, blaming the government shutdown on a New York City mayoral candidate. Lol. This interview is so short, it feels like CNN felt obligated to do it. Looks like Anderson Cooper is less interested in Mamdani's answers, more interested in labeling him in a certain way. CNN is promoting the billionaires on Andrew Cuomo's agenda. Mamdani's great. Horrible interview by Cooper. Anderson Cooper APAC is fascinating. Any form of leadership in the U.S. appears to require loyalty to Israel. Nice try, CNN. So you had him on for 30 seconds. To try and humiliate him, it's over, and no one cares about this last-minute hit job. Props to Mamdani for standing his ground. Absolute trash journalism. God. Damn. Oh, this is the end of the interview that was uploaded as a short? Okay.
It's been laced by the IDF. Right? We have to make, not specifically that example all the time, but just to say that for working class people who have very little time, who have so many stresses, who are under so many pressures, there isn't that much time for symbolism. We have to make it materially connected to their life.
Because it's true. Because it's literally true, by the way. And everyone I've seen, I mean, this is always, as it pertains to Israel, this is the meta, this is the method. But everyone just goes, oh, this is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitic, sweetie. And it's like, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that it's anti-Semitic? It's an objectively true thing that he is talking about. It's just so funny that, like, everyone, when you want to defend Israel and you know Israel's done a lot of shit, you just only have one option: anti-Semitism. That's it.
What does that mean? I mean, that was just 2 years ago. What does that mean that the boots of the NYPD have been laced by the IDF?
It was a reference to training exercises that have taken place between the NYPD and the IDF, and I've spoken.
Yeah, and not only that, has openly promoted that they have brought in a police chief from every single precinct in the United States of America to Israel to get counterterrorism and anti-Semitism, countering anti-Semitism training. Every single major precinct in this country has had a cop that has gone to Israel to get training. This is in the ADL's own documents. They promote it. They talk about it. They say, look how awesome this is. ADL's 2016, promotional material openly says that. I'll take it one step further. Yes, Superman knows a lot about this stuff. Have you not seen the latest Superman movie? Superman is very, very invested in what's going on in Jarampur and Baravia, okay? The Baravian genocide is top of mind. Dude, and just like in the movie, I got a bunch of people typing super shit in the chat. Superman is woke. He's lame. He beats crypto's ass, bro. Superman abuses crypto. Why is nobody talking about super shit beating crypto's ass all the time? Where's crypto? Where's crypto, super shit? Super woke, get the fuck out of here. More than 1,000 senior U.S. police officers have visited Israel. Here's what they learned from Israel's police force and why it's controversial.
So do you still believe that the NYPD is basically working in hand in glove with the IDF?
No, what I've made very clear is those are training exercises that were a concern to me, and what my focus is on working with the NYPD to actually deliver public safety for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And I've made the decision to retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch because of her record in being able to deliver that safety, reducing crime across the 5 boroughs.
That's new. Previously you wouldn't say that you wanted to retain her.
Dude, Anderson Cooper, bro, what the f is this? Dude, this is so contentious, brother. This is crazy, brother. Zoil knows ball. What is this? Oh, that's fire. That's fire. Bish, be quiet. This sleigh is too loud. Oh my God. What a perfect, and I mean perfect cosplay for him. God damn.
You were saying point blank. I mean, she's helpful. She's done a remarkable job, it seems, lowering crime rates.
What I've said throughout the course of the campaign, I think since April, was that I would consider it because I think these decisions are very important. They're ones that you have to actually take your time with.
I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Real pleasure.
Do you have a positive or negative stance with Jessica Tisch? Very negative. Very, very negative. She is the daughter of incredibly wealthy New York financiers and also super fucking pro-Israel, like unimaginably pro-Israel, and also just bad. She's bad at her job. I don't like her. I don't like her at all. I think that is probably like her family has given millions of dollars to the Andrew Cuomo super PAC Fix the City. Her family, yeah, the NYU's Tisch, the Tisch name is such an important name in New York. The NYU School of Arts is named after them. But also, listen, her family has given Andrew Cuomo millions of dollars to pump anti-Zoran ads, which include your boy and Zoran dabbing each other up with the title Google Hasan Piker 9/11. That's the fucking super PAC that her family funded. Yeah, Zoran. Let's start here. He did the Aria home stream on Sunday. It was awesome.
It is such a pleasure to be here. We got just 2 days. 2 days left in this election. Can you put your hand up if you already voted? Got anybody here?
This morning, actually.
But I'm here because at the heart and soul of the arts that we love so much in our city is the ability for artists to be able to afford to live in our city. And this campaign is about making the most expensive city in the country affordable. And it's such a pleasure and an honor to be here as you bring this joy into New Yorkers' lives.
Thank you, man.
Because this is what the city's all about. Let's make sure it doesn't become a museum and we have to remember things like this, but we can actually live them every single day. So I ask you all, please come out and vote. Tuesday, I would love to have the honor of being your mayor.
Give it up for my...
Yeah, so Zoran did the Aria home stream, which was awesome. This is what he did on Sunday. He has had the most impressive stamina-induced final days of campaigning. I don't even know how he's able to do it. I do hate it. I absolutely despise it because as someone who is also 34 years old, also Muslim, also socialist, I think it's absolutely nutty that the expectation for someone like that is supposed to be that you can go to parties all the time and you can be live 24/7, go out to the Knicks game and then wake up at like 5 a.m. in the morning and like march across the Brooklyn Bridge is just like, that's unacceptable. Okay, that is unacceptable. I think it's nasty. I think it's disrespectful. I think we cannot set these expectations. Okay, we cannot set these expectations. I'm sorry. This is precisely the reason why, as a last second switch up, I am supporting Andrew Cuomo. I've decided to put all my weight behind Andrew Cuomo for mayor of New York. It is fucked up, okay? It's unacceptable, and yeah, I can't comprehend it. Here's Zara on the campaign. It says trying to keep up with Zoran over the last 72 hours. I don't know how the people are doing it. I don't know how his campaign is doing it. I don't know how Zoran is doing it, if we're being real. This is diabolical as shit. The only bad poll is the Atlas one. Yeah, I know. The outlier poll, the only outlier poll that shows any closeness is the Atlas one. The Atlas poll is basically saying Mamdani leading 43.9% of the vote. This is the worst poll out there. And it's the outlier poll that still shows Mamdani winning, but basically beating Cuomo by like the tiniest of margins, as opposed to every other poll that shows like 10 to 20 point swings. So we'll see. But even Atlas was super accurate. Ugh, I'm scared. Good. If you're scared, good. Tomorrow is the battle day. Okay. Tomorrow is the day. If you're scared, that's not a bad thing. Smile and dial. If you're not living in New York City, if you're living in New York City, go out, get your friends out to go out to vote. Okay, that's it. But yeah, I am being plastered all over the local TV and all over the New York television sets near you. You might be seeing me on your TV screens, and if you're in and around the New York City area.
At least a couple House Democrats from the New York area are not endorsing Mamdani. Your endorsement took a long time. Schumer still has not endorsed him. Are you concerned about Republicans using him as a lightning rod so as to hurt your ability to win back the House in 2026?
No, the lightning rod in terms of what's going to impact the ability of either side to win control of the House or hold control of the House in 2026 is going to be the failure of Republicans to actually deliver on the promises that they've made and to actively make life worse for everyday Americans.
Yeah, Jake Tapper's an op too, obviously. That's why he's like, whoa, do you think Zoran is going to hurt the Democrats, the National Democratic Party? Dude, wake up. Crack open the window. Look outside. There is unimaginable amounts of real grassroots energy. It is not an accident. I cannot believe it. Like, oh man, what if the Zoran wing of the Democratic Party make the Democrats too popular? It's like, bitch, the Democratic Party's popularity is worse than the Republicans right now. What are we talking about? They're in the gutter. And you got real grassroots energy trying to claw back some semblance of momentum for the Democrats and for anyone that will oppose the Trump administration. And it's insane that there are still people who are like, nah, I'm holding out, actually. I don't want that. It's this kind of energy that they hate, though. Let's be real. They don't like that grassroots momentum in this direction threatens their power. It threatens the institutional vice grip that they have. And they hate that. That's the reason. That's the other reason why they can't simply lean into this. But Zoran had a really funny response to it.
Have a response.
Here, I mean, I guess we'll just watch. Holy shit, it's got 60K likes. CNN approached Zoran Mamdani in one of his campaign stops.
Hakeem Jeffries was asked this morning if you're the future of the Democratic Party. He said no.
Good to know.
Do you have a response?
No, I'm focused on the next 2 days.
Do you think you're the future of the Democratic Party?
I don't dare predict the future. That's why I'm out here canvassing to deal with my anxiety to get through the tape of the future of 9 p.m. on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's what his response was. Pretty perfect. Here, we'll watch
the club last
thing.
night, 6 of them in Bushwick, right? At church this morning, more church this morning, now the marathon.
Look, we've got 2 days left. We have to try and speak to every single New Yorker we can find, whether they're at the club, whether they're here at the marathon, whether they're at church. They're all New Yorkers who are struggling to afford this city. They deserve a mayor who sees them for what they are, which is the people that should be served by City Hall, not actually sacrificed by them in the pursuit of personal freedom from the Donald Trump administration.
You talked about the need to run through the tape. Are you feeling confident? And are you feeling confident that you can break that 50?
I am feeling confident, but I'm not feeling complacent. I can tell you that having run this marathon, the final miles are the most difficult ones, and I am thankfully in a better position than I was when I was running it in terms of this race. But we know that today it comes down to how many doors do we knock? How many calls do we make? How many people go out there and vote? And so, as incredible as this is, the best parts of the day so far have really been speaking to canvassers, because those are the people who are on the front lines of spreading our message that the most expensive city in America doesn't actually have to be this hard. It can actually be affordable.
Last question. Yeah. How will you try and unite the community, unite New Yorkers? This has been a somewhat divisive race. There's been divisive rhetoric.
Yeah, not on his end. The fuck has he done? No, actually, like, this is what's so frustrating about this conversation is, like, he doesn't talk about how he's gonna be only a mayor for, like, specific New Yorkers at all. As a matter of fact, he constantly says, I'm the mayor of all New Yorkers. I love New York. I live in New York. This is what I care about. I want to make the city more affordable for everyday New Yorkers so they don't have to leave the city. The only reason why Zoran is divisive is because he's Muslim. That's it. That's it. He's a Muslim dude who holds, remember, the majority opinion on Israel. And not just like the majority opinion for the Democratic Party, because he owns the overwhelming majority opinion on the Democratic Party side. He owns the overwhelming majority opinion on the independent side. And he owns the majority opinion on Israel in general, even when you factor in the Republicans. So what has he done that is even remotely divisive? What has he done that is even remotely divisive? What has he said that's even remotely divisive? Nothing. Not even a little bit. The only thing that could be considered divisive is that he's doing all this while being Muslim. That's it. Maybe he's divisive to the corporate interests and the corporate donors, the real estate lobbying group and billionaires. He's divisive for those who want to maintain a stronghold of pro-Israel sentiment in New York City. But that's not the majority position at all. Just like the majority position isn't the rich should keep getting richer in this city.
From some of the other candidates, how do you unite everyone if you win after Tuesday to make sure the city can come together?
I'm going to make it clear that I'm looking to lead the entirety of this city. All 8.5 million people who call it home. I don't care if they voted for me, Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Lee, or didn't vote at all. They're all New Yorkers. They deserve a mayor who's committed to the work of ensuring this is an affordable city. And I'm looking forward to continue to speak to every single New Yorker about how I can earn their trust through the work that we do, which will be to deliver an affordability agenda.
How many Red Bulls so far?
None today. It's just adrenaline, but probably gonna happen later. Thank you, guys.
I can't stand it, man. I can't stand what they're doing to this man. It is so fucked up. Obviously, I try not to add myself to or my own personal feelings on this shit. when covering campaigns like this, but it's just like it's very hard not to, especially given the demographics here, given the background of Zoran Mamdani. But it's been really to observe, you know? And people say, oh, like, look at him smiling all the time. It's like, you got to do that, man. You understand? You have to do that. Weaknesses, any sort of weaknesses are highlighted. Any sort of blemish is turned into this like incredible thing. It's turned into this incredible force. It's so frustrating. I cannot believe he's been able to white knuckle through this entire thing. Brother, think about it this way. Like, it's not a secret that a lot of the people that Zoran is close to, including his family, including his wife, including his father, including his mother, have been hyper scrutinized in a way that you never see, in a way that you never ever see in any other type of campaign. And he just has to sit there and white knuckle through it and smile through it. Because if he were to turn around and be like, what the do you mean, like, you're bringing up my father's academic pedigree into this conversation, or his like or his actual teachings, like his actual work into this conversation? Like, what are you talking about? This is like insane. People would pounce on it. You just can't fight back, because if you do, then the subject matter turns into, why is this angry socialist Muslim so angry? You know, whatever happens tomorrow, never forget that this doggedly positive and hopeful campaign in every way, a fight for basic dignity and joyful celebration of democratic pluralism, was relentlessly denounced by political and media elites as something sinister, dangerous, and violent. It's so crazy. When he's the mayor, it's going to get worse, though. I mean, it's a little bit different when you're in that position, I think. It will continue, but I think after a while, those attacks soften.
I vote for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I just tell my wife you're here.
Thank you. Please give this to him. Thank you so much. How you doing, brother? I'm happy to meet you. How you doing, brother? Love you too. Thank you. Thank you. Walaikum salam ji, kaise ho? Thank you ji. आप वोट किए हैं अब तक?
I'm 67. I retire. I cannot retire.
What are you going to do when you retire?
My payments are 25 years.
You're going to work until you drop dead.
Exactly.
You're going to work.
Easy.
We need this man. This is a signature hug. He's a strong guy.
How you doing, brother? For South Asians growing up in New York City, taxis were one of the ways we would see ourselves as part of the fabric of the city. Thank you, brother. Thank you. As much as taxis have been celebrated, as much as they've been woven into the most prominent examples of what it means to be a New Yorker, or the films and the books that we all love about the city, I watched, as did many New Yorkers, as driver after driver was trapped
Thank you, brother. Thank you, inshallah.
in debt peonage, and their struggles were simply overlooked by politicians. You know, it's time to also speak to New Yorkers for whom the workday starts at night. It's time to actually look to represent them.
I just wanted to say hi, but so many cameras.
It's all good. Yeah,
Whatever you're doing is good, man.
Thank you, brother.
God bless you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Hey, Mr. Mandani, nice to see you. You're gonna be Ben. You're gonna be next mayor, Mr. Mandani, next mayor. Hey, Mr. Mandani. I love you. We miss you. We cannot wait to win the next mayor.
I started at 8:30 and I quit at 8:30.
8:30 in the morning, 8:30 at night?
Right.
Yeah. How about
Yeah, 9:30 to like 10, sometimes
9:30 in the morning, 10 p.m. tonight?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I started
Working very hard.
Soon. If you vote. Thank you.
I love you.
Thank you. I love you too, brother. Nice to meet you.
He's just excited to see you.
You guys taught me how to campaign.
Oh, yeah.
Now imagine if he had institutional backing from the start. Imagine if his background wasn't, like called into question with regular frequency. Because this is a endlessly replicable campaign. You go out, you're from the community, you go out and you ask people what their issues are in the exact same way that Zoran did. You identify key signature policies that you will advance to make people's financial hardships less bad. And you just run on a platform that is focused on affordability, and you run on a platform that seeks to not undermine working class people, but instead to uplift them. Okay? That's it. This is a replicable campaign, and especially with like you're gonna have people of all different kinds of backgrounds that won't get insanely that won't get endless amounts of attacks saying like, well, this person is Muslim and therefore dangerous. This person is a socialist, therefore dangerous for the finance capital. This person is a Muslim. 9/11 happened in New York. Like, what a gross line of attack, man. What an unimaginably gross line of attack. Trump says he's reached a deal with China's Xi. Here's what to know.
From President Trump at his meeting in China, he says he reached a temporary truce in his trade war. That after meeting with China's Xi Jinping last evening. But before the meeting, the president also made an announcement about nuclear weapons, an announcement that could be seen as a provocation. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House covering it all for us. Ed, good morning. A lot of questions here.
There sure are, Tony. The president's on his way back here, but that meeting with Xi Jinping was the grand finale and main event of the president's week-long trip to Asia. The leaders of the two largest economies talked for over an hour and 40 minutes. The president says the U.S. can sign a trade deal with China, quote, very soon, after they settled some key issues.
Trump went to China before you. This is true, but hopefully his advocacy for the Chinese century of prosperity is going to allow me to have a more comfortable trip in the glorious nation of the People's Republic of China. That makes me happy. American century of humiliation versus Chinese century of prosperity.
And we're going to have a very successful meeting, I have no doubt.
In their first face-to-face meeting since 2019, President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping greeted each other warmly as they met for much-anticipated trade talks.
It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine.
After imposing retaliatory tariffs for the last 6 months, Trump now says they have a deal.
We'll talk about Prince Andrew as well.
Pretty soon.
We have a deal. Now, every year we'll renegotiate the deal, but I think the deal will go on for a long time.
U.S.-China trade deal, baby. I love this, okay? I love this. Trump is a fake demon, okay? 100%. But it's really funny because this is the most Trumpian move. This is so perfectly Trump. Something up and then put the pieces back together haphazardly. The art of the deal, the art of the steal, okay? He it up, then he postured for months like he was a real demon, okay? Only to turn around and be like, I was just kidding. I'm a fake demon, okay? I'm a fake demon. Please, let's fix this. Please, let's fix this. And now his dumb followers will turn around and unironically act as though he actually solved something. Yeah, he solved something he broke. How is this a good thing? It doesn't make any sense to me that there are so many Americans that literally watch this unfold and think, oh, he's so brilliant. He goes into a room, he starts on the walls. You say, what the are you doing? You're on the walls and you're smearing your dookie on the walls. He then stops smearing dookie on the walls and then expects you to thank him. It's like, okay, but before you entered the room, there were no dookie on the walls. You put the dookie on the wall. Clean the dookie. It blows my mind. It blows my mind, dude. He goes, hey, listen, I could have kept smearing more on the walls, but I stopped. I fixed it. No, you broke it and then you didn't fix It's still worse than before you came in.
Nothing is official yet. Trump says the U.S. will reduce tariffs on Chinese goods by 10% as China works to reduce the flow of illegal fentanyl.
This is the best one. He's like, yeah, we did this for fentanyl. That was a fake reason anyway. And now the fake reason is what? Gonna be solved? Okay, got it.
In his first presidency, Trump was very much focused on targeted tariffs on things like electricals, solar panels, and steel. These are kind of the amount of goods that are under the purview of tariffs. Biden didn't really change things too much, but nor did he row back. And then second time round, where you can see Trump has ratcheted things up. Now everything is subject to a tariff. We're at 100%. When we talk about tariffs, as we know, this isn't all about tariffs. It's also about export controls. And here, rare earth elements is something, as I mentioned, China is really weaponizing. The US, for their part, can control computer chips and the export of computer chips to China, particularly NVIDIA's AI chip.
By the way, there was one quote that I read of Xi Jinping giving up TikTok and using that as like a leverage point in the deal. And he literally said, I didn't care much for TikTok. It felt like digital opiates for me, which is funny because that's what I've said about TikTok in terms of like how it entered the American marketplace. He was like, I don't really care much for TikTok. It always struck me as digital opiates. It's true. And not only is it true, what's interesting about it, like they don't have it in China. That's what I've always pointed to with respect to TikTok, where I was like, if they thought TikTok was a useful tool, they would have the same exact thing in China. But Douyin is far, far more controlled, okay? And I think you will see more and more people come to terms with the walled garden approach, or the Chinese firewall, the great digital firewall, as a necessary thing. The worse our AI-induced hallucinating masses get due to unlimited amounts of internet. He said it right here. The concession was TikTok. The quiet calculation, balancing pressure with appeasement, now forms the bedrock of China's strategy. In the tense lead up to trade talks in Madrid this September, Xi knew he needed to offer a concession to get what he truly wanted. Summits with Trump to hash out issues one-on-one. The concession was TikTok. For Trump, forcing the sale of the high-profile app was a populist victory framed around national security. For Xi, however, the app was a low-cost bargaining chip. He had privately dismissed it as spiritual opium, according to the people close to Beijing, and viewed it as an easy sacrifice to secure the continued dialogue China needed. As a result, Xi set the stage for a series of summits with Trump. This happened already. After the meeting next week in South Korea, Beijing hopes to arrange a Trump visit to China early next year, and finally a Xi trip to the U.S. in late 2026. Perhaps unsurprisingly, I haven't seen many media outlets report accurately on the deal reached between Trump and Xi today, most forgetting to mention crucial aspects of it, and almost all failing to contextualize the 47% tariff figure quoted by Trump. Let me try to detail as accurately as I can, drawing from sources from both sides. On the Chinese side, I mostly use China Ministry of Commerce statement issued today at 3 p.m. Beijing time, so roughly 1 hour and a half after the deal was concluded. And on the U.S. side, I use statements by Trump himself and others present in the meeting. The key terms: the U.S. will remove the so-called 50% rule that it implemented in September for 1 year, in exchange for which China will suspend the rare earths exports controls for 1 year. The removal of the 50% rule is absolutely key, yet almost no media reported on it, only mentioning that China had agreed to suspend its rare earth exports controls for 1 year. Worth mentioning, this is another thing that I said. I don't think that China was actually going to use the nuclear option of refusing to offer America rare earth minerals. If you recall, I told you that they were simply posturing to show the amount of leverage that they do actually have, but they wouldn't actually hit the maximalist position here, because that would end up threatening the long-standing trade relations that they have with all of their other partners, as they are currently the monopoly. Okay, they are the monopoly. They have a monopoly on the manufacturing and the refinement and the procurement, pretty much, of these rare earth metals. As a reminder, the 50% rule was the main reason why China retaliated with the rare earths export controls. It was a huge escalation by the U.S., as it effectively increased the number of Chinese companies on the entity list by 14 times, from 1,400 companies to 20,000, meaning 14 times more Chinese companies cut off from the Western financial system, forbidden to use USD, etc. It was also the key trigger for the Nexperia debacle that's currently occurring in Europe. Remember, America's main power is that it's the global reserve currency. China's main power is that it's the global manufacturing hub. Your take was China will pretend to be awed by Trump to make him feel good. China instead made the world realize who won. No, I'm saying that for people who are more competent, and I'm sure there's like those who actually dominate American capital as well, who are paying close attention to the back and forth between China and Donald Trump, this doesn't look good for Donald Trump at all, especially because of how long it went, okay? How long it went, and the instability that was born out of the lengthy back and forth process that started because Donald Trump wanted to the bag up. Having said that, it was always going to end with China coming back to the table and being like, okay, sure, let's get back to business as usual. It was also the key trigger for the Nexperia debacle that currently is occurring in Europe. The 50% rule would have put Nexperia on the entity list, and the U.S. told the Dutch that the only way Nexperia could escape U.S. sanctions was to get rid of the Chinese ownership in the company. Hence, the Dutch's move to seize the company away from its Chinese ownership almost simultaneously with the introduction of the 50% rule. Unclear what will happen in this case now that the 50% rule has been dropped, but logic would dictate that the company would be given back to its rightful owners. Although admittedly, expecting European legislators to act based upon logic is a tall order. Number two, the U.S. will drop its overall tariffs on China to 47%, meaning that China now benefits 16% tariffs as a part of the Liberation Day tariff policy. Of course, Trump would mention the overall number to make it sound like he didn't cave on his Liberation Day tariffs, but when one looks into the details, China actually negotiated him down to approximately 16% on his Liberation Day tariffs, down from the initial 34% and way down from the 125% peak. They got the so-called fentanyl tariff cut by half on top of that. Like, the fentanyl stuff is the stupidest one, right? That was a bullshit reason for why Donald Trump said he was going to do this tariffs regime, so that he could justify it, at least within the existing confines of the American legal limitations. He wanted to say, there's a war on fentanyl, there's a war on drug trafficking, there's a war on drugs, and China is participating in this. All of these other countries are participating in this, and that's the reason why we have to slap them with these tariffs, right? For China, they just go, okay, yeah, we'll work on it. It's no different than a IOU, an IOU that like Korea offers the American government, saying like, oh yes, Mr. President, we will totally give you $17 quintillion to develop super factories on U.S. soil. Totally. How so? First of all, before Trump 2.0 even got inaugurated, tariffs on Chinese goods were already standing at a weighted average of 20.7%. Soon after taking office in February and March, so before Liberation Day, Trump added 20% on top of that in the form of his so-called fentanyl tariff. So before Liberation Day, the overall tariffs on China was already at 40.7%. Oh, by the way, this is, yes, I do call stress testing xenophobia, which I think will be a more common thing that people say, because they're trying to see how much the European vassal states, how much the European vassal states will remain committed to America, even if America keeps bullying them and dominating them and ritualistically humiliating them, because they're just terrified of the unknown Chinese form of international dominance. Eventually, I suspect, and there is some initiatives in this regard, the closer you are in proximity to China, the more interested you are in doing a BRICS-style leveraged relationship. And the further out you are, the more European you are, the closer you are to Europe as a vassal state of empire, as a vassal state of the American empire, the less interested you are in doing a BRICS-style leveraged relationship with China in order to get an upper hand in your negotiations with America. This doesn't mean you fully find yourself in the throes of Chinese control or become a vassal state to China. I'm just simply saying, you know, behaving in a way that is consistent with like India, for example, right? Self-interested, carving out some semblance of sovereignty in your negotiations by saying, okay, well, we have another major partner here that we are actually working with. So U.S. forced Netherlands to seize Nexperia over Chinese ownership, then immediately suspended the rule in the China deal. Dutch got played. They did the dirty work, and now they hold the bag, while the U.S. normalized relations. How many more times will this happen until European partners go, okay, well, your one side presents stability, the other side, and prosperity, the other side presents danger and instability. In any case, let's get back to this. Then on Liberation Day, Trump added a 34% reciprocal tariff on top of that. So 74.7% overall tariffs, which he again escalated to 125% by April 10th after China retaliated. This brought the peak to 145% just from Liberation Day, blah, blah, blah. Overall rate is now going down to 47. Given the fact that the deal includes a 50% reduction on fentanyl tariff from 20% down to 10, means that China has now negotiated the Liberation Day down from 125% to about 16%, since 20.7 plus 10% fentanyl plus 60% Liberation Day is approximately equal to 47% overall. This means that when it comes to Liberation Day tariffs, China will stand roughly on par with the EU, who are at 15%, or South Korea, who will also likely be around 15%. The U.S. will suspend its hostile actions on China's ships and shipbuilding industry, in exchange of which China will also suspend its retaliatory measures. Other parts of the deal, TikTok, China mentioned they agreed to properly resolve the TikTok issue, which is probably diplomatic speak to say that it is not resolved yet. Soybeans, China mentioned that both sides reached consensus on expanding agricultural product trade, while Trump mentioned that China will buy tremendous amounts of soybeans, which all in all probably means that China agreed to resume buying U.S. soybeans, which they had stopped as a retaliatory measure as leverage in the trade war. Fentanyl, both sides agree on anti-drug cooperation regarding fentanyl, which is language that is pretty boilerplate in U.S.-China discussions, so probably nothing new here. Handling of individual enterprise cases, which is pretty opaque language that suggests both sides discuss how to handle specific companies' issues, NVIDIA, Huawei, Nexperia, and that they reach consensus on this. Future summitry. Trump commits to visiting China in April 2026 with mutual support pledged for China's 2026 APEC holding and America's G20 summit. This signals both sides expect the relationships to stabilize enough for Xi and Trump to meet several times in person in 2026. All in all, I would say that the key feature of this deal is the reciprocity and almost religious balance in every aspect. Each concession matched by the other, each suspension mirrored. It shows we're not dealing with peer competitors who can effectively keep each other in check. Okay? You can see how immensely things have changed if you contrast this deal with Trump's so-called Phase 1 agreement from his first term, with its unilateral Chinese commitments to buy American products and enact structural reforms to rebalance trade, with the U.S. warning it would vigilantly monitor Chinese compliance. all from an era when the U.S. could still dictate terms. None of that unequal framework survives here. Instead of Washington trying to reform China based on its interests, all it can do is learn to coexist with it. It's still early days, though. For instance, the deal doesn't mention fundamental issues such as Taiwan. This is clearly not a grand strategic reset, but rather both powers trying to figure out the rules of engagement of our new multipolar reality. The funniest part about this was, and I can't stress this enough, none of this needed to happen. Okay? Like, none of this needed that. If Donald Trump was just like, yeah, of course, China's a massive trade partner, we're just going to continue doing business as usual with them. None of this had to have happened at all. No tariffs, no nothing. And I don't think Trump was able to successfully decouple the rest of the world from China, nor did it successfully decouple America from China, because you can't do that if your single responsibility to the public is that they still get a steady flow of treats at a reasonable cost. Because if the treats go away due to the fact that you're no longer utilizing the cheap goods manufacturer of the world, what is there that remains for the average American? What is there that the average American could look forward to? Xi Jinping mentioned in his introductory statement at the meeting that the U.S.-China relationship was a giant ship going through winds, waves, and challenges that needed to be steadily sailed forward by both leaders. That's pretty much what this meeting was. The winds and waves are still there, but at least both sides seem to acknowledge that they're now on the same ship.
Donald Trump announced afterwards that he would cut overall tariffs on China to 47%, and that China had agreed to a year's postponement on controlling its rare earth exports. The aggressive rhetoric of the recent past set aside, with the US president now due to visit China next April.
I thought it was an amazing meeting. He's a great leader of a very powerful, very strong country, China. And I mean, what can I say? We have, it was an outstanding group of decisions, I think, that was made. A lot of decisions were made, too. There wasn't too much left out there.
Both sides have now backed away from a global trade war, with pragmatism winning the day. Though we still don't know whether Chinese-owned TikTok will be allowed to operate in America or whether China will...
Yeah, Bros Humbled is right, dude. Very different energy. It's a clear, like, oh, China got hands moment.
One day invade.
Actually, I don't even know if that's the case because he's too self-involved and too stupid to recognize it. I'm going to be honest.
In the second round, during this current time period, they feel like they have a deeper toolkit to respond and retaliate if necessary.
Dude, how can you trust not just America, but especially Donald Trump? In this day and age, if you trust Donald Trump, you're a bit of a fool. Ally and enemy alike. It's kind of dumb to do that, no?
Despite a lot of the tensions, it seems like pragmatism now reigns. And this is important given the calendar of both presidents. So for President Trump, he needs to be focused on next year's midterms. And so it's in his interest that there is a more stable U.S.-China relationship. And for China...
Literally the exact same wording you used. Yes, because I am Chinese, brother. I need you to understand. I'm not like the brilliant guy by any metric, okay? I'm just applying common sense. But the only thing that makes my analysis different than many other Western analysts is the fact that I basically look at the Chinese system and then don't immediately assume that it's bad and wrong and nefarious and destined to fail. That's it. I don't have the pro-capitalist horse blinders on. Whereas, unfortunately, for many of our academics that went through college education, got their master's, got their graduate degrees, they can't comprehend this. They literally cannot see the world outside of Western liberal capitalist democracy. They just can't. They can't do it. It's not just xenophobia, chatters. You have to understand. It is the fact that they just genuinely look at what China is doing and they don't think about it as like a government that is trying to achieve the goals that they set out to achieve. And instead, a sequence of failures that somehow, I guess, never get addressed when they actually prove to be real. That is a major issue in the analysis. That is the reason why it takes 10 years for foreign policy magazine writers to finally come to the terms of like, maybe China's not doing a debt trap. And maybe there's lessons to learn here for the IMF and the World Bank, because we are not able to outcompete the Chinese loans that don't have the same rigorous austerity measure conditions that we implement in our trade partners of the global South. That, and also the fact that no one ever gets punished for getting things wrong in the direction of the American State Department. It makes your approach and your analysis wrong consistently. Do you understand? If you never actually offer any accountability or any punishments whatsoever to people that are consistently getting wrong, then you're just going to have a bunch of article writers who are wrong all the time. But as long as they're wrong in the direction that America wants you to be, and you don't ever have to think about how you deluded people because you yourself are deluded, then it doesn't matter. You can just continue to fail upwards. That's the name of the game. Meanwhile, if you are thinking outside the box, and if you actually contest some of these narratives that are coming out of the State Department, and you get something even, a fraction off base, you will be endlessly smeared. Okay? Endlessly. This has happened to Noam Chomsky. This has happened to myself. This has happened to anyone and everyone that is in any way, shape, or form contesting the pro-American narratives, whether it be around global trade or whether it be around American imperialism or whether it be around our foreign adversaries, or whatever the they're engaging in.
To keep things fairly controlled, no real discussion as far as we know about China's intentions towards Taiwan, whether it might.
It is pretty crazy, though, to look at the Chinese 5-year plans over and over again. Every single half a decade, China sets up 5-year plans and then they accomplish them or accomplish a decent chunk of the 5-year plans. And then you still look at that and you go, nah, this time is different. This time they're going to fail. What makes you think? They just give the game away ahead of time. They're like, this is what we're focused on. This is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to implement. And then they do it. And in the aftermath of the 5 years or, 15 years, 20 years, you just go, oh, they just kind of lucked into it, actually. Like, what do you mean? They said they were going to do it and they did it. At a certain point, if you are consistently wrong, if the guy who's supposed to be educating you is consistently wrong, you have to literally turn around and be like, all right, big dog, why hasn't China collapsed yet? You said that every week for the past 20 years. Why hasn't it collapsed? What the hell's going on? Do they have the heavens mandate? What is happening here? Why are they not collapsing? You said they were going to collapse. At a certain point, you have to literally be like, maybe this guy is wrong. Maybe what he's telling me is untrue. But people would rather be deluded as long as it confirms their pre-existing biases and it doesn't upset or offend their sensibilities. They would much rather be deluded over and over again. There is such an unimaginable market for that kind of slop. It's crazy. Extraordinary to see The Economist, a magazine that's been predicting China's collapse for 30 years and was calling peak China a few months ago, now says that China is now on top and changing the world. Yes, and they got there precisely because they ignored everything recommended by The Economist. This is another one of my ageless takes, okay? This is another moment of pure and utter vindication. Okay, is timeless. This is another one of these pure vindication moments. Every single legacy publisher is constantly feeding in to the China's going to collapse any day now has to bend the knee and turn around and be like, well, we can't deny it any longer. And it's even worse than you think, by the way. The Chinese development is far beyond what we comprehend here in the United States of America. And the reason why I say that is because we still rely on GDP. In terms of their GDP, in terms of their living conditions, or at least for the average person and how much the average worker's material conditions have improved, okay, it's not even a question. Obviously, GDP is going to be lower in a country where cheaper, for example. Yeah, look at this. Unreliable. The Economist. Everything under control. China, the yuan, and the markets. The great fall of China. China's slowdown. The trouble with Xi's new economic model. China's COVID failure. Can pandas fly? The struggle to reform China's economy. Peak China. Winning the trade war. Boom. And it's like, you will see eventually people reckon with reality, okay? After years and years of China's going to collapse any day now. China's going to collapse any day now. They're collapsing. They're on the verge of collapsing. They collapsed yesterday. You just don't know it. People are going to start going, okay, they have a bunch of nice we don't. What the going on? You told me it was collapsing every day. A big push, I think, took place when IShowSpeed went there. I'm not even kidding. For the hopeless Gen Z and Gen Alpha, the masses that don't even dare to dream of a better future at this point, when they saw what was actually going on in China, they were like, what the why should I hate these people? Why should I hate this country? It kind of feels like they're doing a pretty good job. I think that was a huge moment. It was a huge moment where there was like unrestricted direct access to what the hell was going on in China. Maybe another moment is the Red Note situation, you know, when they were able to communicate with the Chinese population directly. What's up, everybody? We're live. We're alive here at the heartland of empire, here in the Devil's Nest. That's right, we're in Washington, D.C. But unlike many of the congresspersons here today, we're going to be hanging out with a Congress member that I actually do think is awesome. We're going to be hanging out with Summerlee. She's going to be walking us around, showing us around the Capitol. I'm going to try to recreate my favorite moment from January 6th, where I'm going to walk in and go, Derek Evans has made it into the Capitol. Hasan Piker has made it into the Capitol, as we're live streaming. You already know. You get a bunch of hogs, like you and I, me and March, in the Capitol is basically January 6th. You know what I'm saying? It's basically. New York City's still. Oh, hi.
Not you.
Hi. Wait, I'll come down here.
I know you are so tall.
Hi.
Oh my goodness, who would have known?
Nice to
I am
meet
so
you.
short. Right? Hold up.
Yeah, you can get up there.
I don't want
if you
people to think that I'm like.
Oh, yeah.
That I'm super short.
Let's get you mic'd up.
All right. All right.
So I'm gonna be honest. I
Yeah.
hate DC. I hate
See, that's because you don't know real DC.
Okay,
This
well,
this is not. This
True.
is not DC.
No, I always do that caveat as well. Yes, you're
Yes.
absolutely right. I mean, like, this DC is
I am-
whenever I do stuff around
I
here,
feel you.
it's always like there's like an air of evil in the environment almost.
Even if it's not evil, I mean, it's like evil mixed with stuffy, mixed with
Yeah.
pretentious,
Yeah.
mixed with cloudy.
All right.
I'm very lucky that I met DC before all of this.
Uh-huh.
Like
Wait,
I got family
Oh,
from
you
the
have family
area.
here.
Yeah, I got family from the area, and I went to
Okay.
law school
Can
here
we go through
actually.
here?
We're going this way. That's why we wore this.
Okay.
So we are in one of the office buildings now.
Mm-hmm.
How you doing? They're with me. Some of them. I don't know the tall one. Yeah, I don't know him. Don't see that. No, I'm joking.
Damn, you really get him.
No, I'm joking. But yeah, no, we're over here. So listen, this is Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill, not DC, but this is actually it's kind of bustling. I'm a little bit shocked.
Yeah.
So like we're just, oh my God, that is so. Listen, when you talk about staffs, this is my staff, and I like my staff very much. The staff over here that said, "Oh my God," when you walked in, is my roommate staff.
Oh, okay.
So I like them very much too. But listen, this is the cafeteria. Obviously, we're in like 6 weeks of a shutdown.
Yeah.
So I was not quite sure how.
I'm surprised they're still feeding the staffers. They should be. I thought they would have cut down on their feed
the
too.
Staff is feeding them. The staff are feeding themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're paying for this.
Yeah.
They're paying for this food. Like it's a cafeteria, but you gotta pay for this food.
Yeah.
So we have a
Okay.
couple cafeterias. So it's like you have this one over here in this building. All the buildings have a little bit of something, and then the Capitol. But then yeah, this is where everybody comes. My
Cool.
team, y'all eat down here, right?
So, before we move around, is the audio good? Okay. Why don't you introduce yourself as well one more time so we do it the right way?
Yeah. Hey everybody, I'm Summerlee. I represent Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania in Congress, so this is my second term. So I know my way around here a little bit, but not enough that I have enveloped the air of evil. But I'm a congresswoman, and I'm excited to show you all around.
We got friends. We got friends
We
in
have
DC.
some. I'm a progressive, actual, real life.
Yes.
Progressive, not the
Yes.
fake ones.
Yes.
So there are
She
some
really
of us
is.
here.
She is. She's dope. For those of you who don't know. But they know already. They know.
And if you don't, now you know.
And they're about to find out. All
Yeah.
right, so what's the plan here? What are we doing
All
today?
right, so we're gonna go through here, right? So we're in one of our office buildings. We're gonna take a tour of the Capitol. It's gonna be an abridged tour because honestly, you could spend years going around this place. So we're gonna go through here. We're gonna go through like the tunnels. We're gonna see all that.
the tunnels.
Yeah. So
But,
all
like,
of these places
so
are
is it-
connected by tunnel. We're gonna walk through our tunnels. We're
Wow.
gonna go through the Capitol, hopefully. Right? We're gonna have to move quickly when we
Okay.
get like around the House floor.
Yeah.
I mean, you asked me. I'm gonna try to get you in the House floor if you want.
That'd be great.
I know y'all aren't gonna be able to come. Like the people aren't gonna be able to come with us.
Oh, they're not
but
gonna
I might
be
be able to. Like the camera can't.
Oh, okay.
But we can peep in. I think we can
Okay.
peep in.
We can just do
So,
a
yeah,
quick peep. This is my like January 6th tour. You know, that's what.
I don't know the route that they took on January 6th.
This is.
I don't think we're gonna take that route.
Yeah.
But
You
no,
know
so
who knows?
honestly, yes. So like
You know who
everything is
knows?
connected
Was
by
it
tunnel.
Lauren
Right?
Boebert. She knows the route.
She knows that there are people who know the route.
Yeah.
I wasn't even here when all that happened, so honestly, I watched a video of that, and I was a little scarred by it, like watching it, and now knowing, just like being here, knowing how this place works, like to now envision like an actual insurrection happening here is wild.
Yeah. Well, we were there basically because everybody was kind enough to live stream it.
Yeah, I know.
Which was like, I think that was
yeah,
like.
but now knowing, like, knowing what I know and seeing like the breaches that they were like really breaching defenses.
Yeah.
Like, they made it to places that they should not have been able to make it.
Yeah.
So that is a little jarring, but and you'll see, like, just walking around here, like, you will get it. Like, you should not be able to get. Listen, dogs are everywhere. Yes, I used to have an office dog too.
Way.
Everybody have an office dog.
That's cool.
Yeah, we love our office dogs around here.
I forgot that this is also all the politics nerds, so everyone keeps like passing by being like, "That's Hasan Piker." I'm like, "What?"
This is your place.
Yeah, this is
Welcome
like
home, brother.
This is like a convention.
Welcome home. So look, this is like right here. All right. So this is they're all with me. Hi guys. Sorry, this one. So look, this is the tunnel, right? This tunnel connects all the different office buildings.
Whoa.
And this is just the house ad.
This is what the QAnon people think is like the baby transportation tunnel. That's what they think is going on.
I don't know nothing about that. I missed that. But this tunnel, Q, is really nondescript tunnel, other than the fact that on the wall are like all these portraits.
Mm-hmm.
These are pictures, like every year, I think, we do a competition with kids, like high school kids. Every single district. So every district gets to pick a winner. So all these pieces of art are all kids.
I'm surprised Trump hasn't gotten into this as well and just be like, we're going to take these down and we're going to put photos of me.
Just him.
Yeah.
Just him.
Photos of me posted up. I actually found a rare Trump. You want to see? I posted it on my Instagram story earlier. And then I added you on it, but then I thought it looks weird if I post this and say, "Oh, like me and Summerlee are gonna be in the Capitol." But have you ever seen this? I've never seen this. I'm gonna show you guys too in a second. It's on my Instagram. Have you ever seen this?
No, I've never seen this, but I'm not.
That's the rarest Trump I've ever seen.
Honestly, is this real?
Yeah, it's from 2001.
It's the most normal he's ever looked.
That's a real.
It's very. He looks very normal in it.
Throwing a fit, like he's kind of blasting a fit here, and I'm a collector of rare Trumps. So this was a unique moment for me because I feel like I just have them for my own personal sake, safekeeping, you know.
Just for shiggles.
Yeah. That was.
Honestly, I'm not in the business of Trump. I don't follow him. I don't wake up and consume him.
That's definitely a healthier way.
This is for mental health. The only thing that I'm tickled by, and I'm not gonna lie, is at the end of his little stuff, his tirades now when he says, "Thank you for your attention to this matter."
Oh yeah.
I do chuckle at that.
That's so funny.
That's like the only thing that makes me laugh a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah.
He's been having a tough go at it, especially with the blue wave that took place last Tuesday. He looked defeated. I like to analyze like how he feels off of his hair, and his hair was looking like.
Yeah, then look at his hair.
Yeah.
I think that's very fair. No, he should feel that way. But again, like you know how these things are. They call them waves for a reason. I hope that he feels a way about this wave.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's gonna.
What about that tunnel? Where does that go?
Okay, I don't have a damn clue. I think that tunnel might go to the Senate. Oh, I know where we're going. He was asking. I was just looking.
Oh no, I was just asking like where does that tunnel go?
I think it goes to the Senate set.
Whoa.
So look, the Senate, they have like little hideaways. They have better offices than us. They are much bigger.
What are they doing in the hideaways?
Chilling.
That's crazy.
So like you see how we got to walk from these, like we're all in these office buildings. We get 15-minute on calls for votes. Like that's it. And you got to get there, right? So when 15-minute come, you got to come from your offices, you got to run, you got to do whatever you got to do. The Senate has these little hideaways in these hallways, so they're closer.
Okay.
So they like them better. But like honestly, so this is just like.
Do we have bars down here, by the way? I'm shocked that we're still getting coverage out in these tunnels. It's not effing. It's not. It's still going.
All right, we're gonna go this way. So we're gonna go up. Look. Okay.
How long did it take you to figure out? Okay, there's no way we're gonna get cut off.
Do you want to go up the steps?
No, we can take the elevator. It's all good. Even if it cuts off, it's fine. Okay. Or if it's too many people, we can actually just take the steps if you guys don't mind.
We'll go here and some people Okay. All right. So we're going up right now, right? So look, we were actually across the street. We are in the Capitol now. So we're headed up to the second floor. Guys, we're gonna have to be quick. Don't get caught.
Okay.
Okay.
They may ask us to not film, so just
Okay. Yeah. We've done this before.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do stuff. Okay. It's got bars in here. Damn. Wait. Oh no, it got cut. It just asked.
Yeah, if it survived the elevator,
you
got hella Wi-Fi
It came back
on there.
You know what? Oh, all right. I think we're good. Let's see.
it's actually-
They're saying hold. Yeah, no, it's here. We're back. So that's shocking because in the middle of Los Angeles where I live, I don't get service like this, and Congress has bars underground. That's crazy.
To be clear, when more people are here, we don't have bars like this.
True.
We have bars because nobody's here.
That's right. So why is nobody here?
So nobody's here because they have better things to do, I guess. Nobody's here because we are in the middle of the shutdown still. So like we saw all those staffers, but members of Congress, I have only seen like 2 today. But we haven't been here for 6 weeks. So like honestly, so right now we are actually literally outside of the speaker's lobby, right? So like right there, all these entrances are like, this is the House floor.
Wait.
So we're not by his office. I think we are gonna go by there.
This
is the House floor.
No, but like, is this where the thing happened?
Oh yeah, is it? Yes. Philip knows. So Philip is our expert. He's our Capitol expert.
Yeah, that's what we saw.
So if you're thinking about how close they got, like for real, literally on the other side of this.
On the other side of that, there was a Secret Service guy that shot, and wow, it was right there. That's like a scene of a crime. Well, I guess it's the Capitol. There's a lot of crimes.
I'm gonna say there's scenes of many crimes. Yeah, but this is where everything goes down. So like honestly, when we're doing votes, right, you'll see all types of people bustling. Like usually this place is full of people, especially like right here. This is where they're gonna get this is where we're gonna get got. Right here is this is the front door. Like you can see, like a very nice door. Yeah. This is the door that leads right from the steps. So people just come up here. All of this is lined with like press.
Yeah.
This is all press.
Wait, this is a real door? Or
this is a real door.
Like fake doors.
This is a real door.
Oh, I can. Okay, I'm not gonna.
As it turns out, we cannot get in. Look, here we are.
Okay, I'm not gonna open it. See, that's why I said
I wasn't sure who that man
January
was.
6th. I went J6 mode for a second. What's going on?
Don't say that. So you're trying to get. Why are you trying to get me caught up? You gotta stop joking like that, man. They're gonna put us all out.
No, it's fine.
All over this place, murals, marble. Actually, we're gonna go over to Statuary Hall, which is where all the problematic artwork is.
Ooh, I mean, there's some problematic people in that too. So.
Small fries over here.
Yeah. And then look, the fascies, because all the founding fathers were Rome weebs. They were weebs for Rome. That's why they have like the fascies, the bundles of sticks.
Look who's an expert.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up.
Give me this one. You know more than me.
I'm just making stuff up. I mean, this is cool. The architecture is actually pretty fire. I don't think I've ever been inside the Capitol before. Like I've never done because I didn't go to school here. I went to school in Turkey, so we never did the tours and stuff.
I went to school here, and we never took tours, but I went to public school. Oh, look, here's our news friends. They're always here.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is where CNN, Fox, NBC.
Oh, this is where
they line up.
This is where they come and they talk, and then there's so much echo.
Yes.
This is the best.
All echo.
This is the best location to do this.
It's because we're in the dome now. We're in the dome. So the beautiful white dome, this is it.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, I remember people pouring in through here.
There it is.
All of my understanding of the interior is literally from January 6th. I'm not even joking. That's
wild. If you say January 6th 3 times, Capitol Police comes and takes you. They just take you away.
I won't burn my third one. I'll wait. I'll wait for a good moment.
This is where all the statues live. Every state gets 2 statues. They were no statues. All the statues were white people. Until 3 years ago.
Yeah.
They're just now starting to put non-white guys into here, but every state theoretically got to pick 2.
Person here.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No, they're all over the building though. This is where the most of them live. Every other part of this tour, you're gonna see some random statue of a guy who you don't remember.
What about?
Okay.
Oh. What about the? I was gonna ask about the Pope guy, but never mind.
Yeah. See, you'll always get ran out of a place here.
Oh, and then there's like people who are protesting. Mike Johnson is starving families, and
This is Mike Johnson's office.
oh, oh yeah. Well, he's not here.
Of course he's not here.
He ain't here. He's.
But you know what? At the end of the day, people are just trying to.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out why he's not here. Oh, this is
Yeah.
where all the problematic artwork here. So like, dead ass. This is the baptism of Pocahontas.
Oh my God.
Like when I said this is problematic, like the baptism of Pocahontas.
No
This is wild.
way. Pocahontas, daughter of the influential chief poet.
This is not the
Thomas,
Disney
depicted
story.
As kneeling and she's being baptized, Rebecca. The ceremony took place in 1613 or 1614 in Jamestown, Virginia. First permanent English settlement on the North American continent. Reverend Alexander Whitaker performs the baptism as colonists, and members of Pocahontas' family look on displaying a range of emotions. Well, this is the way that Donald Trump wants to reflect on American history, right? So like this is
PragerU version.
Yeah, when he's like it's woke. The museums are too woke. We got to fix it. That's what he's talking about.
Look at though. It's nice. It's very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it is cool.
It's very fancy.
Yeah. What's up?
Huge fan.
Sure.
Honestly, I kind of work here. Don't want to say who I work for.
Okay, well, you're on live stream, just so
I
you know.
exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, believe me. But
All right, you want to get flicked up? Let's do it.
Yeah, man.
Let me get out y'all's way.
Here's, you want a picture?
I'm gonna tell your boss. No, I'm joking.
He's
You're asking.
our intern.
The intern is asking Summer Lee.
Hey, dog.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
The others are for lunch.
All right,
That's
nice to
listen.
meet you. All right, get in here, bro. Come on.
We're humble
Quick,
office here.
quick.
Yeah, we do.
All right.
We gotta keep it moving, bro.
All right. Hell yeah. Nice to meet you.
Coalition. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Take care, man. Have fun.
All right. I'm trying. I am actually. I'm having a lot of fun. This is fun.
So as you see, you might not know we're getting ushered out of this place too. But yeah, here's all the rest of the pictures. They're always the that is the picture where like I think is that the one? One of these pictures is the one on the internet where they like circle all the slave owners.
Oh, it's probably that one.
Yes, that is
the
definitely that
Declaration
one.
of
So like
Independence
all
one,
these
yeah.
pictures depicting a very particular version of history. But
Damn. Abe had boots? He had Honest Abe? He had boots on. He had heels.
fashion setter. He's before his time.
He was tall as hell too. I think it's like inappropriate. If you're tall, you shouldn't be wearing boots especially at that age.
So you don't wear boots?
No, I wear boots all the time. But I feel like we've gotten taller in general now. Whereas back
and
then.
you're taller than what I thought you were going to be.
Oh, really? Okay. I do hear that sometimes.
No, because I always see you sitting down. Meanwhile, everybody else always tells me they thought I would be taller.
What is this? Oh, okay.
All right.
So where are we headed now?
All right, so we are headed now to the crypt. So we are right there, actually. So literally, this is under the point of the dome. So all of this is the crypt. Now, there are stories about this area. A couple things, right? You come over here.
Ooh, like spooky stories?
No, I don't think they're spooky. But like this, they say that right here. So this is the center. So this is like this is the center of the dome. But also, I think that this is where they get the quadrants in DC. So like if you leave Capitol Hill, you go to real DC, you can get northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, DC. All of those quadrants are like based off of the center of this area.
Wow.
But is this the actual crypt where they claim that like that George Washington is buried under?
Guys?
Yes. I gotta go back to my expert. Going back to my Capitol expert, Philip. He is allegedly buried underneath. He's not actually there.
Where is he buried? Let's go find him.
Yeah, which actually is not far. But this is honestly, there used to be more stuff down here.
What are they doing? They're taking it?
I don't know. I think they cleared out.
He's selling it to the Saudi royal family, piece by piece.
Well, this is yet and still the real people's house. People call the people's house the White House, but this is where the people's work actually gets done. But down here is also the Supreme Court. What? We just walk in. Y'all didn't tell us where to go. Where is the Supreme Court? It's close. So the old Supreme Court was here. So before they used to have the big building across the street, they were literally just down here in the basement.
Oh, wow.
Tiny little room in the basement of the Capitol.
That's I feel like that's better. They should go back to that.
That's what I said. When they cut up,
and they're in
they should go back to the basement.
Yeah. And they're also like closer in proximity to at least the elected representatives of the people whose lives they're deciding on.
For a life tenure?
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Okay, all right.
All right, let's go outside. You want to go see the plaza?
Sure.
So you haven't been on inside. Have you been outside of the Capitol?
Not really. The only time I've ever been to Washington, D.C. is for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And not even the dinner itself, but just events around it.
It's okay that you went to the dinner.
No, I didn't go. But I mean, it wasn't on some like principle. I just didn't, I wasn't invited.
I was like, same.
So
you've never just been to D.C. for like
no.
You ain't never been to the go-go? You heard go-go music?
Go-go music?
Yeah.
No.
Go-go is like the cultural music of real D.C.
Uh-huh.
I feel like we should have had some go-go playing for you to actually receive you.
I went to a nightclub one time.
You had chicken and mumbo sauce. Like, if you haven't done that part of DC, when you do that part of DC, then tell us how you feel about real DC.
Okay.
So what brings you here? What brought you here today? Why did you want to come to this place now?
I am here for CrookedCon specifically, but since I was doing that already, I thought, I'll go to New York earlier and go to the victory party, and then pull up here a day early so we could do this collaboration. And I'm really fortunate that you were able to take some time out. I mean, I know there's not a lot on your plate currently. So this is as good as a time as ever.
Disclaimer, I'm not on vacation. I can't speak for anybody else, but I'm not on vacation. We work for real.
What is this?
Oh, this is one of the people. This is every state.
Father Damien.
Yeah, every state gets two. So this is their second one.
He look like that, right?
According to the statue?
That's a cool way to look. He was so rotund.
Robust?
Yeah, or square. So rectangular.
Honestly, I've never looked him up. I'm intrigued. If you were here when this place was open, you would have made it through.
Yeah, it'd probably be a little annoying. I feel like it gets
on for Congress.
It gets tough.
So when you come back here and you're a member, they ain't gonna love you the same.
Oh, yeah. That's never.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. Everybody says, I'm not gonna do this. I don't want to do this.
Never. Oop.
All right, we made it out of it. Okay, so
I'm already breaking stuff.
Just to talk about where we started. We started over there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I met you all the way over there.
Whoa.
And we walked under. So that's how you can get on. So that's how, like, when it rains, weather, you can come under the tunnels.
That's pretty cool.
But when you come here outside, usually, so this is the plaza where everything is, right? We got all the office buildings. They're over on that side. Notice that we didn't go to the Senate. We don't go there.
Yeah, no. Well, the Senate is in session right now, isn't it? They're doing stuff.
I'm not.
Some stuff.
Oh, okay.
Not a lot.
Something.
They're doing something, I guess. I don't know.
So we got like the Library of Congress. So there goes the Senate. There goes the Supreme Court right over there. And then there's usually in session, right? You get people running over here. People are usually doing press conferences over there on what we call the little triangle. Usually you have like press all lined up here. So when I say you press line from here, when you walk up the steps, all press till you get to the door. This is where the famous bill sat.
Oh yeah, I'm just the bill.
Hit over there.
I know that.
That's where the bill was.
Yeah,
this is a famous place.
Andrew Cuomo made a version of that as an AI.
And it was pregnant.
And it was pregnant. Yeah.
It was
weird.
It was pregnant sometimes, but not all the time.
It's weird that he just chose to make the bill sexualized.
Can we just say that I for one am excited that the most embarrassing campaign in history is over?
Oh my God, I know. I mean, I have obviously some personal.
Shout out to New York.
Yes, amazing. I have some personal investments as well in terms of like, I'm glad that they're no longer dumping $3 million into putting my face on Knicks game advertising.
Yeah.
Next to the burning towers.
Yeah, you get.
Yeah, they were like, they were really pumping it. They really just went, we'll just tune the dial of racism up to 11.
And it's not gonna get better.
Yeah, no.
It ain't getting better
because
there's no responsibility. There's no accountability.
No.
The elections over, they lost. You think they're going to be like, okay, we should be racist. We shouldn't be racist anymore.
Yeah.
Doubt it. But the citizen's right over there.
Crazy because it's like he is technically supposed to be a Democrat, which makes it worse, I feel like. Because then it's like,
we
if
should
you're
talk
doing
about
this,
that. Listen, they always say the party is a big tent. That tent has gotten much bigger. Like, it's not expanding. I think we're expanding it. We're bringing in people.
But they're not.
Every day
super
we bring in
stoked.
somebody, they just go off the deep end more.
Yeah, for
The whole
for
campaign
every
was
summer
off the
league, we
deep
need
end.
like 3 Klans members, I think, to moderate it. Is the attitude that some people have? I think not everybody.
No, it's not everybody.
Not everybody.
It's not everybody. But everybody should be. I don't know. I think there were some clear things people should be able to speak out against.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, just calling a guy running for mayor a terrorist for existing as a Muslim, like that. Come on, that feels like something that every single Democrat should be able. Personally.
Yeah, even like people who took their sweet time to come out and endorse the
vote blue no matter who.
Democrat. Yeah, all the vote blue no matter who people were like very.
So you're not even getting a good shot. Let's swap it, bro. That's not us. That's not even us. Okay, I got you.
It's because of the sun.
I was like, I wanted them to know where you at.
But that was somewhat frustrating to see. Do you feel like there needs to be more protection within the Democratic coalition as far as
absolutely.
As far as congressmen with like marginalized background, no matter what.
Precisely. And it's like we can't keep saying that we want more people to participate. We want more people to care. We want people to vote. Honestly, I think it betrays it when they treat, when people treat like Zara like that. Yo, let's just sit down.
Well, I was thinking, this is the Hakeem Jeffries. This is the Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker.
I don't know for sure.
They sat down here, didn't they?
Everybody sits. First of all, everybody sits down here, right? They don't have a monopoly on it. Everybody's sitting down around here. But no, you hope that people like, whether they do it or not, we are gonna exist.
Yeah.
We're gonna run. We're gonna be successful. Personally, like the left, like marginalized folks running, like our biggest impediment isn't a hater, who's in office. Our biggest impediment is the money, right? I don't care. You hate all day. You don't gotta love us. You don't gotta.
Yeah.
Keep your super PACs at bay, right?
Yeah.
That's my ask. If we can't even let's start there. Let's not sick super PACs on people who we don't like. If we can start there, that'll be good. We can move on to how about we not be, but we can kill the hypocrisy. You want me to vote? Every single election cycle, everybody's like, did you vote blue? Did you vote for the president? Did you vote for this person? Did you vote for that person? And it's just, obviously, there's no reciprocity. There's not enough reciprocity, but I also know, look, at the end of the day, I represent my people. I bring my people with me. My goal at the end of the day is to get and bring more people. So when we lose big national elections and we're like, oh man, the math didn't math for us.
Yeah.
It's like, well, yeah, how many people did you not bring in? How many people did y'all say were not good enough for the party when you slow walked, endorsements of one of the most exciting candidates in forever?
Yeah. And I think, there's a bunch of different reasons for that, obviously. You do have like big corporate donors that are very scared of the scary word of socialism. But I think a major advocacy group that is embedded within both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and I think you know where I'm going with this, is obviously the Israel lobby. Yeah. And you were uncompromising in your values, and you spoke out against Israel's war crimes, against Israel's genocide, and you were one of the few that did not get punished in that same cycle where AIPAC obviously put a lot of historic amounts of money in AIPAC subsidiaries, put historic amounts of money against Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman.
Yeah.
I do want to start with
we're getting deep now. You want to go over to my office?
We can do that as well.
We can still walk and talk, but let's get deep.
But I want to start with what motivated you to run for office, what your background was, but also in terms of that last race, what do you think you did that allowed you to cut through that noise?
Yeah,
is this something you thought about?
No, I think about it all the time.
Yeah.
We had, obviously they were able to take out my brother and sister, Jamal and Cori Bush. I think that they are also people who were exciting. They cared about people. Like I can say this unequivocally. I have never seen someone go as hard for their people just persistently as like Cori Bush. Like she goes hard. When we're talking about people should be excited about politics, like that's the type of energy that we should bring. And then like the reason why they target people like us is because they're not trying to really just take out us. And they're trying to extinguish that energy.
Yeah.
People aren't supposed to come to politics and be excited.
Yeah.
You know. So I mean,
no, they want to kill hope.
They want to kill that hope, right?
That's
Honestly.
what it always feels like to me. Even with like that's.
If it ain't a slogan, they don't want it.
Yeah.
They only like slogan hope.
Or even as far as like hope in general, like it does always feel like there's this energy, especially emanating here, that politics is supposed to not give you good things. Like it's not supposed to offer you.
The government's not supposed to give you good things.
The government is not supposed to do anything for you. You know, the scariest words that any American could hear is I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Like that mentality is carried on, and I think it's basically calcified here, and that's very damaging for the Democratic Party's interests.
Yeah, it is.
Because if they were to represent like any kind of competency, they would have to do bigger government initiatives. Like that's structurally what the Democrats are supposed to represent. Yeah. So when they also play this role in undermining any sort of competence, undermining any sort of you know, better things are possible style initiatives, they're cooking themselves in the long run.
Yeah, you know, the Democratic Party, I think we got to get out of our own way. I use our very loosely. I like to think I'm not in my own way.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a couple of things, right? The original question, we work hard. I think that we had a little bit of luck, you know. I've always been very fortunate to have people who support me. And it's not like, I don't even just like my districts, obviously, but I mean, like we have friends. Like my first election, AIPAC came at us. That was the first election that AIPAC even existed as a PAC.
Yeah.
So like when we were looking to see who was coming after us, we didn't even know what the PAC would be called. Like, you know, we thought it might be DMFI. We saw them in the cycle before. It wasn't them, right? It was this they're new at the time, like United Democracy Project.
Yeah.
We had no idea how they would come in at us. You know, we were 27 points up, something like that. They came in like the last 3 weeks, $1 million a week.
Yeah.
$1 million a week. The only reason why I survived then, and the reason why I think we survive now, is because, I mean, obviously you got to move. You got to move right? You kind of got to be perfect.
Yeah.
But we have friends like Justice Democrats. You know, they honestly, for real, they came in. Like Justice Democrats, like they came in from the beginning. When they started to put those millions in, they went and found us a couple of dollars.
Yeah.
You know, we had a couple of our union friends, you know, progressive folks all over the country. They were doing phone banks. Like we just had like lefties, like all over the country doing phone banks for us.
Yeah.
And you used to think that those tactics didn't work. Yeah, when they're spending millions of dollars to say you're a Trump supporter, you know, that you're going to destroy the Democratic Party. That's what they said.
So that's really,
we just called.
So that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. So what a lot of people might not understand is that when AIPAC actually is dumping money into opposing a congressperson, they don't actually do it on the boundaries of Israel, because even AIPAC understands that Israel alone is not very popular.
They have never mentioned it in any of my races or any race that I've ever seen.
With Jamal Bowman and with Cori Bush, like they actually never talked about Israel. The real reason why they were dumping that money was because of their position on Israel.
Yeah, it was a position on Israel, but it's also just their position on the status quo.
Yeah.
Right.
But
all the folks who are big donors to AIPAC. Yeah, they have interest, just corporate interests.
Yeah.
Right. It was like the CEO of like Home Depot.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
it's different people who are coming at folks who are vocal, who want to tax the rich, who want to hold, you know, the system, whatever the party is, accountable.
Yeah.
That was really the common denominator.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But what I was saying is that their angle of attack is never on the boundaries of Israel, but it's never because
I'm not a Democrat. That's what they told me.
Yeah, we're not going after Summer Lee because she's, you know, she's trying to hold powerful corporate interests to account. We're going after Summer Lee because she doesn't cooperate with the Democrats if it's the primary, and I assume if it's in the general, there's like different lines of attack that they change up, right? Like. It's usually
no, they did the same attacks.
Oh, so what were,
I guess a little tiny bit.
What were the common threads there? Like, what were the lines of attack?
Honestly, genuinely, it was nothing but like, she's not a good enough Democrat.
Yeah.
They just changed the message on every medium. So on TV, wall-to-wall coverage. You know, just like ads is like Summer wants to destroy the Democratic Party. Just wall-to-wall coverage. You wake up, And you
honestly, at this rate,
we're gonna go that
currently,
way. We're gonna go in that door. I would never go in that door because it's easier to get into this one. It was like every day. You go outside, you could check your mail. One day there were 4 mailers in people's mailboxes. Each of them had me with like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, right, trying to paint this picture that I'm not a good enough them. They pull out of context tweets.
Yeah.
They did stuff like that.
Oh, classic, yeah.
But it was like all fear-mongering, right? Just like they're radical, they don't know enough, like they're not us, right?
Yeah.
It's the us versus them thing that they do anyways. So that was the message that they sent. And then they went, they didn't beat me, right? But they lowered that lead.
Yeah.
We went from 25 points up to winning by like 900 votes.
But it's so, like, that is so undemocratic. Like, I know this is a point that gets stressed quite a bit in terms of like any kind of corporate lobbying and any sort of like super PAC, but it quite literally is antagonistic to democracy. You do the right thing. Like on paper, you go out, you speak to your constituents, and you say, here's what I've done, here's why you should vote for me again, here's how I'm going to fight for your values and fight for the things that you care about. And then
they can lie.
This faucet of unlimited capital can just come in and just disparage you and make things much more difficult. Classic elevator F. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Real quick, we're in our office building. This is Best Hallway. Let's go to my office.
Okay. Oh, we got woke flags, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the heart. These are the offices of representatives. But what are they representing? They're representing woke.
Well, wait till you catch this flag of my favorite neighbor.
Who is there?
Can you say who my favorite neighbor is?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. Congressional Mama's Caucus. You are our ancestors' greatest dream. Oh my God, this is so nice. That's crazy. Wait, you guys, it seems, get a lot more positive feedback from your constituents. It seems like.
I feel like, honestly, they used to post stuff. I used to get a lot of. I used to get a couple like, pro-genocide posts every now and then. Hey, friend.
Hi.
Come on in. This is my office. I live in the blandest office in the Capitol. Don't judge it.
What do you mean? This is sick. I haven't seen any other office, so for me, it's sick.
Yeah, that's why. That's why, because you haven't seen anybody else. Everybody else usually has like their artwork. Like real art. People have real. I don't have any art.
You have some art?
My team is all proud. They're like, you have art. You have one picture.
All right, chat, get to it.
I got one picture, y'all.
Get to it. We need to send her some art. That's crazy.
So listen, the only piece of art that I have, funny enough, is from Rashida. It's because all the other, squad members.
She was like, I have too much.
No, they all came to my office and they were like, why does it look like a funeral in here?
Can I put my jacket up there?
Yeah, please. Get comfy.
Right.
So she's the only. They were all like, we're gonna give you something, and she's the only one who actually did. So.
Oh, so all the other
come with me. Come on.
Congressional Progressive Caucus members didn't get you
They
stuff?
haven't given me their art yet.
What's that about, Greg? Get on it.
Actually, Greg gave me a mug.
Okay, never mind. Greg gave you something.
Greg gave me a mug. I don't know. I'm waiting for Ilhan to give me some. Ilhan has a nice office.
Ilhan Omar has a nice office?
She has a beautiful office. She got a balcony. She has nice things.
So there is like a
every office is
seniority
different. Like yes, very.
Oh, so that's a big.
It's
part
the Hunger
of...
Games trying to pick an office.
Oh, see, this is the type of stuff that like yeah, I think about like the Senate parliamentarian and things of that nature, but like this kind of additional back and forth, I never have considered.
You literally pick a number out of a box. So like orientation,
Can
everybody
you guys
comes.
like transfer for goodies?
You can.
Could you be like, I want your office, but I'll give you something in return?
That feels unethical. I don't think so.
No, they don't do that?
I don't think we can do
not
that. People
on
are shaking
bills.
their head.
I just mean
people
like.
People are shaking their head now.
No, okay, my bad.
People are shaking their head. You get your office and you're stuck with it.
Yeah,
you're stuck with it for the Congress.
Okay. Whoa. I thought it was
Thanks,
happening.
G.
I thought it was like, yes, we're in it this time.
Like I said, this is like he's trying to get put out.
No, I play too much, and that does end up getting me in trouble sometimes.
No, it's good.
Yeah, they've been.
You can't be.
They're still hitting the whole like 9/11 stuff on Fox News. Sean Hannity was talking about it last night. He's like, Hasan Piker, Mahmoud Khalil, and Jamal Bowman were all there celebrating Zoran's victory. These guys are so scary.
Yeah, you were just with my good brother.
Yeah, they just don't want to see any expression of joy. I think
No.
but they're kind of not used to that from the Democrats in general, like the real grassroots momentum and like a real people-backed candidacy.
I'm a serious human being without doing serious things.
Yeah.
And when I'm not, I have a whole bunch of joy. Like,
Yeah.
first of all, of all the people who try to stop us from helping people, when we actually win, we should be happy. We should be excited.
Yeah.
I think we
absolutely.
did exciting things. I think we did exciting things this week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been longer than a week, but I think that we have things to be excited about. And your haters are always going to be upset. So personally, I couldn't care less.
Oh, no,
couldn't care less what the
same
Fox
way.
News say. I couldn't care less.
As long as you have your people covered, as long as you are doing your very best, it doesn't matter.
They want us
the
to be
background
hopeless
noise.
because that's what authoritarianism needs.
Yes, absolutely.
So they want you to feel like, oh, you can't beat us.
So let's start in the beginning.
All right.
What got you invested in politics? Like, how did your journey start?
My first day I went to law school. It was orientation. I was like, I am never gonna be a lawyer.
Uh-huh.
But I was already there. I already paid, so I was like, I'm gonna stay.
Might as well go through it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna finish. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do it because it was like, you can like litigate one case at a time. It's just like a brother brought in some trumped up charge. You do that one at a time. But like, who's thinking about the system? I never thought that.
That's crazy.
He would tell you this all the time, right?
You were like, I'm going to the top. I'm cutting. I'm just skipping steps.
There's no such thing. Have you met some of my colleagues?
Oh no! I didn't mean it like
No,
that.
that's what I mean. Even the joke about it. Like, there are people up in here. You think you skipped a step?
Yeah. Oh no.
Somebody was like, "You have imposter syndrome." I was like, "No, I know my colleagues."
There are people. Yeah, there are people here that should be. I don't even know how they get up the steps in general, both literally and figuratively.
That's a different story. But no, so I was just like, wait, I'm like, okay, so all of these like inequality, like it's cyclical, right? You grow up in a poor neighborhood, you are disadvantaged at every turn. Like I come from the Mon Valley. It's so funny. I don't think people realize this, but I'm from Braddock, right? I'm from Braddock, PA, right? Which is where our hey, that's y'all thing.
Go on.
I'm actually from Braddock. Like my family's actually from Braddock, right?
Yeah,
That's where my people are from. Yeah. So we grew up steel mills, all those things. We got some of the worst air quality in the nation.
Mm-hmm.
Industry collapses, towns abandoned.
Was your what about your family's background? Were they working in the steel mills?
I had a whole bunch of family working in the steel mills. Yeah.
And that was like there was unions back then.
You know what's interesting about that? Yes. Pittsburgh has always been a union town. We don't just say that for fun. Pittsburgh has always been a union town, and this is the thing that I think gets me in trouble. When we used to, in the early days, just on like this environmental racism stuff, like working on this environmental racism stuff, like reminding people like we have the worst air quality. We worked in these steel mills, and like the mill was not sustaining the community the way the community is sustaining the mill. People were upset when we talked about that, but like I had a license in ways of other people. Yeah, I had family members who worked in the mill, and they were not in the unions because black folks couldn't join the unions until I believe, like, don't quote me, don't be mad at me if I'm completely wrong, but black folk couldn't join those unions until like the 70s.
Yeah.
So like the last generation of my family, who was in the mill, my granddad was in the mills. He actually left the mills and somehow became a teacher.
Oh, wow.
So I think he might have been, I don't know if he was able to be in USW, who I rock with hard. Like I rock with my labor brothers and sisters, but he wasn't the teachers.
Yeah.
So since then, the whole thing was like, we want better for you. We want you to be in safer jobs. Like we want you it ain't gotta be about getting out, but we want the community to be good for us. You shouldn't have to leave your own community. You shouldn't have to get out, right? Like all the things, you go to any other community, we want the same things everybody else want, right?
No, absolutely.
Like I don't want to be gentrified to get a coffee shop.
Yeah.
I would like us to be able to have a grocery store in our community. I'm living in that type of community, right? We don't got a grocery store, poor air quality. You used to go down my street, like you used to go down Braddock Avenue, and you can smell. So for us, rotten eggs. Yeah. So it would smell like rotten eggs. It was like the sulfur trucks. Yeah. So like that's what I grew up around. So I wasn't an expert in like environmental justice or anything, but like I lived it. So when I first started to run, honestly, it was actually just like trying to get other people to feel like they can actually do something. Like the system shouldn't be sending us people. We should be sending the system people.
Yeah.
So I was organizing, like trying school board, local stuff. Like people don't, everybody's always
What was the issue that you find yourself organizing around initially?
Then?
Yeah, back then.
So my high school has gone viral for a number of things.
Okay.
This particular thing, this 1 year, my school went viral, I think 3 separate times for like police officers and like the principal allegedly like beating kids up on camera.
That's insane.
It was on camera.
But it does happen a lot. So school resource officers?
Yeah, but one of the problems, you get school resource officer,
Yeah.
but like the principal was kind of like involved.
That's
like
crazy.
in a number of the videos,
He
like
was throwing hands.
a kid had his tooth knocked out of his throat.
By the
like
principal.
out of his
So
allegedly.
Okay. I grew
Allegedly,
up
guys.
in Turkey. Like I experienced corporal punishment quite a bit in Turkish schooling.
This was not corporal punishment.
This is like that, but that's beyond that. Like they would do, ear pulling, steel. They would get like a
You
steel
can paddle.
ruler.
You can still get paddled in the United States.
Oh really?
Yeah, like
They just
I
have
feel
that.
like maybe like 15 states or something.
They just have that as a carve out. They're like, we can't let go of this. This
Yeah.
is so good.
It still exists.
It's such a good educational tool.
People don't even know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes kids have bad vibes. You know what I mean? I'm kidding.
Not the kids are low vibrational.
I'm kidding.
I believe the kids
can
are the future.
Do you guys have a
Charger?
iPhone charger, if possible?
You got a new
Can I
iPhone or the old iPhone?
I have the new one, the
You're right there.
USB-C one.
Yep.
If it's
Right below
possible.
you.
Oh, you have it right here. Oh,
That's
damn.
my seat.
Okay. Oh, this is where you normally.
If I do anything, I'm gonna stay charged.
Yeah, you're just kicking it over here.
Mm-hmm.
You have a Black Panthers jersey.
Yeah, I got that from like the Black Panther Museum.
Oh wow.
Like Huey P. Newton's wife gave it to me. Well,
Oh,
she didn't
that's
give it to me
sick.
because I follow ethics.
Yeah. Of course.
I love that thing.
That's such a crazy. That's also kind of a crazy rule for people that don't know. Do you want to explain what that is?
Yeah,
you're
we
not
can't
supposed
accept
to,
gifts.
You can't accept gifts as a.
We don't accept gifts.
Yeah.
People don't give us things. They don't give me things.
Unless it's a super PAC, in which case you can do whatever the you want. You can go to like.
Even that's a loophole.
Yeah.
Even that's a loophole. This is why we want to abolish super PACs.
Yes.
Peep the sign. We're trying to abolish super PACs. We want everybody to get on board. I can't proselytize right now. They told me. But yeah, no, this is I think this is one of the biggest issues that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, not just from my own race, from all the races. The people shouldn't be able to just like buy their way into the literal Oval Office like Elon Musk did. Like just
Yeah. I mean, they're just that's cutting out the middleman in some ways too. They've gotten more confident in their
Very much
brazen
so.
corruption
Because they've been
especially in this
stress
last-
testing the system for, I'm gonna say decades.
Yeah.
But this group specifically, since like 2016, everything they do, every like toe they like step over is trying to figure out will people let us do it.
Yeah.
Will people let us do it? That's why I always say like Donald Trump doesn't necessarily get to decide if we have a dictator.
Yeah.
He don't get to decide. Like it's not like the Congress doesn't get to decide if we have a dictator. Like you do.
Yeah.
So like when they step over line, it's like they're flexing on the American people
Yeah. No, they're dabbing on us
every time.
every day.
And every time they get to do it once, and they're like, "Oh, that worked."
Yeah.
You know what they do? They go and say, "All right, we moved the line."
Yeah.
We moved the line. So that's what this whole thing has been. Like I've always said, it was you talk about all day. It's an ongoing insurrection. The insurrection has been ongoing. They have been plotting. They've been planning. They've told us. So even like I get it. A lot of people are like, "I don't really rock with the Dems."
With
or
the Project
Rs.
2025 stuff, especially, like
It was real.
they plotted out.
They plotted it. They wrote it.
And they put it on paper, and they're like, "This is what we're gonna do." And then all it takes is for Trump to be like, "I don't know what that is. I don't know how to read." And then everyone's like, "Oh, okay, he said so it's fine. He won't do it." And then
He said he was gonna do it.
yeah,
They said they were gonna do it. So, honestly, that's why I ran. All of this is a part of why I ran. Right?
Yeah.
I felt like I could see the trajectory of the country and the Democratic Party. I felt like if I can see inequality and I can see like how it functions at the systems level, if I can see people who aren't apathetic, like the party, that was one of the reasons why I really ran. Like they kept saying like these people are apathetic, they don't care. I'm like, that's just not even true. People absolutely care.
Yeah.
Sometimes people are hopeless.
yeah,
Sometimes they feel discouraged, or like how many people in communities like mine, like they've seen the president, Democrats and Republican, they seen the volleyball game happening forever, and their communities haven't changed.
Yeah.
Things haven't changed in their life.
Their material conditions are only deteriorating year after year.
Absolutely.
And I think that is a major issue. That's like what I address all the time as far as like the sense of entitlement. It seems that some people hold, Democrats in particular, where they're just like, no, you have to vote for us. We're better than the other guy. And like theoretically, it's true. In theory, harm reduction is correct, right? It's a correct theory. But it's a terrible way to
It's
campaign.
a bad message.
It's a bad message. It's a terrible way to campaign, and it's been an abject failure over and over again.
I think that's a key point. It's been a failure. I think that multiple things be true. When I used to knock on doors in my really early days, because that's all we did. Like I knocked doors twice a day, every day. So I did a morning shift, I did an afternoon, I did like an evening shift. I'm hitting people for breakfast and dinner. Just talking to voters. And same things all the time, like you deserve clean air and water, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we live in the wealthiest nation on earth. Your kids should go to a good school. You shouldn't be paying property taxes out the wazoo if your kid still is not getting the education they deserve, right? Just stuff like that every day, every single day. But I talk to a lot of non-voters.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's what makes me a little bit different. I'm not just saying me personally, me and others like us. That I talk to non-voters as much as I talk to voters. I talk to infrequent voters. I talk to folks who have never been registered in their entire life. I have people in my family, right, who they vote when I say go vote for me. They know me. And sometimes I'm certain they're lying to me. Like sometimes they're like, "Summer, yeah, I voted for you." Sure. Like, okay. They didn't go. What am I do? Right?
Here comes summer again.
Right.
Asking us to go out and register.
I had to go and like drive because I was like, girl, I'm gonna drive you to the poll. Like I need to vote. But no, I've talked to these non-voters, and at the end of the day, it is that hopelessness. It's like, well, what's the difference? It doesn't make a difference. And then I talk to your Democratic establishment people, and they're like, well, of course there's a difference. The Supreme Court, right? Roe v. Wade fell because the Senate gets to a point.
Yeah.
That was a real thing that happened, and I think that the disconnect is that. What I think the Democratic establishment does not understand is that, look, there is something about the system that non-voters, marginalized, disenfranchised people, that they understand about the system that these folks don't understand.
Absolutely.
And on the other side, there is something that these Democratic establishment people understand about the system that they're not able to fully grasp and understand too, because they are worried about their basic needs. The key is that it's incumbent on us to go and get folks.
Yeah.
Like we're the ones who are supposed to say, I understand why you're skeptical. I understand how it can be hard for you to prioritize voting when your material conditions are just getting worse.
Yeah, what's really interesting is...
We stopped doing that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And it's like, that's the basic principle of democracy, is that voters are supposed to go out and extract concessions or make demands out of their elected representatives in exchange for a vote. And then you sit on this seat of power to make the popular demand known and try to fight for them. And yet, for some weird reason, we are so far removed from that basic principle that even campaigns like Zoran's or campaigns like yours, but Zoran's one's like in New York, so it was very high profile.
It's a big time.
Yeah. But it's like, it wasn't unique at all. Like, in many ways it was unique because the circumstances are so dire. But what I mean by that is, like, it's not actually that unique to go out, ask a bunch of voters and non-voters, like, what is your major issue?
Actually, you mean talk to voters?
Yeah, talk to voters, identify some key problems.
I got big theories on why people don't talk to voters.
What? Oh, in here? Oh, I would
not
love
even
to,
just here, right? Just
I would love to get into that because that's a major gripe that I have.
We'll circle back.
But what I'm saying is, like, it's the most basic thing. You go out and you ask people, like, what's your issue? How can I solve it? And then you identify a couple of those issues, and you keep hitting those issues. And of course, lo and behold, all of them revolve around material inequities and financial struggles, affordability, things of that nature. And you just keep hammering out those points, and you win. Even when you have hundreds of millions of dollars in corporate interests and numerous different advocacy groups.
I'm not going to say even. Together. Let's be real. Zoran had some dollars. He had support. He had help. When a lot of people talk about, oh, why'd you win? Why'd he win? Sometimes because it's a good story. You know, we put the emphasis on the grassroots organizing.
Yeah.
You know, what did he have? 90,000 volunteers?
He had
I don't know if
50
that's a real number.
No, he had 50,000.
50,000.
He had 50,000 in the primary and then 104,000 in the general.
That's wild. Let me tell you who ain't getting that many volunteers. Nobody else on God's green earth. Like, not in a district, right? In a non-national campaign.
Well, we're trying to fix that.
Absolutely. But in
why
a non-national campaign? Like,
Yeah.
that's wild. So we put the emphasis on that because we should. Because proportionally, that's us saying, like, the reason why we're here is because of you, right? People put us here, people care. You know, we connected, real connection. And so sometimes people are like, well, you don't need all that money. But it's like, At the end of the day, when your ops can get out anything, say anything about you, and you can't counteract it, it does hurt. It hurts because now you need more. Like, you need more volunteers to now go. Now you got to counteract the lie.
Yeah.
So, like, the idea that we don't need money, like, I would love, and I can't wait. It exists. As the future already exists, it already exists that we live in a world post big money in politics. We live in a world post authoritarian. It exists already, and as we build to it, right, we do have to recognize that, like, actually our people do need to have dollars so they can compete. It's not an evil thing.
No, absolutely.
We do need to actually run for office. It's not an evil thing.
Yeah.
We need to wield power. Power is neutral, right? Power is not inherently good or inherently evil. And there are, like, a few people in history who are like, power is to be wielded. I think when you talk about, like, democracy, if I just flip it on its head a little bit, like, the fundamental thing about democracy is that it's government by the people.
Yeah.
Which means that our real job is not necessarily like a transactional thing. It's actually to be like the candidate in the perfect world. Candidates don't go to the people first. The people.
They are the people.
They are the people.
Exactly.
The people are like, this is our person. This is who we're sending you.
Yeah.
And because we are a person, like, you represent them, you already know you're embedded. Now you stay with your folks. You stay on the ground.
It's not supposed to be a special class, like,
it's not a special class of people.
Job. Yeah, it's supposed to be you're a teacher. And then you're representing your community.
You represent your community. You can be anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that changes. Well, what's the qualifications for Congress?
Yeah.
People think that the qualification for Congress is
Nothing.
lawyer, business
no.
owner. No, it's whatever lived experience you have. You are personal. You have personal expertise on all types of stuff.
Yeah.
You be convinced that we don't have it.
And I think I would go so far as to say, if you're a regular person experiencing financial struggle, trying to make ends meet, trying to pay for rent, you have the necessary qualities that many people in Congress no longer hold, especially after years and years of being a part of this machine. I've talked to a lot of politicians about this kind of stuff behind closed doors and private meetings and things like that, about, like, and they just want to know how do we message? How do we message to the kids? How do we reach they don't really care as far as, like, what I try to explain to them, that it's not just about the platforms that you're on. It's about what you're saying, and it's about actually being an earnest defender.
It's about your authenticity.
Yeah.
We don't have a message problem.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, okay, we have a message problem.
We do.
We don't have exclusively a message problem. We have a messenger problem.
Yes.
I've been talking to a lot of my colleagues too. I remember we were going back and forth in, like, a retreat. And, everybody, after the election, they all bring in the polls. It's like the polls say this, the polls say that. Honestly, I mean, the polls always say this. I'm like, I told y'all that. I'm like, I already told y'all that. But, like, so we're doing that. And then we're talking about, and they're like, well, what we need to do. I was like, no, we need people. You can say whatever you want to say. You can start cussing online, look cool. You can do all that. If that is you, then do it. But the problem is, like, if you ain't never had to struggle to pay the rent, how are you going to relate to somebody who does? And a Congress person doesn't have to relate to every single person in their district. You don't.
Yeah.
But again, as the party of working class people, if you can't relate to working class, I had to talk to my colleagues, like, there are so many of y'all who generationally have not experienced being of the poor.
Yeah.
I think most of us are working class, right? You don't own anything, you don't trade stocks. You're in a working class. You got to work for your living. You're in a working class. But a lot of people lose those roots. They're not there. That's why they're not talking to non-voters anymore. Yeah. That's why you got all these people who are only listening to consultants and hyper like attentive voters, like those voters who are like, I go to caucus, I go to the DNC.
What the abundance call the groups.
Yeah, they're talking to them all the time.
Yeah.
But they're not talking to real people. And then when they go, and you go to the barber shop, and you ain't been to the barber shop in years, you don't know what them brothers down there are dealing with in their real life. So how are you gonna relate to it? And that's the problem right now. When we're talking about, man, we got colleagues who, and this is not a shot. We got folks who have been here for longer than I've been alive. Like, actually.
Yeah.
They've been here longer than I've been alive, which means they've known various iterations of the Democratic Party, various iterations of the Republican Party, and now they have officially known a different iteration of the country itself. The country that they've known, that we've known, it does not exist anymore. We are in an authoritarian regime. Yeah. And there are too many people who are nostalgic for a time that will never exist again. Yeah. It cannot exist again.
Whenever they say, I want a strong Republican Party, the way things used to be, I'm like, no, I want no Republican Party.
I fell out of my chair. I'm like,
no, I want.
That's like saying I want a responsible plan. What?
I want no opposition. I want
I want a better world.
I want every seat to be filled with people who are going to center the working class in their politics, so that we don't have to have this like gridlock, this back and forth, within the current structure that exists. But
I'm baffled.
I
remember that.
It's a very silly way to approach it, and I think like a lot of people see that and they think it's inauthentic as well, because they're like, we're Democrats. If we're Democrats, why the fuck do we want?
Remember when Cuomo, when the question on the debate, on the 2-hour debate they did, and it was like, how much you pay for rent? The debate gotcha, right? Zorn laughs. He goes, what is it, $2,300?
Yeah.
Cuomo goes, he's stealing from a poor person.
$2,300.
Mr. Cuomo.
He has a rent-stabilized apartment that a poor person's supposed to have. Mine is about $7,800.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The number one thing that shows that he's disconnected, he's stealing from a poor person. I don't know no poor people in my life who can spend $2,300. That's not the point that I'm making right now. He then laughs and goes, I pay $7,800. Yeah. Right? You can't relate. You can't relate to people like that.
I felt like he owns his house, I think, right? He was just saying like his daughter's rent or something, I feel like.
Or he's saying his mortgage. You still got to pay something. Whatever it is at the end of the day. I'm just saying like that people are so disconnected from actual struggle that they don't know it when it's in front of them. Like they don't even know how to deal with it. I get people come to it. I mean, the shutdown. Like it's a real thing. Like I think that the fight for healthcare is righteous. I think it's righteous. I think that in an authoritarian regime, I think we gotta stand tall, right? You give them an inch, they'll take them out.
Yeah.
I think the people want us to take the stand. They've been asking them to take the stand. We're doing it. And it also really hurts to see people coming to me, in my real life, who are talking about how hard it is to make ends meet. Yeah. Right? The line at the food bank was already long before the SNAP, cuts. People be struggling. And to have an empathy for that is the key. You don't have to have lived every experience. You really don't.
Yeah.
But like, if you don't have to ever see it, it's like Gaza, right? The biggest movement happened when people had to see the imagery.
Yeah.
We do have to start to question, why do we have so many people here who we have to show pictures to? Yeah. Like, why does a starving mom got to come to you for you to be like, damn, I should do something? Yeah. Right? Why does it got to be like that? This is the generational divide we are right now. As people are retiring, and the next class of folks are coming in, then this is an opportunity. We can actually get people who are responsive to the real needs of real people, or we can keep putting in messengers who aren't credible, who are going to keep begging consultants for how to say it right.
Yeah, so that's actually, that ties into something I want to talk about as far as like the system, right? One of the things that I hear from very seasoned operatives and people who have been around for a very long time is the notion that like, well, a lot of these guys, they come into Congress and maybe they have like key issues that they care about, but over the years, they basically become complacent, or at least like they themselves also lose whatever edge they might have had, because they just go back and forth and there's so much wheeling and dealing with the way that bills are structured, with the way that bills are passed, that they basically, they hit neutral. And they just kind of exist. And then all they care about is getting reelected, so they go to donors instead of the actual constituents because of what we just talked about.
It's a bypass.
Because big donors can just go in and dump $1 million into a relatively small TV, like a local TV network, and just hit you with attack ads and genuinely try and tarnish your reputation and make it harder for you to overcome these odds. So a lot of people run from a place of fear. Yeah. How do you push back against that? How do you fight back against that around your colleagues, especially?
I think part of it is acknowledging that it's a very real condition in this place.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't. I think that sometimes when we talk about someone came in with the fire, And then now it's like, yo, what happened to them? There's a lot of people like, what happened to them?
Yeah.
I think that we all like have it in our minds that it's like, it's a very like big thing. Like they got there and a boogeyman literally walked up to them with a suitcase, a suitcase of money. Like we imagine that it's something like this instead of the fact that it's actually like a small concession every time.
Yeah.
Every time it's a small concession.
Yeah, just like
right?
chips away.
First of all, this place is a soul crusher. It is a soul crusher. So the first thing, even if you're somebody who's running, like again, we got to focus on the future, not the past. And we can still address the past. But like, to flip the question, like if I had to like say for somebody who's like, I want to start building the government that reflects us and our dreams. The first thing you need to understand is that this place is a soul crusher by nature. Doesn't matter if you want it to be or not. Doesn't matter how strong you are. You got to have a North Star here. We all know. How many people come here because, they want to be famous? It's a very real reason to run. I'm not coming from nobody.
That's crazy.
People who, no, there are many reasons that people come. You can come because you want to be famous.
Hollywood
Fine.
for ugly people. That's what Andrew Breitbart used to say.
Everybody in Hollywood ain't that great looking either. But men get to be whatever they want in Hollywood. No. So you can come for that. You can come because you're like, oh, look, I got an idea. I have a perspective. I want my perspective to be. You can come for that. You can come, whatever reason you come, you need to have a North Star. Like, what is the reason that when this shit gets hard, like when it's the worst? What is the thing that's going to get you up in the next day? And if you have to have that center, because again, it's everything. It's not always going to be the first thing. The first thing is going to be like, hey, can you look? Just take this vote, right?
Yeah.
This vote is not even that bad. It is going to protect you. I remember when I first got in the State House. We ran over 2 years. Remember, I first got in the State House. We're doing first day into this year. We're doing a big bill. Like constitutional amendment. It's been like traveling across the country, state by state by state. And every time someone votes no on it, they like run multi-million-dollar ads on these people. So the first thing that somebody told me, they were like, yo, Summer, what about the ad? Like they weren't being disingenuous to me. They weren't trying to scare me. They were telling me the reality. Like, what about the ad? It's the reality that we have to think about those things. Yeah. Now you choose how you react to that. You know the ad can come. You know the ad might exist. Is it more important that you specifically make it, or is it more important that the legacy exists of being bold, of being a bot, of representing this interest? That's where people are, that's where they get you. Because it's easy, you want to be comfortable. I have vowed to not necessarily be comfortable here. Because the moment you gotta get comfortable, you gotta give up on something. You gotta give up something. I give up something to be comfortable here. Yeah, and I get why people want to be comfortable. I think it's wrong, but I get it.
Yeah, and then that slowly but surely chips away, and then it's already so difficult to make changes in the positive direction that people just kind of give up.
And then they see the woman in Dylan.
But that favors the right flank.
Every time.
Every time. It's much easier to destroy. It's much more difficult to build. And the left flank party in this country is supposed to, in every country really, is supposed to be the party that is building towards, expanding social safety nets, building housing, building better public transit, these sorts of things. And I do feel like Democrats have a real messaging problem on that front, because they constantly find themselves in a position where they're telling people, no, you don't understand how this works, sweetie. Better things are not possible. Meanwhile, on the other side,
that's a real message.
Yeah, I mean that's the
real message.
That is like Hillary Clinton famously in 2016 against Bernie Sanders said that Medicare for all was like demanding a unicorn. Like, oh, what's next? We're going to give people, I could just run around saying I'm going to offer people unicorns. And it's like, that's insane to just be that cynical is crazy.
It's also a very low opinion of the electorate. Just because we're not somewhere, it's like the opinion that like we're somewhere now, we'll never be able to make it out of that.
Yeah. And I think the sinister reason as to why she's saying that, and many congresspersons also have a similar attitude, especially on this issue, is because it is such a massive, such an expensive industry that has a lot of corporate donors, that is constantly in these rooms, maybe not this one obviously, but in these sorts of rooms, and they are able to say, do not take a stand on this issue that would actually harm our profit centers, our profit margins, or even abolish it in its entirety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're definitely slaves to money in politics.
Yeah.
We're slaves to it. All over the country, you ask about kids getting mowed down by assault rifles.
Yeah.
All over the country, people say, no, we do not think that should happen, and yet you still get politicians who cannot move on that. Why is that?
So what you're suggesting is door control. we got to We got to get better locks on the doors, right? That's what we moved on.
No,
to
I think the first thing that the Democratic Party got to do is we got to decide who we want to be.
Yeah.
So we're talking about all of this, and I think fundamentally, before we move anywhere else, we got to decide who we want to be.
So that's actually exactly what I want to ask you. What do you think if you were to go with like 5 key positions that you stand for? What would those top 5 priorities be? I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but like, let's say you're running, right? Like, what are the 5 key things that you're going to hit?
I think I put things in the buckets. There are always justice-minded buckets, right? Affordability is clear, right? People can't afford things. But within affordability, housing. I believe that everybody should have a home in the community that they call home that they can afford. And I believe that they should be appropriate, right? It shouldn't be slums like we're in the wealthiest nation on earth.
Yeah.
It should be healthcare. Nobody should go into medical debt. People should not die of curable diseases, right? Everybody should have health care in this country. It's education. Everybody has a right to a quality education, irrespective of your zip code. I think it's environmental justice, that you should be able to breathe clean air and clean water. It's free. It's a freedom from your civil liberties being eroded. So whether that be, prison reform, systemic reform for criminal legal reform, ICE, all of those things. We need a serious change in the way that we think about how we are, dealing with our citizens, with people. So I think like, y'all don't call me, like, I'm not saying that that's my exact 5, I was put on the spot, but those are the things that I think about every day. Like, people should be able to navigate our society without going broke every single day. Their government should not be oppressing them.
Do you feel like people are, especially in this day and age, like, do you feel like the average person kind of just sees everything that's going on, but they're like, what can I do about it? And they just like go about their daily lives rather than be like more active and more, instead of being reactive, more proactive in general?
Yes.
How do we get people to mobilize at a time like this when they're too busy trying to make ends meet?
I think that takes a flipping of the head. I think that is a product of the system itself. Is a very like top-down system. Like, think about
what we talked about. People have lost hope. Like, we've killed
some
hope.
people never had it in the first place. Right, because the system is like we are cogs. And the wheel keeps on turning. I think people. It's that focus on what is a real democracy. When people say, "Oh, what are Democrats going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" Early days after January 20th, that's what we heard a lot of, right? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? But it started to shift, and people started to say, "What can I do?"
But that was also partially because like the Democrats kind of didn't say anything. They were like,
they didn't say anything. But when you think about it logically, I say this all the time. I'm gonna use the same line all the time. You tell me, I want to put a check on Donald Trump's power. I introduce a bill. Which of those bills are going to be brought to the House floor by a Mike Johnson or Kevin McCarthy or whoever they put in that day? Which one is he going to bring up that's going to get a vote, that's going to get to 218 of his members? And that's going to then go over to the Senate. That's then Thune is going to bring up to the House floor or to the Senate floor. That's going to get, a majority plus, because it's the Senate, filibuster-proof majority, that they're going to then vote on. That's then going to go to Donald Trump, and he's going to sign. This is the lesson that we needed to learn before the authoritarian regime. That at the end of the day, it is still the final fail-safe in a democracy. It is the people, which is why this is where I think one of the biggest failures of the Democratic Party falls. Right? We are so arrogant too often, and like this idea that we did it the right way. This is the only way to do it. Voting is the only way to do it. Running is the only way to do it, and everything else is a problem. Right? You know it. Black Lives Matter, the anti-genocide encampments and movement. All of those things have been met with shame by people in leadership. And that's not just this generation, that's generation after generation after generation. The anti-apartheid movement, right, in the 80s and the 90s, met with shame, right? The sit-ins. Dr. King died unpopular.
Yeah.
Right? And every generation forgets the lesson. And the Democratic Party does it too. Right? So we're like, there's a right way to protest. There's a right way to do that. Well, now, guess what? We don't have any lever of government.
Yeah.
So I think what real leadership is looking like right now, that the people we're really wanting is like, okay, so what can we all collectively do? Because people have for too long been like, my job is to vote and y'all do this.
Yeah.
But that's not how democracy is supposed to work. You're not supposed to vote and just go.
No, they have to be more active. Like politicians have to also, like.
We have to encourage your activity.
Congressional representatives should not only encourage it, but they should also be out there on the streets. And that is actually a real demand that a lot of voters are making as well. But what you actually talked about with respect to BLM and also Gaza is so is so perfectly representative of the nihilism that people experience. Because like, I'm 34 years old. People around my age and younger, during the COVID lockdowns and in the aftermath of George Floyd, took to the streets and they protested.
I was there.
They wanted to, we wanted to let our voices be heard, and we wanted some serious changes to take place. And of course, that wasn't going to come under the Trump administration. So then, what did people do? They voted for Joe Biden. A lot of people said, I don't really want this. He's old. He's not very inspirational, but it doesn't matter. We're still going to go vote because we want to get this guy out of office. So they did their civic duty.
They did.
And they got nothing in exchange for that. So the lesson there was,
there's nothing you can do.
You do everything you want. You can do everything. You can protest. You can go out and vote. And at the end of the day, nothing will change.
That's
we will
not everything.
Hear your demands.
That's not everything. I think that's the lesson right now, right? But I'm saying because I'm saying that in a positive way.
Yeah, I know, but I mean like everything within the confines of like what you learn in liberal democracy. The liberal education is like you protest and you do your civic duty.
That's still not true though.
And
that's still actually not true.
What would you say is like not being pulled as far as levers of power?
Your money and your labor. Your money and your labor are the real things that you're supposed to be able to do something with. Like you can go out and you can take to the streets, but that's supposed to be coupled with something.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm gonna take to the streets and I'm like, I don't think that Trump should be in power. You can't get Trump because he's already the president. What you have to do is you don't have to target everything around it. So like, why are we giving our money to this, that, and the fourth oligarch? That actually takes sacrifice. The reason why we are where we are is because we've had a country that has afforded us a comfort level that has not made us have to, like really do things that other countries have. We have examples around the world of people who have had to exercise discipline, sacrifice, and real true solidarity. We still don't know what solidarity looks like. Like our labor movement is fighting each other, right? We got the building trades fighting the service industry unions, fighting the federal unions, right? Within movement, we got black working class folks, who feel like they're not heard by white working class folks, right? We actually don't know what solidarity in practice looks like. There are many things that we need to be working on right now that has nothing to do, or not, I'm gonna say nothing, but very little to do with what your government is doing.
Yeah.
I always say you come correct too, but we all have a role to play here. So when I think about real sacrifice right now against an authoritarian regime, I want to hear like, black folk, for instance, were like, they're going to cut DEI from Target. We're not going to go to Target anymore. And you know what we have to hear every day? Boycotting doesn't work.
Yeah.
What does it matter? It doesn't matter because I'm one person. The rugged individualism has neutered us.
Yeah.
It has made us forget where our real power is. It's we the people, not I the person.
Yeah.
Right?
Boycotts do have to be targeted and directional and very issue-specific and strategic. And BDS for Palestine has been fairly effective in this regard. Obviously, there's a long way to go there.
And it comes with other things. It comes with your messaging.
Yeah.
It comes with building the narrative. It comes with putting pressure on your elected officials. Yeah. Then you see them as tools. Each thing is one tool. It's not the only one.
But you're absolutely right, obviously. Labor militancy has been completely destroyed in this country. Mm-hmm. Labor unions are somewhat corporate captured or barely even exercise their biggest leverage of power, which is work stoppages, when it comes to even contract renegotiations usually. And sometimes it's literally illegal to do so.
Because it feels like sometimes it's illegal.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like a nuclear option.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes it's like, am I going to step out on a limb and is anybody going to catch me? In Pittsburgh, we actually have the longest strike in the nation right now. We have the longest running strike. They are at 3 years, our Post-Gazette workers. And for 3 years, they've been on the picket line. And one after another, folks gab, they do what they do. But also, politicians started to real quietly start to talk, to the newspaper. They started to real quietly, some of them might not be as explicit. I've seen many Democrats cross the picket line there. One Democrat crossed a state line and then a picket line to talk mess on me in the Scab newspaper, right?
That's
so like
crazy.
when we think about the discipline there, like, so they've been doing this for 3 years. How do you think they feel? Like they feel like, where's the rest of the labor? And it's like the rest of the labor also is like, no, we didn't mean to like abandon you. And some of them aren't actually, like, we're not even actively abandoning you. It's just that people are trying to figure out how do they exert power and where are the appropriate places to exert power. And we all have to collectively do better at that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
So they're like, if I do this workshop, is anybody gonna come with me?
Yeah.
We gotta talk about how do we get to a society where people are not sure if someone's gonna come with them.
Yeah, I mean it's rugged individualism. It's the worst poison for solidarity, and unfortunately Americans do have that very selfish tendency, or it's not even like it's selfish in the short term, but it's actually silly in the long term. It's like it's self-defeating in the long term because you're not going to have anyone else that comes for you if you don't show up for them. And yeah, I mean I try to.
Part of that is understanding each other.
Yeah.
Sometimes we skip that. It's actually uncomfortable to talk across like communities. It's like, oh, this community has an experience with my community. We have a history. We'll never address it.
Yeah.
Because that makes us a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same with labor. I think that's the same with politics.
Yeah.
This is a time that's calling for that. It's calling for introspection from all of us. We can all point our fingers right now. After November, whatever that date was, all of us could have learned a lesson.
Yeah.
The left, the middle, we all had a lesson. It's easier though to say, did you learn your lesson? So that's what the establishment does. They're like, the left didn't learn. What did they get out of it?
Yeah, there's a lot of talking over one another in these sorts of situations, but I do think there's a sinister reason for it. Like it's not like when I see Democratic politicians run to CNN in the aftermath of this like very expected defeat, right? Because this was being signaled. I mean, if I can see it, and I'm a random idiot on Twitch, then I think like much more intelligent people can probably comprehend it, especially when they're a part of the machine, and yet for some reason they're the most oblivious. But they immediately after Trump's second victory, they ran to CNN to be like, oh, why did we lose? Because we were too pro-trans or too pro-this or too pro-social justice.
I also think that's a psyop.
Yeah, I could not.
I think this is a psyop. I think
that
some of them were going there as plants.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it because I'm like, did we see the same campaign? Like, Kamala didn't say anything.
No, they don't want, those are the type of people who didn't want us to be able to do like the deep actual analyses.
Yeah.
They were very intentional.
They immediately, they threw that grenade on there so that everybody talks about that.
Yep.
And
instead of being like, oh man, maybe the campaign shouldn't have like kicked Muslims out of events.
Yeah.
Maybe when we're talking about like the black community, we should say that it's not just middle-class black folks. We actually have to go and fight for poor, working-class, disenfranchised black folks.
Or even the moment where it was like, well, there's an over-reliance, I think, on black turnout in general, and I think like.
But it's also a superficial one.
Yes, and I think that's so. Oof, I have so many opinions on that, but I think it's like. It's getting to a point where I've asked this to some other folks as well. I want to hear your perspective on this. Do you feel like younger generations of black men especially are not like actually leaving the Democratic Party in droves in the way that like people present it, because that's also very weird and racist when Barack Obama comes out and it's like, oh, well, I guess you guys are a little misogynistic. Like I thought that was like crazy to say because at the end of the day,
I think people have a right to be wrong.
Well,
I think that was wrong, right?
Yeah,
that brother had a right to be wrong.
Black people still overwhelmingly like it's crazy to me when we're looking at like black people and how much they deviate away from the Democratic Party when the margins of deviation are so minuscule in comparison to like the Hispanic voting bloc or the white voting bloc in general, which is always swinging in the direction of Trump.
I think that fundamentally a lot of people don't understand the black community.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Which means that even a small deviation, they're like, yo, oh my God. Because what people do fundamentally understand is that black folks, and at large, we're not talking about individuals.
Yeah.
As a community, you're not going to see us flocking to Republicans because Republicans are more inclined to like burn a cross in our yard, right? Like I remember I served with a colleague in the state house, and you know, the person was like retiring. I'm like clapping politely. So I'm like, I'll clap for him. He would burn a cross on your yard. This a white person said this to me. I was stunned. I was like, damn, I've never been the same. So now I look around and I don't clap for people anymore because I'm not sure if I'm clapping for like my hip-hop. But like things like that. People don't give black people the benefit of being politically whole people.
Yeah.
That yes, the reason why we won't go there is because racism is a real red line. And I don't mean like, I ain't saying that liberals can't be racist. I'm saying that there are different types of racism.
Yeah.
There is the, I don't believe that you should not be in chains type of racism.
Yeah.
And then there's, you know, and then there's all these other biases, that part. But when you really get down to it, yes, black people are reliable, we vote, and we've been burned. Yeah. We're a community that has been burned politically. We're a community that has been both neglected and over-relied on in many ways. And sometimes, we are more likely to say in politics, like if I can think about the long term, like if for me, like I was like, if Trump is elected, this is going to be a dictatorship.
Yeah.
Like I recognize that my people will be better off without him, and we have not had the privilege of not being able to make that decision.
Yeah.
But then I think that some people don't understand that. Yeah, there are actually black folks who feel like they're not. I think that of swing voters, right?
Yeah.
A swing voter who is not a swing from Democrat to Republican, but a swing from Democrat to no vote.
Exactly. So that's what I wanted to talk about.
And we don't get the resources that swing voters get.
Yeah. I think what's really interesting, or at least what I've tried to identify about this issue, is that like I feel like there's less participation in younger generations in general. And I think even with like the most reliable demographic of voters being black women for the Democratic Party, the reason why there is like this generational gap almost in terms of like non-participation is because that's the last time that I think black people can see the Democrats like actually put their flag and have stakes in the game to do something for black people is like the civil rights movement. And I think since then, like the further you move away from that, the less I think like younger.
No, I think it's more that we are doing something for the country than the country doing something for us.
Yeah.
And I think that that's one of the pain points for young folks. I think the Democratic Party, we abandoned them.
Yeah.
We've abandoned young people.
Yes.
I'm gonna just say, we have abandoned young people.
Yeah.
We left them vulnerable. I can't tell you, like the first time I ran, and you know, I'm running against a 20-year incumbent in the State House. And we're looking at like, okay, well, how do people cut turf? Like, who do you knock doors? Like, how do you decide what doors you knock? How do you decide who you send a mailer to, right? Those are all real big considerations that a terrible consultant.
You have a finite amount of time, you have limited
finite
resources.
amount of money, and you're spending all your money on a trash consultant who is really just thinking about their own paycheck. They're not even giving you good information. We didn't go that way. We were like, okay, well, I'm black. The last time that black voters came out en masse was for Barack Obama. Mm-hmm. So when we're cutting the universe, instead of being like, Democrats love the term super voter, right? Our universe is always of super voters, right? So I'm going to give a mailer to the people who have voted in 4 primaries in a row. I'm going to, those are the only people who are going to be targeted for digital ads. Those are the only people who are going to be targeted for door knocks, if they even door knock, leaving people. So then we blame the people who we didn't even go and ask to vote for us for not voting. We do that with young people. So when we ran the first time, we put on anybody who was a new voter who was 18, because I was younger then, right? We put young people in our universe.
You're still young.
For this, please. we put all the young folks. If you're 18, 24, you're on the list automatically. We put black folks who voted. If you voted for Barack Obama, you're on the list. And just by doing that, by knocking on those doors, talking to young people, talking to non-voters, I talked to people who had not voted in a primary in forever. But I didn't blame them, like, why didn't you vote in your primaries? Yeah. Why would you? My 20-year incumbent didn't even have an opponent. For 8 of those years, for like the last 8 years. So what does it matter if they vote? I didn't go in there with those preconceived notions, but we knocked. We double turnout. I think that sometimes there are people, Democrats got 3 masters. You know how sometimes I said you can't serve 2 masters? Yeah. We're trying to serve 3 masters at once, right? Are we going to be the party of working class people, or are we going to be the party of corporations? And are we going to be the party of democracy, or are we going to be the party of incumbency? Yeah. You can't do both. And the enemy of incumbency sometimes is an educated electorate. The more people you talk to, the more likely they are to be like, shit, I don't like that. So now they've grown a fear of talking to people. So now we got all these young people who we were like, oh, they're flaky. You know how hard it is to get an on-campus organizing done? Like, we're like, hey, can we get some money to talk to our college kids? And they're like, that's not a reliable source. They don't vote. So we're just going to leave it.
This is the inside baseball I wanted to hear, because this is like I see it. I mean, I go to campuses, and these are some of the most like primed like potential voters.
Yeah, but it also takes a little bit of expertise. You got to know how to talk to people.
Yeah,
you can't be the person who's just like, vote no matter who.
Yeah.
And then when they say, nah, I ain't voting, now you snapping on them. No, you actually got to have, it's a surgery.
Exactly.
Right, it's surgery.
And that is it's just like met with revulsion and disdain. People are like, why the f would I do that? This is crazy. Especially after if they had participated and voted and then they didn't see anything in return
and
for
then,
that.
then the, like, you know, those volunteers, their mind are blown, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh my God, why don't you see the system the way I do? Comfortable, liberal, wealthy person, because if you got time to volunteer, you probably got a couple dollars, right? You live in a whole different existence, and you don't understand why this disenfranchised young person maybe doesn't see the system the way you do. So if you are not ready to take the time to actually explore their interests, explore their perspectives and worldviews, and then help them to connect the dots, then you're not the best person to go out. And I don't mean that just on those young people's doors or on that campus. You also shouldn't be out on our super voter doors, because we're trying to make believers of everybody. We're trying to make everybody get on the same program. It's like, you know how people are like, poor, kids of color deserve teachers of color. I'm like, white people deserve teachers of color. We should we should all have, cool diversity, whatever. I don't think that they should be on any doors. People need to be trained better. But to get them to go there. So now we're talking about, why is Turning Point? Why are these kids getting red pilled?
Yeah.
Well, you left them in the internet with no direction, no instruction, and they're finding out a different world by themselves, because the internet is a world, and they're navigating that world by themselves. Well, you know who went into that world? The right wing.
Yeah, and they also have a ton of money back in it too.
Big money.
Because that's the other side of the story.
Because they invested though. Call it an investment.
Yeah.
We got money on the Democratic side.
Yeah. I don't know what they're spending it on, to be honest.
It's not down ballot.
Yeah.
It wasn't historically judges.
Yeah. It's just that you're absolutely right. There is this like media infrastructure that they've designed. They also pluck talent. Like Charlie Kirk himself, he became a nationally relevant figure because he wrote an essay in high school for his high school newspaper about some hypothetical black woman that took his slot at West Point, which is bullshit. It wasn't even, he just made it up, right? But they were like, that's exactly the kind of young racist mind that we need. and they, very quickly, that essay was on Breitbart. And then a week later, he was on Fox News.
Again, incumbency versus the future.
Yeah.
How are we going to invest in a 90-year-old at the same time that we're investing in a charismatic 18-year-old?
Yeah.
We're still wagging our finger at the charismatic 18-year-old. I have met brilliant kids, brilliant young people. They're far more worldly. I'm not even just saying that to blow smoke. Some of them I'm like, damn, how'd you get over there? I'm like, damn, because listen, Gen Z is voting for Republicans. We didn't think that, we didn't think it was possible. We got there because we didn't think it was possible, so we left them vulnerable. We left young people vulnerable.
Yeah.
We left them vulnerable to disinformation. We left them vulnerable to people who came. Sometimes people just want to know that someone cares. You ain't never knocked on my door, so you must not care about me. Yeah. You've not come to my college campus, so you must not care.
And also, even from a top line issue, if you're not speaking to any of their problems,
anything they care about,
or
in the world that they know,
or any time you do speak on issues, it's incremental or going back to Kamala.
It's not. What do you think is what required? Let me tell you.
Yeah, going back to Kamala Harris, there is this unprecedented affordability crisis taking place. Americans experienced negative real wage growth for a year and a half under the Biden administration. That's gonna people are gonna punish you for that, no matter what, right? They experience that. They're gonna be like, oh, I am seeing that this is the administration that's responsible for it.
They've seen capitalism not work for them.
Yeah. The alternative to that is it cannot be, we're going to give you $50,000 in tax credits if you start a small business. Because that's not a solution.
It's not a systemic one.
Yeah, and it's also...
That's a Band-Aid.
But not only is it a Band-Aid, but it's also not an all-encompassing policy vision. There are so many, people keep forgetting that we've diluted class in our political culture so much that people forget that the working class is the overwhelming majority of voters.
Yes.
It's not corporate interests.
Indisputably.
It's not people that are, there's a lot of small business owners, sure, but like many of them are still owned and operated, so they're still working to a certain degree. And they still.
If your paycheck cuts off.
Yeah.
and you have no more money source, you are a working class American.
Yes, exactly.
Welcome.
Unless you're making more money from capital accumulation, where your money is making the money for you, you're still technically on the working class. Yes, you're on the working class side, and you have working class needs. Same with renting versus home ownership. There is a higher percentage of home ownership than most Americans would assume. For sure. Obviously, that's different in big cities and whatnot. But still, by and large, because of our home ownership rates are so abysmally low in comparison to other nations, it's around, I think, 40%. In the state of California, it's like 44%. It's higher than you would think, but again, that means that 66%.
The real problem is that 6 people own the rest of it.
Or 56%, sorry. Yeah, but again, exactly. 56% of people are renting though. So you have to have a message that focuses on their issues. And we never do that. We never talk about lowering the cost of rent.
I'm just not gonna say never, because also there are tons of people who talk about this all the time. They don't always get famous. God bless, the attention that Zohran Mamdani got. Yeah. But he ain't the only brother who's been talking about affordability. He's not the only person. For sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's that's the other thing, right? Our media focuses on what it focuses on and who it focuses on. Yeah. And the fact that there are people who are talking common sense all over the place and are not getting any attention. There are better messengers than the people who are getting getting attention in this attention economy, right? Yeah. But we care about historic blue checks, and not even the now. I'm talking about from Twitter, blue checks. We care about people's clout. We care about those things, and not necessarily the message. So what we then think is well, they're feeding me this over and over. That means that nobody's talking about it. There are people in the Democratic Party who are talking about common sense solutions every single day. And yes, and there are a whole bunch more who are in the way. And there are some who are in the way. Yeah. The battle that's happening, the tension that's happening right now is a good tension. Yeah. I think it's important that we go through it. I think it's important that we make our case. Mm-hmm. That we help them to understand that our viewpoint is not a us versus them. That's the other thing I'm gonna beg people. This is my second time saying this today. I am begging people to stop looking at the political world in this linear, that everything is right, left, center. Yeah. Right? That's just not how people organize their politics, not how people organize their real lives. And we are ascribing it to them. We're leaving so many people who don't feel like they fit anywhere. That everybody fits in a bucket, and there's a prescribed message. There's a transcript for this bucket. It's I'm talking to this person. What's the pre-approved message for that person? We're treating people like that. Instead of being these people are holistically. It is not left versus right. It is top versus bottom. When we are able to kind of transfer it over to that, I think we will have a better recipe for how do we now go back out into the world and get people who we have left behind.
How do you think the Democrats change their branding?
We have to change the guard.
Yeah, because right now, the reality of the matter is, if you ask an average person, their attitude is politics doesn't work for me. I don't know why I should vote for either party over one party over the other. And the way that people define the Democratic Party, unfortunately, is by whatever the Republicans say about them. Yeah. And I think a big part of the reason why, even the Kamala Harris wants to do transgender surgeries, bottom surgeries, the Guatemalan migrants at immigrant detention facilities. That's not a key policy of the Democratic Party at all. And it's ironically something that even the Republicans have also done as well, because it's just so marginal, and it's just basic human rights. But the reason why the reason why they made it so prescient and so front-facing is because there weren't other things that she was fighting for that people could associate with the campaign.
Part of that, but mostly, we continue to give a huge pass to the media.
Yeah.
For sure.
The idea that the media does not have a responsibility, again, the cornerstone of a democracy is education.
Yes.
And if the media is not there to educate people on what's real, then we don't have a good democracy.
I mean, they're doing it right now with the Venezuela
But they've been
stuff.
doing it for a really long time.
They do. I mean, yeah, they do it all the time. I know. This is my main.
And that is also just the treatment of Democrats versus Republicans in the media. I think that the media they understand how they operate in a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, they do not know how they operate in a failing democracy. And we are in a failing democracy right now.
Yeah.
Which means that their role has to be different. The ability to fact check, the ability to get and disseminate good information in a world of disinformation. Some media, I ain't saying all, some media has decided that that's not their responsibility.
Oh, yeah.
That especially in this money in politics era, that it's the candidate's job to get their own message out.
Yeah.
So how often, if there's not a big contested race, does nobody know who the candidate is at all? And we blame the voter. Like, hey, voter, how come you don't know who those justices are running for the Court of Common Pleas, right? Like, why don't you know this? I'm like, well, they don't have a website. There's no listing anywhere. Where are the organizations that have a responsibility to get people information? And how do we localize that? Like, we can decentralize it to the extent, but how do we localize that? How do we invest in it? There are people who are vulnerable to disinformation because we don't have institutions that are trustworthy.
Yeah.
And the media plays into that. Like, a Republican says something, and the media will run that ad nauseum all day, every day. And then the left, the broader left, will then be like, Democrats, why aren't you proving that you aren't doing this, that, and the fourth, right? So there's going to be less grace. We talked about it, right? There's going to be less grace for Democrats. Again, if they buckle next week, no one's going to think that it's because they actually cared about people and that they couldn't take seeing people suffer anymore. They're going to blame Democrats for buckling, not Republicans for literally being cruel, not Republicans for hating them.
But again, that you're right. That's a structural hurdle that will always exist.
But it doesn't have to always exist.
I think
that's the thing we got to change. How do we change the Democrats' branding? That's not one thing.
With the way that the system is designed, like if you are trying to do right by people, you're always going to have that structural hurdle because, like I said,
so then we're asking for pain.
It's much easier, but that's why you need real believers that are real fighters, so that they can actually white knuckle through it and grit their teeth.
The day we got 435 fighters in Congress, that is a unicorn.
I understand, but that's what it is. It's kind of like, it's the same thing as like when people are like, oh well, this candidate, like one of the arguments is always like Kamala Harris lost because she's a black woman, right? And there's truth to that, of course. White supremacy is a major hurdle to overcome. But the way I always try to explain to people is like, that's just a constant. Like,
you got to account for it. You got to keep it pushing.
That's just a constant. It's just a hurdle you have to clear. So that means your threshold is going to be a lot higher. But you can still clear it with good messaging and messaging discipline and like being a real fighter and being earnest.
Yeah, real organizing, real investments.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that we've talked piecemeal about all of the different things that the Democratic Party can do.
Yeah.
Should be doing. And again, going back to deciding who it is, what is the thing that is keeping the Democratic Party from investing in young voters, in marginalized voters, and frequent voters? Why do we focus so heavily on swing voters in the heartland? Like, why do we invest in those tropes that don't serve us anymore? Right?
Yeah.
What is the thing? I think it's consultancy culture. I think it's, again, that fear of what happens when the system no longer revolves around us as incumbents, but is instead actually fair. What happens when the game is unrigged?
I also do think it's partially because of is corporate interest, right? Because like, the way that you target the disenfranchised, like the historically disenfranchised low propensity voters, is either by having a Trump-style candidacy, which favors right-wing reactionary sentiment. That's the reality. Like, culture wars.
That one will never work for anybody who have morals.
Well, but the thing is, like, Democrats need to understand, like, they can't win the culture war because the culture war was designed as a wedge issue, designed by the right, so that they can distract people with, these different. With these different policy positions that are ultimately very harmful for massive swaths of society. But that's not a battle that you can fight. So that's why I always say you have to like bring it back to class, bring it back to affordability, bring it back to material realities, because that is the actual undefeated method.
And I think part of it also is bringing it back to the truth.
Yeah.
We can't be out here talking about we need a strong Republican Party and then also go and make the case that people shouldn't be voting for Republicans anymore.
Or saying Trump is, I think, going to be very authoritarian or a fascist, and then just like have no issues with him. Like,
Yeah, people looked at that and they were like, man, your urgency is not matching your words.
Yes, exactly. If you think that this is like an incredibly, if you think that this is an ever-present threat to American democracy or what remains of it, right? And I did. Then you can't be running around with like Liz Cheney. Like you can't be running
I felt
around
like the
with Liz
stakes
Cheney.
were so high that we had to run a perfect race. And that brings us back to like your first question to me was like, well, how did you win and other people didn't?
Yeah.
Like, I know that we have a responsibility to, as much as we can, run a perfect race. No one can be perfect.
Yeah.
No elected official will be perfect because you're not perfect.
Yeah.
It is in human nature that we can't be.
Yeah.
But I know that we have to try. Like we have to try to do things right. Like I've never missed a vote.
Yeah,
right?
and you also have to be more perfect than
the other side. Yeah,
you have to be more perfect
absolutely.
than your Republican
I'm a progressive.
colleagues.
I gotta be.
And you have to be more perfect than your centrist colleagues.
You're institutionalist.
Yeah.
I can't move the way institutionalists move in this place, right?
But there's also but then it goes back to the media where like they do have so much grace for whichever the right wing flank is, whether it's a race between a left flank candidate and a centrist, or whether it be a centrist Democrat and a right wing.
It's like subliminal messaging.
Yeah.
Like they'll ask two questions. I literally just watched this debate. We were just driving down here. Watched the debate between Zoran and Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
And like the moderators, I don't think that they even understand sometimes like the implicit biases in the way they talk to us.
I know.
Right? The way that they talk to us.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, but how you gonna pay for it? How you gonna pay for it?
Yeah.
How you gonna pay for it? We have a higher standard to clear every time.
They don't even ask that to Cuomo for when he says like, oh, we're gonna get 5,000 cops. Like they asked them one time. That only
where are you getting them, or where are you
time.
paying for it? Never, one time. So it was like when I was running, when I come on day one, we got to come with clear understanding of policy.
Yeah.
Right? Because you speak well. Like you're an orator, right? You're passionate. You're an organizer. So now you got to prove that you could be a policy wonk. We have to prove that we can be a uniter, not a divider. We got to prove our loyalty. But then you get other people who I ain't gonna say no names, but they ran statewide multiple times and never had to ever talk about any policy at all.
Yeah. Or their position is...
how do we decide who gets to talk about policy?
Or their position in the party infrastructure is literally to be the rotating villain.
And
so
now people are wondering why they didn't know who that
Yeah.
person was. It's like, wait, did we just not know it? I'm like, I don't know. Well, go back to the campaign. What do you actually remember about people?
Okay, well...
I ain't talking about nobody specific. I'm talking general.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if you're talking about one specific person...
One person. No, I'm talking about multiple people. It happens
if you were
all the
talking
time,
about
though.
one specific person, there are some people in
If
this
you
room
talk
that...
about one specific person, you can guess.
Some specific people, maybe in this room as well, were like, oh, let's overlook some of their negative qualities because maybe they're going to be a part of this left flank, and then that didn't happen. Anyway, whatever.
Hey, we all have our kinks. Right? The left have kinks just like the center does.
Yeah. There is... But as far as like this imbalance, it is always there. It's ever present. It's one of the most annoying things. It's just like if you are the person that says better things are possible, you automatically are met with cynicism.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're met with cynicism by the public in general as well, and you're met with the very same cynicism from the instruments media, where they're just like, "What do you mean better things are possible? There's something wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to tell me everything sucks." Or you can only be like directionally you can have like these radical agenda items as long as it's on the right wing direction, and as long as it's like as long as the targets are vulnerable populations, marginalized communities, like undocumented immigrants, like defenseless people that are left defenseless or left to be defended by regular folk, and it's slanted. Mm-hmm. In that direction.
And it just seeps into people. Yeah. I remember when my grandma was having a little house party for me. Early candidate, so she just brought her friends. It was super cute. And all her little friends, they politically connected. Mm-hmm. As old black ladies go. Mm-hmm. Love them. And we were talking about Bernie because I was like, I don't know, we're talking about Manic. They're like, I don't believe, he's selling this down the fourth. It wasn't all of them, but a couple of them. Yeah, he's selling this down the fourth. This is my family, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, do y'all know how left-wing I am? And then, so it came back to, Medicare for all, because remember, in the election, every time he went to a debate, it was always like, how are you going to pay for Medicare for all? How are you going to pay for Medicare for all? Every time. And what that does, it just, programs people to think about it. So now we ask it. So now I got my black elders, my aunties and uncles, asking me, how is he going to pay for Medicare for all? I was like, you already have Medicare.
Yeah, that's true.
You already have Medicare.
That's the craziest thing, because, it's always people that already have Medicare that are like, wait a minute, this program might not work. It's like, well, you're a recipient of
But it
this
was
program.
actually, but funny enough, it was actually easy to cut through it.
Yeah.
So like when we talked about it, I was like, tell me what you want in the world. Like that's how I started. Like, tell me what the world is that you believe you want to leave for your kids.
Yeah.
You know, and you let them talk, and it's like, oh well, I think that yeah, of course I don't want my kids to have diabetes and not be able to afford insulin.
Yeah.
Right? We talk about that. It's like, well, what's stopping us from having it? Where sometimes you just have to deconstruct the propaganda. You got to deconstruct the programming that we've been through. Again, we don't always take the time to do that. Sometimes with the left, we're not patient enough with people. Right? We, just like it's easier to tear something down than to build something, it's easier to create an opt-out than an opt-in.
Yeah.
The reality is that we need more people.
Yeah.
We need people to believe. We need people to drink the Kool-Aid, as
Yeah.
it were, which means that we have to explain. Sometimes we think we don't got to do no explaining. I was like, yo, I wanted them people to leave voting for Bernie Sanders, right? So I was like, I got to explain to them why they deserve Medicare for all, why they deserve a living wage, right?
Yes,
they deserve to be in their retirement, not living on a fixed income. Too many seniors are like, I live on a fixed income, and that's just the reality of things in America. So it's like, when I talk to people, it's like they have been trained to limit. The older you get, people say, oh, you get more conservative the older you get. That's not what's happening. You are having what you believe is the realm of possibility shrunk for you.
Yeah.
Life is shrinking your realm of possibility.
Yeah.
It's shrinking in and
Your
shrinking.
lived experience is,
your lived experience is shrinking your realm of possibility.
Over and over again.
Imagine your lived experience in the political system.
Yeah.
Right? Generations of politics. You like, I came rah, 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 and here we are. So now you start to accept that better ain't possible. So now you're listening for better ain't possible, and you think that anybody who tells you that is lying to you. So it's our job, and we should take it on enthusiastically to say that, like, actually here's why better is possible, because sometimes you just gotta remind people where they started.
Yeah.
I reminded those old folk who I love where they started. I'm like, if anybody knows that better is possible, it is you, because remember where you were, right? Folks in my life born in the 40s.
There's just no way Bernie was able to communicate that, though.
He did not.
I don't think he was capable of
he did not.
communicating that.
But our next person like that does need to be capable of it.
But that's also part of the reason why, like, representation also does matter quite a bit in this regard. Like having we are one of the most diverse countries on the planet. And a lot of people, I think, forget that oftentimes. And obviously with that comes friction, especially when we leave a lot of the dark chapters of our history unaddressed, and the wounds are still there, the economic inequalities are still there.
Exist.
And people don't even want to recognize it, and people want to even debate whether or not it exists, which is ridiculous. But outside of that, I think the positive aspect of that is that, like, by and large, Americans are also much more open-minded, especially if they do live in a diverse environment where they go, yeah, these are my neighbors. Like, it's not an accident that cities. People. It's not an accident that cities are densely populated areas are more blue.
Or less xenophobic.
Yeah, or less xenophobic, or more blue in general. That's just a byproduct of, like, being around people. Yeah. And it makes it much more difficult for you to believe what you see on TV about, like, certain racialized stereotypes or certain things about, like, other people, where you're like, no, I see these people every day. They're my neighbors. You humanize them.
Thinking about the left, I love the left. I'm very much a part of it. And I'm begging people, like, my blackness informs my politics.
Yeah.
Like, they are not separated. My blackness informs my politics just as much as growing up working class poor. Working poor informs my politics. It's a part of me, but it's also a part of the language that I can speak. It's a part of, like, how I view the world. It is a perspective that is meaningful. I am begging people to not ask me to erase that, or to not expect me to erase that. Yeah. We are not gonna. We actually don't win that way.
Yeah.
We don't win by saying, please suppress a part of yourself to be a part of this larger group.
Yeah.
Actually, like, we should be able to come. It's the reason why I was able to go and talk to, I'm able to talk to the young cats on the block, because they know me, because, I've lived them. I speak their language. We don't all speak each other's languages. I don't speak everybody's language.
Yeah. Do you sometimes feel like you have to, obviously, no matter what happens, like, I guess, like, the term for it is code switching as well, but, like, you have to sometimes just, like, not raise the issue? Because this is something that I've been, like, I'm white, but I'm also Muslim. And I, post October 7, have basically had to walk this delicate tightrope of, like, do I talk about, how f***ed up it is that someone's just, like, straight up calling me an Islamist fundamentalist terrorist or whatever, jihadist, because if I do raise that issue, then that's all the conversation is going to be about. And then I do sometimes feel like I'm going to alienate folks that don't have that experience or can't even like personalize that experience at all. White people for the most part, white men for the most part, right? And that's primarily my audience.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just have to like eat it. Do you ever feel like that's a thing that you do in general?
I never want to lead people astray with this.
Yeah.
I have, I believe, lived a different existence than people. I had some little kids ask me, like, Summer, what's it like to be like the only black woman, you know, in a space? They're like business or whatever. And I was like, your teachers are gonna be really mad, but I'm gonna tell you, my rule that I made with myself is that I'm gonna never leave a room and be the only person uncomfortable. I just won't. And like that is my rule. So when it comes up to it, yeah, I will go in there and I'm the one who will drop the bomb. I'm the one, if someone is saying inappropriate things or they're like leaving out, you know, if they're leaving out or erasing, you know, a critical part of the narrative, I'm gonna go ahead and put it back in there. The elephant is standing there. Like, I cannot not see the elephant. And I'm not gonna keep staring at this elephant and everybody else is acting like it's not there. I gotta bring it up. And I also recognize that, right, I answer to my constituents. So I do have a responsibility to make sure that I'm explaining it in a way that they can grasp and that they can understand, but I do it. I talked about race on the doors. Like, I exist in the Western Pennsylvania. You know, Western Pennsylvania is not like, it ain't the People's Republic of Pittsburgh. People think it is because I represent it, but it ain't. It is a majority white district. It's also a majority suburban district. Like the city of Pittsburgh, I have all the city of Pittsburgh. It is less than half of my district. I go into actual like exurban rural communities. So I represent
like communities that were literally designed around white flight.
Absolutely. Like, and beyond, and even beyond. Like I represent them once and then beyond. Like I represent, you know, areas that had not gone blue for quite a while. They're Trump areas. Like I got to go through Trump flags to get to people in my districts. You know, so I have experience talking to people. So when I talk about race, I'm not talking about race coming from a majority minoritized district. I'm not. So it's a choice, and I do choose to do it, and I don't always, because you know what I say is I think your gauge should be you, not them. How do you feel on today? Like, do you feel like you have the energy to humanize yourself on today?
That's exactly that's what I try to explain to people. It's like it's sometimes good to take on the emotional labor, but you know you're not gonna feel up to it every single time.
And I try not to do it in a way that alienates people too. Like I can talk about race and also just not be excluding you. Like I think everybody has a perspective. So I can talk about race and I can also talk about the lived experiences of, you know, of poor white folk. And I talk about it passionately because I also want poor white folk to have and to inherit a better world. I want them to inherit a government that cares about them, that feeds them, that ensures they're fed at least, that ensures they're housed, that ensures they're healthy. I want that for them passionately. So, and I want it for me, right? And I want it for me. And my only understanding, I talk about race because I'm like, the reason we don't have it is because enough people don't want it for me. So I'm not your enemy. I'm not your problem.
One of the most relevant versions of what we're talking about, which was obviously like something that Lee Atwater famously spoke on, is the destruction of the welfare state as a mechanism to engage in anti-black politics. The notion that you move on from saying the N-word and then the aftermath of the civil rights struggle to basically talking about, you know, desegregation or busing, all the way to the welfare queens narratives, right? That was so successful in terms of getting working poor people in white communities to get on board
to abhor something.
With the destruction of a welfare structure that it was actually beneficial for them as well. And then of course
the same with affirmative action,
signed by Bill Clinton, a Democrat as well. But exactly, affirmative action too. And now we're seeing that happening with the shutdown and the SNAP benefits that were taken away from 42 million Americans.
And
have you seen the crazy stuff that's going on the internet, like with the AI videos?
Oh my God,
it's insane.
Aggressively avoid AI videos.
Okay, so
from Trump at least.
So there are Fox News went and covered, as though this was a real video, a collection of AI videos that we found with black women speaking to the camera, saying, "I have 7 children from 7 baby daddies." And the taxpayer needs to foot the bill. The notion of like, irresponsible, and entitled about and angry. And they like, I could not believe it that they were just like using AI videos.
I absolutely can believe it.
Well, I mean, I can believe it too, but like, it's still.
Do I believe that they will use racial animus to their end? But also, when you said that 42 million people are cut from SNAP benefits, and also farmers.
Yeah.
Because again, when we talk about the other end, what SNAP actually does is a subsidy. It is a subsidy to groceries, to small business, to farmers. It is helping two people. It is helping two groups at once. Right, working class people, but the reason why your government is giving it out is because it's also helping industry. Yeah, it's helping the economy. Also it spurs the economy.
Grocery stores.
Yes.
Yeah, every dollar spent on SNAP.
So Trump is willing to bite all of our noses off.
Yeah.
To spite his face.
And I cannot believe it, because like the conversation obviously that's taking place right now is over, offering additional or continuing subsidies for ACA, so tens of millions of Americans can continue being on health care.
To go to the doctor.
Yeah, to be able to go to the doctor. And the Republican...
To not get a $1,000 MRI.
The Republican retort to that was, oh yeah, you guys want health care for people to continue, even though it's already super costly and that needs to be fixed? Guess what? Now we're going to starve 42 million people, and it's going to.
So what you want? You want health care or you want to eat?
Yeah, they're like, oh, and now we're going to cook the farmers, like you said, because it's a subsidy for them, and we're going to cook the grocery store chains as well, because it's a subsidy for them as well.
And you know why they get away with it? Because there is a shared responsibility model that we have in this country, right? When a shutdown happens, everybody's blamed, and it's not like proportional blame. Republicans will always win in that environment. They will take.
But they're losing. They're losing right now.
When we're out of the authoritarian regime, that's the loss. That's the only loss that matters for me. But like right now, what they are betting on, I'm not saying that they won't lose this time. What they are betting on is that when this is all said and done, they're going to get to share responsibility with the Democrats. Because there's always going to be a CNN anchor who says, well, Democrats didn't sign the bill to pay for SNAP. They're always going to say that instead of like, you guys are political commentators. You know what was in the bill.
Yeah.
You know what the bill did.
Yeah.
It's easier to tell that. So it's like, so now there's a shared model of responsibility. So instead of every day, somebody's news anchor who is telling the truth, it is not partisan to go on TV and say that Donald Trump and Republicans want you to choose between health care and food.
Yeah.
It's not partisan to say that.
That's just the truth.
That's what they want right now. Do you want to starve or do you want to go to the doctor? You want to starve or you want some Tylenol? Right? That's just the truth. And they have convinced themselves that bipartisan means that they have to they will dig if they can to find some blame to put on the other side. And in that model, Republicans get to win. I ain't saying that the win is necessarily like you win a majority. They get to survive another day.
Yeah.
Because they don't ever have to take responsibility.
Yeah.
We need to pin them on responsibility. When we get out of here, it needs to be clear that they were willing to starve millions of people.
I will push back here though a little bit. Okay. I do think
I ain't saying the Democrats won't do nothing.
I do think that it is. We go back to the same like pre-existing hurdles that always is going to exist. We can't change.
No, yes, we can.
No, I'm saying like, but in the current confines of like how this works, the media is always.
The limit does not exist. You never saw Mean Girls?
No, but no, I didn't. but what I'm trying to say is, it is upon the existing National Democratic Party to have competent voices.
Yes.
To go out and speak on it, and even do what you just did.
This is a yes and.
Yeah. Of course. But what I mean is, like, what you just did, they should do on CNN. I think that also drives
And
clicks.
then the anchor is going to close, and then he's going to go back and say, Democrats didn't vote to open the government.
That's
what they going to do every time.
But Republicans do that.
I ain't talking about Republicans. I'm talking about the anchor, the media.
I know, but the Republicans have done that so successfully that, like, I think there are lessons to learn from the way that they operate, especially not being afraid to be adversarial with mainstream media.
I agree with that.
And of course, it's much better if you have like a very big outlet that is uncompromisingly pro-Democratic Party, which the Democrats don't really have. I guess you have MSNBC, but it's nothing in
not even
comparison to
a little
Fox
bit.
News. Yeah, it's nowhere near as successful as Fox News, and also MSNBC, entirely comprised of former Bush era mouthpieces. That's the other crazy situation here. But basically, like, you do need to go out and fight. You do need to go on TV and be like, no, that. This is wrong. This is what the Republicans are doing. And I don't think there's enough of that happening with this current talent pool that we have. There are people like yourself. There are young and vibrant, dynamic candidates. There are young and like there are candidates who come from a working class background. There are politicians who want to fight and center the working class in their issues, in their messaging, and there are people who want to fight. But unfortunately, I think like
there are impediments,
large
internal ones.
Yeah, the large section of Democrats that are the most visible, like the leadership of the party, they're not doing it.
So we got to choose right now. So back to like, what will the Democratic Party be? Will it be? We have to choose. Even the Republicans relied on this at the end of the day. They became who they are because they were steered that way.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party will only survive and we will only be victorious if we exist in coalitions and new coalitions. The elected officials themselves is a small piece. It has to actually, I'm not going to say it has to, like the importance of it or at least the emphasis on it has to be counterbalanced. We are actually strongest when our electeds are reflective of our actual leaders, our movement leaders, our labor leaders, our media, our people. We have to, our job should be getting those folks and moving in a direction. But we will be successful when people are like, I actually feel a stake in this. The reason why the Democratic Party is dying, it's not a healthy party. The Democratic Party is not healthy.
Yeah, no.
And it is not healthy because we're not being honest. We are not being honest. People do not feel that this is the place to build.
Yeah.
They don't feel like this is the place that they want to make a home. And if we can't build a home here, the Republican Party ain't getting weaker. And I don't even care about the Republican Party. The right is not getting weaker. The fascist right, the white nationalist Christian folk are not getting.
They're so successful that they start infighting. Like ironically enough,
they're infighting and still have not destroyed each other yet.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's always the unifying principle of deregulation. Like a deregulatory agenda and a tax cuts for the wealthy agenda is always going to be their North Star. And I don't think the Democrats have that same North Star in the opposite direction.
And they're trying to not even create a North Star.
Yes, and that's what's so frustrating. And that's what we go back to, which is like, if you are not defined by your values, if you are not definable by like easily identifiable, tangible policy line items that people can always go back to. Because this is the one thing that like Bernie did very well. Mm-hmm. You always know
that's why he blew up.
He is for healthcare for all. He's for free college. No matter what you throw his way, he's always going to stand on that. Yeah. Right? Sometimes maybe he engages in what my friends like to call vulgar Bernieism and go back and forth on immigration, things like that. But like those are the definable traits of Bernie Sanders. Those are the definable policies of Bernie Sanders. And if the Democrats also had a similar system, I think that it would be much easier for them to get this message across.
Yes, it would be. When we get that, the day that we get that will be the day that the two-party duopoly no longer exists.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And that's just what it is.
Yeah.
It'll be that day.
I'm fine with letting the establishment Democrats be the right flank, like the marginal right flank in the one-party system that we have, Chinese government style.
That's why I say our victory comes from coalition.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need a coalition style. We need a coalition style situation here because again, we're not the same. I am not the same as the most right-wing, Democrats, in the sense that sometimes I'm not sure if our interests are going. I don't think we're going in the same direction.
No, it's not. No, that's you're absolutely right, and that is the major problem with the Democratic Party is that they want to present themselves aesthetically as though they're on our side. When they're campaigning, they want to act like they're on our side. They want to act like they're also invested in moving the country in a certain direction. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to policy or when it comes down to like actual legislative agendas, they are not. They are, I would go so far as to say, antagonistic sometimes.
Yeah, there are some folks.
Like, there are definitely...
And the problem is that they get lifted up.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem because it is a liberal capitalist party.
We have convinced too many people that the tent is big enough for Joe Manchin, but it is not big enough for Zohran Mamdani.
Yes. The tent never expands on the left, and we have to always claw the party back and ironically enough, like create momentum at a time when the party's national recognition is at an all-time low, when people are just like, this sucks. You guys aren't doing anything.
Can I answer the question you didn't ask yet, just before we leave?
What?
Then why do we do it? like, then why stay? Why stick around?
Yeah.
Why keep fighting for it?
Sure.
And I think that the reason is like,
I wasn't gonna ask that.
I know you weren't. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Like, I asked the question that you were gonna ask.
Because I know why you do. You have to. There's no other option.
It's true, but I want people to know that.
Okay,
because
go
I
ahead.
think that sometimes our people don't realize that. It's like, well, why do it? You know, why not just be independent? Like, I want the system to exist where we can have spaces that are ours. It don't exist right now.
Yeah.
I care enough about the values, the things that we're fighting for right now, that it is by any means necessary. People still have to be in the game. We still got to be in the game. And at the end of the day, what comes out of this, whether the party lives or doesn't, how it exists into the future is up to it, is up to us.
Yeah.
Whether it does or whether it does not, I still want people to be housed.
Yeah. Also,
I still want us to stop dropping bombs on people.
And
right?
also, you're still gonna be here. You know what I mean? Like whether the Democrats exist or not, like you still have the same issues.
No,
you know? Someone
has
has to address them.
But all of us do. So that's why I want us to like, you can't opt out of the system, my friends.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of people who think that they're just like strategically and very wisely opting out. I'm like, baby, you are accounted for.
Yeah.
You are accounted for in this system, man. I got colleagues who talk about it. They count on you to think that you've opted out. They count on you to think that,
Exactly.
you are actually besting the system and not the system besting you. You're accounted for.
Yeah, always remember, if you can't maintain revolutionary optimism, you can also remind yourself of spite-based politics as well, because some of the worst forces of capital, some of the worst scumbags are relying on you not paying attention to what's going on and are excited at the prospect of being able to successfully disenfranchise you, so that you just go, there's no hope, there's nothing I can do. And just think about those guys.
Do you have hope?
Of course. I mean, I always have hope, because I don't know. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've seen.
You're 34.
I've been a political commentator
No,
as like a openly socialist political commentator.
We're the gerontocracy now. We've been doing this shit for a long time.
Yeah, I know I'm like relatively young in comparison to all these other people, but like, it's just I've seen so much failure, and I'm used to it, and my expectation is not that we're just gonna immediately change things, and I think that comes with time. You learn that like, no, you are actually marginally moving society in a better direction by just consistently pushing on these certain things. And I think some of the most like hopeful moments that I've had, or some of the most like galvanizing moments that I've had, is like, I have been an anti-Zionist for like an openly anti-Zionist in my professional media career for 12 years. And for 12 years, it was mostly looked at as like, what are you even talking about? Or looked at with disdain. There were so many things I was worried about actually saying, even though they were correct. Because I knew that the response from that would be, oh, you're gonna get censored. You can't say that, that's unacceptable. And now, while the death toll is immeasurable, it's incalculable amounts of pain, but in spite of all of that, I've seen in my lifetime something I never thought would happen. And I think a lot of Palestinians I talk to have a similar attitude on this as well, where it's like, they never thought that in such a comparatively short period of time, so many people became cognizant of this reality that like Israel was this unstoppable evil death force, basically. Like that was unheard of. So when I see that dramatic attitude shift in the broader consciousness of the West, from people who are basically conditioned not to care about this stuff at all, under every different circumstance, when I see that attitude shift, I can't help but hold out hope that we can actually make people aware of these issues, and we can actually mobilize people in this direction, and we can actually make some change.
I share the exact same anecdote.
Yeah.
From when I started, it was like our number one thing that we were like, will we be able to talk about this with the fullness that it deserves and actually not be just like immediately like ushered off the stage and silenced? And yeah, the answer became yes, way quicker than I thought.
Yeah.
Way quicker than I thought.
Yeah, and I think like I'm critical of NGOs sometimes in the role they play in advancing American interests, American imperial interests. But like, I still recognize that 2021 was, I think, a pivotal moment for pro-Palestinian advocacy when Amnesty International, when Human Rights Watch, and all these other organizations said, including B'Tselem, which is the Israeli human rights organization, said that Israel's an apartheid state. Israel was an apartheid state from the beginning, but they recognized it. And I think that expanded the permission boundary. Yeah. They expanded like what you could say. Because you could always fall back to, well, these guys are, these are important, verified institutions that people care about. They have influence, and they're saying it, so you can't come at me for saying this as well. And slowly but surely now...
It gives protection so that when someone goes out alone, they know that they're no longer going alone. Yes.
And then, obviously, in the last 2 years, the media environment is rapidly shifted as well. And a lot of the mainstream institutions that refused to accurately assess the situation or to speak on it, speak on the death and destruction with real terms, and consistently tried to contextualize this violence and why it had to happen and collateralize Palestinian lives, they were met with a lot of enmity.
People forced them to stop doing that.
Yeah, people were like, no, this is fucking bullshit.
People
like,
are not
lying.
unpowerful.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what that is exactly what gives me hope, is that we do have a lot of power. We do have the opportunity to be able to stop things before it gets worse. And the same goes for resisting against the Trump administration's encroachments on civil liberties. And they are responsive to that sort of thing. They are responsive to this sort of pushback. And I think that's the reason why we can't stop. And we have to maintain revolutionary optimism and stay the course.
A message.
Yeah. Summer Lee, thank you so much. You were incredible. This was great. Why don't you do more TV stuff? Yeah.
Nah, hey, I talk when I have something to say.
We got a lot of media people in this chat. I'm sure you'll be getting.
What's up?
I'm sure. What? Chad was loving that. Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be hella people hitting you up after this. They're gonna be like, "Yo, come and."
Yeah, I love talking. Like a lot of people, I don't want to talk when I don't have anything to say.
There is so
Not
much.
that I have lots of things to say.
First of all, you are a yapper.
Period.
Like me.
Period.
Okay? This is the first time I've had.
Definitely, like when I get my diagnoses.
You love yapping.
I'm going to get my diagnosis.
And you got the gift of gab.
I do.
So
That's why I'm a congressperson.
Yeah. No, but not many congresspeople are like that.
No, but I mean, like.
Yeah.
Everybody got the thing that got them here.
Yeah.
My power talking got me here.
Yeah, you'd kill it on. Yeah, I mean, you are a weapon for the Democrats. I don't know if they realize it or not, but you are a weapon.
You should ask them.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking, but hey, it is what it is. But no, we're to fight. It is what it. Hey, whether somebody acknowledges our movement, whether they acknowledge what we are trying to build here, we're going to build it anyways.
Yeah.
And that's what gives me hope.
Absolutely.
It's ours to build.
It's also
what
a
a time
week.
To be alive.
It is also a good week to feel hope, because I was like,
yeah.
The Zoran stuff was huge. I'm not gonna lie. Like I never thought that it would happen.
We did it, Zoe. We're changing it.
Yeah.
It's not that we did it, Joe, anymore. We did it, Zoe.
We did it, Zoe.
We did it, Zoe.
It's right, because I just, being surrounded by all these canvas leads at the party, I was just like, man, this is it. This happened in spite of all of the endless amount of media coverage and how hyper scrutinized this campaign was, and you know this from your own personal experience. Like, any point of marginalization is just so cynically weaponized against you, no matter what.
Especially these days, it's getting worse.
Yeah, you just have to. Because people are.
But listen, as a black woman, I have actually never seen the type of racism that I see when it is a Muslim candidate.
Yeah,
is astounding.
It's insane,
and it's because there are permission like people have still, even though they are off the hinges right now, a lot of people were still socialized that you can't just outwardly say that. About black folks, they have never been socialized in the way to not approach Muslims and Muslim candidates in the way that they are. Like Democrats, Republicans, independents, people were off the chains.
I think it's also because white supremacy is such a fundamental part of American society, because I think about this all the time. Like, I always say, there is a permission threshold of permissible bigotry. Yeah. Right? Misogyny. There's a misogyny, anti-blackness, anti-trans behavior, and it swings, right? Mm-hmm. But anti-blackness is such a foundational part of American culture that it's become it's been imprinted into our culture in a way where like you can get away with saying things that are basically the same as like saying the N-word, but without saying it ever. Because if you were to say that, everyone goes, "Oh, that's up."
I was literally going to say that racists really think that the N-word just impacts us. It's like, I care less about you saying the N-word and more about you using the system to oppress me. That's actually what I'm trying to say. You know,
that's something that I try.
Neither here nor there. Don't say it to me.
Well, people also
don't say it to a black person either.
No,
but
no. White people think it's like it's just a mean word. That's the problem.
That's,
they don't understand that like it's
yeah.
Just,
our problem is actually the history behind it, right?
It's not like, oh well, you can say cracker, but I can't say the N word. It's like, well, there's just no.
You can also eat a cracker. Like, what are we talking about here?
There's also no systematic oppression or continued oppression associated with like anti-whiteness on the virtue of whiteness. This is why it's not the same. But, you know, it's very difficult to explain that to people.
But yeah.
All right, well, I don't want to take
Thanks
more of your
coming.
time.
I hope that your Capitol
amazing.
tour lived up. The Capitol.
Yes. Yes. No, this is dope. You guys have higher ceilings than I thought you would.
Cannon has higher ceilings than this.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Longworth is a cave. Don't go to Longworth.
Of course. Sitting or standing? Okay, let's do both.
Let me move this over. Sure.
This is a comfy couch. It's more comfy than I thought it was going to be.
Lore, this is Nancy Pelosi's old couch.
No. No.
I didn't even mention it. This is Nancy Pelosi's old couch. You look dapper.
Oh, thank you. I dressed up for you. I dressed up for
meanwhile,
Congress.
I wore jeans for you.
No, it's all good.
Also, I'm off though.
I never really wear suits or jackets or anything like that. So I was like, you know what? We're going to DC. We might as well this time
Do
around.
it.
Yeah. But yeah,
Do it
thank you
big.
so much for everything. Thank you so much for opening.
Great. Yeah.
What's up?
Oh, these people want me to do it direct to camera.
We love a direct to camera.
What do you?
She has more to say.
Well, do I?
Yeah. No, listen to them. They're right.
Yeah, no, they want me to do it about the shutdown.
About the shutdown. Yeah. If you want to just cameo, you're welcome.
You want to cameo?
Too. Yeah.
Hold on. Hey team, where you running from? Where you running from? Now y'all don't want to be in it.
Yeah, just like it's day 37 of the government shutdown. I'm here with Hasan Piker, showing around the Capitol. Yeah.
Okay. I still have to turn over. Hey guys, it is day 37 of the shutdown. We are now in the longest shutdown ever, but spoiler alert, I'm actually here with Hasan Piker because I was giving him a tour of the Capitol. Yeah. But because it is in the shutdown, the Capitol was largely empty. There's not too much activity going on.
Probably better that way. But they need to get back to work.
And that's what the hope is, right? We know that right now, right? Republicans are crushing people, they're crushing working class people, making folks choose between their paychecks, between eating, between SNAP benefits, between LIHEAP, right, is cruel, and that is a false option. What we're arguing for is that, yeah, we absolutely can open this government right now, and we do not have to sacrifice people's health care or their food. So we want people to recognize that as we talk about this, we can have it all, and we have to reject any narrative that tells us that working people have to choose, that working people have to choose between one struggle or another. Our government is here to serve those needs, and this shutdown is fundamentally about that. So we just want you to stay tuned. We wanted to just come in with this update that we have broken a record, and it's not a good one.
Yeah.
That this
Get back
is
here,
now
Mike
longest.
Johnson. People have to keep going to work even when they're not getting paid. How come you're not here?
And that's the message.
Okay. Where's the restroom? Right here?
Yep.
I'm going to take my mic off real quick.
You should do that.
No,
Yeah.
I've done this at the DNC before, accidentally.
Somewhere somebody has, yeah, if you just go right into the other door. Someone has mic'd up.
I got you.
Oh, hours of mic'd up conversations with me before, and I pray that they never release.
Oh. Well, this is all live, so it's already released.
Spoiler alert! There's spoiler alert. No, I don't think anybody's ever been with a mic, because you forget them. Like when you just have like the camera mics on.
Oh yeah, he's Pete with the mic on. live in front of 30,000 people.
The beginning of a pandemic. That's nice.
Probably shouldn't have mentioned that.
New York City mayoral candidates are campaigning for the finish line, and the race is heating up.
Hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers have already cast their ballots with Election Day less than a week away.
It comes as new polling shows Andrew Cuomo gaining on Zohran Mamdani.
He's a socialist who happens to be on the Democratic line. I'm a Democrat who happens to be on the independent line.
We need a Democrat.
Despite Cuomo's gains, Mamdani remains the clear frontrunner for City Hall, but he's refusing to get complacent. At a campaign event in Hell's Kitchen,
That was really funny. One of Cuomo's last-ditch efforts is to claim that him and Eric Adams are the real Democrats, and Zohran Mamdani is not a real Democrat. Eric Adams has no more to give. I spent an eventful day in the soon-to-be former New York City mayor for Time. What did he say? In 2023, Adams hosted Mamdani and his father, a scholar of post-colonialism at Columbia University, for dinner. The frightening thing is he really believes this stuff, Adams tells me as he mixes the veggies. Globalize the intifada. There's nothing wrong with that. He believes, I don't have anything against Jews. I just don't like Israel. Well, who's in Israel, bro? At the dinner's end, Adams says he told the Mamdanis, listen, I just don't believe what you do. Mamdani has decried anti-Semitism and recently, after a prolonged controversy, said he will discourage the use of loaded intifada phrase. Is Mamdani lived up now? No, man. No, he's not. I know a lot of people think that is the case, but I think the most consequential thing that he did, the most bad choice that he did, was to even back away from globalize the intifada, but he made that calculation in his mind. That obviously did not stop the attacks. That simply redirected the trajectory of the attacks to other stuff, right? But the ultimate goal was for him to continuously get smeared over and over again as an anti-Semite, a scary Muslim who is terrifying for the Jewish New Yorkers. But the other thing that he did was also saying that he was going to keep the New York Police Department commissioner in charge. Those were, I think, two big concessions that he gave. By and large, I don't think New Yorkers are paying that close attention to it. But overall, I don't think he's betraying the cause or anything like that. Final Quinnipiac, New York City mayoral poll by religion: Nnan, Mamdani plus 53, other Mamdani plus 22, Catholics Cuomo plus 2, Protestants Cuomo plus 8, Jews Cuomo plus 44. I doubt it, because first of all, this disparity is so vast. This disparity is so vast in comparison to the previous past performance that Zohran Mamdani had. And also, it doesn't make sense because when you ask New York Jews how they feel about Israel, and they have done that, they've directionally asked New York Jews how they feel about Israel. And the number of New York Jews, the percentage of New York Jews that say they sympathize with the Palestinians more than the Israelis, is a higher percentage than this. This would imply that 72%, if Jews in New York were simply operating on Israel as their primary focus, which they are not, right? But even if that was the case, which is the least favorable interpretation of poll results, that would imply 72% of New York Jews are looking at Zohran Mamdani and thinking he's a major threat. Whereas if you look at the actual polls of New York Jews, it shows that 34% of New York Jews sympathize with the Palestinians over the Israelis. And I think it's 60+% or 60% of New York Jews sympathize with the Israelis over the Palestinians. Now, those numbers are dog shit and they're not great. Okay. This doesn't mean this is not a good number. This is not a good number for the Jewish New Yorkers. Let's be real. But that has shown me that plenty of Jewish New Yorkers are making a calculation that they are on board with Zohran, even if they like Israel, especially when looking at the performance in the primaries for Zohran Mamdani. I think people really underestimate how powerful Hasidic Jews are in New York City, especially when it comes to political power and voting. Yeah, but even the Hasidic communities in New York are overwhelmingly conservative, but there are still Hasidic Jews that are also on board with Zohran because Zohran has done Yiddish campaign signs. He's gone to the Satmar community. The Satmar community recently came out and said, we're not going to endorse Andrew Cuomo. It doesn't matter. Brother, Zohran is going to clear. I don't know why anyone would think Cuomo stands a chance. You cannot. You should be campaigning in the last week or so as though you are down 5 points, not up 20. Yeah, the extent of which the Satmar no-ball and conservative and reform leaders do not is simply remarkable. Satmar Achronim leadership not endorsing Cuomo in the race for mayor. In an open letter to their followers, the leaders highlight Mamdani's gestures in outreach and prospects of him becoming mayor. It is clear that we must not fight against him. We must not wage war with him. See? Listen, brother, you don't sit on the throne of BNH. I don't want to come across as insensitive. I think it's Satmar that owns BNH, right? My goats. You don't sit on top of the throne of BNH, the domineering force of electronic brick and mortar retail, without knowing ball. The B&H empire speaks out. I do think that a lot of the outreach that Zoran did, like the Yiddish campaigning and all this stuff, played a big role in this, straight up. Obviously, the conservative Hasidic communities, and not just socially conservative, because all the Hasidic communities are socially conservative, but the more conservative, like super pro-Israel, MAGA voter block of Hasidim are not. They were never going to be on board with Zoran. So the fact that like there is any Orthodox Jewish communities in New York that are like not openly antagonistic towards him is pretty remarkable. Yeah, the official notice from Satmar is no endorsement, but a condemnation of the smear campaign against Zoran. Official statement from the Satmar Political Committee. After much deliberation, we have decided not to endorse any candidate. However, we feel compelled to distance ourselves from the irresponsible scare campaign and incitement against Zoran Mamdani. I think this is part because of the outreach that Zoran did directly to the Hasidic communities, and also partially because of the fact that they know ball and they are weighing their options and they are seeing that Zoran is likely going to win, so they don't want to like ruffle any feathers as well. Twitter boss staying busy right now. Yeah, I know. It's insane. My whole family lives in New York City. I live in New York City and I'm def leaving. If Mamdani wins, I'm leaving New York. I think the patches are wrong, but you know, it is what it is. I guess maybe not. The patches probably aren't wrong when you think about it, because sometimes they work. They work in the exact same way. I know you do not read positive messages as such, but just wanted to let you know that even normies like me know that you're a good person. Keep up the good work. Sending Kai love as well. Thank you, chatter. Mamdani's leading the mayoral race with 43% compared to Cuomo's 33%. Inslee was 14% per new Quinnipiac poll. Compared to the last Quinnipiac poll, Mamdani's lost 3% while support for Cuomo and Sliwa has stayed effectively flat. Notably, the number of undecided voters has increased. Mamdani winning Staten Island by 6 and Brooklyn by only 1. Lamau, what is this poll? I mean, that's pretty crazy. Yusuf Munayar has also noticed the same thing that I've noticed. The big uptick in Islamophobic messaging from the pro-Israel right in this moment is particularly interesting. They are absolutely petrified about softening support for Israel in right-wing Christian spaces. Their answer to this is not a pro-Israel narrative, precisely because of how toxic Israel and AIPAC are becoming, including on the right. Instead, they focus on Islamophobic narrative to try to keep the Christian right and the Zionist allied against a common enemy. This is new in right-wing spaces where previously there was not a lot of Christian skepticism over Israel, but 2 years of butchering children in Gaza seems to have changed that. Previously, in communicating to the right, Zionists used to be able to say, here's why you should love Israel. Now they just focus on, here's why you should hate Muslims. The failure to find an alternative messaging on both the left and the right in American politics is a sign of just how much has shifted. It's kind of hilarious because I was told about you as some kind of joke of a Muslim, but not going to lie, you kind of made me more comfortable in my faith than any other religious person out there, lol. Yeah, because I don't give a shit. I'm chill as hell when it comes to whatever people want to believe. And if a specific religious group is under attack, whether it be Jews or whether it be Muslims or whether it be even Christians, even though we do live in a predominantly WASP-dominated nation, so that doesn't really come up as much, I will protect those people. I abhor fundamentalism, but as far as people staying true to their faith, it's ridiculous to attack people over that.
He focused again on a key issue of his campaign, affordability.
For many New Yorkers, especially those, the 1 in 4 that are living in poverty, this status quo is untenable. What we can't afford is allowing this to continue.
Voter enthusiasm in the race remains high. More than 297,000 New Yorkers cast their ballots in the first 4 days of early voting, and it shows no signs of abating. Republican Curtis Sliwa, consistently trailing third in the polls, said the turnout in the race so far is a good thing.
This is a candidacy that represents people, whether they vote for me or not. I say again and again, it's the people who will pick the next mayor. I trust the people to vote.
And as an indication of just how enthusiastic voters have been, a Board of Elections map showed that 2 polling locations had wait times between 20 to 50 minutes, and another 3 polling locations had wait times of more than 50 minutes.
It's crazy.
Reporting live from Brooklyn Heights, Christina Fan, CBS News,
That's
New York.
crazy.
Christina, thank you.
So
So early voting is in full swing as New York City is set to elect its next mayor, and new data shows a record number of people, more than 200,000, casting their ballots so far.
Democrat Zoran Mamdani still seen as the front runner despite lukewarm support.
God damn, CNN still got some
In
dog
his
shit
own
audio.
party.
How is that
We have
possible?
CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton with us now. All right, Harry, put the turnout into context for us historically.
Yeah, I'll note a historic little anecdote, which was my mother voted early. If my mother's voting early, you can vote early too here in New York City. But let's take a look here at the numbers, what we're looking at so far. You know, in 2025,
Holy
we're looking
Toledo.
at, look at this, already north of 220,000. The entire 2021 campaign only had 170,000 people turn out early, and we're only 3 days into this thing. I think we might be looking at the highest turnout in the New York City mayoral election since at least 2001, which of course was a close affair between Mark Green, the Democrat, and the Republican Mike Bloomberg. And you might have to go all the way back to 1993, when of course David Dinkins, the incumbent mayor, was defeated by Rudy Giuliani, the Republican.
Harry, who do you imagine is benefiting from this high early turnout?
Oh, Boris, that is the question, isn't it? And if I was a magical person, I could tell you for sure which
You are a
candidate
magical
it was.
person.
I am a magical person, but not in that way. I'm a magical person in the way that I'm able to look at the camera, and a magical person insofar as my personality is absolutely fantastic. But actually telling you who it's necessarily benefiting, I'm not quite sure I can do that for you. I think there's good signs for both the candidates. Why don't we start off with a good sign for Mamdani? All right, New York City general election early voter turnout. The top increase in the boroughs versus 2021 is Brooklyn. That is where we expect and where the polling really does suggest that Mamdani is going to do quite well. He did quite well during the primary there. That is also obviously where there are a lot of folks who might agree with Mamdani's further left politics than Andrew Cuomo might necessarily have. So Brooklyn being high in the turnout, that's good for Zoran Mamdani. Now, if you're looking for a good sign for Andrew Cuomo, why don't you look at the turnout by age group? All right, this is 2025 New York City, and the largest early voting age group. In the primary, it was younger voters, those aged 30 to 30.
I'm witnessing more and more people are just obsessed with Zoran like an attractive celebrity. They are willingly ignoring his backtracking on progressive positions like Palestine liberation. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Don't worry about it. If you're out, you're out. That's all I gotta say. Because I don't think he is backtracked. I think he's tried to re-triangulate his message, and at times he's actually stepped on landmines for no reason. But I do find it pretty crazy that people are looking at his candidacy as he is under an unimaginable amount, a metric ton of Islamophobic hatred that they are trying to repackage as like a anti-Semitic, like a wave of anti-Semitism, as they tried to like hit Zoran on this issue because he's Muslim, and then make it seem as though this is what the voters are actually fearful of, and present that as like an Israel issue. People on the left sometimes find themselves thinking, no, there is a reason for it. There's a reason for it, and that's because he's betraying his anti-Zionist roots or something.
That was the top group in terms of turnout in the early vote. Now look at this side of the screen. Look at what we have here in the general election so far.
I hate the fucking Dem voter base. The candidates always need to be the absolute best and check off every single box is so fucking annoying. That's not even true. I think the Democratic voter base is a lot more forgiving of blemishes on people's track records nowadays than ever before, especially if they present a left flank position. Whereas the arguments that we're having currently is amongst the left. People to the left of Zoran Mamdani. And I would go so far as to say that the Dem base do not have these kinds of considerations for white people. It is very clear. They do not have these kinds of considerations for white people. The only reason why this is even a point of concern or a point of contention is because Zoran is brown. Not that it matters. You have to work on it. You have to do your very best to present your policies in spite of everything else. And Zoran Mamdani knows that. But that's it. This is something that I have talked about quite a bit. You have a much tougher go at it if you're not a white dude. That doesn't mean it's unwinnable. It just means it's harder for you. You have to be extra careful. You can't have any deal breakers, right? Zoran doesn't have any deal breakers. And yet, regardless of that, his background is the only weapon that the right forces can currently wield against him. And they're doing so. That's what they're doing.
It's actually early voters who are making up the larger share of the early votes so far. 65 to 69 is the largest group. That, of course, is a group that Andrew Cuomo is expected to do very well amongst. He's expected to do poor among younger voters. So the fact that older voters are turning out to vote so far, that is a good sign for Andrew Cuomo. I won't tell you, though, which age bracket my mother belongs to, because I'm very young. She could be very young, too.
Yeah, very young. Magically.
Yeah, here. So Michael Lang had an assessment. Zohran Mamdani will win the general election, but winning is not enough. He needs a majority, 50+% of the vote. A symbolic statement of broad support spanning all of New York City's 350 neighborhoods. Here is Mamdani's path to a mandate. Get it? Mandate. Because Mamdani. I present to you the Commie Corridor Senior, the Commie Corridor Junior, Open Doors, the Capitalist Corridor, No King's Marchers, MSNBC Viewers, the Black Belt, the Anti-Commie Corridor, the Forgotten People, Archie Bunker's Descendants, and Swing States. These are all of the New York City's 365 neighborhoods sorted into 11 categories. The Commie Corridor Senior, the young leftist base that has reshaped New York City politics over the past decade. The Commie Corridor Junior, the next era of socialist electoral expansion. Open Doors, working class South Asian and Muslim communities, where Mamdani's opened the doors for the left. The Capitalist Corridor, the wealthiest blocks of Manhattan. The No King's Marchers, the progressive middle-aged and older voters in brownstone neighborhoods that broke overwhelmingly for Lander and Mamdani. The MSNBC Viewers, liberals who split their votes between Mamdani and Cuomo and Lander in the primary. The Black Belt, the most staunchly pro-Democrat neighborhoods in the United States of America. The Anti-Commie Corridor, heavily Republican communities with large ancestral Eastern European populations, Orthodox, Sephardic, Hasidic, Russian, and Ukrainian. The Forgotten People, lower income black and Hispanic precincts where the Democratic Party is losing support. The Swing States, neighborhoods where the margin was close between Andrew Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani in the Democratic primary and Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the presidential election. And Archie Bunker's Descendants, the dwindling pro-Trump white ethnics that once anchored New York City's electorate. In my opinion, it was a very funny way to dive into this. The Commie Corridor, the young leftist base, went for Harris by 83, Trump by 17% in the general. And the 2025 primary went for Mamdani by 66%, Cuomo for 14%, and Lander for 12%. Since the Democratic primary, the Commie Corridor, which, by the way, is Astoria, Long Island City, Greenpoint, Williamsburg, Fort Greene, Bushwick, and Bed-Stuy. Since the Dem primary, the Commie Corridor, the phrase I coined to describe Mamdani's left-leaning and youthful base, has taken a life of his own. Headlining a New York Times op-ed featuring a primetime CNN segment, receiving citation in the New Yorker, and even a Wikipedia blurb. On June 24th, this ideological cohort, stretching from Astoria to Sunset Park, powered the Democratic Socialist Mamdani to victory with a record turnout and resounding margins. But can the new shorthand for the urban left keep up this raucous energy in November? After all, the youth are notoriously fickle, at least according to their baby boomer parents. Young people thus far have made up a smaller percentage of the electorate than in the Democratic primary, according to the data released by the Board of Elections, leaving some to question whether the Mamdani mania has worn off. I don't think so. I think there is no indication that it has worn off. That's not how these things work. If anything, there's even more momentum in the general. That's number one. Number two, Michael from Pennsylvania actually had a good assessment on this, and it's actually becoming clearer and clearer that he was right about this. He said that early voting usually tends to favor, in the first couple of days, the older demographic of voters, and then throughout the early voting, according to previous patterns, it starts moving in the direction of younger voters. And it seems he was right about this because younger voters are now increasing their turnout in the last couple of days. Obviously, there's still time. We shall see. But in a bitterly contested and higher turnout general election, the Commie Corridor will have less influence than a closed Democratic primary. Mamdani did an excellent job of maximizing his base, but how many more untapped voters are there left? The electorate estimation is 14 to 18%. Zohran needs to win almost 80% of the vote. 75% is pretty good, too. Mike was panicking today on stream that you mentioned him and you'll get him arrested, and now you're mentioning him again. Yeah. If I'm going to prison, that motherfucker's going to prison, too, okay? Sorry. Sucks to suck, Michael. The Commie Corridor Junior, the next era of progressive and socialist electoral expansion is Bay Ridge, East Village, Hamilton Heights, Harlem, Hell's Kitchen, Kensington, Lower East Side. Harris by 79%, Trump by 21%. What happened in the general? In the 2025 primary, Mamdani got 52%, Cuomo got 28%, and Lander got 11%. Nonetheless, Mamdani's dominance in June was not confined to the neighborhoods where the socialist left had already established an electoral foothold. In expanding the political map, Mamdani broadened the left's horizons, coalescing previously unrealized gains, creating a new electorate with a mass politics campaign, and providing a winning template for future candidates of his mold. For youth and leftism is not confined to the shores of Long Island City and Greenpoint. Zoran needs to win 2/3 of the vote here. Throughout the hip and happening blocks of the East Village, Alphabet City, and the Lower East Side, Mamdani routinely eclipsed 80% of the vote. Across bustling Hell's Kitchen and gentrifying Hamilton Heights, the charismatic insurgent seldom lost a precinct. Ditto for Central Harlem, historically the black political capital of the world, where Mamdani trounced Cuomo by more than 20%. In Bay Ridge, a diversified middle-class community at the end of the R train, Cuomo won 5 precincts. Mamdani won the other 35. None of these neighborhoods, where the Democratic Socialists won handily, have any DSA elected officials. The South Asian and Muslim communities, obviously Mamdani did a pretty decent job. This is where the unks and aunties come into play. 55% is pretty good, because remember, regardless of the South Asian and Muslim communities where Zoran is supposed to do fairly well because he is representative, even this breakdown shows you that there are plenty of unks and aunties that have reactionary perspectives. That's precisely the reason why Harris, who also came from this background as well, still did relatively poorly as opposed to all these other places, right? Harris got 61%, Trump got 39%. Mamdani got 55%, Cuomo got 36%. Mamdani's victory was not solely a triumph of the Commie Corridor, but underrepresented and often overlooked New Yorkers, Muslims, South Asians, rent-stabilized tenants. Now they are fulcrum of the biggest political story in the country, with cable news pundits and national magazines have been forced to learn the plight of South Richmond Hill, Jamaica, and Westchester Square. A new story bringing visibility to the lives of those often too ignored, written before our eyes. 1 year ago, these working class communities were the epicenter of the Democratic Party's failure, lost to the couch, a writing ballot, or Donald Trump himself. In the wake of Trump's victory, Mamdani's breakout moment as a candidate for mayor came from talking to the voters on Hillside Avenue in Queens, a Bangladeshi corridor that saw one of the nation's most pronounced shifts to the right. This was the start of an unprecedented level of outreach to South Asian and Muslim voters. This is where representation also plays a big role here. When people say, imagine being a Muslim and voting for Cuomo despite what he constantly says about them, you have to understand, you have to unlock a part of your brain that causes you to have a hemorrhage. If you want to understand the mindset of the median voter, you have to literally bludgeon yourself with a frying pan over and over again until you have lost object permanence. I cannot stress this enough. If you think these unks and aunties are tuned in to this election and literally hearing everything that Andrew Cuomo is saying about them, about Muslims in general, or even internalizing what Andrew Cuomo is saying or what Donald Trump was saying, for example, you're wrong. Most voters are vibes-based voters. Remember, Latinos, Latino men in particular, specifically, voted for Trump. Why did they do this? Why did they do this? Well, for a million different reasons. I've obviously relitigated this over and over again. I'm not going to get into it. But that should show you most voters are basically barely existing, okay? They're barely surviving off of paint chips that they eat every single day. That's how you have to think about it. Most people are oblivious. That's why canvassing until the very last moment matters. Why does it matter? Because a lot more people than you think are tuning into this race. This community is the worst place to understand the mindset of the average voter. Why do I say this? Because this community was aware of Zoran when he was polling at 5%. I interviewed Zoran when he was at 5%, chat, in a crowded primary field with 16 other candidates. Do you think the average voter had heard of Zoran Mamdani? Even the average progressive voter had not heard of Zoran Mamdani at that point. Many of you encountered Zoran Mamdani for the first time in that exciting one-on-one media opportunity. We are not normal. We are abnormal. You have to remember that. Once I'm done with this video, I'm going to get into the mindset of a median voter so you understand.
Young, even. Right? So, see what I did there? Okay, Mamdani, though, he's still the favorite?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you can see it in the prediction markets right here at this particular point. What do we see? The top chances to win New York City mayor, according to the Cal.
I cannot tell you how much I despise the fact that CNN and all these other outlets unironically refer to the prediction betting markets, which are incredibly susceptible to market intervention. I can't believe it. This doesn't show anything, please.
Your prediction market odds. Look, Mamdani has an 86% chance. Andrew Cuomo comes in at 14%. I will say Cuomo's up a little bit from where he was yesterday, but the bottom line at this particular point is Zoran Mamdani is driving the subway car. He's driving the bus. He's not driving the car because, of course, most people in New York City actually commute via mass transit or by walking. They don't drive their cars. So at this particular point, Mamdani is the favorite. Andrew Cuomo's got a shot, perhaps a little bit up from where he was just a few days ago. But at this point, Zohran Mamdani is in the driver's seat, guys.
A magical and...
We're now just one.
Further consolidation could help close the gap between Mamdani and Cuomo, says Steve Kornacki, who has been relatively disappointing thus far. Zohran was on TMR this morning. Where? When was he on the Majority Report? Oh, there he is. Interview with Zohran Mamdani.
As voters cast early ballots ahead of Election Day this coming Tuesday, we end today's show with the mayoral race in Minneapolis. Omar Fateh, the son of Somali immigrants, a Democratic socialist, is a leader.
Yes. Omar Fateh is the Mamdani of the Midwest, and he hasn't gotten a lot of coverage. I've obviously covered his campaign throughout the times. I unfortunately got into a bit of heat myself in the process, especially with the Charlie Kirk assassination, so I couldn't actually fly to Minneapolis and do a... Omar has no motion, it's sad to see. Actually, you're wrong about that. As far as the latest polls show, some polls show Jacob Frey, who is an incredibly unpopular candidate, the incumbent, barely beating Omar Fateh within the margin of error by like 1 point on the first choice on the ranked choice voting, and Omar Fateh and defeating Jacob Frey on the third and fourth rounds of ranked choice voting, and therefore Omar Fateh still has a shot. In the upcoming days until Tuesday, I'm going to try to do a little bit of a fundraiser for the Omar Fateh team here, because I from what I understand, he gets no coverage whatsoever, but they have a pretty good ground game overall. Energy on the ground isn't looking good, to be honest. Yes, part of that is because the Minneapolis Hasan Abihez, we have to do better, okay? We have to do better. We have to go and we have to fucking canvas. If you are in Minneapolis, but by and large, the amount of coverage that Omar Fateh has gotten is coming from the right. The only people that talk about him are right-wingers that just keep constantly saying, like, America's being taken over. America's being taken over by the Muslims. If you're not in Minneapolis, you should phone bank. If you're in Minneapolis, you should door knock. And hopefully we'll be able to fundraise as well a little bit here, because he's great. He's great.
Leading candidate seeking to unseat incumbent Mayor Jacob Frey, who's running for a third term. In 2020, Fateh made history as the first Muslim, first Somali American to be elected to Minnesota's state Senate. Fateh's surging campaign has drawn comparisons to Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic socialist, who polls indicate may be the first Muslim mayor of New York. Minneapolis Congressmember Ilhan Omar has endorsed Fateh, along with Jewish Voice for Peace Action and labor unions like SEIU. Minneapolis implemented ranked choice voting in 2009, which allows voters to choose up to 3 candidates in order of preference on their ballot. The winning candidate must receive at least half.
The problem is, we all know the electorate, okay? Let's be real. I think that in Minneapolis, you already have a built-in, very diverse group of people that are going to ride for you, that will overlook this sort of thing. But the broader base of support in Minneapolis is probably even more racist, I would say, than the New York electorate is. And on top of that, Omar is both Muslim and black. So he's getting it. He's getting hit from both ends in that regard. And unfortunately, racism is a major component in every election. The reality of the matter is it just makes it much harder, right? But as you know, my opinion on the matter, it's a hurdle that you can overcome with good policies, and Omar has done that. I would say that the biggest weaknesses beyond the obvious ones for the electorate being relatively racist is that a lot of people are not even aware that there's a Minneapolis mayoral race happening that's coming up. Unfortunately, it doesn't get the same national looks, but there is an opportunity there. The opportunity there is that, like, some of these races that don't get the same national looks can actually be unique opportunities for underdog candidates to win. The DFL is working to ruin his shot as well. Like the establishment Democrats, the institutional Democrats are attacking him. The wealthier interests are attacking him. He has the same exact dynamic as Zohran Mamdani. And he has very similar policies to Zohran Mamdani as well.
Half the vote. There are a total of 15 mayoral candidates on the ballot, with 4 Democrats, including the 2 frontrunners, Mayor Jacob Fry and Omar Fatah. Fatah is the only top candidate who's asked voters not to rank Fry, a centrist who's faced widespread criticism over his crackdown on Black Lives Matter protesters following the police murder of George Floyd in 2020. Fry has received the endorsement of Minnesota Governor, failed vice presidential candidate Tim Walz. Minnesota State Senator and Minneapolis mayoral candidate Omar Fatah joins us
Open
now.
presence, thank you for the 25
welcome
gifted.
You to Democracy Now! If you can start off by talking about what the slate is that you are a part of, for people to understand around the country this issue of ranked choice voting and what you're moving forward on now, your major issues.
Yeah, first, thank you for having me. So we came up with the slate for change, myself, candidate Janice Hampton, and candidate Dwayne Davis, because we believe it's the best. We are the best 3 candidates to move our city forward. We came together around our collective vision, and yet despite our differences, showing that Minneapolis can have a different kind of politics where if you think differently, if you have slight differences in opinion around different issues, that we shouldn't have an adversarial relationship, and that we can still be partners in doing the work for our people, for the people of Minneapolis. And so our vision includes one, or my vision includes one, in which we make Minneapolis a more affordable city, increasing the minimum wage to $20 an hour, passing rent stabilization to protect our renters so they don't get priced out. It includes having a public safety system that reflects the needs of everyone. 5 years after the murder of George Floyd,
Also, Omar Fatah is a U.S.-born American citizen, too. He's not even naturalized, even though, of course, that hasn't stopped the Republicans from both presenting Zohran and Omar Fatah as like Muslim infiltrators from afar. I just don't see this working, sadly. Man, why? Why wouldn't you just push for it? Who gives a shit? Like, there is no reason. You can't just back candidacies that you think are always going to win regardless. First of all, there is a shot. You're wrong. If you look at the actual polls, Omar Fatah is doing very well. He won technically the endorsement of the DFL, even though they rat him afterwards. And even on the first choice ballots, he's within 1 to 2 points between him and Jacob Frey. Jacob Frey is the incredibly unpopular incumbent mayor. There is no reason to engage in this sort of pessimism, especially at this point.
Mayor doesn't have a plan or doesn't intend to have a plan. And finally, we have a hostile federal government with Trump back in office, who has the trifecta. He has both the House and the Senate and the presidency. And on top of that, he has a Supreme Court that's going to do and has been doing whatever he wants. And so as a city, we need to build a strong line of defense to protect all of our vulnerable residents.
Why would him being naturalized be a problem? No, I'm just saying that, like, Zohran is a naturalized U.S. citizen, right? And they were talking about denaturalizing him and my point is, Zohran is an American, okay? Zohran is an American citizen. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen. Omar Fatah is a natural-born U.S. citizen. And yet, for some weird reason, right-wingers attack them both as outsiders who are actually infiltrating America. I wonder what the reason for that is. Why is that a line of attack? That's the question I'm asking you, and I think we all know what the answer to that question is. It's just racism. That's it.
Feel, Omar Fatah, about being called the Mamdani of the Midwest. And one of the issues that Zohran Mamdani raises in this New York mayoral race is the issue of big money. If you can all...
So the irony, of course, is that while Fry is... You're not wrong, okay? I just don't see if a Zohran method is working in a city that's one of the most affordable in the country. That's like 50% of Zohran's appeal is still good, but I don't think it'll be as salient as it was in New York. Well, there are other issues there as well. So Cloud District Enjoyer is not wrong. Minneapolis still has unaffordability problems, though. That's the only problem. That's the only issue I take with what Cloud District Enjoyer is saying, because affordability is a problem everywhere. Because you are looking at it from a broader perspective. People who live in Minneapolis still have affordability problems. Obviously, if you adjust the affordability of Minneapolis to the affordability of New York, as someone who probably lives in a major city that is far less affordable than Minneapolis, you go, what do you mean? People aren't as mad about affordability. Of course they are. Poverty, affordability, these are relative constructs. So yes, while you look at Minneapolis from a national perspective, it is one of the few cities, one of the few major cities in the country that where affordability is not as salient of an issue as opposed to like New York, because it's much more affordable than a place like New York. For the people in Minneapolis, there are still significant problems.
Also talk about the role of big money in your mayoral race, PACs protecting the interests of developers and funneling millions of dollars into campaigns, and your chief rival, Mayor Fry.
Yeah, what we're seeing with Zoran's campaign and campaigns across the nation is that we're seeing progressive candidates running on a sincere and authentic message around affordability and making the lives of working families better. For far too long, the Democratic Party has lost the message around how to improve the lives, around the costs of living, around renters that are struggling with paycheck to paycheck.
There is no place on the country, there's no place in the United States of America, there is not a single place in the United States of America where the affordability message is not salient. Make no mistake. And even if we were living in an economic boom where everybody was like, oh, all my needs are met, you could still tailor your message around making things even more affordable, okay? Improving quality of life for every single person.
Struggling to make the next month's rent, struggling to pay for basic food and healthcare costs. And so this is kind of the reason why we saw a hard swing in 2024 with Trump winning the presidency, and now candidates on the left or in the Democratic Party winning with a similar message around affordability. Now, was Trump lying when he was running? 100%, of course he was. But he knew that that was a message that would resonate the most with the population. And so right now what we're seeing here in Minneapolis is that Mayor Fry has 5 PACs right now. Not 1, not 2, but 5 PACs that have been well-funded, that have been sending out glossy mailers, nonstop ads on social media and on YouTube and things like that. And the reality is that if an incumbent has been doing the on-the-ground work, connecting with residents, connecting with stakeholders, working well with city council and cross-jurisdictionally across different levels of government, there wouldn't be the need to spend that much money and having 5 different PACs to defend you. It's very telling that right now that the mayor doesn't have a single county endorsement, county commissioner endorsement, or state legislator endorsement. And it's because he hasn't been able to work well with others and has handed the city off in his last 2 terms to the wealthy and the well-connected and not the working families. And so that has been evident throughout this campaign.
State Senator, your headquarters, your campaign headquarters for mayor in the predominantly East African neighborhood of Cedar Riverside, Minneapolis, was vandalized with graffiti that read, "Somali Muslim, this warning is no joke," in black marker. You're certainly not the only Muslim politician to receive these threats in Minnesota and nationwide. I think about Ilhan Omar, who has also endorsed you, the Congress member from Minneapolis. But can you talk about the rise of anti-Muslim hate, racism in the country? And do you think the Democratic Party and other Democratic candidates and politicians are pushing back hard enough?
Well, what we are seeing here in Minnesota, I believe, is a direct result of our welcoming, the way we welcome everyone and the way we uplift everyone. And what I mean by that is that we were the first state to have a Muslim congressman in Keith Ellison. We were the first state to have a Muslim congresswoman in Ilhan Omar, who's been serving honorably and serving CD5 and has been a rock star for all of us and a voice that we truly needed.
Is it a coincidence that Muslims have been the method lately? We got Zoran, Fateh, El Sayed, big election cycle for progressive Muslims. I don't think it's that confusing, because I think for like living in the United States of America, if you are from a Muslim background, you're, with the exception of Zoran, I would say, Zoran is the exception in this regard. You're usually coming from a lower income area regardless. You're coming from a minority group in the country that has seen the economic devastation firsthand, and therefore your policy vision reflects that reality. So it's the same reason why, like, American Muslims, by and large, post 9/11, are one of the more reliable progressive voting blocs in the country. And it's so funny that people still do this, where this guy just said progressive Muslim is an oxymoron. Right now, in the United States of America, the most progressive politicians in office are by and large Muslim, especially on the Democratic Party front. Every single Democrat, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Zohran Mamdani, Abdul El Sayed is running for office, as we saw. These are the most progressive candidates in the country. Pro-trans, pro-labor rights, anti-militarism. They are the most leftist candidates you have. And people cope and seethe and say they're cultural Muslims at best, which is crazy to say about Ilhan Omar, who wears a hijab. It's crazy to say even about Zohran. Like, no, these guys are actually straight up. They are much more Muslim than I am. They are following the faith much better than I am. Okay, I can't speak on Omar. I don't know. I don't know the extent of his. I don't know how much he practices or whatnot. But yeah, Ruhr Roman is another one. It's so funny to me that people still run with this like unimaginable cope, where they're like, oh, they must be faking it. It's just so silly. And I think a part of that is because of the, a part of that is certainly born out of the fact that Muslims are actively attacked. Islamophobia makes it much easier to monolithize the entire religion and certainly the entire followers of this faith in the United States of America, even when all evidence points to the contrary. There are polls that show that this is not the reality. They are far, far more open-minded and far more progressive, Muslim Americans are, than evangelical Protestants are, for example. White evangelical Protestants are a much more consequential force in American politics. They're much larger in number. Obviously, it's a more fundamentalist segment of the broader Christian religion, but, you know, they are a far more consequential group that has far larger numbers than Muslims do overall, and Muslims are much more progressive than evangelical Christians are in this country.
What we're seeing in the last few years is that I think since 2024, there has been over a dozen instances of attacks on mosques, for example. Minnesota has had, I believe, the first and only mosque being bombed in the entire nation. Over $3 million in damages, 3 mosques fully burned to the ground. Myself and other Muslim elected officials have been receiving threats on email and social media.
We have 20 seconds.
Yes, and through social media. And so the rise in hate we've been seeing has been a direct result of also Trump being elected. But in terms of campaigns, we've seen also Democratic campaigns latch onto this and use it in their own messaging. And
we have 20 seconds is classic. Amy Goodman. That's, you guys don't watch enough Democracy Now! You're not ball knowers. That's not even disrespectful. That's just how it goes. That is just how it goes, baby.
Through their PACs to try to win their elections. And so rather than going on the defense for one another, they've been using it to sow more hate.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube.
There are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
Donald Trump is literally every day being like, oh, I'm going to hit Venezuela. I'm going to strike Venezuela. I'm going to do CIA covert ops in Venezuela. I love striking Venezuela. It's my favorite thing. I go to sleep thinking about hitting Venezuelan targets. And then one news report comes out for the Wall Street Journal being like, they're actually gearing for war against Venezuela. And they're like, no. Where did you guys get that idea? I don't know. Maybe people got that idea from everything you've said thus far. And also moving a aircraft carrier to the coastline of Venezuela. Perhaps that's the reason why we got that idea, because we've been hearing you say it. Sky News verified satellite imagery that shows the position of USS Iwo Jima, the ship where these live shooting drills were happening. The imagery shows the ship under 200 kilometers away from the coastline of Venezuela. How do we get here? A new guided missile cruiser, the USS Gettysburg, has arrived in the Caribbean, adding to the U.S. military buildup in the region. After this buildup, it would be harder to back off unless something happened. They're going to have to do something unless Maduro steps down or does something dramatic enough enough that Trump could claim a success, former Pentagon official said to The Hill. The warships are now approximately 124 miles from Venezuela. This was yesterday. The warships are now approximately 124 miles from Venezuela's La Orchila Island, home to one of the country's key air bases and radar facilities. Their approach places them within immediate operational range for amphibious or precision strike missions, according to Newsweek yesterday. Everyone remember how Putin said he won't invade Ukraine? Low key, Donald Trump has said more about invading Venezuela than Putin did about invading Ukraine in the military buildup that took place before the invasion of Ukraine took place. You're right. You're not wrong. That's a perfect comparison. One that I, of course, also was duped by as well, famously. Something that people never let me live down. But it's like Donald Trump is straight up saying like, no, we're going to strike Venezuela. I want to do a land invasion of Venezuela. His words that have come out of his mouth.
Are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control.
I don't think it's all that crazy for people to assume that he is going to do that. The anti-war candidate, by the way, 6-7 peace negotiations I've succeeded in putting together. I've done too much peace for far too long. The world has been too peaceful. We must actually end up doing more war so I can do another peace process. I can do another peace treaty. Yeah, and then Trump's like, I'm going to invade Venezuela. And then everyone's like, dude, you're going to invade Venezuela? He goes, me? Huh? Me? Talking about me? Ah, never. Why are there aircraft carriers on the coastline of Venezuela? Why are there so many goddamn naval vessels? Why did you say that you would do covert operations by the CIA, that you sanctioned covert operations on the CIA? At least what should do the side and Donbass stuff that we aren't even pretending to come up with a reason for this. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Like Russia had in the buildup, there was so much. There were military exercises that happened on the border. Russia had at least like a comprehensive messaging campaign as to why they had to intervene in Ukraine. We're not doing that at all. And even then, it was obviously still bullshit. Make no mistake. There is no justification for invading Ukraine, as I've said time and time again. But we're not even doing that. We didn't even try. We're just like, drugs, I think. They literally came out and were like, drugs or whatever. Who gives a shit? Yeah, we're going to kill a bunch of people. That's unironically what it has looked like so far. Look at all these boats we're blowing up. Isn't that awesome? And everyone's like, I don't know about this, actually. This doesn't seem like a good idea. And they're like, oh, well, Maduro's bad, I think. Come on. Incredible stuff. Yeah, not even the farce of Tonkin. Nope. We used to be a proud nation. We used to, at the very least, try to create like psyops and to get the people on board. Nowadays, democracy is not worth the price of the paper that it's written on, okay? It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just doing vibes-based global war on terror initiatives now. It's crazy. Yet another glaringly obvious example of the deteriorating conditions, including the deterioration of democracy. You don't even have an investment or an interest in trying to get the people on board, knowing full well that you could just kind of get away with it and people are too busy focusing on the 17,000 different snap benefit rage bait AI videos that they're watching on the timeline or whatever the they're predisposed with. Awesome. Now we also know why Marco Rubio was playing the role of lapdog for the Trump administration, because this was his project all along. I mean, he's a major war hawk. He wants to do the failure of the dominoes theory here in the Caribbean, and he seemingly is going to get his wishes. Bolton must be fuming. No, Bolton wanted to do that with Iran. Yeah. Rubio wants to destroy Venezuela. He wants to destroy Cuba. He wants to have a significant foothold in Latin America. He wants to eviscerate the modest growth in the direction of social democracy that has kind of taken place in some South American countries. He's like, nope, can't have that. Time to go back and do a global war on terror style initiative in South America, which, unlike Iraq and unlike the MENA region, is actually connected by continent to the United States of America. Like there is a direct pathway to the United States of America. So the instability that will be born out of these initiatives will actually have tremendous reverberations that we can absolutely feel. But that, of course, will be another opportunity for the administration to lean greatly into the reactionary sentiment against brown people in ways that you previously thought were unimaginable. Regardless of your own imaginative capacity, I promise you it will be worse, okay? I promise you it's gonna be worse. Just you wait. When you got mass migration taking place because all of the fertile land has been reduced to rubble and bombed into oblivion, and you got economic refugees that are then going to their neighboring nations and destabilizing said neighboring nations, and then people are migrating from neighboring nations as well as the original nation that has been destroyed by war, and you got tens of millions of people being like, where the f do we go? I guess we have to walk by foot to the United States of America. And all that will await them at the border is an increasingly militarized border, concentration camps, drones, AI surveillance technology, and a robust military force, specifically, and Customs and Border Patrol that is ready to start mowing down these waves of migrants that are simply trying to escape the war and instability that we caused in South America. Truly, truly evil stuff.
The president has indicated previously that he would be open to moving his war on drugs from sea to land, but when it comes to a decision to strike within Venezuela, he's not there yet.
There are reports that you are considering strikes within Venezuela. Is that true?
No.
With just one word, President Trump shutting down a report from the Miami Herald that he's decided to strike military sites inside Venezuela at any moment.
That you made a decision on that?
No, it's not true.
Thursday, the Wall Street Journal reported the administration's pinned down targets used to transport drugs, but that the president hasn't made up his mind yet about striking. It comes as disputed Venezuelan President Nicolas.
Yeah, as far as the refugee limitations, reportedly the United States in 2026 is limiting to only accepting 7,500 refugees, and almost all of them are white South Africans, by the way. The white genocide that's taken place in South Africa and the refugees that we will only accept from South Africa. This is the most Twitter administration of all time. So much so that Donald Trump also recently posted about Nigeria and how they're waging war against Christianity in Nigeria. Like, the white genocide in South African narratives were already cooked up by white nationalists under the first Trump administration, and it reached the ears of this current administration, and now they're actually taking the initiative on this like totally made up nonsensical story. And then they're also talking about doing this, I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do in Nigeria, but the very fact that they're like geared up and making an issue out of this in a place like Nigeria implies that they are, once again, hyper focused on whatever narrative gets cooked up on the internet. That's why it's not an accident or weird when you really think about it that JD Vance is over here duking it out with like groypers wearing MAGA hats at the Turning Point USA conference, or talking about, you know, Kaya being abused or something. It's because they are unimaginably online.
Maduro is now turning to Russia and China for help. The Washington Post reports Maduro is, quote, requesting defensive radars, aircraft repairs, and potentially missiles from Vladimir Putin, and expanded military cooperation from Xi Jinping. Meanwhile, the Pentagon has a carrier strike group on its way to the Caribbean as it ramps up attacks on alleged drug boats.
Yeah, it's not Zog, dude. You know, like the neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic, like Zog, Zionist occupied government is POG. It's podcaster occupied government, okay? It's not Zog, it's POG. And the opportunities for are endless under POG, podcaster occupied government.
And Shannon, you'll want to pay attention to next week on Capitol Hill, because Republican Senator Rand Paul is apparently joining forces with two Democrats, Adam Schiff and Tim Kaine, to potentially force a vote on a bill, a resolution to stop the president from unilaterally declaring war on Venezuela. Shannon?
Okay, so Aisha, also a federal judge just blocked the president's efforts to tighten up voter registration. It's been an ongoing issue for this president. What do we know about?
Another alarm bell was what was the military guy that just like quit? Like he resigned. The head of the U.S. military Southern Command is stepping down. Admiral Alvin Halsey is leaving less than a year into his tenure, and as Pentagon escalates attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea. The military commander overseeing the Pentagon's escalating attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea that the Trump administration says are smuggling drugs said on Thursday that he he was stepping down. The officer, Admiral Alvin Halsey, is leaving his job as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, which oversees all operations in Central and South America, even as the Pentagon has rapidly built up 10,000 forces in the region in what it says is a major counter-drug and counterterrorism mission. It was unclear why Admiral Halsey is suddenly departing less than a year into what is typically a 3-year job and in the midst of the biggest operation in his 37-year career. But one current and one former U.S. official, both of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss personal matters, said that Admiral Halsey has raised concerns about the mission and the attacks on the alleged drug boats. In a statement on social media, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made no mention of any friction with his 4-star commander. On behalf of the Department of War, said Mr. Hegseth, using the name of the department he now prefers, we extend our deepest gratitude to Admiral Alvin Halsey for his more than 37 years of distinguished service to our nation as he plans to retire at year's end. Nor did Admiral Halsey publicly voice any policy objections, urging his command's 1,200 military service members and civilians in a statement, keep charging. But the other officials of the Pentagon and on Capitol Hill said the praise masked real policy tensions concerning Venezuela that the admiral and his civilian boss were seeking to paper over. Prior to Trump, I can't think of a combatant commandeer who left his or her post early ever, said Representative Adam Smith of Washington, a senior Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, was even more poignant in his criticism. At a moment when the U.S. forces are building up across the Caribbean and tensions with Venezuela are at a boiling point, the departure of our top military commander in the region sends an alarming signal of instability within the chain of command. Since early September, U.S. Special Operations Forces have struck at least 5 boats, and since then the number has gone far higher than that. This was in October 17th, I believe, a couple weeks prior to this, and it's not a good sign when you have a career admiral who is overseeing the entirety of your operations resigns after 37 years of service right before you end up going to war, a war that he was supposed to oversee. Not great. Don't think it's great.
So this is a big win today for Democrats in civil rights groups. They sued over the president's executive order, which required voters.
Like in the past, that right there, paired up with like the boat strikes, would be a month-long media cycle, okay? Even like 10 years ago, this would be like, there would be tremendous scrutiny. The media would be going to every single person that has worked with this guy and been like, what the is going on here? They would try to get him to whistleblow. I'm kind of dumb. Why is not good? Can you make it clear, please? Career admirals that have spent 37 years in the military don't just leave while there is tremendous buildup. Like, we're going to war with Venezuela. The guy who's supposed to oversee the Venezuelan war is not just going to leave unceremoniously unless there is some major friction between what he thinks is the appropriate thing to do versus what the administration is demanding of him. Yeah, they also fired the national intelligence guy for the Fent narrative. The Trump admin also fired the director of the National Intelligence Council, who produced the intelligence assessment disproving claims about Maduro being a narco-terrorist, instructed Grinnell to halt all diplomatic talks with Venezuela. They're not even doing a good enough job with this far-reaching narrative, supposedly, where the administration still have like some level of competence in these positions. So they're just like, what do you mean? This is my job. My job is to tell you what's going on. You didn't give me the prior reasoning for why I must lie in this report, I suspect. This kind of stuff happens all the time. It just happens less frequently. More competent administrations that have these plans mapped out years prior to initiating it. The difference in this administration is that it's haphazardly put together, and they don't even see a need to put together a coherent agenda as to why they must bomb Venezuela, as to why they must actually destabilize Venezuela and invade Venezuela potentially. Famously, though, you don't see military guys quit like that, especially career military guys, right before the most consequential military operation of their career. This is why he was in the military for 37 years, okay? That's the reason why he was in the military, for this exact opportunity, for this exact moment. So clearly what he saw in terms of what this mission looks like was a clear and present danger. The other side of the story, of course, is the glorious meltdown that you're seeing from billionaires, racist Republicans, and, of course, racist Jonathan Greenblatt.
As God is my witness, that every Jewish New Yorker knows that ADL has your back. And we will make sure with everything we've got, we hold this mayor accountable. I'm not the one who got elected to office. I'm not the one who's responsible for the largest Jewish community on the planet Earth, like in the city with the most Jews. I mean, it's him. And so it's not for me on bended knee to go to him. It's for him to tell Jewish New Yorkers, again, however they choose to worship, if at all, whatever their political leanings, I don't know. He has got to make Jewish New Yorkers feel safe. And I am telling you, Brian, the data shows us.
Bro, I'm serious. Like I'm not one of these guys that says like, oh, there's this, Jewish exceptionalism. But god damn, dude, I was so close on the Crooked Media panel when they were talking about like the real fears that Jews feel about Zohran Mamdani, and turning around to Simone Sanders and being like, have you ever heard this level of consideration for black people in your entire life? Especially when it's unimaginably warranted, because in this case, it's not even warranted towards Zohran Mamdani. Like, what the are we doing? There is valid concern around anti-Semitism, and then there is whatever the this is. If you think someone like Zohran Mamdani is anti-Semitic when he has never said anything remotely anti-Semitic and has gone above and beyond, not only to take a stance against anti-Semitism, which is appropriate and just, but to go above and beyond to soothe the oftentimes racist tendencies of the historical masses, which I do think is also being greatly overemphasized by Jonathan Greenblatt here, because I don't think it's that crazy. Like, I don't think every Jew in New York is like, I'm gonna pack my shit right now, it's over. Like, I don't think that's happening at all. I guess the message is like, if you are a Jewish New Yorker and you personally believe that Zohran Mamdani is responsible for a rise in anti-Semitism or is personally anti-Semitic, you have to check yourself, because this fear is hysterical and it is not born out of any real reason. It is not facts-based. It is not evidence-based. It is born out of hysteria, racist hysteria. You just see a Muslim dude who is an anti-Zionist, who has the majority position on Israel. I cannot stress this enough. He has the majority position on Israel while also being brown and Muslim. You go about your day as a Jewish person in New York and you talk to people, and more often than not, you're meeting people that have the exact same opinion as Zohran Mamdani on Israel. If you can go about your day hanging out amongst the masses, but then you think Zohran Mamdani is a more significant threat than the guy delivering your Amazon packages, than the dude operating the bodega around the corner, then you are fucking racist, okay? It is crazy. You have to drop this. Jonathan Greenblatt has to drop this. He is never going to realize this, I don't think, and his donors don't want him to. His donors want him to be an attack dog. Voters read Cuomo's pro-Israel fixation as prioritizing on an issue that they don't prioritize. Mamdani's less numerous, but negative comments on Israel didn't hurt him in the same way. We should thank Israel for helping Mamdani win. Israel critics can exploit the lobby's paranoia. It's true. Affordable housing and prices were the top two priorities for voters heading into the final days of the New York City mayoral. Crime was third. Voters say Mamdani prioritized affordability more than Andrew Cuomo, who instead prioritized crime. See? Israel-Gaza conflict is so low on this.
That they are not safe. And it's not safe because they have particular feelings about the state of Israel. It's not safe because it's been open season for anti-Semites. And so when you, again, say things like when he was an assemblyman in Albany, Brian, he sponsored a bill, one of his only bills, called the Not on Our Dime Act, that would have prevented New Yorkers from donating to charities in Israel.
That's bullshit. You are such a piece of shit, Jonathan Greenblatt. You are such a... Say it truthfully. Say what it actually is. I know what the act is. I know what it is. You're a liar. You are a liar. God, you are such a piece of shit. The Not on Our Dime Act was about divesting from groups that specifically were selling West Bank real estate, like illegally and stolen real estate in the West Bank. Here it is, notonourdime.com. The ongoing Israeli assault on Gaza has spurred a proliferation of U.S.-based, in air quotes, charitable organizations fundraising to support the Israeli military and violent settlers. New York registered organizations are at the heart of this, sending tens of millions of dollars to fund war crimes waged by the Israeli military units devastating Gaza and emboldened settlers expelling Palestinians from their homes. By allowing these groups to masquerade as charities, New York State is subsidizing Israel's illegal settlement expansion and state violence against Palestinians. This is a perfectly appropriate, perfectly lawful mode of resistance that isn't even a mode of resistance, honestly. It's just saying, like, abide by the pre-existing laws. How fucking insane is that? He's like, oh, they want Jewish charities to not exist.
If he didn't like their
And he's
policy.
for the BDS movement, too.
Or the BDS movement, which he says is a nonviolent movement, and yet it causes violence.
Wait, how?
So,
How? He's like, the BDS movement is nonviolent, but it causes violence. Listen, Brian, if I can't fund the settlers in the West Bank that are doing pogroms and just shooting Palestinians on illegally occupied Palestinian territory, that's literally like you're shooting me. Excuse me. We have to keep funding these guys. We have to. Otherwise, it's like you want me dead. This is really messed up.
Mamdani has demonstrated a pragmatism and iterated his views on free buses. He's iterated his views on law enforcement. He's iterated and evolved his views on some economics.
But he won't evolve his views on Israel. I wonder why. I wonder why.
But you know what's the one thing where he has never evolved, never shown flexibility, never changed? It's things related to the Jewish state. Since he was in college.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my bad. To the Jewish state. Just say fucking Israel, bitch. Just say Israel. God, the ADL is such a joke. It's such a cancerous entity in American politics. Even when it's like losing most of its motion, I still find myself incredibly annoyed. I hate that the mainstream media still props this asshole up.
He was a rapper who rapped lovingly about the individuals who were indicted and arrested by the FBI.
This makes me kind of happy though, because like I am smoking on the ADL's institutional relevance pack, you know? I think he's just going to get increasingly manic. I don't think he's going to. He is a rapper who rapped, Brian. He is a rapper who rapped. You sound like a fucking lunatic, man. A few moments later, he outright calls Mamdani a danger to the Jewish community.
Again, based on, I've worked in this game for a while. It is beyond me how the people give their endorsements and he doesn't reciprocate. But look, you know why he doesn't reciprocate? Because he's not a Democrat, Brian. He's a socialist. He is a member of the DSA. So I can't speak to what Governor Hochul was thinking, but it was deeply, deeply disappointing.
Yeah.
He would endorse this guy when she knows he is a clear and present danger to our community.
So just by the way, his remarks were so divisive yesterday. You would think after winning.
Oh God, I do love them fucking losing their minds though.
And if he's 34, I can call him a young man. It won like the greatest landslide probably in New York history. I mean, certainly in recent times. And he used that moment to say that he will fight anti-Semitism in New York and stand shoulder to shoulder with his Jewish brothers and sisters.
So again, I'm going to judge him, not on what he says in a speech,
right,
but on what he does over time.
Right.
This morning, and I will tell you, I've gotten so many calls from Jewish New Yorkers who are alarmed. Their kid was harassed in college. Their child was bullied in K through 12. Their synagogue was vandalized. So here's what ADL is doing right now. If you are a Jewish New Yorker.
It's like, and Zoran did it all. I'm fielding calls every day. This man is basically the Spider-Man of anti-Semitism. Wherever there is a Jew in New York City, Zoran is there bullying the shit out of him. You need to understand, I don't even know how this guy campaigned because he was spending every waking moment bullying and terrifying the Jewish New Yorkers. I don't even know how he did it. Maybe it's the fast and free buses. Why do you want fast and free buses, Zoran? So you can hop on a fast and free bus to go downtown from uptown in a moment's notice so you can maximize on your Jew hatred? That's right. That's exactly what he wants to do, which is why I'm opposing the Zoran agenda. Clearly, he was up in Colombia bullying Jewish students outside of Chabad, okay, outside of the Hillel, and then getting on a bus, going downtown and bullying Jewish guys that he suspected of being Jewish, walking outside of a Wall Street firm. Sometimes he would even do anti-Semitic stuff to non-Jews, thinking that they were Jews. He was doing all types of anti-Semitic bullying all around town, a real menace.
We have your back, and we will hold Mamdani,
the Mama Duck,
elect Mamdani, accountable. Look.
Yeah, he calls it like, he literally, oh God, he's such a clown ass dude. I swear to God. Peter Beinart, this is a key point. It's precise because Mamdani is not authoritarian and doesn't think, thank goodness, threaten his critics with retaliation. That's why the ADL focuses more on him than Trump. They fear Trump in a way that they don't actually fear Mamdani. No, that's not the reason. Peter Beinart is wrong about this. No, the reason why the ADL doesn't go after Donald Trump is because the ADL is a pro-Israel institution. That's it. And Donald Trump is the biggest dick rider of Israel. No, the reason why he's going after Zohran Mamdani is because Zohran Mamdani ran and won on a campaign in New York City without compromising on anti-Zionism and straight up saying that he was an anti-Zionist. That is unacceptable. That must be punished.
It's about politics. This morning we launched a tip line at adl.org NYC. So if you are Jewish and you experience anti-Semitism where you work or where you worship or where you live, we want to know so we can track it.
Well, and normally I'd be like, people are going to spam call this tip line with like fake allegations just to f with the ADL. Except I feel like Jonathan Greenblatt would literally use that to be like, see, anti-Semitism, it turns out, exploded in New York by 10 million%. They're going to take every fucking very clearly fake call that they fielded as like a super serious act of anti-Semitism.
There has been anti-Semitism in New York that we've talked about time and time again. Yeah. This isn't something new because he got elected last night. Will you work with him? Will you sit and talk to him? Will you have him be a part of this process?
He has said publicly that he will not work with the ADL and Jonathan Greenblatt. He said that, not me. Look, we're an
yeah, because you suck. I don't know why he thinks he's literally the Pope of Jewish people or something. Bro, there are Zionists that don't even f with Jonathan Greenblatt, okay? What are we talking about? Like, he's not as bad as like Rabbi Shmuley, but there are, I mean, dude, you know who doesn't f with Jonathan Greenblatt? The former president of the ADL. The former president of the ADL thinks Jonathan Greenblatt is doing a horrible job. So, like, what are we talking about? You think the former president of ADL doesn't care about Israel or doesn't care about anti-Semitism? No, he thinks, you know, you went a little heavy-handed and you actually destroyed what remained of like the reputation that the ADL must maintain if they want to at least get taken seriously and not be seen as like another vehicle for pro-Israel propaganda.
This organization was founded in 1913. We work with mayors and governors and presidents irrespective.
And why has he said he won't work with you?
You have to ask him. But at the end of the day, yesterday, the Jewish community, Joe, the UJA and the ADL and the American Jewish Committee released a joint statement. And we are concerned because Jewish New Yorkers are alarmed. And what I can tell you is I look right at the camera. If you are a Jewish New Yorker, we have your back. We launched the Mamdani Monitor this morning. We are simply going.
I think I've said this so many times, but I think one of the key things that Jonathan Greenblatt doesn't understand is that this is part of the reason why people hate Israel. Like, Americans are fairly selfish people. They're selfish people. They don't give a shit that like brown people are dying overseas. This is the country that did the illegal occupation and invasion of Iraq. This is the country that did it in Afghanistan. And it is because Israel is so flagrantly, so openly demanding fealty at every step and consistently annoying Americans that Americans are like, yeah, this is a bit much, I think. It's also ironic because the way he's doing this is also making people more anti-Semitic than they already are. That's the other thing. And when he gets to go on MSNBC and do this, it makes people more anti-Semitic. They're like, why the f is this guy who died and made this guy the anti-Semitism police? And also at a time, like if you're like a black American, right? You look at this and you're like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like you're looking at this and you're going like, okay, there's a lot of bigotry in the country, sir. I don't know if you've realized what's going on. Why is this supposed to be like a higher priority? If you're a brown American, you feel the same. If you're Muslim, you already know he's a racist piece of shit. So I'm not even getting there, right? So like, it just annoys people. It really makes, like, I don't know why the pro-Israel route has been, for far too long, I guess, to be the most annoying person you have ever encountered.
But I think
The most entitled and annoying person you've ever encountered. Like, this is our strategy. This is my media strategy. I am going to be a f***ing nuisance, and I am going to demand you get fired. That is my job. I'm going to demand you get fired. Like, even if people don't give a fuck about Israel, at that point, people go, all right, yeah, maybe, you know, before I didn't really care that much, but now I do care. Now you made it something that is pissing me off.
Track, again, not what he says in a single speech, but what he does. And at the end of the day, my goodness, I hope he is incredibly successful at fighting anti-Semitism. I hope he undertakes steps to keep Jewish New Yorkers safe.
Right.
But it is my job to make sure that every Jewish New Yorker isn't living in fear.
That's what I want you to do. At the same time, you obviously you want to judge him by what he's saying now, right? And what he does moving forward, not a tweet in 2022 or 2023, right?
So we will judge him on the people he appoints, on the policies he implements, and on the programs that he launches. I want to know, what's he doing in the education system? Will it be fact-based or politicized for our kids?
Right.
I want to know,
Dude, you are obsessed, brother. He's like, is he teaching 2 + 2 = 4? Or is he teaching people how to be anti-Semitic? Every issue somehow ties back to like being pro-Israel. We must have compulsory pro-Israel education, please. And if you don't do that, it is the most heinous hate crime you've ever done to me. Are you going to see Israel are stoking anti-Semitism purposely? No, I've said that already. I think it's beneficial for Israel's like ethno-state interests to foment anti-Semitism in the West so that, you know, Jews feel unsafe, and then they're like, oh, what's the only place where we can feel safe? Oh, it's of course Israel, right? But I don't think it's true. It does correspond to the interests of the state, but American Jews, no matter how pro-Israel they are, still don't want to live in an environment where they literally are being harmed. No one wants to live in an environment where they're like, oh, if I go to the synagogue, is someone gonna fucking do a mass stabbing? Like, no one wants to be in a dangerous environment like that. So my point is always that guys like Jonathan Greenblatt are unironically creating a more anti-Semitic environment. Like, that's what they keep doing by behaving like this, by constantly tying Israel to Judaism, which many American Jews also do, for sure. But like, it's not, this is dangerous. It's also a self-defeating thing. Like, if you're just constantly leaning into anti-Semitism or constantly creating more anti-Semites by doing this shit, it is eventually going to become unlivable. And also, what do you think could happen in the future? In the long run, you're going to have a bunch of fucking anti-Semites that are not, I mean, that are going to be much more open-minded to cutting ties with Israel, cutting associations with Israel.
I want to know, is he going to change the purchasing policies because of his ideological commitment to BDS, potentially hurting the pocketbooks of New Yorkers? Look, he won yesterday, and I saw the previous segment. Amazing numbers. People care about affordability in this city, and I get that. But as an organization that's seen levels of anti-Jewish hate that literally have broken records every year, my job is to keep them safe, and we won't stop.
So I pushed him yesterday on BDS.
Yes.
He's espoused that policy for a long time. Will he bring it into the to the mayor's mansion? And he effectively said yes, a version of it. He makes a distinction, as many people do, between Jews in New York and the state of Israel. What he's saying is, I take my brothers and sisters.
Here's what you didn't have to do. Give this guy a platform. Because like, when you give him a platform and then you push back like this, it's not serving the purpose you wanted to serve. Like, I'm glad that even Morning Joe, which is probably the most unlikely group that is turning around and being like, dude, come on. But it's crazy that like he even gets a platform at all. No, what I mean is like, it's kind of like, I just keep going back to this Ben Dreyfuss tweet, who was like, guys, I'm literally pro-Israel. I am a Zionist Jew, and you finally made me pro-Zohran Mamdani because of how insane you have gotten. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the ADL is doing over here. Like, that's what they're doing to Joe Scarborough. I never in my life would have thought Joe Scarborough would be like, all right, dude, no, Zohran Mamdani's not a vicious, dangerous anti-Semite. He's the next mayor of New York. You need to calm down.
Jewish New Yorkers, separate from the policies of the state of Israel. BDS, he says, is meant to punish the state of Israel.
Yeah.
How do you respond to that distinction?
Well, look, there's lots of room to criticize policies of the state of Israel.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. You don't know. First of all, excuse me. I hate this argument. You want to know why I hate this argument? Because why do you get to decide? Like, why do you get to decide? Like, who put you in charge of this? Guys, look, there's lots of ways to criticize Saudi Arabia. But if you do criticize Saudi Arabia, you're Islamophobic. It is, after all, where Mecca and Medina is. These are two of the holiest places in Islam. Obviously, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was there. You know, he traveled from Medina to Mecca, and this is profoundly important for us. So if you actually were to say, hey, Saudi Arabia is pretty crazy that you're like, you know, participating in a genocide or mass starvation in the region, it's like, that's Islamophobic. You are not allowed to do that. Of course, you can criticize Saudi Arabia. It's just, I get to dictate whether or not that is appropriate or not. It's like, well, shut the f up then.
What I worry about, what New Yorkers worry about, is when the guy gets assaulted for wearing a yarmulke and they hit him in the head and yell at him as a Zionist. Or when the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania is burned down by someone who claims Josh Shapiro has a policy on Palestine, which he does.
That's so disingenuous. That dude was literally experiencing a schizophrenic attack. First anecdote he gives, I have no idea what he's talking about, so I can't speak on it. Second anecdote is actually a famous incident, and he's just misrepresenting it. He's just straight up misrepresenting it, being like, "Oh, well, this is happening because it was an act of vengeance from a pro-Palestinian person or whatever the." It's like, well, you're giving the game away a little bit, Chief.
Or when two young Jewish people are shot and killed outside the Jewish Museum by someone who yells "Free Palestine." Or when an elderly person is firebombed in Boulder, Colorado. Like an 80-year-old woman, like someone angry about Gaza.
We're all shocked, and we all find this abhorrent, and I'm sure that the next mayor would say the same thing, wouldn't he?
You have to ask him.
Well, I think he has said the same thing. I don't know. I think you have to. I think you look at the fact that he has gone to one high holiday service after another. He has talked to the Jewish community.
That's not exactly right. He went to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like going to the black breakout at CPAC and saying you understand Africa.
There it is. He's just, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. It might be because I'm Muslim. So like for me, I just can't comprehend how someone could have the audacity. This is the equivalent of CARE coming out and being like, if you criticize ISIS, you are Islamophobic. Oh, you went to a progressive Muslim mosque. That doesn't mean anything. You need to go to an ISIS style mosque. You need to go to like a Salafist mosque with a Salafist imam who is in agreement with my opinions that ISIS is good. Like that's literally what it sounds like. Because to Americans at this stage, and I don't think Jonathan Greenblatt or still many Jewish Zionists, I don't think understand this, but to most Americans, they are literally looking at Israel like it's a violent force. The notion that Israel is this like beautiful, shining, glorious place in the middle of the desert that is progressive is gone. It's done. People know the truth now.
For Americans. I mean, come on.
You're saying he hasn't talked to the Jewish community?
I don't know of a mainstream. Now, look, he has been to synagogues.
Look at Mika's face, by the way. That is so funny. She's been making that face the entire time, by the way. She's literally like, anytime the camera's on her, she's like, what the f are you saying?
One high holiday service after another.
Look at her face. Bro's gonna make a Polk Go Factory default mode. Yeah. She got her ancestors screaming in there, dude.
He has talked to the Jewish community.
That's not exactly right. He went to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like going to the black breakout at CPAC and saying you understand African Americans. I mean, come on.
You're saying he hasn't talked to the Jewish community?
I don't know of a mainstream. Now, look, he has been to synagogues. He has Jewish people working for him for sure.
Right.
But if you look at.
But they're fake Jews, which we also should jail for anti-Semitism. Come on, Joe. I'm putting it down, but you're not picking it up. Those are not real Jews. Those are fake Jews because they disagree with me. If you disagree with me, you are not a real Jew. I am the only one who gets to determine who's Jewish and who's not Jewish. And if I determine that you are not Jewish, that means you are automatically anti-Semitic. Here, let's play a game. Donald Trump, real Jew. Jewish voice for peace, fake Jew. If you're a real Jew, you don't go to prison. If you're a fake Jew, you go to prison. That's how it works. This is the design. Like, what the fuck is this argument? Like, what an insane thing to say. This is a civil rights organization. The ADL bills itself as a civil rights organization. It's like the Klan billing itself as a civil rights organization. Because guess what? Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, just like what the Klan believes. It is literally Jewish supremacist as opposed to white supremacist. And that is the reason why it's this insane thing that you see on television that virtually no other group gets to do while maintaining the position of progressivism. Okay, that's it.
I have yet to see him engage with any of those. Now, my hope is the mayor-elect will do so in the days and weeks to come. Okay. But in the meantime,
but you're not suggesting that he supports the firebombing in Colorado.
I know. Never said that.
You're not suggesting that he supports the firebombing.
I never said that.
No,
So let me be clear.
There's a lot of blurring and blending here, Jonathan. And you know I love you, and you're on all the time, and I'm always a fierce defender of yours. But you seem to be like blurring a lot of things together and then looking into that camera.
Look at this. God damn, he's cooking.
Hey, call us. We're going to make sure that he doesn't support the.
I say to Jewish New Yorkers, call us if you feel unsafe. Okay. I say to Jewish New Yorkers, call us if you are harassed. And so let me clarify.
How about you calling his team, Mamdani's team? Or how about talking to people who may know him and you?
Let's see if that happens.
Reverend Al. Talk to Reverend Al. Maybe you guys can get together and have lunch and talk. Isn't that a
no.
Go up to Harlem.
Talk right here.
That would be great.
Reverend Al will do it. Come here, talk right here.
But I won't be, look, like I am willing to have conversations, hard conversations.
Right.
Because my job is to keep the community safe. But let me be clear, I'm not accusing him of those things. What I want to make sure is he doesn't create an environment where Jewish people are unsafe. He doesn't create an environment where globalized intifada becomes a mantra.
And if he does, we will be the first, as you know, right?
I do.
We'll be the first to call him out. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, we should also note, polling last week, Quinnipiac poll said he had the support of about a third of Jewish New Yorkers, and that many had said that it was about policies of the state of Israel. That is why they resonate, because they were upset with what they saw in Gaza as well. So that was Joe sort of anticipated what I was going to say here, is that why not use this moment is just a chance to have an olive branch, to shake a hand, to have a conversation with him and his team.
Look, we criticize.
Yeah, this is racist as bro. Nah. Brother, it's like telling a black man to shake hands with a Klansman. What are we doing? The reason why even a guy like Joe Scarborough is pushing back here, even though as a media trained guy, as like an old school Republican, right? I would never in a million years have imagined that Joe Scarborough would be pushing back against like the anti-Semitism czar on his own TV show. But the reason why he's doing that is because Jonathan Greenblatt is so unhinged that like even someone like Joe Scarborough, who I suspect is not the biggest fan of Muslims in general, is looking at the situation and being like, hey man, I think you're kind of racist. Because that's what this is. A lot of the fears of anti-Semitism coming from Zohran Mamdani is just racism. It's racist hysteria. And it's so annoying to just sit here and act like he is the civil rights hero over here. Like he's just a racist asshole. And at some point, we just have to be like, dude, I'm sorry, but you have to deal with that. That's a you problem, right? And this is no different than like a Klansman or a white identitarian going on television, like Richard Spencer used to, and talking about like how America needs to be a white Christian nation, and that unfortunately miscegenation is a big threat to that agenda, right? Or saying that black people encroaching on our spaces is a big threat to the white Christian family structure that we want to design in this country. When someone says that, you immediately know that's just racist. You're like, no, you're insane. You're an unserious person. You suck my dick. That's un-American. But Jonathan Greenblatt can cynically utilize the marginalization status of Jews due to historic patterns of violence, anti-Semitic violence, so cynically to present himself as someone who is defending the safety of Jews while simultaneously just being racist. Like, it's crazy. What am I supposed to do with that? He can't stop being Muslim, and I don't think he should stop being an anti-Zionist. So what the f***'s the conversation? You just want him to bend the knee. You want to get your rocks off and feel a sense of self-importance.
Candidate Trump, and we have to work with the Trump administration. We've criticized candidate Mamdani, and we will have to work with him as the mayor. That's what we do at ADL. We don't play for the red team or the blue team. We're the umpire who calls balls and strikes.
What do you want him to do?
Good question. I would like to see the mayor elect.
Yeah, that is a good question. I would like for him to no longer be Muslim. I would like for him to no longer scare me. And why does he scare me? Because he's Muslim and he's anti-Israel. So one or the other has got to go, if not both. If both, then that's the best option.
Live up to what he said last night in terms of being there for every Jewish New Yorker. So what does that mean? Confirm there will be no extremists in his administration. Confirm that he will not bring politics into the education system for our K through 12 kids. I want to make sure that the people...
I really hope there's extremists in his administration. Yeah. Because from his perspective, he means, like, remember, he doesn't mean Nick Fuentes, okay? He means people like myself. He means Linda Sarsour. When he says, like, oh, no extremists, that's what he means. He means anti-Israel people. And it's like, you don't get to determine that, bitch. Donald Trump and the Republican Party, under the Republican Party's command, the USDA, the FDA, all of our federal agencies are actually serving not the interests of the public, but working against them. And one of the things that they tried to do was to suspend SNAP funding. Now, SNAP funding is slated to run out because the government is shut down at this point. But there is a $6 billion contingency fund for emergencies for when SNAP funding dries up. Emergencies such as this circumstance. Because if SNAP, the Nutritional Assistance Program, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program specifically, were to run out, 42 million Americans that rely on SNAP to be able to purchase food every single week would now no longer have this additional assistance and would not be able to eat at least one meal. Maybe two, depending on whether they have children, depending on the number of dependents. Wealthiest country on the planet, by the way. Wealthiest country on the planet, just want to remind you. And yet, even though there was a 1 month contingency fund, because that's how much it would cost for a month, around $6 billion or so, the government tried to say, no, we're going to starve the American population. We're going to starve 42 billion people on U.S. soil. American citizens, by the way. Remember, these are almost all American citizens. Like, the only marginal assistance that, like, somehow some undocumented person could get from SNAP is if they have American citizens in their houses. Oh, did I say 42 billion? I'm sorry. 42 million Americans that rely on food assistance programs, specifically SNAP, and to fund that for at least a month is $6 billion. Now, these funds exist. The administration tried to stop using the contingency funds, and then, of course, they were sued, and a judge ruled that Trump's attempt to suspend SNAP funding was unlawful. Think about how insane this is, by the way. Let me pull you back for a brief moment. Why is this happening? Why is the government shut down? The government is shut down because the funds, the government to fund itself, you need to pass a bill. And in order to pass a bill, you can't have a simple majority. You need 7 additional Democrats to be able to pass this bill in Congress, pass this spending bill in Congress. This is a point of leverage that the Democrats have, one of the few points of leverage that the minority party has. Democrats have used this as an opportunity to try and force the Republicans to concede on funding Medicaid subsidies, ACA subsidies, so that people's health care for tens of millions of Americans, their health care prices are about to triple, okay? Their premiums are about to triple. And the Democrats say, we can't do that. We have to make sure that health care is still somewhat more affordable than it used to be. Obviously, it's already very unaffordable. It's already very expensive. But the fact that healthcare prices are about to triple and the Democrats are trying to stop it and using the government shutdown as a way to bargain with the Republicans to save majority Republicans, by the way, because when you look at the actual percentages of the population that rely on ACA subsidies, is 58% Republican. And not only that, but there's also a secondary impact, which is that a lot of places that have rural hospitals rely on these Medicaid subsidies because that's the only way that poor rural areas can even go and get the necessary health care and fund these hospitals in general when they're already in a dire state. So the Democrats my large pants. Not going to listen to your AI slop. I like people getting mad at the We Are Charlie Kirk song, but only because it's AI. Like, you're not getting mad at the Charlie Kirk song because it's horrible to listen to. You're not getting mad at the Charlie Kirk song because it's like, you know, disrespectful or anything. But you're mad at the Charlie Kirk song because I love your style so bad, though. I know. Everybody always says that. People say my style is dog shit. People say I am devoid of style. But I think what's important is that you feel confident and comfortable in your own skin and wear things that you like. And I like this. So that's why I'm wearing it. I hate it because you always blast that shit since it's mixed like shit, 9,000% volume. Just wear Yoji, bro. It'll be good. I am wearing a Yoji shirt right now. You can't really tell, but the speed at which you went from the somber realization of his death to throwing meme songs on your IG stories is wild. I mean, like I was doing I was posting Ciao Bella while I was working out, and people tried to cancel me for that. Like, and that was like a couple weeks after. I don't know if you remember. They were like, oh, I can't believe he's like posting while he's working out with Ciao Bella in the background. If you remember, that was also another attempted cancellation. So, yeah. I'm not a fan of white men wearing huge size clothing. Sorry, it's not. Wait, why just not white men? What the fuck does that even mean? You cried during the Kuma flashback, didn't you? I know you did. Yeah, I did. I tore up. I teared up. You look ready to slay demons with the power of K-pop. I love that fit. 10 out of 10. Thank you. We are bringing anti-white Chinese rhetoric into the big 2026. The amount of criticism you get for living your life online is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's just accessibility. It is what it is. Who cares? Live your life, you know. Live Moss is what I say. Got that opium fit on? Yeah. Yeah. Also, let's be real. I fell off this year. I am not even in the mentions for top anti-Semite of the year this year, which is pretty devastating. I must admit, kind of cooked. I am the most cooked anyone's ever been. As you can see, stop anti-Semitism. It's that time of the year. 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year. Vote for your top 3 candidates by Friday, December 12th. Tucker Carlson, Miss Rachel, Guy Christensen, Marsha Cross, I don't know who that is, Bryce Mitchell, Cynthia Nixon, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, Stu Peters, and Calla Walsh. And it's awesome because, like, this list literally has, first of all, they decided no more DEI, okay? It's clear. They were like, oh, we got to go after the whites, okay? We got to go after the white anti-Semitism. That's number one. Number two, how is Nick Fuentes not even on the list? Like, what the fuck? For those of you questioning why Fuentes wasn't on this year's list, we have been monitoring Fuentes' anti-Semitism since 2019. While he was a finalist a few years back, his absence for this year's cycle does not erase his anti-Semitism. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They're like, no, we've been monitoring him. Like, you put Miss Rachel before Nick Fuentes, you're a fucking psycho. Like, also, no Hasan, I fell off. Let's be real. Wait, was Candace ever on the list? Yes, Candace beat me. I was number 2. I was number 2 last year, and Candace was number 1. She beat my ass. Anyway, you fell off, goat. Defamation is essentially legal in the U.S., but if we lived in a country with real defamation laws, Miss Rachel would have a very strong case against these people. Yeah. Anyway, but it stays in your fam. Are they trying to self-sabotage? Why Miss Rachel? I need you to understand something. I need you to understand something. And I mean this very sincerely. This person is mentally ill. Like, there is no way to try and understand what's going on here beyond she is a deeply mentally ill person, like a genuine, like a person who has some very, very serious mental health complications. Okay, no disrespect to the mental illness chatters. Okay, but this is like, you know, this is a person who is deep in the throes of, yeah, it's one person. It's not a real organization. It's like one psychopath from Long Island. And she's been on, I think she was on like CNN or something the other day too. Like, it's not, it's a real, it is a really insane thing. Okay. She is like one mentally ill wine mom from Long Island. And the problem is, I think this is what happens when you have like schizophrenic tendencies, and instead of like getting the adequate healthcare and the adequate like mental health, people around you basically lean into it and they just say like, no, queen, you're doing the best thing, right? Like you're doing, you keep posting, please don't stop posting. And like, this is what happens. Like she's getting validated by other people who also have that same kind of brain worm, if that makes sense. And in my experience, from what I have seen, is this her? I don't think this is her. I think she might have hired someone. I think she's a brunette. I don't think she's blonde. So she may have hired someone else to do this for her, or maybe it is her. I don't know. I feel like she's a little bit older than this lady. Yeah, she's like a brunette lady that's older than this chick. But my point is, Hasan discovering hair dye? No, that's not. I don't think this is her. My point is, the Hasbara operation all around the world, but especially in the United States of America, heavily relies on people's worst mental health complications. My mom thinks Miss Rachel is a legit anti-Semite, and it fucking sucks. Yeah, I think Miss Rachel is a great example of like, if you think that she is in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic, you might be too far gone. Like, I don't think there's any salvaging that. If that's the level of like propaganda that has been beamed to your consciousness, I don't think you can return from that. I think you just got to kind of give up on your mom. It is what it is. You know, focus on other stuff. Focus on other areas of agreement, and I guess like maintain a relationship and try to navigate it to the best of your ability. But I don't think you're ever going to be able to. I don't think you're ever going to be able to pull her off that ledge when it comes to Zionism, right? It's pretty. I thought you said anyone could change your mind. Yes, but also there's a finite amount of hours and only so much that you can do. Just because I believe that anyone can be redeemed or anyone can have their minds changed doesn't mean that you should literally spend every waking moment and exhaust yourself and all of the limited time that you have on someone who you cannot change the mind of. I don't think it's a no contact situation. Like I said, I will never advocate for like no contact unless it's like actually actively hurting you. You know what I mean? Like being around people is like actively a burden on your life. It's just that sometimes it's okay to give up on family members. And I would say that giving up on your family members, like if you're Jewish and you have older Jewish relatives who are just like they're out here saying like Miss Rachel is anti-Semitic. Like I understand if you have older Jewish relatives and they think I'm anti-Semitic. My name is Hasan, right? I'm Muslim, and I do not shy away from talking about like groups that are considered, you know, too radical to touch, right? Like I get that. I'm not an anti-Semite, but it doesn't matter. Like I can understand why like an older person could, an older Jewish person, especially that has like seen a lot of Zionist propaganda and internalized it. Like I can understand why that person could arrive at that conclusion, especially with the Islamophobia. Okay. Having said that, if you are thinking that, you know, white lady Miss Rachel, whose biggest crime is basically saying all children should be saved and protected, including Palestinian children, and that is like, if that's like anti-Semitic to you, that means you are too far gone, you are too lost, and it might be, you know, it might be time to just not, you know, you just save your energy elsewhere. I think you can have a lot more success elsewhere. That's all I'm saying. Chad, is this a green screen? Yes, totally. Anyway, is the jacket army logic? No, it's not. We have. I'm cutting off my entire family because they're crazy evangelicals. Do you think that's bad? Hello. First of all, poo poo pee pee man. That's the assessment that you can make on your own. Okay. Like, don't ask me for that. I don't know the entire details, but like I said, in my experience, it's like it's entirely dependent on like how much psychic damage that's doing to you necessarily. Okay. That's it. Poo poo pee pee man. I believe in you. I'm sure you will make the correct assessment. The perfect summary of that list, yeah. Well, where was I? Say his name. You won't be laughing when Poo Poo Pee Pee Man. He is one of the most revered and respected chatters in this community. Okay, we're going to talk about the Oklahoma University Bible paper. Pete Hegseth ordering war crimes, no war in Venezuela, new immigrant restrictions unlocked, and also stop anti-Semites list came out, and I'm washed. And also Ireland tomorrow. Get in now. I trust a baby with poo poo pee pee man. When you think about it, the baby is the ultimate poo poo pee pee man, right? Like that's a baby automatically is a poo poo pee pee man or a poo poo pee pee woman. So that's just kind of how it goes. Same with grandparents, same with cats. Is this the new leftist theory? I've always said that. Okay, does anyone have a blast off meme for me? No smoking Austin. He looks so cool. I will watch that after in a second. I just want to blast off real quick. Do you see the report? Crash Patel leaked to the New York Post. It's just people in the FBI shitting on him. Oh, that's really funny. Sorry to ask, but will you finish Dispatch before Ireland? No. Like that's clearly not going to happen. Chatters, come on. I can't. I don't have time. That's an insane. Like this is Monday. I got to do Newsday. There's 2 episodes, 2 hours long. I don't have 2 hours that I can do on Dispatch. Some of you guys need to, Gaming frogs when the gaming binge ends. The gaming binge hasn't even ended. It's just like I gamed for like 4 hours yesterday too. It's just like gaming frogs are so crazy because they literally are just like, oh, you did 4 hours. Well, obviously the natural move here is to do 5 hours today. And it's like, no, sometimes I'm not going to be able to, sometimes I'm not going to be able to do as much gaming as I would like. Okay. I apologize to the gaming frogs who have developed an appetite that is robust. Okay. Okay. Do we have a bro? You're hilarious and entertaining when you game. Of course, you always are, but you're fun when you're gaming as well. All right, I don't see any movement in terms of a blast off meme in the chat. It seems like we're not getting a blast off meme here. Okay, so I'm just gonna use the Kuma one. Okay. Hold on. And also here is where the hell did my tweet go? Okay, I'll just post it here. And we'll watch Austin blasting a ciggy. A lung dart right now. Okay. Here it is.
both when you like. Okay,
I can't believe he's
He's trying his best. Oh god.
Oh my God! Don't inhale these. These are awful. Oh.
My man said, "Don't inhale."
Wow. He looks so cool. That's the skinniest dart I've ever seen. Yeah, Chonghua cigarettes are very, very slim.
Oh, okay. Ow.
Did you use the cig? Yes.
Wow, Austin. You're so Chinese right now. I cannot believe he said, "Do not inhale."
Pretty good.
Make your chatters.
That makes you feel good?
It does just take one. You know what?
Yeah, no, he's just is not for him. He somehow made it uncool to smoke cigarettes. Yeah, we were talking about this on the podcast. He thinks that he looked cool as hell. That's the irony here. He genuinely thinks he looked cool as hell, and now that I've actually seen it, I cannot believe how uncool he might be the first man to make smoking look uncool. Anyway, here is the blast off meme and the blast off tweet. Yeah, the anti-smoking ads are getting too good, okay? They should just pay him to do this.
Okay, let me do this for you, can I? He's trying his best. Oh.
She immediately blows it in Caroline's face, too. God, I miss China. I gotta go back, dude. He's inhaling it like a joint. Yeah. He he lit it up like it's a crack pipe. Okay? He lit it up like a crack pipe. He instantly inhaled it and then blasted it in the face of all of the women around him, leading to every woman around him running away, like turning around and running away.
Oh god.
It's just not for him. It's just not for him, you know? As someone who doesn't smoke cigarettes and only smokes joints, what's the difference between taking a drag of a cigarette instead of a joint? I don't know. I mean, I've smoked both. Huge difference. It's not, you don't rip as big, I guess. You don't rip as big as a pull. I don't know. I don't really remember. He's nowhere near as Chinese as you. The difference is there's poison in the cig. I mean, joints are far more harsher on your lungs. Wait, really? I don't think so. I think they're both pretty bad in general. Vapes are pretty bad too. They're all bad. Putting things in your lungs is bad. That's why I quit smoking. If there was a way to smoke cigarettes and get that same head high without it being like bad for your lungs, I would do it all the time, nonstop. It would be the number one thing. If only there was a way. It's very difficult to quit. It was one of the most difficult things to quit of all time. Isn't that nicotine patches? No, I'm saying like the delivery mechanism. The delivery mechanism or just like if you could deliver the same head high and the same feelings and make it look the same without the poisonous impact, it would be the best. And it's not even just like lung cancer. Lung cancer is obviously the worst aspect of it, but like there's a pretty terrible quality of life adjustments that you need to make, like not being able to go up a flight of stairs without coughing up a lung. It's just terrible. It's just one of the worst addictions of all time, I think. I quit when my aunt was diagnosed with lung cancer. It made it much easier. Yeah, the smell is bad too, but it's just, that's everybody else's problem, really. Because you get used to it and you don't give a shit. It permanently damages your lungs, even if you don't get cancer. Yeah. What is this? I smoke weed every day, but I offset the damage by walking to work every day. Okay, good luck. How long did you smoke for? A couple of years. Maybe like half a decade. I quit before I turned 30, though, and I've never looked back. Did you see Charlie collaborated with edgy and racist Wubby, says the Omni-Marxist. Edgy and racist Wubby? What the fuck are you talking about, Chatter? I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. I don't even know which Charlie you're talking about. But please, it's just, I shouldn't even be reading shit like this. Jesus Christ. Edgy and racist Wubby. Do you mean Charlie Kirk? Is that what it is? Charlie Brown? Who the fuck? Which Charlie? There's so many Charlies. Charlie XCX? One cigarette takes 7 minutes off your life? I don't know if that's the case. All right. We have blasted off on that. And yeah, let's get to the Stop Anti-Semitism list. Like I said, Stop Anti-Semitism came out with the Anti-Semites of the Year list, 2025 Anti-Semite of the Year. Vote for your top 3 candidates by Friday, December 12th. And I have to come to the conclusion that I am washed. I am the most washed I have ever been in my career. Obviously, last year I lost to Candace Owens. I got second place with Greta Thunberg in third. And neither myself nor Candace Owens nor Greta Thunberg is on the list this year. And I guess it's because Stop Anti-Semitism has a policy of no repeats or something, which I think is really strange. What do you mean no repeats? Like, oh, sorry, you won one Oscar. You can't win again. Okay, what's the point? What's the point of doing anti-Israel content if you can't win every year for being the best at anti-Semitism? Like, this is weird to me. It's weird to me that like they have this kind of policy anyway. But yeah, this is a pretty decent summary of it. Zion is putting Miss Rachel, but not Nick Fuentes on the dumb list. Like, maybe she should make up for that by doing like lifetime achievements or something. You know what I mean? Because or like a Hall of Fame or something. Because like a lot of people were mad. For those questioning why Nick Fuentes wasn't on the list this year, we have been monitoring Nick Fuentes' anti-Semitism since 2019. While he was a finalist a few years back, his absence from this year's cycle does not erase his anti-Semitism. Rather, it allows us to focus attention on other individuals who are spreading hate, i.e., we do not recycle candidates from year to year. And it's like, I think they should branch out and be like, who's the sexiest anti-Semite? You know what I mean? Like, maybe do like new categories, and it's not just like, maybe do a new way of just like adding additional anti-Semitism. Like, what's the biggest like edge case? You know what I mean? Depending on how crazy this psycho is that makes this list, maybe they could just be like, who's like the worst liberal Zionist? You know what I mean? Like, who is the worst at like, is it like someone who is very clearly pro-Israel but thinks like some of the things that Israel is doing is bad, you know? Like, you could do a category specifically for that, where you're like not sufficiently pro-Israel, which means you're anti-Semitic, right? Yeah, the most Jewish anti-Semite, you could do that. Yeah, you could do like an entire category just for like Jewish anti-Semites, you know? Like, who's the worst? Who's the worst of the worst? Bro didn't win back-to-back and already inventing new categories. I'm just saying, like, the fact that I got nominated and then didn't win means that I should at least be nominated again, because I'm going to try. Secret Hamas member category, that's a good one. I like that. I like that. Millennial Anti-Semite of the Year. Yeah, you could do a generational breakdown if you want. Most anti-Semitic Israel supporter. You're not brand friendly enough. Yeah, they're like, we've achieved that our goal here. Oh, they could do, yeah, that's a good one. Most likely to become an anti-Semite, as in like someone who is currently pro-Israel, but like maybe too critical of Benjamin Netanyahu. You know what I mean? Someone who's like, Benjamin Netanyahu's good, but also I think maybe he should dial it back. And it's like, oh, that's most likely to be anti-Semitic next year. Like rising star. Yeah, anti-Semitic rising stars. Do you see what I mean? Anti-Semite laser beam or induced by car crash. You'd be so mad if you were to lose to Adam Friedland. I would be mad because I've tried so hard. I've been trying so fucking hard. Yeah, lifetime achievement for anti-Semitism. There are so many different wonderful categories that this weirdo could create. And for some fucking weird reason, she doesn't put her whole heart into it. And it's very frustrating. It's like, you can do better. You can literally do better. Anti-Semitic in remembrance. Yeah. Who are some of the top anti-Semites that passed this year? You know? Open presents. Thank you for the 25. Get the subs. I'm just wondering if we can go around calling whoever we want anti-Semitic. Why aren't we expanding the umbrella to Zionists whose whole political ideology relies on intensify harm to Jews? Israel needs to exist because Jews aren't safe anywhere. Endeavors to blend in the lines between Zionism and Judaism so people incorrectly conflate the two. Yeah, okay, that's boring. Okay, that's not... Yeah. Leora Reznichenko is definitely an anti-Semite. Also, she appeared currently getting sued by multiple people across the country. Wait, they're suing her? That's also anti-Semitism. That's... Wow. If you get defamed by this psycho woman from Long Island who has been able to present herself as like a serious institution somehow, like a credible institution, even though it's just like one psycho lady, right? If you are suing this one lady from Long Island for defaming you, you are the biggest anti-Semite. Most anti-Semitic IDF vacation locations, yes. Thailand, Greece, okay? $30 under 30 anti-Semites, I like that. I think, anne, bana şu diğer kahveyi verir misin? Bir tane daha olması lazım. So, she's just one person. She can't plan this whole award show by herself. We're trying to help her. We're trying to help her. We're trying to help her. Why Thailand? I don't know. I see a lot of like posts about how like IDF veterans love going to fucking Thailand, and apparently Israeli tourists are so goddamn annoying in general. They're somehow even worse than American tourists, which is quite difficult, right? So no, I got it. So basically what happened is they literally have like no Israelis like placards and stuff. Yeah, they have like they have grown a real distaste for Israeli tourists. True, I went to Thailand this summer, and brother, they made American tourists look Japanese in terms of being well behaved. Yeah, there'll be like no Israeli signs and stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, We Are Charlie Kirk live performance would go hard at the award show. Yeah, JD Vance performs We Are Charlie Kirk at the award ceremony. Dude, the sky is the fucking limit. I swear to God, you could have so much fun with this award show. Okay? Guys, I know I'm never going to win another industry award ever again, okay? partially because of shit like this. So at least let me have something, okay? Let me have this award. Leora, I'm begging you. I'm begging you, please grow this award show and make it into the beautiful award show that I know it can be, okay? I'm not just saying that because I am never going to be invited to like the Streamies or the Video Game Awards or any number of different award shows like that ever again, and ever going to win it ever again. Let's be real. And this is my only opportunity to win an award. But I think you have an opportunity here. You have an opportunity here to grow this thing, okay? Make it the most beautiful award show that I know it can be. Reminder that Stop Anti Simmons is just one unhinged lady with an internet connection. In a sign of how serious our legacy media is, the New York Times took her assertion that Miss Rachel is funded by Hamas seriously. Yeah, and Jake Tapper hosted her on his show as an expert on hate. Like, think about that, dude. That's how psychotic it is. You can be like one cyber stalker, okay, with a deep mental illness. And if you're doing it at the behest of Israel, you can go on CNN and New York Times. Like, think about that. Think about that. That's how much legitimacy you get. That is how much institutional legitimacy you get. You can be a literal freak. This is the type of shit that under different circumstances, if she was like disinvested in like, you know, video games being anti-woke or something, right? Video games being too woke. If she did this exact same thing, which many people do on the internet, like if I was one of these lolcow autists online and I spent the last decade harassing female video game journalists and finding and figuring out which developers in my favorite video game franchise were trans and just like doxing them. And then I see this one psycho from Long Island literally get like institutional credibility, go on Jake Tapper, go on the New York Times, and have all of these like reputable media institutions treat this person like super sincerely as though they're a serious figure, as though they have like something serious going on. I'd be pretty pissed. You know? There are dudes out there who are just as sweaty, who are just as gross as this one lady, and they've spent the last decade on Kiwi Farms and 4chan, cyber stalking people, which they call A-logging, right? A-logging people, and they get no credibility whatsoever. They get no recognition for their work. Meanwhile, she's getting all the recognition for doing this for like, what, 5 years now? I don't know how many years she's been doing it. Just lose gracefully. Hasan Abi, OMG, not a good look. I don't know. If I can't even win this, who can I mean, what can I win, right? That's what it is. But yeah, that is real. Like that part, I'm being sarcastic about a lot of stuff here and joking about a lot of stuff here, but except for this thing, which is that this one psycho has been, you know, reported on as though she is a serious figure invested in targeting and combating anti-Semitism in America. Okay? That is insane. That's insane. It would be like the New York Times bringing in a race realist, white nationalist, white supremacist as a primary source, a confidential source to disparage someone who had recently won like the New York mayoral primary or something, and report on his breaking news story about how this person could have hypothetically maybe checked the box in a Columbia University application in a university that he never went to 2 decades prior. You know, it would be equivalent to that, right? Oh shit, they did do that. My point is, when it comes to Israel, all bets are fucking off. And these reputable institutions that are supposed to have some veneer of credibility, that are supposed to be first and foremost invested in informing the public, drop all remaining standards. And they behave in the most insane ways. It's crazy. I knew your analogy was too specific. Yeah. Oh. How does it feel to get mocked by Miss Rachel? I am a fedayeen for Miss Rachel. I will go to war for Miss Rachel. I will fight battles for Miss Rachel. I think it's insane that, I mean, nobody really takes this shit seriously, as you can probably tell from the fact that we're all joking about it. And I'm genuinely offended that I wasn't brought up this year as even a candidate after getting second place last year and losing to Candace Owens in the end. So, but yeah, Miss Rachel's awesome. I got snubbed for real. Yeah, I got snubbed last year because Candace made a much bigger impact, I guess. And there's no honorable mention structure that they have. But I think the very fact that they don't even add Nick Fuentes onto the list implies that they are busted. Do you think it's more than one person working on it, or is it just one lady? No, it is one lady. Or like, I know that Stop Anti-Semitism is like operated by one lady. Maybe they hired more people, because like there's always big donors that love funding shit like this. It's kind of like the ADL. The ADL basically cut down their entire extremism glossary researchers, because they have like actual fascism researchers in the ADL. They chopped it down this past year when they got the most amount of funding they've ever gotten. Like Jonathan Greenblatt literally was like, yeah, we're just pro-Israel. Everybody knows it. Fuck it. We're just going to be we're just going to be more open about it. We don't really give a shit about any sort of extremism. We just only care about defending Israel. And I suspect that Stop Anti-Semitism probably got more donations post October 7 as well. But you know what? My family getting a nomination is kind of like me getting a nomination, right? That's just how I feel about it. Even though I did fall off, let's be real. I fell off pretty hard. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Yeah. Yeah, it's cope. I'm coping. I need to get way more aggro with my anti-Israel sentiment. Anyway, apparently, experts sound alarm amid concerns over Chinese influence in schools. Where does anyone have a timestamp of where I get an honorable mention by Fox News? Do you know? Apparently, they brought my name up on this when talking about it. Xi Van Fleet, who survived Mao's Cultural Revolution, joins Fox and Friends Weekend to discuss Chinese influence in American schools and her broader warning on communism nationwide.
Owned groups have been buying up schools across the United States, including Spring Education Group, with ownership of 240 schools across 19 states. And they're funded by a Chinese investment firm whose CEO has been described as, quote, an ardent Chinese nationalist. Xi Van Fleet was born in China, and she lived through the Cultural Revolution.
Short. We'll just watch
it. She joins us now. She, always great to have you on. You know what? I've been following a lot of stuff with the CCP. I didn't even know that they were, owning or donating to 240 schools. Explain to our viewers why the Chinese would want to have this happen, what they're up to.
Yeah, I think it's so important for Americans to understand that CCP, since its founding in 1921, always regard America as its arch enemy and has been never stopped working.
No, literally wrong. Wrong to a degree where it's like, not only is this wrong, but it's so wrong that I would go so far as to say that like the USSR post World War II was the #1 op for America and vice versa, whereas China, in many circumstances, in many instances, with the exception of like the Korean War, for example, was aligned with the United States of America on foreign policy, as a matter of fact. So definitely wrong. And also extra wrong when you compare, when you say like, oh, since 1921, that's super wrong. They were incredible allies during World War II. What the fuck?
To weaken and undermine the United States in order to replace it to become world superpower. And education has been the very important battleground. And since the early 2000s, they started with the higher education, with the Confucius institutions everywhere in the United States. And then they moved to the public schools with donation and exchange programs such as sister school programs. And now they're moving towards private schools, buying a lot of them. And so in 2015, they bought the high school, New York Military Academy, where Trump attended.
Yeah.
And why? They're not here to make money. They're not invest to make money. They're here to take over American education and turn our classroom into the little red classroom and our education into American education with CCP characteristics. What they really want is generations of people like Hasan Piker. This influencer just went to China and then told his millions of followers that China offered the solution for America. Communism is the solution to the problems that capitalism created in America. That is what they want. And that is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, it certainly.
That's right, baby. That's right. That's right. That's what I did. That's me. Let's go. It's so, this dude, I like that this is a controversial opinion. A controversial opinion is, hey, instead of, I don't know, go into fucking war with Venezuela, we should do robust development projects in the United States of America, not dissimilar to how the People's Republic of China has been able to modernize and urbanize at a rapid rate. Like, let's use some of the unlimited resources that we have in making America a dominant force for good around the planet, as opposed to endless wars, as opposed to endless extraction of natural resources from the global south. Nope, not allowed. We have to do more war with Venezuela. Fuck you. It's crazy that is like that's an unacceptable thing. Like, this is considered, not only is it considered unacceptable, but it's actually considered inappropriate and dangerous. Okay? In a world where this is considered inappropriate and dangerous, that someone says, hey, you know, while China has plenty of issues in its own governance as well, and you know, ways of governing that Westerners would probably not appreciate, there is a lot of good lessons that we can learn from how well they've developed in such a short period of time. And you say that, and people go, abso-fucking-lutely not. How dare you say that? That is insane. How dare you say that? It's crazy.
Is and by the way, you mentioned that New York Military Academy, that is the school that President Donald Trump, so clearly they're trying to influence the elites in the future elites.
Like, the Confucius Institutes that they talk about are basically like educational partnerships, okay? That's what they're talking about. It's like to promote Chinese language and culture. That's it. That's the stated goal of Confucius Institutes. It's like the same principle behind like sister cities, you know what I mean? To promote like international cooperation, things like that. And these people literally fucking lose their minds. They're like, no, this is propaganda. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you think it's dangerous propaganda to say that like there are certain things we can learn about how China was able to develop so rapidly, if you find that to be dangerous propaganda, then you're a deeply unserious person, okay? If you think it's dangerous propaganda to promote international cooperation with every country, including with China, and you think that that's dangerous propaganda, perhaps you're the one who's doing dangerous propaganda, okay? It's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. Ultimately, all of this revolves around basically saying China bad, China bad, China bad, China wrong, China bad. That's it. Yeah, I'll get to this quick TikTok why rich Chinese students are studying in America. Oh, I know this one. Here, I know the answer to this. It's because they can't get into Peking University or Chinese universities, and that's why wealthy people go to America. Because in comparison to Chinese institutes of higher learning, it's much easier to get into fucking Harvard, especially because there isn't a lot of greasing of the wheels to get into. There isn't a lot of greasing of the wheels to be able to get into the Chinese universities. It's a strictly meritocratic process. It's the same principle behind private institutes of higher learning in Turkey as opposed to the much more competitive public institutes in Turkey. It's the same for Turkish public high schools and public colleges, which are free and are incredibly difficult to get into because it's purely based on your scores, as opposed to private institutes, which are a little bit easier because there is already a paywall there. That's it. The reason why a lot of wealthy children of wealthy Chinese people and like party members and stuff come to the United States of America as opposed to staying in China is because they can't get into the best possible Chinese university. It's the same in any country that has like a public. It's identical in any country that has a public institute of higher learning process. If you have public colleges, public universities, they are going to be really, really, really competitive. It's not just almost all of Asia that follows this structure, for the record. It's just most countries that have a public system has a similar merit-based approach. France is different in that regard. University is public and easy to access, but in Japan, it is how you describe too. This isn't to say that like the universities, like the top public, like the second tier universities in China or in other places are bad. They're still pretty good. It's just that you can actually basically buy your way into an institute of higher learning in the West, specifically in America, especially because American universities rely on foreign students who pay like 2x, 3x the amount to fund all of these big initiatives and big projects. That's part of the reason why Donald Trump actually came back and dialed back his aggressive approach to Chinese students coming to the United States of America and was saying like, no, this is good actually. We need the Chinese. And then Laura Ingraham famously was like, what do you mean? They're not French. And he was like, oh, do you think the French are so good? They're not good. We need the Chinese. We need the Chinese. Sen ABD'ye gitmeden Bilkent'e girmemiş miydin? Hayır. Hayır, ben Amerikan Üniversitesi, ben ÖSS'ye girdim ama hiç yani bakmadım bile Türk üniversitelerine. There's also an associated prestige on certain countries with regards to universities as U.S. universities better. It isn't something everyone necessarily agrees with, but employees are unfortunately older people that have internalized white supremacy and American exceptionalism. Yeah, I'm saying you get more bang for your buck. Like, if you are ÖSS dedi. Yes, evet Ank'ım abi. Amcayız. Hasan amca. Hasan abi değil, Hasan amcayız amına koyayım. Evet, ÖSS'ydi benim zamanımda. the name of the I'm so old that the Turkish chatters are making fun of me and calling me Unk because the national test, the name of the national test is changed because I took this fucking test in 2008. And the name of the national test in Turkey has changed. I don't even know what it's called now. But back in my day, it was called ÖSS. Anyway. Ancient history now. All right. Let's move on from this. Let's get into some fun stuff. Welcome to Unk Status. I've been at Unk Status.
Congress is asking new questions about
lawmakers. Chinese TikTokers are spitting Hasan.
Americans living in a superior lifestyle compared to Chinese. Dude, stop sending me these stupid messages. I'm 38 years old. If in my 20s, I may believe you. Also, I live in California, Bay Area, 4 years. I see your homeless people. I see your middle class people. Okay, if you are a millionaire, you have good life in United States.
True.
When you want to compete two countries, people living standard, compare rich to rich, middle class to middle class, poor to poor. Your poor people sleeping on the street cannot afford fresh food. In China, the poor people sleep in their own home, able to afford everything basic human needs. All right, electricity, internet, fresh food, just medical bills also, college even. You know, that's how affordable for our Chinese. And our middle class in China, their living standard probably better than your upper middle class. You never lived in China, dude. You need to wake the hell up.
Yeah, but can he afford Coca-Cola and Netflix? I mean, yeah, you can. But to be fair, it's not the same. You know what I mean? It tastes different when you're tasting it with freedom. Reading this, Oxfam, 10 U.S. billionaires have had their wealth increase sixfold since 2020. No, I know. It's just like capitalism creates this incredible consolidation of wealth, right? And basically the number of winners gets smaller and smaller every fucking year. Okay? The number of people who are winning under capitalism gets smaller and smaller every year because that's just how the system is designed. And eventually it's just going to be like one guy who is the quintrillionaire, and even the other billionaires are like, we don't have enough money. We're suffering. It's awesome. So look forward to that. It'll probably be Elon fucking Musk. It's getting to a point where, like, you know, in America, millionaires are what remains of like the middle class existence in this country, and the actual middle class, the overwhelming majority of people are relegated to what you would consider to be lower class, okay? Like poorer than middle class. This doesn't mean that like millionaires are not doing great overall. They are. It's just that the way that wealth consolidation has worked makes it so that most of the people that you would consider middle class are now not doing middle class existence. Like they don't have a similar material existence that the middle class had in like the fucking 70s and 80s. It's awesome. Great stuff overall. We should just have one person own everything, I think. Yeah, the top 10% of wealth in this country is responsible for 50% of consumer spending, and not a single person thinks this is bad. Well, or at least not a single person in power thinks this system is like fundamentally busted. Okay? Jackson Hole and Alpine, Wyoming are great examples. The millionaires complained that the billionaires kicked them out of Jackson, and they have to build their $15 million mansions in Alpine now. Yeah. How about my system where God owns everything and there's one chosen man to control it, all on God's behalf? I mean, that's where we're moving towards. Yeah. Around 70% of the U.S. economy depends on consumer spending. As wealth concentrates in the richest 10%, the rest of America can't afford to buy enough to keep the economy running. And even within the top 10% of wealth, the wealth consolidation still continues. Ironically enough, in the top 10% of wealth, they are the people, myself included obviously in this bracket, are living highfalutin, fancy lifestyles, okay? At a time when there is like tremendous pain and tremendous struggle for regular ass working class people, okay? But even within the top 10% of wealth, even there is a tremendous amount of wealth consolidation happening there as well for the top 1% in the top 10% of wealth. It is fucking insane. That's why you see articles that are brain breaking. I saw something about like a woman who left her Google job where she was making $369,000 a year and how she was able to secure $1.5 million in retirement funds to be able to retire early. And it's like, really? This is what we're talking about? Oh yeah, just get a fucking Google job for $369,000 a year so you can actually retire. It's that easy. It's that simple. Meanwhile, you got people that are working, 10 years on their job with no prospects of getting no prospects of career advancement, and retirement seems impossible. It's incredible stuff. Let's see what Robert Reich is saying here. Around 70% of the U.S. economy depends on consumer spending. As wealth concentrates in the richest 10%, the rest of America can't afford to buy enough to keep the economy running. This is a huge problem, and even America's most powerful CEOs are starting to sound the alarm. Oh, yeah, the McDonald's CEO was complaining about this.
The Big Mac has a big problem. According to the CEO of McDonald's, fast food chain saw a double-digit dip in visits from lower and middle-income customers in the first quarter of 2025. The reason? Customers can't afford it.
Holiday spending reached a record sum this year. You are exaggerating a bit. Okay, once again, you have to look at who's doing the expenditure, who's doing the spending, because that doesn't change what I'm talking about. Again, the top 10% of wealth is responsible for 50% of all consumption in this country now. Okay, the top 10% of wealth. That means the bottom 90%. The bottom 90% is only responsible for half of all consumption in this country. That's insane.
While the stock market is riding high and the Trump administration is slashing taxes for corporations.
Yeah, spending is up, except items purchased is down. Spending is up, and yet the number of people spending is down. I wonder how that happened. Perhaps inflation might have something to do with it. I don't know.
Nothing is trickling down to everyday Americans.
What we see is it's really kind of a two-tier economy. If you're upper income, earning over $100,000, things are good. What we see with middle and lower income consumers is actually a different story.
This shouldn't be all that surprising. The warning signs were there for anyone paying attention.
We are on the way to becoming a two-tiered society, composed of a few winners and a larger group of Americans left behind.
The other side of this story, of course, is debt. The other side of this story is debt. Because, yeah, also saw a breakdown showing huge percentage of holiday spending was financed by using buy now, pay later apps. You got fucking Klarna. You can do advanced payday loans to purchase Domino's in this country. And you're out here being like, well, spending is up technically. Okay, so is debt. None of this is good. I feel like all of this is alarm bells ringing. I know a lot of chatters have made jokes about how I have not had a credit card for most of my life and refused to get it. Okay, but you know, there is a principle behind that too. It's not even like an ethical thing. It's just that I've always had the mentality where it's like the idea that I have to like take on debt specifically so that people can realize that like or institutions can recognize that I'm good with the debt is so stupid. And it's weird because like must be nice. No, I'm talking about I'm talking about when I was broke, dude. What the fuck? Like this structure is entirely different elsewhere, okay? This structure is entirely different elsewhere where if you don't have a credit card in the United States of America, you are not a part of the system. You're not a part of the credit scoring system. They punish you for not having a credit card, right? So technically, even if you are spending only as much as you have, okay, without taking on debt, and ironically enough, the appropriate way to do this is by taking on debt, but only as much as you can pay for it, right? But there is no need for that additional middleman there. There's no, like, there should be, Hasan, you were not broke? Okay. No, I was. I know that a lot of people say that that's not the case, but I absolutely fucking was. It's so crazy that this is, oh my God. I do not have a billionaire parent, you fucking losers. Okay. Oh my Lord. It's so funny because all of this is straight up on camera. Okay. I know, but you still were not. I got money back from the American government my first year of employment. Okay? I don't know why people think that they know better than myself about my actual existence, my living circumstances. I lived in the fucking kitchen of a frat house the first year I lived here. Even at the point where I was on Twitch, I was making 60 grand a year, which is literally nothing for Los Angeles, okay? With 3 roommates. Anyway, none of this actually matters. People think you're saying you grew up poor. No, I didn't grow up poor. I never said I grew up poor. I grew up very affluent. I'm talking about the period of my life when I was in fucking college, or post-college rather. In any case, at that point, simply because your parents had money, people will say you couldn't have been broke, regardless of whether you had access to it all the time. No, but my parents also no longer had money by the time I got to college. So it's wrong. It's something that I've talked about quite a bit. Anyway. Regardless, I don't know why we're talking about this. It's so fucking stupid. Yeah, there's like clips that you can find from back then.
Just like getting this chicken out of the little container. And unfortunately, a lot of people use like organic chicken and whatnot. I use whatever kind of chicken I can get because I'm not very wealthy. So that's part of the reason. This is like a very...
No, but I'll have you know, I was actually lying. I was faking it. I was actually a billionaire at this point. But I just chose to lie and continue along with this lie by living with 3 roommates at the time. It was a deep 5-head infiltration move. You know? Lol, that is the kitchen of a rich person? Yeah, exactly.
It's like a very cheap alternative. But it tastes really good. It has really good macros, so that's literally why I do it. It's one way I've been able to lose so much weight, and I know so many people ask this all the time, which is why I'm doing this right now and I'm talking about it. So yeah, this is already like a difficult process, guys. To like get this chicken, to free this chicken from its boundaries, while also trying to describe to you the process in which I
Chat is being so fucking annoying today. Holy shit. This is why the community doesn't grow as much. I mean, yeah, that's part of it. Anyway. Like all of this stuff is also like readily accessible for people who are wondering. You know, if you wanna see the background of Hasan Abi Piker. But this is when I was like explaining the process of using manager's special chicken. That's what I did to get high protein. I would eat chicken, but I would go to I'd go to Ralph's or Pavilions and get manager special chicken, which was like about to expire. Roughly how many years ago was this? This is in like 2018, I think. But wait, how the fuck? Why did I even talk about that? Why was I talking about this? How do we get here? Oh, we were talking about fucking we were talking about like, even ironically enough, at my brokest point, I didn't have a credit card at all. And then someone said I wasn't poor. I was never poor. Unless you're literally homeless, which is crazy. Yes, I was not like homeless or anything. And regardless, the process is different. The process is different. Like the smart way to do it, the adult way to take on debt, which is an absolute necessity in this country. Like, you have to take on debt, but debt that you can pay for. You have to take on debt that you can pay for, right? That's the smart way to do it. Like parents that educate their children on smart finances will tell them, like, you have to get a credit card, but you can only spend however much you can pay at the end of the month. Like, that's the appropriate way to do it. But in other countries, like, there is no middleman like that. There is no need to fucking get a credit card at all, right? But unfortunately, the United States of America, if you want to fucking rent a place even, you have to have credit. They check your credit. And when they check your credit score goes down. It's insane. And I know this from my, again, personal experience, because even when I started making a little bit of money on top of my regular salary at the Young Turks, it was like 60 grand by the time I was leaving TYT. I couldn't rent an apartment. I had to, if you guys remember, I talked about it at the time with like Enes. Do you remember Enes Yilmazar, the YouTube realtor guy, who's now like obviously a very famous YouTube realtor guy? Back then, he was just my friend who didn't even have a YouTube channel at the time. This guy, he was just a guy who had done real estate in the past in Los Angeles. He did not have 4.1 million subscribers at all, right? And I actually got help from him and snuck myself into the apartment in 2019, the one bedroom in West Hollywood, because he knew a person that was supposed to be checking the credit scores at the company that owned, like at the developer or the management company that owned the apartment complex. Because I didn't have credit. I didn't have any credit. So there was no way for me to actually get an apartment at all. No way for me to actually rent an apartment at all in Los Angeles. It's fucking insane. It's an insane system. Anyway, now Enes is also popping, which is so crazy to think, because I remember giving him, when he was like, oh, I'm going to start a YouTube channel. And I was like, oh, you can use my lights. And I gave him my the light boxes that I had. And he was like filming stuff from his like living room in his apartment. Anyway, are you still in touch with them? Yeah. I photoshopped my bank statements to get into an apartment in downtown LA. All right.
I said that in 1994. McDonald's had just lost an infamous lawsuit over scalding hot coffee, and I had way more hair. Frankly, it's a little galling to hear the CEO of McDonald's complaining about income inequality, especially because companies like McDonald's are making the problem worse.
It's coming from inside the house.
McDonald's and other Fortune 500 companies like Walmart are famous for underpaying workers. As a result, many workers at these two corporations have to rely on the rest of us to finance government programs like food stamps and Medicaid to make ends meet. Meanwhile, their CEOs are paid roughly 1,000 times more than their typical employee. Big corporations have a history of union busting, further reducing the power of...
How do other countries give out auto loans, phone subsidies, etc., then credit histories make sense for taking on debt? I don't know, but I don't think other countries have that same culture around debt. Like, that's what I was trying to say. I don't... Like, I think they just look at your income. I assume they just probably look at your income and see if you can fucking pay for it.
Their workers to negotiate a living wage.
We don't think that a labor union is necessary.
All unions work at is taking a cut out of my pay.
In addition to taxpayers subsidizing corporations' low wages, there's a second way they burden the rest of us. Around 70% of the U.S. economy depends on consumer spending. As wealth concentrates in the richest 10%, the rest of America can't afford to buy enough to keep the economy running. Their buying power is dropping because of stagnant wages and inflation. The bottom 90% is already spending as much as they can, and in many cases going into debt to do so. Meanwhile, as the super rich become even richer, they can't possibly buy enough on their own to keep the economy running. We saw this trend before, during the roaring 1920s, when American wealth was concentrated at the top and everyone else had to go into debt to maintain their standard of living. When that debt bubble burst, we got the Great Depression. The so-called two-tiered economy isn't just a moral failing. It's dangerous for all of us. So what can we do about it?
The motion is adopted.
End the trickle-down hoax once and for all. Tax cuts for the wealthy make the rest of us worse off, not better. Fight for unions. Raise the minimum wage. Bust up big monopolies with the power to keep prices high. Demand corporations share their profits with workers so that when corporations do better, their workers do too. Build an economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top. Because if we don't, we're all cooked.
Okay, but what about shareholder value for the super wealthy? Yeah, this is woke nonsense, I say. Anyway, speaking of woke nonsense, okay? Speaking of woke nonsense. What is this? He probably didn't see the latest capitalist invention. What is this? You cooked this link. You mean shitholder value? Fucking got him, chatter. Nice.
This is the story of a little piece of technology.
Oh, dynamic pricing. Yeah, goodbye price tags. Hello, dynamic pricing. Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. You know how like Uber does price surging? And also boosts prices if you are a consistent big spender? Yeah, they have that. They're going to put that in grocery stores now. I know. It's an innovative way to drive up profit margins to the best of your ability. It's fucking awesome. What is this? Even the hyper rich are totally broke? I don't know what this means.
Late last month, a report published by Goldman Sachs caused a bit of a firestorm in the personal finance community when it found that 40% of people earning more than $500,000 a year were still living paycheck to paycheck.
Dude, this is so busted. It's just, I don't even understand how that's physically possible. I don't understand how that's physically possible. That is it's the budget tweet. Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm spending $13,000 a month on candles. Please, someone help me budget this. My family is starving. Like, what are you doing? at that point, I would say, you know, cut down on the fucking avocado toast, man. Unless there's something going on here that I'm not aware of. But like, you got to do quality of life adjustments at that point. If you're making 500 grand a year and you're living paycheck to paycheck, there is something deeply wrong with your expenditure. IRL backpack. Yeah, this is ironically enough, this was when I was talking about how like I live within my own means as far as like way below my own means, and everybody fucking yelled at me. If you remember, I got soft canceled for that a while back, which I meant like for how much money I make, I don't spend that much money. I know it sounds like it seems like I spend a lot of money, and in comparison to the average person, yes, I do spend a fuck ton of money. Except, you know, it's totally fucking marginal in comparison to how much money I could be spending.
What was even more shocking is that from the same group of high-income earners...
I don't understand how you can just be paycheck to paycheck at 500 grand. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Less than a third of them reported that they were consistently able to make contributions to long-term financial goals like paying down debt or saving for retirement. Now, I know it might be hard to feel too bad about the financial struggles of people earning 10 times the median income, and the general response to this report online was, not too sympathetic. But it does reveal a lot about the way our economy has changed since this report was first published just 10 years ago. Now, history is of course filled with endless stories about people who have blown through enormous fortunes, but these have been rare exceptions to the rule, and these stories have mostly come from athletes, celebrities, and lottery winners. People who make a lot of money in a short period of time and then get
Yeah, I think these guys are not like I guess they're not making wise investments in general, but then also beyond that, they probably have a lot of people, a lot of mouths that they're feeding. And if you noticed, the reason why a lot of athletes go broke is not necessarily because they're overspending or they have a lot of mouths to feed in general, but because they rely on their wage for their entire income. And unfortunately, in the United States of America, you cannot act like we call this financial illiteracy, right? But what we actually call financial illiteracy is ironically a byproduct of the wage labor structure not being designed for the wage labor structure that exists is not designed for financial security permanently. So a lot of regular ass working class people dunk on these people who make a fuck ton of money, right? Because they go, oh, they're so stupid. They're so financially illiterate. Oh, how dumb. Why didn't they actually move into some kind of passive earning, some kind of like capital accumulation structure? It's so funny. It's like, yeah, no, it's not supposed to be that way. Someone who's making, someone who's like generated $6 million of income over their lifetime through their wages, because athletes are still wage laborers, okay? I know they make a lot. They're high earners, but they're still wage laborers nonetheless, should have a pension structure that allows them to still continue surviving. So what we call financial illiteracy is ironically the concept that these guys are not turning into the capital owning class. It's the darn stupid poor that don't understand the 1% struggles. No, you're so dumb. You're misunderstanding my point. It's the darn stupid poor that don't realize that the system is designed in a way where you have to become a capital accumulator. My point is, it shouldn't have to be that way. Not everyone should have to become a fucking landlord so that they can have, so that we can, oh God. So that we can have any sort of like a nest egg, right? Any sort of retirement fund. Dog, someone who makes $6 million is not a 1%er? No, I'm saying $6 million in lifetime earnings. You constantly critique the extraction of surplus value. You retain 100% equity in your brand, even if you pay it as well. You are still a private owner dictating the distribution of profit rather than a co-op. How are you not just a benevolent capitalist perpetuating the exact labor structure you critique? It's because I am a capitalist, and also I am doing that. I'm a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite socialist. Have you not realized this already? Although I do have a co-op, but it doesn't matter. That's besides the point. Okay? You got it. You got it. I am a benevolent capitalist. Not even a benevolent capitalist. I'm actually a bad capitalist. I'm the worst kind. The point is that the entire structure that is designed in the United States of America is that you are supposed to wait, what the fuck? Weekly Hasanabe heads meetup in Chengdu over 3 years? Wait, really? And they're grilling meats? Whoa. Wait, is this for real? How come I wasn't invited? Things we do include prepare Szechuan chicken noodles for 100 people on the street in under 20 minutes every week and share with the local workers just for the challenge for more than 3 years. Hiking, biking, football, soccer, open mic, camping and grilling, techie stuff, competitive FPV, drone flying, assembling, radio comms, math programming, food cooking, food eating, food sharing, any other grassroots mobilizing and organizing activities to build up a sense of community. As a prelude to the main topic, news, politics, and actions, we thank Hasan for fostering a sense of unity in his China Maxing series. Now we want to do our fair part as Chengdu audience to welcome our comrades to check out our weekly meetups in Chengdu. DM me for location. We have friends everywhere. Our new Bilibili channel. What the hell? How am I not invited to the Chinese cookout amongst the Chinese fans? How is that possible? Now I got to go back. Now I got to go back. Now I got to go back. It's crazy. You did an RSVP? Okay. You would have ignored it like any other message? Probably not. Stop being parasocial. We need our spaces on. That's crazy. You would lower the Chinese IQ if you joined the party with your American brain. Okay, everybody calm down. I guess I just have another reason to go back now. But yeah, my the point I was trying to make here is that there shouldn't be so brand unfriendly. Not even your fan clubs invite you. Yeah, I guess that's what's going on. So, what was I gonna say? Oh, the structure that currently exists has no room for wage laborers. There's no pension structure, and Social Security doesn't go. Social Security is not enough for survival. So the structure that currently exists makes little capitalists out of everyone, and we present that as financial literacy, right? And obviously, you should have that financial literacy, and you should become a little capitalist at the end of the day if you want to survive. That's why I always tell people, like, obviously, you should have a 401k, or you should have some structure to make sure that you have a retirement plan, a retirement fund, even if it's like virtually impossible for normal people to retire at any age at this point. Because you have to exist within reality. You have to live in reality, right? But it's crazy to me that a lot of people actually dunk on these people when, in fact, even a person making like $6 million over their entire fucking lifetime of wage labor burns through all of that through, stupid decisions, certainly, right? Because they're probably outspending however much money they're making and not putting enough on the side so that they have a retirement fund, but should still have a pension structure or should still have a Social Security structure that allows them to have like a basic living standards met. But that's not the case. That's why you see NBA players like homeless and shit sometimes.
Themselves into trouble by assuming that they will always make that much money. In the past, most financial professionals would generally agree that Beyond a certain income level, you can just brute force your way through a lot of dumb financial decisions. And as long as you maintain that income, you'd have to try pretty hard to not get richer every year. But today, financial hardship amongst the top 1% of income earners has gone from a rare cautionary tale to the majority. And ironically, one of the biggest groups contributing to this trend are those same financial professionals. So if this data is to be believed, one of two things have happened. Either rich people have gotten a lot dumber with their money, or certain industries have just gotten a lot better at taking it from them.
Most people live paycheck to paycheck in New York City.
I have more money anxiety almost now than I ever did in my 20s.
For 4,900.
Yeah, high injury risk sports is also precarious labor, contract to contract. Exactly. You get one fucking injury and you're done. Your career is over, and then you have no more stable income.
$65 before taxes and fees.
A concrete square in the Mexico City Stadium, $700 or $1,450 for a view of the stadium.
By the way, going back to what that other chatter was saying, that I find really funny is like you retain ownership over 100% of your IP is such a funny fucking way to operate. What am I supposed to do? Like, yeah, dude, I am the content. What am I supposed to do? I'm a human being. Like, what am I supposed to do? And even then, I don't even retain ownership over my own IP, and I tell people they can do whatever the fuck they want with it. But like, it's so, I am very open about this. Like, where, you can do whatever the fuck you want with the IP, make money on your own if you want to fucking chop it up and repost it on whichever platform you see fit. That's why there's a lot of people that have literally paid for their colleges, paid for their college education through the Hasan Clips industrial complex and shit like that. But it is funny to like, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, unless you use it maliciously. But how could I? What is a way in which I can like give other people like what pieces of my body? Like what can I possibly do in that situation? Like, give us your nail clippings? Yeah, I don't know.
In Singapore.
It doesn't matter whether you make, you make $100,000 or not.
Sometimes when parsing through economic data, it's important to see the funny side in it all. And one of the funniest developments of the last decade is the growing levels of inequality amongst the top 1%. According to studies conducted by UBS and Altrata, there are between 50 and 60 million millionaires in the world at the moment. But even amongst this group of extremely wealthy global residents, the top 1% amongst them still holds almost a third of their collective wealth. Now, these studies were tracking accumulated wealth rather than annual income, but it still showed the same problem. Nobody feels poorer every day than really rich people. Except for very particular careers like service staff, people overwhelmingly interact with other people from within their general income grouping. If you work an upper middle class professional job, there is a good chance your partner also works a middle class professional job. You will live in a neighborhood with other upper middle class professionals, your friends from college would have gone on to get similar middle class jobs, and your kids will probably go to school with other kids from other middle class families. An article published by the Journal of Nature that tracked over 72 million Facebook connections found that socioeconomic status was the main determinant of who you are friends with. This means that day in and day out, you are going to interact with people living a somewhat similar lifestyle to your own. Sure, within this group, there will be some differences in take-home pay. Your neighbors might be a rung above you on the corporate ladder, and you might feel the need to keep up with their new cars or nice vacations. But apart from a few small details, people 10% below you and people 10% above you on the income.
I think a part of this kind of like wealth class segregation is also directly a consequence of not having public transit. Like not having adequate public transit, not living in cities where you are surrounded by people. It's like suburban existence, 100%. 100,000%. Hasan is bourgeois non-intelligentsia. Yes. Is social democracy in America even possible without imperialism? No. Yeah, I mean, it could be. It's just, as it stands, there is no social democracy without imperialism. But the point is, the point is, like, that is also a byproduct of this design. That is also a byproduct of the way that we stay isolated. Even if you were to take advantage of like public parks, for example, that automatically, if you're like a wealthy person and you go to the fucking public park, you're going to end up interacting with people of different financial backgrounds, as opposed to like any sort of public initiative that is open to every single member of society will automatically allow you to interact with different parts of the wealth caste structure that exists in the United States of America. And one of the best versions of this is obviously through commuting. It's just that not only do we have less and less third spaces in general, but we also don't even fucking have commuting, with the exception of like New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago. But even in those places, there is like a different way that upper middle class people can commute, because the alternative is not easier. The alternative is not efficient. If the alternative, if public transit is inefficient, then yeah, people are going to not take it. They're going to take other forms of transit, which is still isolating.
Distribution spectrum are going to live the same kind of life. In other words, within your social circle, inequality usually isn't that extreme. The study also found this to be true for households with the lowest incomes. They overwhelmingly interacted with other low-income households, which had a negative impact on economic mobility. The old adage of, it's who you know, not what you know, is unfortunately absolutely true. And if the only people you know aren't in a position to give you any special favors, it's much harder to get ahead regardless of ability. But that's a separate issue that
You don't make friends on the subway? It's not about making friends, chatter. You're misunderstanding me. You don't have to become like lifelong friends with these people. It's more so about like whatever kind of information that you're picking up about the way that people exist. Like it's about your neighbors. It's about commuting alongside people that are of different financial backgrounds, that helps you develop a greater understanding. Even if you are literally sitting next to someone, you end up retaining information from that experience that I think expands your consciousness and expands your understanding, even if you are not directly aware of it, as opposed to having it be out of sight and out of mind.
have time to get into today. Where this gets really interesting, though, is by moving the scale all the way to the top. It's only here that extreme inequality is visible within a decile of wealth. If you earn $500,000 a year as an analyst at a private equity firm, you are wealthy by almost anybody's standards. But compared to your general partner who is making $10 million a year, you are basically destitute. Basically, nowhere else on the income spectrum would you be working alongside someone else that made 20 times more than you. That general partner will also be raising money from billionaire investors who, by comparison, make them look poor. And then when those mere single-digit billionaires fly to Davos, they are going to be rubbing shoulders with other business people several hundred times richer than them. There are several orders of magnitude in income and wealth variance within just the top 1%, which means lifestyle comparison is far more damaging. If you work as a roofer, your colleagues might convince you that you need to lease a new F-150. If you work in a hedge fund, your colleagues might convince you to fly private to Art Basel for the networking. This is part of the reason why people making only $200,000 to $300,000 a year were doing significantly better financially in the Goldman Sachs study. On average, these people were still living in the real world and were largely exposed to other normal people. Demographers have dubbed this.
Yeah, basically they're saying that if you're in the 200 to 300,000 bracket, you're wealthy. You're so wealthy that you are the wealthiest person in your friend group, and therefore your expenditures still are closer to like the average person, as opposed to people making 500K and above, who then become the poorest wealthy person, and your expenditures change as well. And it also makes you feel like you're broke in comparison to your peers. Like, basically, the richest person living in the richest person still connected to the working class in some way, shape, or form is feeling a lot wealthier than the poorest person in the highest tax bracket.
Socioeconomic fractality.
Skinniest guy at fat camp. Kind of, exactly. This is why I always say, like, wealth is a relative concept. Like, the feeling of wealth and prosperity is an entirely relative concept. That's why, when I was growing up, I grew up in a very affluent family in Turkey, but the overall wealth that my family had in Turkey was nothing in comparison to, like, the upper middle class in America. It's even more this difference is even larger when you think about when you move beyond the national boundary.
And it was actually first observed by Vilfredo Pareto when he was poring over tax documents more than 100 years ago. You may know this guy from the Pareto Principle or the 80-20 rule, so that's pretty cool. But in the 100 years since this was first observed, some things have changed. Recent booms in global wealth have further divided this tiny group of wealthy people, and that's done two things. The first is that it's created absolutely hilarious situations that you are all welcome to point and laugh at. Like this guy complaining in a local Palo Alto paper that billionaires building their mega mansions were,
Hey, Squire, thank you for the 10 gift of subs.
And I quote, running roughshed over average millionaires like himself. This is unironically just one of many, many instances of millionaires complaining about how hard they have it now. But while it's fun to laugh, there is something more here. Inequality has always existed. And as dumbfounding as the recent spike in millionaires living paycheck to paycheck is, it does shine some light on some other concerning developments. So it's time to learn how many works to find out how the top 1% got so good at bankrupting themselves. This week's video is sponsored by FlexiSpot and their new E7 Pro standing desk. FlexiSpot has been making ergonomic workstations for years, focusing on helping people stay comfortable and productive, especially if you spend a lot of time at the computer like I do. The E7 Pro is their upgraded dual monitor standing desk with a 440-pound static load capacity and a height range from 25 to 50.6 inches. It's surprisingly stable even at full height, and it comes with a 15-year warranty and a 30-day risk-free return window. As you can imagine, I spend a lot of time at my desk, whether it's creating videos or gaming.
This links
my
back
old
to the
desk
Whistle
struggled
Diesel's
with my
response
heavy
to his
monitor
tax
setup,
evasion
and it
case.
always
He
had a
somehow
bit of
went
shake to
bootlicking
it.
for
But the
billionaires because he
E7 Pro
got
stays solid no matter
for
how
registering
much
his
I'm
Ferrari
typing or
in
adjusting
Montana.
things. Being able to change height throughout the day has genuinely helped my back and made long sessions a lot more bearable. And for any keyboard and mouse gamers out there like me, you don't have to worry about your monitor shaking and messing up your aim. FlexiSpot is also running their Black Friday sale right now with discounts up to 80% and even a chance at completely free orders.
The official One Piece anime account
They
replied
offer
to you?
extra discounts for students, teachers, medical workers, military, and recent grads
hell yeah.
too. If you're on a tighter budget, the regular E7 is also a good option. If you want to check it out, head to flexispot.com and use my code HMW30 at checkout to save an extra $30. And if you end up grabbing one, leave a note with my channel name to help support the channel. Okay.
Everybody recognizes that Kuma is the GOAT now.
So the extreme concentration of wealth at the very top of the distribution has become more pronounced over recent years. But it's not new just by itself. Merely wealthy people have always been exposed to extremely wealthy people. Just because they have gone from 100 times wealthier to 400 times wealthier doesn't really change the arithmetic of inadequacy. What this has changed though is how expensive it is to be a rich person. Now, the most obvious example of this is the cities people are living in. Unless you are running your own business or working as a specialist doctor, there are really only a few cities in America with jobs that pay more than $500,000 a year, and the house prices in all of these cities are amongst the most expensive on the planet. If you want an average family home within commuting distance of Seattle, Silicon Valley, Manhattan, or even Miami, you are going to be paying 7 figures for the privilege. Put a 50-year mortgage on that, and then after income, property, and state taxes, in most of these centers, that is going to leave you with around $50,000 a year in actual disposable income. Now, I know what you were thinking. $50,000 a year after taxes and housing are accounted for would be a dream for most families.
Yeah.
And you would be absolutely right. But there are two reasons why for many ultra-high-income earners, it's not. The first reason is quite simply that just because someone is earning a high income does not mean that they are smart with money, or even that smart in general. People who choose high prestige careers are, rather shockingly, often motivated by, well, prestige, which means they will happily go into debt to keep up appearances around their peers. $50,000.
I think this is the part of the equation that is unironically, simply put, financial irresponsibility. I think this is financial irresponsibility. If you're a high earner and you're making $500,000 a year and you're just like burning through that, you're fucking spending way too much money. Like, that is crazy. That is fucking insane. Like, I don't even understand how that's possible. Okay? I do not understand how that is possible. Because, like, you can live a very, very comfortable life. You can live a very comfortable life at that level of income without overextending yourself. Okay? Like, I don't even know. I don't even fully understand. Like, we donate a lot to charity to a fault. I mean, I donate a lot to charity. I'm just saying that it's just not, you can still do it in a reasonable way. You can, and those guys aren't buying yachts. $500,000 a year, you probably cannot, you can't buy a yacht. Yacht is for like $10 million a year and above, probably, I assume. But even if you have kids and shit, like, I don't know. Like, maybe the Lambo, yeah, that would be a very irresponsible financial decision. I think that's probably what it is, right? I think a lot of people also dump a shitload of their money immediately into houses, like a big ass house or something. I wasn't paying attention. I thought we were talking about higher earners. Yeah, if you're making $500,000 a year, you are a higher earner. You're in the top 1% of wealth. But it just doesn't. It just doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
After taxes and housing can easily pay for a comfortable lifestyle, but it doesn't cover a luxurious lifestyle. People who land high-income roles also have a sense of entitlement to these luxuries, since it often takes years of highly competitive schooling to get there. So once they have made it through all of that and landed their first real job, it's time to treat themselves. Of course, the career path where this is most common is medical doctors. An article published by the British Medical Journal, as well as a separate survey from the University of Pennsylvania, found that most American physicians were graduating medical school.
How did your experience becoming rich differ, if you don't mind explaining? I mean, I am obsessed with doing the same shit that I've been doing. When I was making $60,000 a year, I was doing the exact same thing that I'm doing now. So the only thing that has changed is that, like, there has been a tremendous quality of life improvement in terms of things that I can pay for, right? I no longer have to do the same calculations that I used to have to do, like, you know, paying for Uber and whether or not I will be able to actually pay for rent at the end of the month, right? Like, those are the massive. I used to describe it as such, okay? Being poor is very costly. Okay, being poor is incredibly expensive, and it's like a consistent weight on you. Okay, there is a tremendous amount of weight on your shoulders at any given moment, and a lot of rich people, especially a lot of rich people who have been rich for a very long time, lose sight of that reality. What people consider to be like being frugal is a normal day-to-day existence when you are a working class person who is, yeah, man, why are you telling me this? I don't know. Someone just asked. I'm just basically responding to their question. So, for someone like myself, like, instead of having to, when I travel for work, right? Like, I'm going to Ireland, right? In the past, if I had to travel, one, I would have to make the travel arrangements myself, right? I would have to make travel arrangements myself, and I wouldn't have enough money to make those travel arrangements. So I had to like nickel and dime it. I had to like literally talk to the university that's sending me there to make sure that they made sure that my travel arrangements were decent. And if they didn't have money to fly me out, then I would have to, pay for it myself or the hotel myself and stuff like that. And then I had to figure out which hotel I could stay at and how cheap the travel accommodation would look like from the hotel to the university, stuff like that. These are all of the things that you have to worry about, right? I no longer have to worry about that at all. Like, I no longer have to worry about that. And that is a major fucking burden. That is a major, major, major burden that is lifted. Not having to worry about bills or being able to pay for bills is a major burden lifted off your shoulders. So, like, in many respects, there is a reason why once you get to a certain level of wealth or a certain level of like of wages, you're financially set and you are happy, and then your happiness metrics start you start getting diminishing returns. I forget what it was, but I'm pretty sure it's like closely tracked with whatever the stability level is for whichever city you live in, whichever country you live in. Once you get beyond that, it's not associated with happiness at all, and it has like diminishing returns. The difference between like making $10 million a year and making $1 billion a year has no impact on your happiness levels whatsoever. Back in the day, when they used to do these studies, it was around $100,000, right? Like beyond $100,000. Now, obviously, that number is probably far higher than that, because $100,000 in a place like Los Angeles actually doesn't it doesn't offer you a level of comfort, right? So as far as like my own personal experiences goes, a major burden has been lifted off my shoulders as far as like having to nickel and dime every single thing that I do. And also beyond that, I have people that I pay that can deal with this stuff, right? That's another fucking major burden lifted off of my shoulders, that I don't have to like make these arrangements and things of that nature. And also, instead of like flying economy as a 6'4", 240-pound guy, now I can fly business, which is infinitely more expensive than economy. But when you fly business, then now I can sleep when I'm on the flight, right? So all of that stuff has been a tremendous quality of life adjustment, a quality of life improvement. But overall, it hasn't turned into, the way that I'm accumulating wealth has not changed, because I'm not engaging in like in capital accumulation, and therefore I enjoy what I do, and that's a big part of the reason why I still do the exact same things for virtually the same exact hours that I do, because I'm incredibly fortunate, incredibly privileged, and therefore I greatly enjoy what I do and can do it. But that's the reason why I said like not much has changed in terms of my output or my day-to-day existence. I was doing 8 hours a day live streaming in fucking 2020, and I'm still, maybe 6 to 7 hours a day live streaming in 2025. Yeah, I shouldn't have said 6 to 7. Everyone's going to get fucking... The dinners are better, let's be real, for sure. No, the dinners are better. The clothes are better. The travel accommodations are better. Yes. All of it is better. But I'm saying, like, I think people that get to a level of financial success get there specifically so that they can actually put aside a tremendous amount of the wealth that they've accumulated so that they can have their money make money for them, passive income, so they don't have to fucking work. Do you understand? And then they just like travel around the world or engage in whatever the fuck they want to engage in. Like they don't, the goal in the United States of America under capitalism is to get to a point where your money makes money for you, so you don't actually have to work at all. Become a capital owner. That is the final stage, is the highest stage of capitalism, is when you actually move from the wage laboring class to the class that no longer needs wage labor and can do wage labor specifically for fun if they choose to do so. Okay? That's when you that's when you have succeeded. And the entire system is designed for those who are for those who reach that level of success, oftentimes at this point through sheer luck more than anything else, is the system is designed so you don't actually have to fucking work at all. You can just engage in capital accumulation. That's it. There are unimaginable amounts of safeguards to make sure that once you reach the level of capital ownership, if you're not taking like tremendous risks, you can just kind of stay there, right? The way I see it, basically is if your net worth or the growth in your net worth, if 51% of it is coming from your wages, you are still closer to a proletarian structure as opposed to 51% of it coming from your capital accumulation, at which point you've become a capital owner. Obviously, this is not a well-defined, it's not a well-defined and like a complete, like there's differences from person to person. It varies. But that, I think, is the way to make this class assessment. That's kind of immortal? No, nowhere near that of being a landlord. You mean immoral or immortal? I do think landlords who have a job are capitalists, though. Yes. I'm saying that if you quit your job tomorrow and you can still have the same level of comfort and the same level of existence because your capital accumulation will make up for it, that means you are a capital owner. Simply put, if you can just stop working, stop relying on wages entirely, and still engage in the act of capital accumulation that will allow you to maintain your level of comfort, that means you are a capital owner, even if you are working. Okay? That is part of the reason why there are small business owners, for example, who own and operate their own business. Small business owners who own and operate their own business, if they were to stop working and they were to delegate that responsibility to like a manager or something, and can still take the profits off the top and still maintain their same comfortable existence, means that they are capital owners. And the goal in American society in general is basically to get to that point. That is the success. That's when you retire, right? That is what a retirement is. And unfortunately, there is virtually no other way. There is virtually, as it stands, no other way to exist as a retiree. Because once you are no longer a productive laborer, once you've moved beyond, the age and physical status of being a potential productive laborer, you have to survive by being a capital owner. That's what a 401k is. In a perfect society, you wouldn't need a 401k, that the government would be able to take care of you alongside your pension structure, or alongside like whatever kind of compensation structure that exists that continues to make sure that you can survive. Not that it matters, because I feel like we're not there for many Americans. Many Americans will never get to that level, regardless. As is the way that the society is designed, is that you're not, even with a fucking 401k, it's virtually impossible for you to retire at a reasonable age or even own a home.
Well, with practically zero financial literacy. And yes, despite the name, the British Medical Journal judges us here in America too. Anyway, this doesn't actually make doctors that unique by itself. Most people have practically zero financial responsibility. The difference is that because of their much higher than average incomes, people like doctors are given access to far more dangerous financial tools right from the beginning. When you add in the fact that these young graduates are also already comfortable with having taken out six-figure debt to get through medical school in the first place, it's really easy for a bank to sell them a big home loan and a car loan on top of that. Even seasoned financial professionals can get in trouble with this stuff if they are not careful. So, giving this much rope to someone without a clue is very dangerous. It would be like skipping through to the end of a very challenging video game and giving yourself a max level character. Theoretically, you have all the right tools to deal with endgame content. But unless you actually know what you are doing, you can easily get yourself into trouble if even the smallest thing goes wrong. Now, doctors get a lot of attention for this, because financial stress amongst practitioners has been connected to worse patient outcomes, which is bad for—
What are you talking about, man? This is not what being retired. What is? As a retiree, you set aside your wages to cover the retirement of your elders, and so does the next generation, etc. I'm confused as to what you're saying. I'm saying that currently, as it stands, without becoming without engaging in any sort of capital accumulation, you literally cannot retire and live as a normal person, because Social Security is so marginal, it's so minuscule. Like I understand that you're describing Social Security, ironically enough, except in this country, unfortunately, Social Security is not enough for survival. You might not be an American, and that's why you're frustrated with what I'm saying, but in the United States of America, Social Security compensation is nowhere near enough for survival.
Everybody. But they are not alone. Even finance pros who should, theoretically, be good at this stuff frequently take on too much debt to keep up with everybody around them and find themselves living paycheck to paycheck. So yeah, high-income earners not being as smart as they think they are may come as a shock to them, but maybe not so much as a shock to you. But the second reason why financial hardship has become so common amongst these people is because companies have realized that this is where the money is now, and they have rushed in to fill any gaps in their budget.
Yeah, there is a new meta, I think, in the service industry and in commodity producers in general, to hyper focus on the ultra wealthy, like people making 500 grand a year plus, and they considering that it is 50%. The top 10% of wealth is responsible for 50% of all consumption in the United States of America. There is like all of the growth sectors right now basically serve that top 10% of wealth. And ironically enough, part of that is also the boomers, because that's where a lot of the wealth is trapped as it stands currently. That's why you see a lot of like incredibly scammy retirement home projects and shit like that. There are entire industries that are there to extract what remains of the wealth from the wealthiest Americans, whether it be all the boomers that, you know, have to live in retirement homes, or whether it be people making $500,000 plus a year, and entire sectors that are designed to serve them.
The old team at Micro did a great video a few months ago about the hyperinflation of the hyper-wealthy. I will leave a link to it below if you are interested in the details. But the rough summary is that the number of products, services, and experiences dedicated exclusively to extremely wealthy people has exploded in recent years. 20 years ago, there was only one production car that retailed for more than $1 million, and that was the Bugatti Veyron. Today, even after accounting for inflation, there are more than 100 different models in this price range, and new offerings frequently cost in excess of $5 million. This is a clear example, but even for people at the plebeian end of the—
Yeah, like yachts. Okay? There is a growing and robust industry of fucking yachts. and people that work on yachts, people that service yachts. That's for like maximum 10,000 people on the planet, okay? And even then, you have super yachts on top of the yachting industry. Private jet services, exactly. Private jet charters and private jet services have grown. How the fuck is that even feasible in this economy is something that you might be asking yourself. And that is because the only people that are making money right now and have disposable income are the fucking super wealthy. Yeah, bunker makers, that's another one. Like industries that are specifically designed to serve like 10,000 people maximum, right? Maybe 100,000 people maximum. Maybe 1 million people maximum. And then it goes from there. Private security services, things of that nature. It isn't feasible in this economy because I'm poor. No, my point is it shouldn't be feasible in any economy. That is an industry that can only exist if there is tremendous amounts of wealth accumulation that is trapped at the top. These are industries that unironically should not exist. These are industries that only exist because there is this level of wealth concentration at the top. Like the industries themselves are all unethical, whatever. That's not even what I'm not even making like a moral case here. What I'm simply stating is that if we had a better redistributive system in general, then these industries would not exist. Oh, guy is snoring. And it's gone from having only a couple people serving this super wealthy to a bunch of different competitive companies. And the only reason why these industries exist is because there's people, like there's a smaller and smaller number of people that demand this level of like high profile treatment, this exclusive high profile treatment, because they're the only people that have any sort of disposable income to begin with.
1%, high-end hotels, credit cards, social clubs, sports, events, clothing, airline seats, even high-end gyms and grocery stores have all developed to offer an exclusive service at a massively inflated price. Not all high-income earners will buy this stuff, and even those who do won't buy all of it. But the point is that there are more options than ever at the buffet of conspicuous consumption, and even $500,000 a year won't buy.
I get your point from the standpoint of the enormous luxury they are, but luxury is subjective. Who's to say in a different system that the video games industry should not exist because they're a tremendous luxury? I mean, I understand the point that you're trying to make here. The difference is video games are accessible for virtually, for most people, okay? Mega yachts are not. Mega yachts are only accessible to people who have an unimaginable amount of wealth accumulation. Do you not get that? Like, that's not, like, there is not going to be a point for Veblen goods to be accessible to the regular public, because the entire point of Veblen goods is that their availability is capped. And the more limited it is, the more expensive it is. Now, I'm not talking about yachting as like a Veblen good, obviously, or super yachts or whatever. I'm just simply stating that like these industries and the growth in these industries has exploded only due to the busted system that we currently have. In 1979 Paris, about 70% of the working class was laboring on high-end luxury goods only, clothes, furniture, etc. Some even used that fact to be anti-revolution. There will be no jobs left. I don't know. I feel like you're wrong. I know like 6 or 7 people with super yachts. Okay, you just wanted me to say 6, 7 so people spam it in the chat. Son of a bitch.
Buy all you can eat like it used to. Now again, I know it's hard to feel too bad for these people, but all of this still comes with 2 very big caveats. The first is that the only reason why high-income household budgets are being
Nostalgia Rhythm, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
targeted so hard is because the budgets of average incomes have already been optimally exploited. Between the various flavors of consumer debt and price increases, most people don't have...
We're not talking about purchases beyond survival. We're talking about purchases for goods and services that are priced in the school district budget range. Mentally illiterate chatters need to really stop typing. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that there should be no luxury at all. I'm saying that there is a difference between luxury for the working class versus luxury for the super wealthy. And if the luxury for the working class sectors are shrinking because the working class does not have disposable income because wealth accumulation is staying at the top, and people that want to make money are basically focusing all of their efforts in the luxuries for the super wealthy, this is another byproduct of an unhealthy system.
that much left to give, which means companies are almost being forced to go up market to grow their revenue. I have mentioned it before, but even Walmart has attributed most of their recent sales growth to targeting higher income consumers, since most other households have already been maxed out. High-income households are only starting to feel the pinch because everybody else has already been thoroughly juiced. Oh yeah. And the final most important
I like that
caveat
this video is also making the same exact argument that I'm making, which
is that a lot of these high-income households can still end up doing just fine in the long run. Their paycheck to paycheck isn't yet the same as everybody else's. Struggling to make the mortgage payments on a home in Seattle may be just as financially stressful as struggling to make rent. But in 30 years, those people should have fully paid off a home in one of the most expensive cities on the planet. High-income employees also get benefits like employer-funded retirement accounts or restricted stock units that can provide a scheduled liquidity boost even if they are living paycheck to paycheck for the rest of the year to cover their living expenses. Wealth inequality and income inequality go hand in hand, because if you earn a high income, you can build up wealth faster than someone with a lower income. But what we are seeing today is, thanks to massive asset price appreciation, you still won't be able to build wealth with your income faster than people can create income from their wealth. And remember, this is all just taking place within the top 1%. For everybody else, go and watch this video next to find out why you simply don't matter anymore. Economically
we watched this one, Why You Don't Matter Anymore, Economically Speaking, which was the first video that I watched from this channel, which was very good. And it was about the thing that I was talking about previously, which is that the top 10% of wealth is responsible for 50% of all purchases in the United States of America. And in a system that's designed like that, is going to reinforce the same exact class dynamic where 90% of regular Americans and regular ass people are simply going to be working to serve the top 10% of wealth forever, permanently. Both in terms of wage laboring so that they can extract your surplus labor value in the form of profits, but also then directly serving them as well. Because there's no other job availabilities. The amount of jobs that are available for serving the 90% are going to shrink, and the amount of jobs that are available that serve the top 10% of wealth are going to increase. And that is where we're moving. That's the direction that we're moving in right now. Drew Gooden made a video in a similar vein. And yeah, for the record, before people were saying like luxury is not a relative concept, the luxury goods are not subjective. Just wait until healthcare is considered a luxury good, or non-poisoned food substitutes are considered scarce for the working class. At which point, it is actually fucking a subjective concept. With the endless amount of greed that we see and the endless amount of control that the super wealthy have over regular governance with a deregulatory agenda, the food that is readily available to regular working class individuals is going to be poisoned because of the deregulation, right? This already exists with the class structure that exists for the environmental concerns, like access to a clean environment. Poorer neighborhoods on average have worse water supply because toxic waste ends up making its way to poorer neighborhoods. There's a reason why there's like a higher level in the United States of America where, through redlining and through systemic racism, black people end up living in poorer neighborhoods, for example, and therefore they have a higher percentage or they have a higher likelihood of they have a higher likelihood of having childhood asthma develop in black children. The reason why they have that is because there's a lot more, there's a lot less concern in terms of like their day-to-day existence. Their deregulation hits poorer neighborhoods on average way harder. Rich people can avoid that by living in wealthy neighborhoods where there's more care. Poor ventilation, water supply being poisoned through toxic waste. Flint, Michigan is obviously one of the most salient examples of environmental racism that we've talked about. Yeah, Cancer Alley in Baton Rouge, New Orleans along the Mississippi River. What is this? New York Times posted this? No, this is the Washington Post. Why you may not want lower prices as much as you think you do. Though Americans might be clamoring for relief on groceries, housing, and energy costs, economists say there's a bigger downside to failing prices. Real five-head. This is the same thing that they're saying about China, where like the Chinese economy is suffering because things are too affordable. To your point about healthcare becoming a luxury good, consumer spending rose 0.6%. However, that spending is increasingly being focused on essential purchases, such as healthcare at a time when income gains aren't keeping up. Exactly. Americans ramped up their spending in August. However, the cost of living were on the rise as food and other goods became even more expensive last month, and services remained stubbornly high. Service prices. New economic data released Friday showed that consumer spending rose 0.6% in the key back-to-school shopping month of August and 0.4% when adjusting for inflation. That's further indication that a critical driver of the U.S. economy continues to chug along despite broader uncertainty and a slowdown in the labor market. However, that spending is increasingly being focused on essential purchases such as healthcare at a time when income gains aren't keeping up. The argument to make about relative luxuries like video games isn't that it's focused on high-cost services like yachts, etc. Is that capital accumulation wants to bring those services into their fold as well. Look at music festivals and how it excludes low-income workers to bring in high-income clientele. Coachella cost in 2015 was $325, and this year it's $649. Yeah, that too. And that is also for the lowest ticket purchase that you can make. That's before we even factor in like the availability of much, much higher levels of ticket purchases that you can get. Anyway, now we're going to move away from capitalism and its devastating impact on the average working class individual back to our current predicament, a war with Venezuela, potentially, and lawmakers saying that the Pentagon may have committed war crimes amid questions over alleged drug boat shootouts. I got to pee real quick.
Attacks on alleged drug boats off of South America. Those strikes have killed dozens of people, including one that reportedly targeted survivors of an initial attack. Meanwhile, President Trump raised the pressure on Venezuela's president, warning pilots not to fly over that country. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with more on all this. Nancy, good morning.
Tony, good morning to you. Over the weekend, President Trump appeared to send a major signal that some kind of strike was imminent, but nothing materialized, which left the Venezuelans and members of Congress here wondering exactly what he has planned and when. This comes as a new report from the Washington Post leads some lawmakers to ask whether the Pentagon has committed a war crime.
There is a buildup that the president has not explained.
Ohio Republican Mike Turner spoke for many lawmakers Sunday when he questioned the massive U.S. mobilization in the Caribbean.
It is certainly a significant concern in Congress.
Those concerns grew more urgent this weekend after President Trump announced that airlines and pilots should consider the airspace above and surrounding Venezuela to be closed in its entirety.
Don't read anything into it.
When Trump was asked why he issued that warning, he would only say this.
Because we consider Venezuela to be not a very friendly country.
Now there's a new controversy over those strikes on suspected Venezuelan drug boats. The Washington Post reported that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth gave an order to kill everybody on board before the first boat strike September 2nd. When 2 survived, the Special Operations Commander overseeing the attack reportedly ordered a second strike to comply with Hegseth's instructions. And the 2 men were blown apart in the water.
This rises to the level of a war crime if it's true.
Now lawmakers in both parties are vowing to investigate.
If it was as if the article said, that is a violation of the law of war.
Hegseth called the story fabricated and derogatory and made light of it Sunday night by posting a pretend children's book cover depicting an armed turtle firing on drug boats. President Trump was
Yeah, the irony is like the attack on the drug boat, quote unquote drug boat, is quite literally the war crime in and of itself. But we're doubling down on the war crimes by doubly attacking the boat and two-tapping it. So I guess it's the Israelification of America in some ways. I guess one could say that America has always done this stuff, and there is truth to that as well. But yeah, it's this story in and of itself is so crazy because like it's both crazy because double tapping is explicitly a war crime. But the very fact that we are just blowing up drug boats off the coastline of Venezuela on international waters is a war crime in and of itself. What the fuck are we doing? This almost reminds me of the Signalgate saga, where everybody was like, oh, I can't believe you leaked the details of like America's bombing campaign in Yemen. And the question nobody was asking in mainstream media was, why the fuck are we bombing Yemen? Hello?
last Sunday night if he thought a follow-on strike like that would be legal.
I wouldn't have wanted that, not a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. It was fine. And if there were 2 people around, but Pete said that didn't happen.
Oh, okay. If Pete said that didn't happen, then that's fine. Except now they're saying the White House has confirmed that the admiral approved the second boat strike, the second deadly boat strike. Caroline Leavitt defended the decision to kill civilians who had fallen off the boat after a first strike. Reminder, Admiral Alvin Halsey, the commander overseeing the operation of the Caribbean, announced his resignation the same day as Hegseth's illegal kill-them-all strike against survivors. I don't know. Was that the same day? But yeah, here is Caroline Leavitt being asked a very solid question. The president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president. How is that any different than what the administration is doing, or what the administration is accusing Maduro of doing? Yeah, oh, here. Does the administration, first and foremost, the administration was asked whether or not they denied that the second strike happened. Let's take a look at what they said.
Gabe. Thank you, Caroline. Excuse me. Regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, the reported second strike on an alleged drug boat on September 2nd, the secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Gabe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough.
Yes, it's a war crime, but we had to do it because of insert made-up reason. Yeah, it seems like the administration has their fall guy. They're claiming the Hexit delegated the strike to SOCOM commander Admiral Bradley. Last night, Trump tonight the reporters, Hexet said he didn't do it, adding when pressed yet again about the legality of the strikes, I wouldn't have wanted that, a second strike. The first strike was very lethal. Trump in October, we're going to kill them. Every single day, they run with the same exact modus operandi where they just go, that's not true. It's fake news. Okay, maybe it's real news. Maybe it doesn't matter if it was real news. Also, insert additional made-up information as to why this had to happen. It's annoying how libs are only now recognizing the war crimes of the American state. Them sleeping during the last 20 years pisses me off so much. No, I don't care. I just, it's good. It's good that they're waking up to it. And they should make a lot more fuss about this shit. This is an opportunity for you to have a conversation with people that you know that may have been oblivious to what America was doing and only now are going, wow, this is really fucked up, actually. This is an opportunity for you to tell them, to explain to them that, like, the very fact that we are striking these boats instead of like apprehending them, for example, is already ridiculous and a war crime in and of itself and completely unacceptable. Okay? Use the momentum to your advantage. Don't just cast this aside as like people only now realizing. Never gatekeep morality. I think it's a silly thing to do. But yeah, as far as it stands, you have the Admiral Bradley gave the order for the second strike is what they're saying now. Okay. Says Bradley was within legal right to order the second strike. So White House not disputing the second strike, but is disputing Hexet gave the kill order. Trump admin's case, Trump designation of drug traffickers equals fair game for legal, in air quotes, lethal targeting. Hexet authorized Bradley to conduct September 2nd kinetic strikes. Bradley worked well within his authority to strike boat. Hexet did not order everyone killed. So we went from it didn't actually happen to even if it did happen, it was good to yes, it did happen, but it wasn't Pete Hexet. Just wait until tomorrow when it's no, absolutely it was Pete Hexet, and it was Donald Trump actually that told Pete Hexet, that told the fucking Admiral Bradley, but also it was all good and great and totally valid and warranted. Okay? At what point was it actually Hamas that struck the boat? Yeah. Well, we haven't reached that level of Israel yet. We haven't reached that level of Israelification yet, where we turn around and say Venezuela actually blew up their own boat. You know, because that's the most Israel way of going about it, where you're like, oh, well, I know that we actually celebrated blowing up these boats, but this boat was actually blown up on its own because it was a bunch of Venezuelan terrorists that were trafficking bombs, and Maduro actually blew it up because they wanted to make America look bad. Give it a minute. We'll get there.
Question. The president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker.
Wait. I lived to see Islamo-narco-Bolshevism grow from a meme to an actual manufactured consent. Venezuela has become a major launch pad for huge volumes of cocaine shipped to West Africa, where jihadists are helping traffic it to Europe in record. Dude, Wall Street Journal, I think, is the least reputable newspaper in out of all the major papers. Straight up. They are the worst. They are the worst of the worst newspaper in America. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. By the way, the reason why this question is being launched at Caroline Leavitt and this administration in particular is because Donald Trump, amidst the we have to kill Maduro, we have to bomb Venezuela because they're drug trafficking, actually turned around and pardoned a convicted drug trafficker because he's homies with the current person that he wants to run Honduras. Okay? So the reason why they're asking this question specifically, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Maduro of doing? We are accusing Maduro of participating in drug trafficking. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, in the same time frame, literally pardoned someone who we weren't accusing of drug trafficking, but someone who actually had drug trafficked so much. Someone who had drug trafficked so much that they were actually arrested, like they were convicted of drug trafficking. Okay? It's fucking insane.
Question. The president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted
No, not Ross Ulbricht. I'm not talking about the fucking Silk Road guy. I'm talking about the Honduran cocaine guy that Donald Trump also pardoned this past weekend. Juan Orlando, I think that's, yeah. Juan Orlando Hernandez Alvarado, okay, is a Honduran lawyer, former politician, also convicted drug trafficker who served as the 38th president of Honduras for 2 consecutive terms from the 27th of January 2014 to the 27th of January 2022. This guy, Juan Orlando Hernandez, whom Mr. Trump called a victim of persecution, helped orchestrate a decades-long trafficking conspiracy. It ravaged his Central American country. He once boasted that he would stuff the drugs up the gringos' noses. He accepted a $1 million bribe from El Chapo to allow cocaine shipments to pass through Honduras. A man was killed in prison to protect him. At the federal trial of Juan Orlando Hernandez in New York, testimony and evidence showed how the former president maintained Honduras as a bastion of the global drug trade. He orchestrated a vast trafficking conspiracy that prosecutors said raked in millions for cartels while keeping Honduras one of Central America's poorest, most violent, and corrupt countries. Last year, Mr. Hernandez was convicted on drug trafficking and weapons charges and sentenced to 45 years in prison. It was one of the most sweeping drug trafficking cases to come before a U.S. court since the trial of the Panamanian strongman General Manuel Noriega 3 decades before. But on Friday, President Trump announced that he would pardon Mr. Hernandez, 57, who he said was a victim of political persecution. Though Mr. Trump offered no evidence to support that claim. It would be a head-spinning resolution to a case that for prosecutors was a pinnacle striking at the heart of a narco state. The president's 2-week trial in Manhattan and those of his associates before it offered a glimpse into a world of corruption and drug running spanning several countries. Bags of cash, a machine gun with Mr. Hernandez's name emblazoned on it, and bribes from the drug lord Joaquin Guzman, the Mexican kingpin known as El Chapo, featured heavily. Prosecutors said Mr. Hernandez was key to a scheme that lasted more than 20 years and brought more than 500 tons of cocaine into the United States. 500 tons of cocaine. The people of Honduras and the United States bore the consequences, Merrick Garland, then the Attorney General, said in 2024 after Mr. Hernandez was sentenced. Now, of course, that was the Brandon administration, and therefore it's bad, right? Everyone that Brandon pardoned must be sent to prison immediately, and everyone Brandon sent to prison must be released post-haste, okay? Honduras, a country of around 10 million people, has long been linked to the United States. First as a home of sprawling banana plantations owned by the United Fruit Company. We all know what we did there. Then as the location of a key base used for U.S.-backed counterinsurgency efforts and later as a military post for counter-narcotics. When drug trafficking routes began shifting towards Central America in the 2000s, Honduras came to play a role in transshipment, moving cocaine from South America towards Mexico and the U.S. border. Over that decade, trafficking rose, along with the murder rate, and drug planes arrived with regularity. The June 2009 coup that ousted Manuel Zelaya, the country's left-wing president, ushered in a golden age of drug corruption. Interesting. Mr. Hernandez, unlike many Latin American politicians, rose from humble roots. One of more than a dozen siblings raised in a rural coffee-growing region, he became a lawyer and entered Congress as president. Mr. Hernandez told U.S. officials that he was doing his utmost to stamp out drug trafficking. But prosecutors said his political career had been fueled by drug money as early as 2009, when he was still a lawmaker and vying to lead the Honduran legislature. At the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, Mr. Hernandez was photographed smiling and giving a thumbs up alongside a known Honduran cartel chief. Didn't he also pardon the Silk Road guy? Yes, he did. You're right. He did do that, okay? That was for different reasons. But he does not give a shit about drug trafficking nonetheless, because this is a very clear-cut example of that, okay? I think that was more so for, like, libertarians. He was throwing a bone to the libertarians and the fucking crypto people and shit. But this one is direct. It's pretty fucking direct, okay? Mr. Hernandez ran for president on the ticket of the Conservative National Party and was elected in 2013. Prosecutors said Mr. Hernandez relied on his connections to the world's most powerful cartels to fund his campaign, including a $1 million bribe from El Chapo Guzman, the Mexican kingpin. He used the weapons and the power of the state for his own ends, according to prosecutors, jurors, and the Hondurans who came to despise him. The threat of being extradited to the United States made drug traffickers eager to bribe anyone who could to protect them, prosecutors said, and they came to know they could rely on Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez directed the police and military to protect smugglers who paid him off, and he promised to shield them from extradition to the United States. Mr. Hernandez once reassured a Honduran cocaine trafficker that by the time the gringos find out, we will have eliminated extradition, according to prosecutors. Mr. Hernandez even boasted, "We are going to stuff the drugs up the gringos' noses, and they're never even going to know it," according to a witness who testified in the 2021 trial of a drug trafficker. And guess who was his great friend as a Florida senator? Alleged narco president hires GOP lobbyists to sing his praises in Washington. The then Florida Senator Marco Rubio tweeted out thanks to Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez for targeting drug traffickers, below a photo of the two men together. Now, what's really interesting about this is that Marco Rubio is basically controlling the entire Venezuelan anti-narco trafficking state war that they're claiming that they're doing at the behest of, the purpose of tackling drug trafficking. And I assume Narco Rubio is also, yes, little Narco Rubio, not Marco Rubio, Narco Rubio is, I suspect, also the one in Trump's ear to potentially pardon this guy. Investigators said that Mr. Hernandez went to pitiless lengths to cover his tracks. One accused co-conspirator was killed in a Honduran prison to protect the president. According to court documents, he used the drug money to manipulate the vote in 2 elections, the document said. In 2017, Mr. Hernandez again became president after an election so laced with allegations of fraud that days of violence ensued and about 24 people were killed as the military cracked down. Hondurans, long divided on political lines, united in disgust. The chant, "Fuera JOH," out with JOH, could be heard not just at protests, but among huge migrant caravans marching north, filled with people fed up with poverty and rampant corruption. Publicly, Mr. Hernandez denied any involvement in drug trafficking, and his connections to the U.S. remained strong. President Barack Obama called him one of the excellent partners helping to discourage children from coming to the United States. Mr. Trump recognized him as the winner of the disputed 2017 vote, counting on him to help curb the flow of people and drugs. The Biden administration regarded him as a key ally in Central America as it sought to control migration. Obama strikes again? No, chatters, you have to understand. If you are literate in media analysis, if you are capable of critical thinking, you understand that this passage is basically proof of the thing that I say all the time. American foreign policy is uniparty. American immigration policy is uniparty in many respects. And this is the clear-cut example of that, okay? And here it is in the New York Times, after. You're wrong about this one? Wait, why am I wrong about this one? Not only is it a part of the playbook for the CIA and the State Department to keep the flow or have some semblance of control over the flows of drugs or over the flow of drugs in Central America and in all Latin American countries. But on top of that, the collaboration that American leadership engages in with these actual fucking drug bosses that end up running countries revolves around controlling flows of migration. Now, of course, if you actually wanted to control flows of migration in a permanent way, obviously the best possible thing to do would be to not depose like left-wing leadership to the best of your ability, not engage in espionage or psyops or foreign policy initiatives that are inherently antagonistic to left-wing leadership that seeks to the best of their ability, actually undermine the drug trafficking rings in their countries and to improve and expand upon the pre-existing welfare state that exists in these places so that they can actually normalize the everyday living standards of working class Hondurans. Of course, if you do that, though, it's not as profitable for your capital owners. And therefore, the system continues, okay? We could still extract a lot of wealth from these countries. It just wouldn't be as much wealth. And autonomy also makes that wealth extraction much less unstable, or much less stable, sorry, where there's no guarantee that you can continue extracting wealth at the same profit margins that you possibly could if the country actually decides to be more competent about, trade protectionism or whatever kind of business standards foreign capital is setting in the nation state. During the Younger brothers' trial in 2019, a former Honduran mayor and a major drug trafficker described how an associate of El Chapo had delivered $1 million in bribes, cash wrapped in plastic bundles of $50,000 and $100,000. Prosecutors displayed the machine gun with Mr. Hernandez's name engraved on it. In February 2022, weeks after he left office, Mr. Hernandez was detained at the request of the United States. He was escorted onto a plane in handcuffs and extradited 2 months later. Fireworks erupted in celebration in the country he once ruled. His own trial showed in grisly detail how Mr. Hernandez had promised to crack down on drug gangs, all while partnering with them instead, according to statements by prosecutors and witnesses. Davies Leonel Rivera Maradiaga, a former leader of a gang called Los Cachiros, who admitted to being involved in the deaths of 78 people, testified that he had bribed Mr. Hernandez with $250,000 delivered to the president's sister, Hilda, in exchange for protection. Another trafficker testified that he personally delivered a payoff, saying, "I paid $250,000 as a bribe to Juan Orlando Hernandez." Mr. Hernandez was convicted of drug trafficking and weapons conspiracy in a room packed with Hondurans eager to see his downfall. When he was sentenced in 2024, Mr. Hernandez spoke for almost an hour in court, airing conspiracy theories and grievances as he portrayed himself as a victim of political persecution. In a lengthy letter, Mr. Hernandez quoted Edmund Burke, Martin Luther King Jr., and the Bible. "The investigation and trial against me is full of mistakes, of injustices that have become a lynching through the U.S. judicial system," Mr. Hernandez wrote. "The prosecutors and agents did not do the due diligence in the investigation to know the whole truth." For many Hondurans, his conviction was a rare taste of justice. A woman in the crowd outside the courthouse celebrating his punishment held a sign that read, "No clemency for narco politics." But on Saturday, Mr. Trump said in a statement to the New York Times that many friends had asked him to pardon Mr. Hernandez. They gave him 45 years because he was the president of the country. You could do this to any president. Isn't that awesome? I mean, the timing of it could not be funnier. I'm sorry. It is pretty crazy that he is literally doing this to a convicted drug trafficker while simultaneously using no evidence whatsoever to claim that Maduro is actually a real narco terrorist, and the only way to deal with Maduro is not to conduct a lengthy investigation and set up charges and then try to arrest them or whatever, but instead to actually bomb Caracas, okay, and potentially even do a ground invasion of Venezuela. Fucking awesome. No, Honduras is not next. The reason why he's doing this is because Honduras won't be next because he already has a pliant ally in Honduras. Honduras is not next. The reason why he pardoned this guy is because he actually doesn't. I think that wasn't there there's also a person that he endorsed for the Honduran presidency. Yeah. Honduras election on a knife edge as Trump-backed man slightly ahead. Early results in the general election in Honduras show the leader of the right-wing National Party, Nasri Asfoura, has a razor-thin lead. With almost 56% of the votes counted, the conservative candidate was just 0.22 percentage points ahead of former TV host Salvador Nasrallah, according to the results published by the National Electoral Council. Stressing that the results were both preliminary and partial, the head of the CNE said that the race was on a knife edge between center-right Nasrallah and right-wing Asfoura. Asfoura has the backing of the U.S. President Donald Trump, who has threatened to cut financial aid to the Central American nation if his preferred candidate does not win. Yeah, by the way, Latin America is so funny because one candidate is Palestinian and the other one is Lebanese. Another not so great example of a Latin American leader of Palestinian descent who, El Salvador. The leader of El Salvador is also of Palestinian descent. There is a major Arab diaspora and a Palestinian diaspora in fucking in Latin American countries. Yes, Nayib Bukele is also of Palestinian descent. I don't like bringing up this fact because he is dog shit, so I try to avoid mentioning that. But yes, Nayib Bukele is of Palestinian descent as well. El Salvador is doing better than ever. No, totally. I know. We should do concentration camps in every Latin American country. Thank you. I love the people who are in this community who are pro Nayib Bukele is awesome. That's so funny. No, it's not a joke. There are a lot of fucking brain broken Salvadorans, both in diaspora and even in El Salvador. There's a lot of people who think he's doing awesome. Nor, my rewind is gone. How do I get it back? Great question, Kev Gui. All you need to do is actually subscribe. If you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you can take advantage of the rewind function. Yeah, my entire family are immigrants from El Salvador, and I agree Bukele is dog shit. Like, MS-13 is a horrifying criminal enterprise, okay? Absolutely unacceptable, horrifying, except the solution to MS-13 is not to basically make the government a different version of MS-13, sometimes directly collaborating with MS-13. For example, Nayib Bukele also extracted some MS-13 prisoners from the United States of America in exchange for the CCOT immigration structure that they designed. And the speculation at the time was that he got those MS-13 prisoners back to El Salvador because he didn't want them to openly reveal that he was collaborating with MS-13. Because if Mr. I'm against MS-13 was found out to have been collaborating with MS-13, I feel like that would have some shockwaves even in the diaspora. But yes, there are a lot of right-wing Latinos who love Bukele and think he's doing awesome. Part of that is because they are so fatigued and so terrified of living under different versions of the same kind of narco state structure. So they're just like, enough is enough. Kill them all. Who gives a shit? not realizing that that level of unrestrained violence in the hands of the state is going to end up hurting you as well. I am not against apprehending criminals. I am, however, in favor of abiding by due process and making sure that there is a real, normal legal structure. Otherwise, the state turns into a gang, a much more powerful gang than even MS-13 ever could be. It's mostly because people don't see more than the first layers. They see less gang and nothing else matters. There have been examples of the authoritarian military being dicks on camera. Yeah. You're way too charitable sometimes, man. What do you mean? Yeah, Salvadoran here, Naib only replaced gangs with police force. 3% of the population are under arrest. There's no official data, but the estimates is 6 out of 10 people in jail are innocent. Yeah. And we know that that is a likely percentage, even though we will never have like full confirmation of that. But the reason why we know that is a likely percentage is because they literally do black bagging. Like random fucking shopkeepers, if they live in a neighborhood where there's like MS-13 gang members in a country that was basically run by MS-13. So obviously everyone is going to have some level of fucking direct or indirect involvement with MS-13, even if they are fucking totally innocent. But they do dragnets and they black bag people and they literally put them in front of a judge that is wearing a balaclava, okay? A judge that's like hiding their identity will do 200 convictions at a time. How can you call that justice? That is fucking insane. Nayib Bukele is for sure far right, but if he holds a 90+% approval rating among the citizenry, which is only possible by having a high approval rating among even left-wing Salvadorians, who are you to castigate him? Honest question. Murder rates have dropped 98% in El Salvador. Yeah, murder rates have dropped 98% in El Salvador because, one, there is not a... First of all, Bukele's administration also controls the distribution of that information, so we don't even know if the murder rates have actually dropped by 98%. There is real serious skepticism around the numbers themselves. There's a lot of disappearances, for example, and then they just don't get put down as murders. There's also a lot of collaboration between Bukele and MS-13 in general. And outside of that, yeah, of course, you can drop the... If you arrest everyone, you can drop the fucking the murder rates down to 0%. What do you mean? Okay, but you arrested everybody. Everybody's now in prison. Is that success? I don't think so. Like... Put everyone in prison and make them prove their innocence. Yeah, I mean, that's basically... Salvadoran here, I've said it before, my aunt almost went to jail for treating gang members. She's literally a nurse. The only reason why she was left off the hook was because my family's entire village came out for her and told the judge she's just a nurse and all the good she's done. Yeah, they mark most homicides as disappearances, which is why homicides have dropped while disappearances have skyrocketed. There's that. And then also on top of that, they've arrested a significant percentage of the population. If you have any connection whatsoever, like the nurse story, the anecdote that chatter just told, or shopkeepers, like there are storefronts, there are just like people selling shit on the side of the road. Some of those guys are forced at gunpoint to collaborate with, to pay for protection with like a local MS-13 affiliate, right? If you're arresting the fucking shopkeeper who is a victim, you've now doubly victimized that person. And also, there is no, like, if the government itself has turned into a gang in and of itself, then what are you supposed to do? You're fucked. You have nothing. You can't do anything. So yes, people who are not under the scrutiny of the government are going to be happy because they're like, well, at least crime is down. But that is the reason why I find myself comfortable castigating the otherwise very popular Nayib Bukele. There's been the same, historically, the same old pattern of security, authoritative regimes where disappearances are commonplace. Chile, Argentina, Dominican Republic, etc. Yes. One of my very first chat messages was about this very topic regarding my family. I actually have a little update to that. A couple months ago, I asked my dad for his true thoughts about Trump. He said he doesn't like what he's doing right now, and despite him probably being pro-Bukele and still quite conservative, I actually explained to him socialist thoughts, and he was familiar and even agreed with it. I just wanted to say that. Yeah, also, if you want to fucking sell your dad on socialism, just talk about what Bukele did before he became the leader of El Salvador, because Nayib Bukele was actually a very promising politician in El Salvador. Unironically, he was working on rehabilitation initiatives. Like, he literally was a woke guy. Okay, Nayib Bukele back in the day, if you look back, you can probably find some of my videos talking about Nayib Bukele as a promising politician in El Salvador when he was unironically left-wing. He was. Young guy, of Palestinian background, and was trying to solve like the underlying material inequities in which crime manifests, all this stuff. Before he went full fucking cryptocurrency grifter, an evil villain dictator. He got hit with the Fetterman ray? Yeah. No, he pulled a Mussolini, I guess. Well, Mussolini was never, Like, Mussolini never actually was a politician that was in any way, shape, or form socialist. He was a journalist, a newspaper guy. Yeah, here's the socialist king, Nayib Bukele. Well, you have this exact same image with Donald Trump as well, to be fair. I don't know why people have opinions on something when they don't know. Not you talking about some of the chatters. I don't know much about this, so I just taken the information. Yeah, now he just runs around calling himself a dictator. No, but Donald Trump, 2016. There's an image identical to this with Donald Trump in 2016 holding up a LGBT for Trump flag. Anyway, getting back to the ridiculous hypocrisy, it was the first Trump admin which developed a case against President Hernandez. His brother Tony Hernandez was indicted in 2018 and convicted in 2019. A key ally, Giovanni Fuentes Ramirez, was indicted in 2020. Both were later sentenced to life in prison. So Trump won, once again, setting up the case to arrest this guy under the Biden administration and convict this guy under the Biden administration, only for Trump to turn around and be like, well, Biden put him in jail. He's probably a good guy. Let's release him. Hernandez participated in the importation of at least 185,000 kilograms of cocaine, secured millions of dollars in bribes to Honduran officials, used heavily armed security, including members of the Honduran military and national police, I think this really is the left-wing grift, using left-wing aesthetics and even policies to get power and then switch up. Yeah. Today on tap from David Dan, Marco Rubio is selling a war of choice in Venezuela based on the falsehoods about narco trafficking to get right-wing South Florida exile political allies back into power is an incredibly parochial pretext for an imperial adventure. It's hard to escape the feeling that this is all being done to flatter a few power-mad expats with little concern for American interests. It even managed to sweep in the Nobel Committee, which made the disastrous decision to give opposition leader Maria Corina Machado the Peace Prize, an epic misstep that will take its place alongside Henry Kissinger in the ignominious annals of that award's history. As Maureen Kachik, laid out in a dynamite long read last week. The same people who bankrupted Venezuela when in control of a shadow government and who stage managed the failed mercenary-led coup attempt at the end of Trump's first term are the ones agitating to return, despite having stunningly bad reputations in the country they want to lead. The largest proven oil reserves in the world are more the spoils of war than its cause. Last week, a federal judge approved the sale of Venezuelan-owned oil refiner Citgo to Elliott Investment Management, whose founder, Paul Singer, has been a Rubio backer for a decade. Paul Singer rears his ugly head once again in Latin American affairs. But neither hemispheric control, nor petroleum futures, nor interdicting drug supply is the main point of this mad rush. Right-wingers want to get back in charge of Venezuela, and they have a friend in the State Department. How awesome. Oh, how fucking dope, dude. It's not even about them. It's for Exxon. No, that's just spoils of war. It's not just for oil, but the oil is the... Look, from what I understand, Venezuela is much more open to extraction with Western capital at this stage than they ever have been under Chavez, okay? But that is a non-starter for foreign capital in general, just like it was a non-starter in Iran. Mossadegh didn't actually fucking say British Petroleum is no longer going to extract Iranian oil. Mossadegh simply said, hey, we want to actually re-examine this relationship that we have with British Petroleum because it kind of feels like we're getting fucked over here. And they were. So it was literally that additional 10% that was the demand from Mossadegh or something along those lines. That was enough for a fucking espionage initiative to be implemented in Iran and the Shah to come back into power as a puppet leader. Okay? That's it. Sometimes it is that much, okay? So for a lot of these guys, just like for a company, it's the threat of unionization that might actually hurt their profit margins in the long run. So they'll spend more money than the initial demand that the union could make in the first couple of years to basically stamp out any sort of unionization initiatives. It is the fact that if a country gains some semblance of sovereignty or some semblance of autonomy, even if they're doing a 50-50 partnership, or that's what their demand is when it's like a 40-60 partnership, let's say, and they want to bring it back to like a 50-50 partnership, later down the line, they might actually secure more resources and more of that foreign capital and redistribute it and actually develop so that they can have a higher point of leverage next time that deal comes into play. And that is the real threat. It's the continued extraction of natural resources with bargain bin prices that these foreign capitalists want to impose. They want to continue. Okay? That's what it is. That is the reason why a destabilized Venezuela is much more favorable for a lot of these people than a stable Venezuela run by leadership that has some kind of leverage and has some kind of interest in negotiating. It's not the fact that they don't want to negotiate at all. I'm sure that Maduro, if given the opportunity right now, would love for a Chevron deal, would love for an Exxon partnership, okay? The country is starving. The country is fucking suffering. That would mean sanctions relief for them. He would take that deal any day of the fucking week, okay? It's also a far better deal than blowing up Caracas. The problem is, if you actually take that deal, you normalize Maduro. If you take that deal, then he might demand a better deal for the Venezuelan population later down the line. And that's terrifying. That's a terrifying prospect. So that is a big part of the equation here. But in terms of like why we have chosen Venezuela and why we're aggressively trying to go to war with Venezuela, well, unfortunately, the oil reserves are just the spoils of war, as David Dayen correctly points out. It's the icing on the cake. The major reason is because they want to install a right-wing dictatorship in Venezuela that is much more compliant with foreign capital demands in general. Oil is only one part of it. On the one hand, cowardice of giving up 10% of profits for being a real man and holding up to business practices, which way, Western man? They will never. History is riddled with foreign capital saying fuck no to that additional 10% demand. Because it's not about the additional 10% demand. It's the fact that you are demanding something. It's the fact that you have sovereignty. These guys would much rather have Western compliance, even if it's a dictatorship, right? Western compliance, even if it's an authoritarian government that's just like killing fucking members of the population, disappearing them, throwing them off of fucking helicopters like Pinochet used to do. All of that stuff is totally fine as long as there is no sovereignty, as long as there are no redistributive policies that that any sort of foreign leader is engaging in. It is a way to prolong that pain and instability and lack of development, so it's much easier to continue extracting super profits from the global South. This is Western capitalist foreign policy in perpetuity. Okay? Even if the demands are modest, the very fact that you're making a demand means that you have the audacity to demand sovereignty, and that is unacceptable. That is a real threat. Okay? Yeah, let's be clear. The U.S. government does not care about the people of Venezuela. It cares about U.S. hegemony and the interests of U.S. capitalist class. That's what this is about. Always. Always and forever. Would you say that thanks to the internet and all the conspiracy theories out there, it's gotten more difficult for the USA to just go straight into attacking Venezuela? Maybe, but I don't think they need compliance. I don't think they need to even manufacture consent, because I think they just do it without consent. The American government is realizing that they don't need consent at all. They don't even need to manufacture consent. They just kind of do it. Why can't Maduro threaten to blow up the oil fields like Iran did? What do you mean, blow up his own oil fields? What are you talking about? It's the last remaining lifeline for Venezuela. He's not going to blow up his own fucking oil fields. Reporter asked Donald Trump directly, do we have a video of this? I would love to see his face during this. Maybe it's on the playlist.
Caroline, excuse me, regarding Venezuela, the president said
we're going back to the drug boats, in air quotes, okay?
Yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, that reported second strike on an alleged drug boat on September 2nd. The secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially...
Is that a weird FPS on this, or is Twitch fucking with me? No, I don't know if it's like weird FPS on my computer in general, but I've been noticing that as well with YouTube.
Designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so
Not even coming from Venezuela, mind you. Once again, not even coming from Venezuela. And they have done zero propaganda to even imply that it's coming from Venezuela. They just say it, right? But they don't even tie it to Venezuela. They just say fentanyl's coming into the country. And they just let it hang. Okay. Is there any evidence that it's coming from Venezuela? Well, we didn't suggest that it was coming from Venezuela. We just said that it's happening. Right? Okay. Is this the most appropriate way of dealing with it, even if there is any evidence that you have presented that it's coming from Venezuela? Shut the fuck up. We have to bomb Venezuela.
So that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave.
Andrew, go ahead. Sure.
First on the Venezuela strike, you said that second strike was.
For clarity, is there evidence to suggest where the drugs are coming from, and if so, where? Yes. The DA's own assessment, the DA's own intelligence shows that drugs are obviously coming in. The chemical compounds necessary to produce fentanyl oftentimes comes from China, and the other parts come from the Mexican border. Okay? And it is trafficked primarily by American citizens, contrary to what the Trump administration is saying. It's like 80%. The overwhelming majority, I think somewhere around 90%, are trafficked through our ports and regular points of entry. And 80% are actually trafficked by American citizens. Okay, the fentanyl precursors are shipped in, the chemicals and things of that nature are shipped in through our regular ports, through by way of China. And the rest comes from Mexico, trafficked by American citizens. We have the market. It is Americans who are consuming the drugs. It is Americans who are trafficking the drugs. It is an entirely American problem. But the solution to it, seemingly, is everything but tackling with this American problem at the point of America. Okay? It's always everybody else. It's ironic because this demand for it, the market for it, and the trade for the fentanyls is in exchange for the weapons that Americans have. Okay? Cartels ship in the drugs with American citizens, and then American weapons make their way to and are used by the cartel. That's why they have all the best gear. So it quite literally plays a role in destabilizing Mexico. So there are numerous points where we can actually tackle this problem. It's just we are not invested in tackling this problem at all. Okay? Having said that, I don't know if you noticed this, but at no point did I mention Venezuela. That's because, according to the DEA's own assessments, Venezuela plays no role in fentanyl trafficking. Like none at all. So when these guys are saying, oh, fentanyl is killing Americans, like we got to blow up these drug boats, they're literally blowing up random low-level smugglers that are using go-fast boats between Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. These boats do not have the capacity to make it to the American coastline anyway, and that's not a significant narco-trafficking hub. So it's just completely made up.
In full accordance with the law of armed conflict, but the Navy's own manual of law of war says that specifically firing on survivors from a wrecked vessel.
And yeah, there isn't even enough evidence to suggest that they are smuggling drugs between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela, for the record. They're just simply claiming that. I want to stress this, okay? They released some information, and also there were follow-up investigations that were conducted by the New York Times and from other foreign outlets that suggest that these guys, like some of the people that were killed, were just straight up like super low level, irrelevant to like drug trafficking in America. Like some of them were just like trafficking shipments. Or some of them were like smuggling other shit, not even drugs. Some of them were fishermen. Knockoff merchandise, things of that nature. Just like not regular, not exactly busting any sort of like serious, significant narco trafficking enterprise. Of course, one of the greatest ironies here is that if you want to tackle the overdose problem with opiates, there is the last administration that actually took the initiative, quietly, albeit, even though it became a major point of contention for Fox News watchers at the time. But a marginal move in the direction of rehabilitation over incarceration actually created an environment where, for the first time ever under the Biden administration, overdose deaths decreased. Okay? They did. Overdose deaths by opiates actually decreased under the Biden administration in the last year, in the election year, as a matter of fact. A big part of that was because of harm reduction initiatives, something that I talked about quite a bit, even during the campaign, even during the election cycle. And yet the Democrats never made a big fuss about it at all for some fucking weird reason. But yes, distribution of Narcan, safe injection sites, and other kinds of harm reduction initiatives actually successfully lowered the number of overdose deaths in the country for the first time since the opiate crisis started. Of course, Donald Trump came in and cut all of those initiatives, so who knows where the fuck we'll go with the opioid overdose deaths in the country now. I don't know where we're at, and I don't even know if we'll ever actually get accurate numbers from this fucking administration any longer, considering that we can't even get financial numbers. You know? Everything is awful. Everything is broken. But it almost feels like drug addiction is a health issue and not one that you can penalize and treat like a issue of criminality. No.
Is an example of a war crime that's forbidden under U.S. law and the law of armed conflict. So how was that second strike in following law of armed conflict and then second on immigration?
Again, Andrew, I would reiterate to you the strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict. And since somebody asked about Congress and it's sort of...
You're missing a very important thing. Drug policy is what causes overdoses? No, I'm not missing a very important thing. I'm saying that. That's the point I'm making. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely correct, Chatter. I agree with you.
Related to Venezuela, I also want to add that Secretary Hegseth spoke with members of Congress who may have expressed some concerns over the weekend. And there have also been 13 bipartisan briefings to Congress on the Venezuelan strikes. There have been a number of document reviews for members of Congress to review the classified DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion and other related documents. 29 senators and 92 representatives have reviewed those documents, which is about 2/3 of those are Democrat members. And they have been made available to all 100 senators, all 435 members of the House, and to general counsels of the relevant committees on a bipartisan basis for their review.
What do you think they're going to do after bombing Venezuela and the drugs keep entering the U.S. since the drugs don't come from Venezuela? No one, I don't think anyone even believes that they're doing this to tackle drugs. So I don't think anything will change in that regard. I'm gonna be real with you, chatter. I don't think that is going to change at all.
In addition to,
it'll just like piss off some Americans, I think, and then the rest of them will get all hoo-ha and patriotic about why we're destroying another country. You know, they're gonna find out why we don't have health care. Venezuelans about to find out why we don't have health care. Anyway, skipping this and talking more about the why they're supporting these attacks. Then who's supporting these attacks? I just explained to you that consent doesn't even need to be manufactured anymore because who the fuck's going to stop them? My dad? Okay, well, I do love seeing a hog in the wild like that because for most people, okay. Respect. Okay? Respect for outing your dad like this. But as far he's so hogged out, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. There are always going to be people that are so hogged out, as you say, that they will just agree with anything that this administration is doing, no matter what. I don't think those people can be moved in general. Because, like, Chatter's dad is wild because even the polls are showing like 60% of Republicans oppose overthrowing Maduro. Yeah, like you have to be a special kind of hog that's not even like the normal MAGA hog if you're like actively supporting whatever the fuck we're doing in Venezuela. Because apparently, according to polls that we've looked at, even the Republicans, by majority, do not agree with intervention in Venezuela. At most, the only thing that they've agreed on is the boats being blown up. And that's like at 70% or something. Which may be because they haven't really done too much propaganda for the hogs to get on board with direct military intervention. So you might have like a shiny Pokemon style elite hog in your dad. Cherish it.
To his crackdown on the Caribbean drug trade, President Trump announced over the weekend that he would pardon the former president of Honduras, who was convicted just last year of conspiring to import cocaine into the United States. Jay O'Brien has the story. Good morning, Jay.
Yeah, good morning, George. President Trump has repeatedly warned that drug cartels present an urgent danger to the United States. But this morning, in a major contradiction, the president announcing he's pardoning Juan Orlando Hernandez, the former president of Honduras, currently serving a 45-year prison sentence here in the U.S. for drug trafficking and weapons charges. In 2024, the Department of Justice said that for nearly 2 decades, Hernandez helped cartels, quote, move mountains of cocaine into this country, and it was at the center of one of the largest and most violent drug trafficking conspiracies in the world. And despite that, in a post announcing his endorsement of the conservative candidate in Honduras' ongoing elections, Trump also promised to grant Hernandez a, quote, full and complete pardon, claiming the former leader had been treated very harshly and unfairly, and arguing without evidence that Hondurans believe Hernandez was, quote unquote, set up. Now, Democrats slamming this move, calling it part of a string of controversial pardons issued by President Trump. Even Republican Senator Bill Cassidy.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that Barack Obama loved this guy. maybe he would have reconsidered posting such positive things about him. You know? You just released Barack Obama's favorite guy. Excuse me. And possibly Hunter Biden's crack dealer.
City of Louisiana, questioning why the administration would pardon Hernandez and then go after Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro on similar accusations of drug trafficking. George.
Okay, Jay, thanks very much.
Follow up on the MRI, because President Trump yesterday said that he would release the results of his MRI.
Dude, everything is so busted, down to the president's health.
Is that happening right now?
It is happening right now. As part of, and this is a summary from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it.
My dad deadass says there's no other thing those boats could possibly be for other than deadly murder, ocean drugs, and that. And as non-U.S. citizens approaching here illegally, question mark, they deserve no fair trial, due process. I mean, that's awesome. That it has nothing to do with the things that are happening, but he's imagined it. And therefore, we just have to kind of deal with it. Because, like, I would say that, like, 20 to 30% of Americans are exactly like your dad. They are just fucking hallucinating. They're just taking on whatever the fuck Fox News is saying, whatever the fuck Trump is saying at face value and going, yup, good enough for me. Like a couple questions would, I think, brick everything he knows about the world. You could just be like, Dad, do you think that this is the most efficient way to traffic drugs to the United States coastline? Like, how do you think a tiny boat like that could make its way to the United States of America? Like, just open up a map and be like, do you see this? Do you see this trip? Do you think it's possible to make this trip on a go-fast boat? Like, how many stops do you think need to take place? You're going to make his brain explode? I mean, I'm just saying, at least have fun with it at this point. You got a shiny Pokemon-style hog in your dad. You might as well enjoy the show. You know? Because I would like to explore. I would like to explore, like, the depths of his imagination. Like, how is he going to look at that and be like, well, you know, maybe they're making like 20 stops along the route. Like, where are they stopping? How are they refueling? Or do they just have extra fuel tanks? And if that's the case, I feel like, given the size of the boat, you wouldn't even have any space for cocaine or fentanyl. You know? I would like to know how they would come up with that. Like, I would like to know what they would... Wait, why are you attacking the guy? What the fuck? He's not even it's not his fault that his dad believes nonsensical shit. The fuck? Calm down, chatter. Aren't the 30-odd% wanting this war just neocon hogs? Like, you're probably like a boomer hog who still loves the war on terror with a love boner for it all? Sure.
For you, and then you'll get it physically as well. As part of President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health. The purpose of this imaging is preventative, to identify any issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure the president maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal. No evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size, the vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall.
The president is the healthiest man in the United States of America. No one has ever been healthier than our beautiful president. Like, look, I'm not in the business of dunking on North Korea, but anytime I hear her do one of these things, I am reminded of my goat, the DPRK lady who Kim Jong Un gave an apartment to. You know what I'm talking about? I forget her name. The elderly lady who's been doing this for years and years at this point. I love her. I mean, she's got way more swag than Caroline Leavitt. But like the tone of voice, it just like reminds me of that. Ri Chun-hee, is that her name? Peak healthy man. A listener passes along this photo of our president enjoying his meal at the golf club earlier. I've never seen a healthier man. I've never seen a healthier man in general. I'm not even talking about presidents. I'm talking straight up healthiest American, okay? Yeah, you might not like to see it, but this is a peak physicality, okay? When you nut, but she keeps sucking. I'm sorry.